Entering the enchanting world of Pokémon, a fortuitous twist of fate bound Xia Fan to the Legendary Beast system, granting him the ability to acquire one skill from any legendary Pokémon he captures. By sheer coincidence, the very first Pokémon Xia Fan encountered upon venturing out was none other than the fabled Mew. Chapter 1. Capturing a legendary beast right from the start? Chengdu Region, Rui Town, Xia Fan. Have you made your decision? Will it be Chikorita, Cyndaquil, or Totodile as your partner? In Professor Utsuji's laboratory, the esteemed professor gazed kindly at the boy before him. At this moment, Xia Fan appeared somewhat dazed, his expression clouded with confusion. Gazing at the professor, Xia Fan found himself at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. 2 days prior, the Pokemon AR game capsule developed by Tianxin Technology was released worldwide, causing a frenzy among countless Pokemon enthusiasts eager to purchase it. As a devoted fan, Xia Fan managed to secure one for himself. However, at precisely 7 o'clock tonight, when the game officially launched, an unexpected calamity befell all players. Everyone logged into the game became trapped within it, unable to log out. After spending 2 arduous hours reconciling with this grim reality, Xia Fan followed other players to Professor Utsuji's laboratory to receive their initial starter Pokemon. Just as the professor was about to introduce the Pokemon to him, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. The binding of the Legendary Beast system. The system bestowed upon him 4 remarkable abilities. The first, Mastery. Any Pokeball that passed through his hands would guarantee a 100 capture rate of legendary Pokemon. The second, Legendary Power. Capturing a legendary Pokemon would allow him to acquire one of its skills. The third, Charismatic Aura. Any Pokemon that became his companion would see its abilities increase without limits. The fourth, Beast Perception. Within a radius of 1 mile, he would sense the presence of any legendary Pokemon, with the intensity of the sensation increasing as he drew closer. Yet, the reason for his dazed state was not merely the system's binding, but rather the moment after the system had introduced all its capabilities, he sensed a legendary Pokemon, beckoning him. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and choose. There are many others waiting behind you. A throng of players stood in line behind Xia Fan, their impatience palpable as they observed him lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Xia Fan replied, "Professor, could you please provide me with a few empty Pokeballs? I wish to capture some wild Pokemon on my own." You prefer to catch wild Pokemon yourself, rather than selecting a partner from us? Professor Utsuji expressed his surprise. Indeed, please, Professor, grant me a few Pokeballs. Xia Fan's tone was resolute. Seeing Xia Fan's unwavering determination, Professor Utsuji relented and handed him 5 strung-together Pokeballs from his desk, adding, "Should you fail to capture anything, you may return to claim your partner." "Thank you, Professor." Xia Fan expressed his gratitude and dashed out of the laboratory. As he passed by other players, their derisive laughter echoed in his ears. "This guy is absolutely hilarious. He's forsaking the starter Pokemon to chase after wild ones. Does he think he's holding a Master Ball? Or that Pokemon are simpletons who can be caught with a mere throw? Don't mock him. This fellow probably has never played before, which is why he's so deluded. Haha, I can't help it. Everyone, please continue lining up. I'll follow him for a bit and then return to queue." Having exited the laboratory, Xia Fan followed the pull of his perception to a grassy field. Presently, the field was alive with children frolicking alongside various Pokemon, including Nidoran, Oddish, and Houndour. Eventually, his sense led him to a bird-like Pokemon, Pidgey, which was playing with a few Oddish as Xia Fan approached. The Oddish scattered in fright, leaving only Pidgey, who gazed at him with a puzzled expression, unsure why this human was trembling and gulping nervously. Could it be Mew? It must be Mew. Surely the legendary perception wouldn't mistake an ordinary Pidgey for a legendary Pokemon. Xia Fan stared at the tilting-headed Pidgey, his mind racing with thoughts. "Ha! What are you planning to do, kid? You're not actually going to try and catch that Pidgey, are you?" At that moment, the very individuals who had mocked him in the laboratory arrived, and upon witnessing Xia Fan's animated reaction to a mere Pidgey, they erupted into laughter. Casting a sidelong glance at them, Xia Fan reached for the Pokeballs hanging at his waist. With unwavering resolve, he retrieved one and hurled it towards Pidgey without hesitation. A flash of red light erupted from the Pokeball, engulfing Pidgey within its confines. The Pokeball landed on the ground, wobbling precariously while the red light flickered. "System, I hope you're not leading me astray," Xia Fan murmured anxiously to himself. "You actually threw the Pokeball like that? You're quite the character, huh?" The mockery continued, but their laughter was abruptly cut short after just 3 seconds. The Pokeball wobbled thrice before astonishingly coming to a halt. Xia Fan, in a fit of elation, quickly snatched up the Pokeball and turned to flee, as if fearing they would follow him. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan found himself in a secluded grove, glancing around to ensure no one had followed him, and sighed in relief. He looked down at the Pokeball and pressed the white button in the center. A pink, feline-like Pokemon emerged. This Pokemon boasted a pair of triangular ears and large blue eyes, tilting its head curiously at Xia Fan. It called out twice, its voice reminiscent of a cat, utterly adorable. Chapter 2. Mew. Mew, indeed, is a marvel. Xia Fan was ecstatic, nearly leaping with joy. This was the legendary Pokemon, endowed with the genetic legacy of all Pokemon. Its ability to become invisible at will meant that it could approach humans without ever being detected. Furthermore, due to its capacity to utilize the moves of all Pokemon, many scholars regarded it as the progenitor of all Pokemon. Ding. Successfully captured the legendary Pokemon Mew. Please select one skill as your own. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xia Fan's mind, and a panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Illusory Pokemon Mew. Gender, none. Ability, synchronize, transfers its own status conditions such as poisoning, paralysis, and burns to its opponent. Held item, Lepa Berry, when held. It can be used to heal confusion and other abnormal status conditions. The skills available were as follows. Earthquake, a tremor that shakes the very earth. Heavy Slam, a powerful punch that strikes the opponent. Ancient Power, a 10 chance to double its own strength. Wave Missile, generates wave power from within and launches it at the opponent, ensuring a hit. Future Sight, projects a sphere of psychic energy to attack the enemy at a future moment. The plethora of formidable skills left Xia Fan in awe. Yet, he did not hesitate in selecting a skill. Without a moment's thought, he declared inwardly, I choose Mew's transformation skill. In the next instant, Xia Fan felt as though he had transformed into a Pokemon himself, gaining a new skill in the process. Gazing at Mew, a smile gradually spread across Xia Fan's face. This skill, though seemingly unremarkable, was akin to divine magic for him, allowing him to assume the appearance of any Pokemon and wield all their abilities. Transforming into Mew would grant him access to every skill. 3 seconds later, Mew cocked its head, startled by the sight of Xia Fan morphing into its own likeness. Momentarily recoiling in surprise. After a brief pause, it seemed to accept Xia Fan's transformation, curiously drifting closer to him. Meow, are you human or one of my kind? Upon transforming into Mew, Xia Fan could comprehend Mew's sounds. Meow, I am human, but from now on, you may consider me one of your own. We shall share our fortunes and face our adversities together. Xia Fan grinned, establishing a rapport with his first Pokemon companion. Meow, but how did you manage to transform being human? Mew inquired. Xia Fan pondered for a moment before fabricating a response. Meow, because I am not an ordinary human. I possess divine power. Otherwise, how could I have captured you with but a single Pokeball? Meow, divine power? Master, you are impressive. Mew exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but then naively accepting the claim. It floated near Xia Fan, eager to invite him to play. Meow, master, shall we go play? I know a place with delicious fruits. Meow, not just yet. We must first earn some money, Xia Fan replied, shaking his head. Meow, I don't want to fight. Mew's face displayed reluctance. It detested battling. Meow, you need not severely injure their Pokemon, merely render them unable to fight. You know hypnosis, right? After transforming into Pidgey, with your prowess, a single hypnosis will suffice. No one here will withstand it. Meow, very well, master. Mew was swayed, and in the next moment, it willingly transformed into Pidgey. Seeing this, Xia Fan reverted to his original form, allowing Mew to flutter onto his shoulder. Together, they set off towards Rui Town. At that moment, Rui Town was bustling with players harboring similar aspirations as Xia Fan. After receiving their starter Pokemon, they brimmed with confidence, believing themselves more adept at commanding their Pokemon than others, and eagerly sought challenges, with stakes ranging from 100 to 500, 2,000 for a match. Who will face me? I accept inverse attribute challenges. My Pokemon is of the fire type, shouted a young boy, leaning against a tree on the town's lawn. Before long, his proclamation drew a crowd. Are you certain about accepting an inverse attribute challenge? A girl inquired, frowning. Currently, the players' challenges predominantly revolved around same-type encounters, such as grass-type Chikorita battling Chikorita, fire-type Cyndaquil against Cyndaquil, and water-type Totodile against Totodile. Few dared to engage in grass against fire, or fire against water, as that would be akin to inviting disaster. Of course, if I lose, I'll transfer the money immediately. If I'm lying, you may deal with me as you wish, the boy retorted with a grin, pulling out his phone. At this, a majority of the onlookers clamored to be the first to take the plunge, while a few lamented that the boy's offering was not a water-type Pokemon, which would have allowed them, as grass types, to participate as well. Ultimately, the boy selected the girl who had inquired earlier. Come forth, Totodile. Without hesitation, the chosen girl unleashed her Pokemon. A playful little Totodile emerged, bouncing around her excitedly. Totodile, Totodile, Totodile. It chirped, circling its owner in delight. The girl embraced it, then turned to the boy across from her. Quickly, summon your Pokemon. The boy smiled faintly, retrieving his Pokeball. In a flash of red light, an unexpected Pokemon appeared, shocking all present. Come forth. Blaziken, a Pokemon, standing upright with flames erupting from its neck, made its entrance. The temperature around it instantly soared. Everyone stared in disbelief, especially the girl, who was most astonished. Chapter 3, Beta Test Players. How could your Pokemon be a Blaziken? She exclaimed. Initially, she had assumed it was merely Cyndaquil, never expecting the opponent to possess its final evolution. How could her Totodile possibly stand a chance? The disparity between evolution stages is monumental. Moreover, this was a battle spanning 2 evolutionary stages. Even with attribute advantages, facing Blaziken was an insurmountable challenge. Unless her Totodile also happened to be its ultimate evolution, Feraligatr. Why couldn't I have a Blaziken? The boy smirked. What's the matter? Are you afraid? I'll tell you this. You have only 2 options. First, admit defeat gracefully and transfer 2,000 to me. Second, allow your Totodile to battle, letting my Blaziken relish the thrill of combat before you send the money my way. You despicable cad. You are deliberately setting a trap. The girl fumed, realizing too late that had she known her opponent wielded a Blaziken, she would never have approached. Well, that's your own folly for being greedy, the boy taunted, then brandished his phone. Enough chatter. If you're too afraid to fight, then transfer the money obediently. I detest those who refuse to acknowledge their losses. With that, he snapped his fingers, prompting Blaziken to advance menacingly, its flames intensifying. Faced with Blaziken's ferocious demeanor, the girl succumbed, retrieving her phone to transfer the mere 3,000 she possessed, parting with 2,000. Receiving the transfer from the girl, the young lad continued to shout his challenge. Come. Who else dares to face me? This time, you can have 20 people against just me. The stakes are 2,000 each from you, while I wager 200,000. If you win, I shall reward you with 20,000. The onlookers exchanged glances, some beginning to feel tempted, inquiring if anyone was willing to join. 2 minutes later, 20 little Crogunks stood facing the boy. Brothers, let us all unleash our water guns together. I refuse to believe that even the fiercest of flames from his Blaziken can withstand the assault of 20 Crogunks, shouted a bold youth. Indeed, let him learn the consequences of arrogance, echoed the others. The boy gazed at them, a smirk once again curling at the corners of his mouth, as he placed his hand behind his back and retrieved 2 Pokeballs. 2 beams of red light shot forth, revealing a Bayleaf, the evolved form of Chikorita, alongside a Croconaw, the evolved form of Totodile. For a moment, everyone was astonished once more. The boy not only had a Blaziken, but also possessed 2 additional starter Pokemon in their evolved forms. This is unfair, someone exclaimed, unable to restrain themselves. Having a Blaziken was already enough to incite envy. How could he possibly bring forth 2 more evolved starters? How can we fight against that? They lamented. Observing their furious expressions, the boy wore a mocking grin, toying with the Pokeballs as he declared, There's nothing unfair about this. As I stated before, you now have 2 options. First, concede gracefully and hand over 2,000 each. Second, let your Crogunks face off against me and allow my Blaziken, Bayleaf, and Croconaw to relish the thrill of battle before you transfer the money to me. Dream on, roared the leading youth. Brothers, let us charge. Even with 3 starters, let us not forget we have 20 people. We might not truly lose. His words ignited the fighting spirit of the others, prompting them to direct their Crogunks to attack the boy's starters. Unfazed by their onslaught, the boy remained indifferent. Croconaw, use scary face, he commanded. A terrifying expression emerged from Croconaw, glaring at the attacking Crogunks. The little Crogunks were instantly paralyzed with fear, frozen in place, trembling. Bayleaf, use poison powder. Bayleaf released a cloud of green pollen that drifted towards the Crogunks. Unable to evade due to their fright, the Crogunks soon succumbed to poisoning, their expressions filled with distress as they cried out in agony. Blaziken, unleash flamethrower. In the next moment, a searing flame erupted from Blaziken's mouth. Overwhelmed by both fear and poison, the Crogunks soon fell, weakened and incapacitated. Within a minute, all 20 Crogunks lay defeated. Their trainers hastily scooped up their Pokemon, seeking help. Hey, 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 finish your transfer before you leave. A flame shot from Blaziken, blocking their escape. You. The group glared at the boy in fury. What do you mean you? Wager and accept defeat. Just a friendly reminder. This isn't like handheld gaming. If your Pokemon faint, they truly faint. There's no coming back. The boy chuckled. And the next moment, he recalled something and quickly amended. Oh, wait, there is one way. Unless you're lucky enough to encounter the legendary Ho-Oh. It does have the ability to revive. The group capitulated, begrudgingly approaching the boy to initiate the transfer. After they completed the transaction, the boy continued his earlier ruse. Calling out to the remaining onlookers, this time, all of you can join forces. If you defeat me, each will receive 2,000, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word. However, this time, no one was willing to seize that opportunity. Noticing the lack of response, the boy added, how about this? Each of you pays 4,000. If I lose, I will give each of you 4,000. If you lose, only 2,000 from one of you. Yet, the more he spoke, the more suspicion grew among the crowd, until a bespectacled youth stepped forth. You're an internal tester, aren't you? Is it amusing to bully us novice players here in Leaf Town? The boy leaning against the tree was momentarily stunned, evidently surprised that someone could deduce his identity. The onlookers immediately clamored to inquire about what an internal tester was, as they had no knowledge of such a thing. The internal testers were given 1,000 slots by Heavenly God Technology a year ago when the game was still in beta, allowing them to experience the game early and provide feedback, the bespectacled youth explained, turning to the boy. As an internal tester, aren't you afraid Heavenly God Technology will revoke your account for preying on novice players in the starting village? The boy scoffed. Revoke? Kid, I think you've forgotten that the game is currently crashing and cannot be exited, which means no one can halt my actions here. But no matter how much it crashes, the game will be fixed, the bespectacled youth retorted. Upon hearing this, the boy burst into laughter. As if he had just heard the funniest joke. Let me tell you the truth, this game cannot be fixed. We are all destined to be trapped here forever. With that, he clapped his hands together. Come forth, Zichio, Xiling. Since someone has discovered our existence, continuing to toy with them has lost its charm. Moments later, a boy and a girl emerged from the crowd. They each produced a Pokeball, summoning their Pokemon, one a Charizard, the other a Venusaur. The final forms of the Kanto region's starters, Charmander and Bulbasaur. As these two Pokemon appeared, they positioned themselves beside the crowd, blocking their escape route. Alright, I shan't waste more breath. My sole purpose for being here is to rob you while you're still weak, the boy declared with a smug grin. I won't take much, just 2,000 from each of you will suffice. Complete the transfer, and you may leave immediately. If you refuse, well, then you can release your Pokemon for us to defeat. Chapter 4. The First Battle, Part 1. Beneath a distant tree, Xia Fan observed the encircled players with raised eyebrows. Initially, upon seeing the Blaziken, he had thought someone, like himself, had been fortunate enough to acquire a system, causing him to hesitate to challenge others for money, preferring to assess the situation first. However, upon hearing the bespectacled youth mention the existence of internal testers, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't possess any cheats. That privilege was his alone. Pika. At that moment, Mew appeared on Xia Fan's shoulder, calling out. Xia Fan turned in confusion, as Mew transformed back into its human form, leaving him unable to comprehend its utterances. Mew, surely you can communicate with me through telepathy? Xia Fan inquired. As a creation of Mew's genes, it was expected that even a Mutwo could communicate telepathically. If Mew couldn't, that would indeed be perplexing. Yes, master. A melodious and ethereal voice resonated within Xia Fan's mind, making him even fonder of Mew. Master, are they villains? I detest those who use Pokemon to bully others. With its Pika-like appearance, Mew tilted its head and questioned Xia Fan. Upon hearing Mew's words, Xia Fan's eyes brightened, and he promptly replied, Yes, Mew. Would you like to join me in teaching them a lesson? Those kinds of people deserve a good thrashing. I would love to, master. Excellent, Mew. Then follow my commands in the battle ahead. A smile crept across Xia Fan's face. With Mew by his side, he felt no trepidation about facing those internal testers. After all, no matter how formidable their Pokemon were, could they rival a legendary Pokemon? Especially one as esteemed as Mew, the progenitor of all Pokemon. Even if Mew wasn't as battle-hardened as Mutwo, it would effortlessly overpower them. With this thought, Xia Fan resolutely approached them. However, as he took his second step forward, he hesitated and retreated. Hiding behind a tree, he utilized his skill to transform himself into a middle-aged man. Master, what is your intention? Dream Fantasy inquired, puzzled. It is to facilitate the rescue of others, Xia Fan replied nonchalantly. Dream Fantasy, allow me to explain. Rescuing others requires an understanding of methods and approaches. For human hearts are intricate. If I were to confront them with my true appearance and you alongside me, should anyone recognize you as dream fantasy? It would undoubtedly lead to a multitude of complications. Thus, adopting a false identity is the most prudent course of action, even if someone perceives the ruse. It does not affect me in the slightest. Dream fantasy tilted her head, blinking innocently. You will understand in due time. Xia Fan chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards the distant bay leaf that was herding others away. Bay leaf! Bay leaf! The bay leaf, struck by the stone, turned to see a middle-aged man accompanied by a Pidgey approaching, and immediately, anger surged within, prompting it to lash out with its vine whip. Pidgey used gust. With a flurry of wings, Dream Fantasy took flight from Xia Fan's shoulder, first sweeping aside the vine whip aimed at her, then soaring above the bay leaf, rapidly flapping her wings. In no time, for fierce gusts of wind were unleashed, engulfing the bay leaf from all directions, leaving it no chance to evade. Bay leaf! It cried out in despair, collapsing under the assault of the powerful winds, rendered incapable of fighting. The aerial attack had a natural advantage over the grass-type Pokémon. The battle between Dream Fantasy and Bayleaf inevitably drew the attention of the three internal testers, particularly the young man who led the trio. Witnessing his Bayleaf fall to a mere unevolved Pidgey in a single blow ignited his fury, prompting him to summon his Blaziken. He recalled Bayleaf into its Pokeball and glared coldly at Xia Fan. Old man, are you meddling in our affairs? Ha ha, I'm merely excited by the hunt. Xia Fan clapped his hands enthusiastically, adopting the demeanor of a mischievous old rascal. You three seem formidable. How about a battle with me? You wish to engage us in a bounty battle? The young man arched an eyebrow, momentarily suspecting that this man intended to thwart their robbery. However, this was fortuitous, as he had yet to satiate his craving for Pokemon combat. Very well, old man, what stakes do you propose? Xia Fan spread his arms wide. Everything. Let us wager all our money. If you win, I'll give you all I have. If I win, you hand over all your funds. The young man frowned. Are you certain? Absolutely. The three exchanged glances, and finally, the girl beside the young man spoke up. Then tell us how much you possess. If it's not worth much, don't inquire about my wealth. Xia Fan interrupted her grandly. I am a man who dares to take on three opponents. The question is, do you dare? The trio exchanged bewildered looks. Xia Fan's words left them somewhat disoriented. Could this man be attempting to deceive them? Was there truly such an opportunity in this world? The girl voiced her caution. Zichio is right. I suspect he might be an internal tester like us. Perhaps hiding allies in the shadows, ready for a backstab. The previously silent male member of the trio finally spoke. After hearing this, the young man turned to survey the surroundings. Are you not men? Do you lack courage? If you're afraid, then all three of you can come at me. I'll face you with just a Pidgey. Xia Fan's eyes were fixed on the central youth, and the latter, driven by youthful bravado, could no longer contain himself. Bring it on. Anyone who fails to acknowledge their defeat is a coward. He then directed his companions. You're not allowed to assist. Watch how I roast his Pidgey with Blaziken. Blaziken, sunny day? With a fierce cry, Blaziken ignited its flames, which blazed even more intensely than before, outshining the sun itself. The temperature around them soared, reaching levels capable of scorching a person. Blaziken, flamethrower. Under the direction of the young man, Blaziken launched an even more potent flamethrower, enhanced by the sunny day, which would surely incapacitate Pidgey on impact. Pidgey, quick attack. With a flash of lightning, Dream Fantasy evaded the incoming flames, darting above Blaziken, gathering energy in her beak. Use Hyper Beam. What? How is that possible? The young man, bewildered by what skill Pidgey was charging, was abruptly alarmed upon hearing Hyper Beam. Blaziken, evade. Blaziken attempted to leap away, but it was too late. Dream Fantasy, transformed into Pidgey, was quicker. A beam of dark energy erupted from Pidgey's beak, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The next moment, a violent explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke. None could ascertain Blaziken's fate until a gust of wind cleared the haze, revealing the fallen Blaziken, motionless, its flames extinguished. Blaziken! The young man panicked, rushing forward to assess his Pokemon's condition. Don't worry, it's not dead. It's just unable to battle. My Pidgey is far more sentient, Xia Fan remarked, affectionately stroking Dream Fantasy, who had returned to his shoulder. Why? How can your Pidgey utilize such a skill as Hyper Beam? The young man, recalling Blaziken into its Pokeball, stood up, glaring coldly at Xia Fan, struggling to comprehend how a mere Pidgey could wield such a formidable ultimate skill. Guess, Xia Fan teased. You. The young man seethed with frustration. Enough chatter. If you're afraid to continue battling, then promptly transfer the funds and depart. The young man gritted his teeth, glancing at his companions. Though reluctant to seek assistance, he was left with only a Totodile and doubted it could contend with a Pidgey capable of Hyper Beam, so he had no choice but to rally his allies. His companions, understanding the young man's intent, recalled their Charizard and Venusaur, disregarding the novice players they had captured. With Charizard and Venusaur no longer obstructing their path, most novice players scattered, except for a few bold souls who, unable to resist their curiosity, lingered to witness how the Pidgey, akin to a deity, would confront the two titans of the Kanto region, Charizard and Venusaur. The battle was on the verge of commencing. On the left stood the trio of internal testers. Charizard soared gracefully through the air, spewing sparks from its mouth, while Venusaur brandished its vines, poised to strike at the command of its trainer. On the right stood Xia Fan alone, facing the trio with unwavering composure, Dream Fantasy transformed into Pidgey by his side, ready to engage the three Pokémon before them. Totodile Bite. The young man issued the first command, hoping to intimidate Pidgey with Totodile's fierce visage, momentarily paralyzing it with fear. However, he underestimated the situation. Pidgey remained unfazed, instead flapping its wings and yawning at the sight of Totodile. The heart of mockery was palpable. As Lonnie looked at Bobo's expression, he was instantly consumed by an unparalleled rage. Without waiting for the boy to issue further commands, he charged towards Bobo without hesitation. "This is bad. That's a skill provocation," the boy exclaimed, unable to fathom how a mere Bobo could employ such a tactic. And he hurriedly yelled for Lon-E to return. However, this was the Dream's provocation skill. There was no way to call it back. At that moment, Lon-E's mind was filled with Bobo's earlier mocking expression, and all he could think of was to crush Bobo and swallow it whole to relieve his pent-up fury. Charizard, assist Lon-E. The moment that Bobo uses its destruction ray, unleash your flamethrower upon it. The boy's companion, a man named Zichio, quickly instructed. Venusaur, Solar Flare. As soon as that Bobo initiates its attack, you and Charizard strike together. Added another companion, a girl named Ziling. The enormous Venusaur nodded in understanding. And then the radiant sunlight began to gather into a tangible force within its large, open petals. Watching Charizard and Venusaur harnessing their power to prepare for the assault on his dream, Xia Fan smirked, muttering a few words under his breath before issuing a loud command. "Bobo, use Shadow Clone, charge at them." Dream exclaimed, and in an instant, its form split into three, each darting towards Lon-E, Charizard, and Venusaur respectively. Lon-E, Water Gun. Charizard, Flamethrower. The boy and Zichio shouted in unison. A powerful jet of water and a blazing flame instantly scattered two of the Bobo clones. Fake forms. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Bobo that was barreling towards Venusaur. If the other two were mere illusions, then this one must be the true form. Then they heard Xia Fan's voice. "Bobo, Destruction Ray." The boy and Zichio quickly turned their attention to the girl. "Ziling, order Solar Flare now." While it's still gathering energy, the boy urged. "Shujin good, don't rush. Solar Flare takes time, but I assure you it will be faster than its Bobo." The girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow. 2 seconds later, Venusaur conjured a sphere of light resembling a small sun. "Venusaur, Solar Flare now," the girl commanded anxiously. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light surged towards the Bobo that was gathering energy in the air. In an instant, everyone seemed to witness the scene of Bobo being dissolved beneath the beam. Alas, such a formidable Bobo, gone just like that. It's a pity to have followed the wrong master. The onlookers sighed in unison. If only such a Bobo were theirs. They would surely treat it as a revered ancestor, for the position of their main companion would undeniably belong to it. To have mastered the Destruction Ray without even evolving, and to spar against the final evolutions of the starter Pokémon like this, imagine its potential once it evolves. It could perhaps contend with legendary Pokémon, and might even emerge victorious. Ha ha ha, it's over. Your Bobo has perished, and according to our wager, you must transfer all your money to me. The boy laughed heartily, taunting Xia Fan, extending his hand to claim his due. "Do you truly believe it has ended?" Xia Fan, observing the boy's triumphant demeanor, calmly uttered words that left everyone bewildered. "What do you mean?" Su Zhang's smile abruptly vanished, his brows furrowing in confusion. Snap! Xia Fan raised his hand, a crisp sound echoing through the air. Immediately, a cacophony erupted from above. Everyone looked up in astonishment. In midair, they beheld a Bobo diving towards the ground, unleashing a black energy beam aimed directly at Venusaur, who was poised to bask in its owner-esque glory. Before anyone could react, a deafening explosion resonated. When they looked again, all they saw was Venusaur lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. How could this be? Why is it up there? Su Zheng was aghast, struggling to comprehend how a Bobo, which was supposed to have been dissolved by the solar flare, could suddenly emerge from above. Because the solar flare struck its substitute, Xia Fan replied with a smirk. The whispered conversation he had shared with Dream earlier was a strategy to have it use the substitute skill while employing Shadow Clone, creating a decoy capable of absorbing damage, thereby achieving a deceptive effect. Meanwhile, the true form of Dream had utilized its invisibility skill to lie in wait in the air, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the destruction ray. A substitute. It can still use the substitute skill. Su Zheng was at a loss for words, utterly astonished. Was this truly a mere Bobo or a legendary Pokémon? Its potential was so extraordinary that it defied belief. Chapter 6. The first battle continued. I will kill you. At that moment, the owner of Venusaur, the girl named Ziling, suddenly roared, her teeth clenched as she lunged towards Xia Fan. However, in the next second, she was restrained by the man named Zichio. Sister, calm down. Quickly return Venusaur to its Pokeball and take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. His words snapped the girl back to reality, and she hurriedly recalled Venusaur, turning to leave. Hey, what's this? Trying to run without acknowledging your defeat? Xia Fan, unwilling to let anyone escape, called out to her. If you dare to flee, I'll make sure to leave your two companions half dead. Do you believe me? The middle-aged version of Xia Fan was far from amicable, his visage a mask of menace. With his threatening words, the girl halted her steps. Seeing this, Xia Fan's fierce demeanor faded, and he smiled. Of course, if you're willing to concede on behalf of your companions and transfer the payment to me early, I wouldn't mind letting you go. The three exchanged glances, wavering between conceding and not conceding. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Don't let him intimidate you. Finally, it was Su Zheng, the one in a leadership position, who spoke up. Besides, your brother Zichio's Charizard and Milani are here. We might not necessarily lose. Don't forget, that's just a Bobo that has never evolved, not a legendary Pokemon. It cannot possibly use Destruction Ray as if it were a trivial skill. No matter how high its talent or comprehension, there should be limitations stemming from its species. Using it twice is already outrageous. I can hardly imagine it having enough energy for a third use. Even if a miracle occurs and it does manage to use it a third time, its power should be significantly diminished. Charizard's flamethrower would surely incinerate it into a charred bird. Despite his words, both Zichio and Ziling noticed the cold sweat breaking out on Su Zheng's face, yet they did not refuse. They too did not wish to engage in a 3-on-1 battle and be unable to defeat even a single Bobo. The battle resumed. Lonnie, fall back and let Charizard take over the fight, Su Zheng commanded, instructing the previously provoked Lon E to retreat into a supportive offensive position. Given that it was challenging for Lon E to hit the flying Bobo, allowing Charizard to confront it directly was the wisest choice. Charizard advance. Get close to Bobo and use wing attack. As the primary attacker, Charizard's owner, Zhang Zichio, began issuing commands. With a roar, Charizard spread its broad, sturdy wings and soared through the sky towards Bobo. Observing this, Xia Fan smirked. Bobo Steel Wing. Bobo unfurled its wings, and in an instant, they became as hard as steel, reflecting the sunlight. Undeterred, Bobo charged towards Charizard. A sharp sound of impact resonated as their wings collided, with Bobo refusing to back down. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Steel Wing, it can even use Steel Wing. My heavens, is this still a Bobo? It completely defies my understanding of Pokemon. I don't care, I will catch that Bobo as my next Pokemon. The trio of adversaries swallowed hard, utterly at a loss for words. A mere Pidgey, slightly larger than a sparrow, was capable of clashing with a Charizard weighing nearly 200 kilograms, and it showed no signs of faltering. Pray tell, how could one possibly prevail in such a scenario? Charizard, use Smokescreen. In a state of desperation, Zhang Zichio began to issue chaotic commands, hoping to obscure Pidgey's vision with smoke before launching an attack. With a roar, Charizard expelled a thick cloud of black smoke upon the next collision with Pidgey's wings. Foolish. Summerfan couldn't help but scoff at the sight. How effective could such a visual obfuscation technique be against a flying Pokemon? It was akin to providing an opportunity for Charizard's demise. Pidgey, execute Strategy 1. Strategy 1. The trio's hearts raced. The elaborate terminology inexplicably instilled a sense of unease. Charizard, move away from the smoke and prepare to unleash a flamethrower, Zhang Zichio ordered urgently. Charizard complied, distancing itself while gathering flames within its maw. In the next moment, 3 Pidgeys burst forth from the smoke, each channeling the energy for a devastating beam of destruction, charging toward Charizard. The onlookers' expressions turned chaotic once more. However, some reacted swiftly. Exclaiming, "It's a shadow clone. 2 of them are fakes. Hearing this, Zhang Ziqiu quickly commanded, Charizard, unleash flamethrower, target all 3. Charizard, upon receiving the order, unleashed the flames it had been accumulating. The nearest Pidgey disintegrated instantly under the inferno. The second followed suit, consumed by the flames. Thus, it became evident that the true Pidgey could only be the last one remaining. Realizing this, Zhang Ziqiu urgently instructed, Charizard, direct all flames toward that last one. Charizard concentrated all its internal power into one final fiery blast. With a resounding whoosh, the last Pidgey also vanished into thin air. Fake. Still a fake. The trio felt a knot form in their stomachs. At that moment, a deafening noise erupted from the smoke, and a dark beam shot forth, striking the now exhausted Charizard directly. The impact sent Charizard hurtling backward for several dozen meters, crashing through trees before collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Pidgey soared from the smoke like a war deity, its gaze sharp and fixed upon the lone remaining Totodile. The blue crocodile met Pidgey's stare, but this time it bore no semblance of its previous ferocity. Instead, it looked upon Pidgey with trepidation. Its older companions had all been vanquished by this avian, leaving it in a state of panic. Moments later, the blue crocodile turned tail and scurried behind its trainer. Having succumbed to fear, "Are we still fighting?" Summerfan shouted. The trio glared at him through gritted teeth, fully aware of the absurdity of the question. With the last Pokémon, Totodile, reduced to a shadow of its former self, how could they possibly continue? Observing their expressions, Summerfan approached them with a smug demeanor. At that moment, Mew returned to his shoulder, communicating telepathically, "Master, how well did I execute the strategy?" Summerfan affectionately patted its head. "Splendidly, absolutely splendidly. Strategy 1 was executed flawlessly." Strategy 1 had been devised during the brief moment when the 3 debated whether to continue the battle. As he and Mew prepared to replicate the tactic that had previously defeated a Venusaur, employing it at the most opportune moment. Chapter 7, The Pantheon of Gods. "Shall we exchange contact information for a future rematch?" Su Zheng grumbled begrudgingly as the internal testers transferred their funds. "Contact information?" Summerfan, who was overseeing their actions to ensure no deceit, smiled radiantly. Having anticipated such an inquiry, he delivered his prepared excuse with an air of grandeur. "Only those who have triumphed over me are entitled to my contact information. As for the vanquished, namely yourselves, it suffices to know that I hail from the Pantheon of Gods." The Pantheon of Gods? The trio froze, exchanging bewildered glances, silently questioning each other if they had heard of it, only to receive a chorus of headshakes in response. Recognizing their perplexity, Summerfan continued to weave his tale. "It matters not if you are unaware. After all, your level has yet to qualify you for our acquaintance. However, rest assured, the Pantheon of Gods has emerged, and in the days to come, this world shall witness the power that we embody." The trio found themselves even more bewildered. "Is this a gaming organization introduced by divine technology?" Su Zheng whispered to his companions. "No idea." The siblings Ziqiu and Xiling shook their heads in unison. "Are you a player?" Su Zheng tentatively asked Summerfan. "A player?" Summerfan feigned confusion, then swiftly adopted an expression of understanding. "Indeed, I am a player of life itself. Our mission in the Pantheon of Gods is to seize control of the world and bring peace to it." Well then, upon hearing such juvenile rhetoric, the trio promptly labeled Summerfan as an NPC, for only villainous organizations and games would spew such grandiose proclamations of salvation. With this realization, they suddenly felt a sense of relief. Losing to an NPC's Pidgey was no disgrace. Losing to a player's Pidgey was indeed embarrassing. The existence of this NPC was undoubtedly a safeguard by divine technology to protect novice players from exploitation, standing against those seasoned players who sought to prey upon newcomers. At that moment, the 3 had unwittingly stumbled into a confrontation with the very protector meant to shield them. "Esteemed elder, might you share how you trained your Pidgey?" It was the bespectacled youth who had previously mentioned the existence of internal testers who approached once more. As the words left his mouth, a spark of excitement ignited among the onlookers, all drawn closer. Such powerful NPCs typically appeared in specific locations bearing game-related quests. And here was an individual whose Pidgey could obliterate the final evolutions of the starter trio. Surely he had come to impart wisdom on training Pokémon. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Summerfan was momentarily stunned. It was a question he had not anticipated. For an NPC of such caliber to appear in this setting without imparting significant information would indeed be unreasonable. Fortunately, Summerfan's mind was agile, and he quickly masked his brief astonishment. "Since you asked, I shall enlighten you," he continued in the tone befitting an NPC. "It's quite simple. First, you must live and train alongside it. For instance, when it practices its hyper beam, you should prepare a ton of water to drink alongside it. Then accompany it while it expels it. When it trains its steel wing, you should join it in crashing into trees. When it practices its substitute, you should engage in a bit of mental disassociation to help it master its own duplicates. The crowd was left in disarray, struggling to comprehend the NPC's absurd training methods. You must drink a ton of water while practicing hyperbeam, crash into trees during steel wing training, engage in mental disassociation while practicing substitute. What sort of divine training regimen is this? However, their confusion was short-lived, as they finally gleaned a vital piece of information from Xia Fan. My Pidgey was captured during the full moon night of August 15th in Yuanzhou City. Yuanzhou City? A collective spark ignited in the crowd. Was that not the city closely associated with the legendary Ho-Oh? With this revelation, they all resolved to remember the plan to visit Yuanzhou City on August 15th, convinced that, according to gaming conventions, a Pidgey of comparable legendary potential would appear this year. Observing the excitement flickering in their eyes, Xia Fan struggled to suppress his laughter. After confirming that the three had indeed transferred all their funds to him, he took a deep breath and commanded, "Pidgey, use fly." As the words fell, under the gaze of all present, Xia Fan grasped the slender ankle of Dream, soaring upward and away from the town of Ruoyi. Poor Bobo. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The others nodded in agreement. A creature the size of a head, Bobo, was indeed put to the test. Being whisked away by such a robust master, Bobo, with Xia Fan, eventually soared into the woods. Upon entering the forest, Xia Fan requested to be let down. Once on solid ground, he leaned against a tree, bursting into laughter as he reverted to his true form. Dream also returned to its original shape, standing nearby. Perplexed as it observed its master, it didn't quite comprehend Xia Fan's sense of humor. "Master, where shall we head next?" Dream communicated telepathically. "Do you wish to find some sprite companions to play with?" Xia Fan inquired, still chuckling and rubbing his aching belly. "Of course I do." "Splendid. Then we shall first return to seek the professor for the Pokemon Pokédex, and thereafter, we will embark on a quest to find legendary beasts to be your friends, such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Mewtwo," Xia Fan proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Collecting legendary Pokemon was indeed the dream of every Pokemon trainer. "Master, they want to play with me," Dream replied, shaking its head. "Their temperaments are quite haughty. If I were to enter their territory, they would surely drive me away. Fear not, for I, your master, am exceptionally formidable. Should we encounter them," Xia Fan began, gesturing grandly, only to abruptly halt, turning back to ask, "Does that imply you have encountered other legendary beasts? Could you regale me with where?" "I once met a Pokemon crafted from my genes on a small island. It was engaged in battle alongside its companions. Upon noticing me, it attacked with great ferocity," Dream recalled with a disdainful expression. "Mewtwo, my dear Dream," Xia Fan exclaimed, suddenly animated. "What other Pokemon could possibly be created from your genes?" However, his excitement incited Dream's displeasure, as it pouted in indignation. Xia Fan quickly cleared his throat, correcting himself. No, it ought to be called Mewbro. Compared to you, Dream, Mewtwo is merely a younger sibling, hardly worth mentioning. Nevertheless, he could not resist adding, "By the way, do you know where it went after that battle? Rest assured, if we chance upon it again, I shall certainly teach it a lesson, compelling it to address you as father. After that battle, it departed with its companions. Beyond that, I know not where it has gone," Dream replied. Hearing this, Xia Fan smacked his lips in disappointment, noting that not knowing its whereabouts was tantamount to saying nothing at all. "What other legendary beasts have you encountered?" He pressed on. "I once came across a Pokemon, its body shimmering with a rainbow of colors, leaving a trail of rainbows in its wake. Others call it Ho-Oh. Do you know where it is?" Xia Fan inquired, once again brimming with excitement. Dream shook its head. "No, I merely encountered it on my travels." Xia Fan, once more disheartened, smacked his lips before stubbornly asking again. Dream, with its eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly declared after a minute. "I once saw a creature referred to as Rayquaza in the Hoenn region. It seems to reside in a place called the Sky Pillar. I once greeted it, but it was dreadfully rude and ignored me." "Raybro," Xia Fan exclaimed excitedly, only to catch Dream casting another jealous pout in his direction. He could only assert once more. "Indeed, it is quite rude. Ignoring a greeting is utterly unacceptable. Fear not, Dream. When I capture it, I shall teach it the virtues of courtesy, ensuring it addresses you as elder brother from then on." Dream nodded in satisfaction. "Are there any other legendary beasts?" Xia Fan inquired, rubbing his hands together. Regrettably, Dream proceeded to recount encounters with other Pokemon during its travels, but without specific locations, the conversation reached a standstill. Transformed back to his original form, Xia Fan returned to Ruoyi Town to collect the Pokédex and some gear from the professor, and with Dream by his side, he commenced his journey. Chapter 8. The Battle of the Numbered Tokens, Chengdu Region. Jige City. Xiaohuan, how is it? Is this beef noodle delicious? In a corner of a beef noodle restaurant, a young boy had just finished a bowl of beef noodles, clutching his belly in delight, while beside him sat another bowl of noodles, gradually diminishing without an occupant. Delicious. Dream's joyful voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Then eat more. We have ample funds, enough to satisfy our appetite. Once we are full and have rested, we shall pursue our first badge. Xia Fan laughed heartily, patting the air. Having spent some time in this world, his bond with Dream had deepened significantly. Typically, they would seek out renowned eateries in every locale. For convenience in communication, he now referred to Dream as Xiaohuan. I would like another bowl of beef noodles and a beef pie. The voice in his mind chimed again. Very well. Xia Fan nodded with a smile, rising to approach the counter to order another bowl of noodles and 2 beef pies. A few minutes later, a server arrived, and Dream, hidden in an invisible state, promptly ceased its consumption, resuming only after the server had placed the order and departed. Observing the noodles gradually disappearing once more, Xia Fan chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to comment further. Dream was particularly fixated on food. It generally relished transforming into various Pokémon forms, yet during mealtime, it would stubbornly revert to its original appearance to indulge in its meal, believing that this constituted true consumption. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan and Dream, satisfied and clutching their full bellies, departed the restaurant. They planned to leisurely stroll to the gym before commencing their first challenge. Half an hour later, after a slow walk, Xia Fan and Dream arrived at the flying-type gym in Jige City. Just as they reached the entrance, a young man with blonde hair intercepted them. Apologies, but there are still 20 individuals ahead of you waiting to challenge. You may choose to return in a day or two when there are fewer people, or you can take a numbered token and wait for your turn. 20 people? Xia Fan's mouth twitched. Surely, they weren't all players with the same intention as he. If that were the case, returning a few days later would likely result in an even longer wait. What does taking a numbered token entail? Is it a sequential entry? He queried. Indeed, the blonde youth confirmed, producing a machine token inscribed with the number 21. Once the first 20 trainers have completed their challenges, your token will light up. You must arrive here within half an hour and present it to me to proceed with your challenge. Then I shall take a numbered token. Thank you. Xia Fan pondered for a moment, smiling as he accepted the token. Leaving the gym, Xia Fan intended to meander around the city for a while longer. However, as he passed a park near the Pokémon Center, he observed a group engaged in battles, with 2 individuals seemingly concluding their match, each exchanging a digital token. The design of those tokens resembled the one he had received at the gym. Approaching to observe, Xia Fan spoke with one of the onlookers and soon learned that these individuals were indeed those who had queued ahead of him to challenge the gym. They were battling to secure a higher position for their tokens. The rules dictated that the owner of the later number token needed to present 3,000 yuan as a challenge fee, and the outcome would be determined by a battle between 1 Pokémon from each side. The loser would pay the 3,000, while the winner would simply exchange tokens with the opponent. Xiaohuan, let us join in. You should enter your Pokeball first, and follow my commands to transform. Upon grasping this information, Xia Fan decisively opted to join, murmuring softly to the Pokeball directed towards the air, which then opened automatically, allowing an invisible entity to slip inside. A minute later, Xia Fan located the trainer of Digital Badge 18. According to the regulations, he could challenge a maximum of 3 numbers, namely 20, 19, and 18, meaning he could not directly confront the holder of the first badge. At that moment, the trainer of Digital Badge 18 had just failed in a challenge against the holder of Badge 15. According to the rules, should he wish to challenge again, he would need to accept a challenge from a lower-ranking badge. If victorious, he could challenge a higher-ranking badge again. If defeated, he would have to exchange badges with the lower-ranking trainer. Come on, I want to let you take my badge, the trainer, a young man, expressed with evident frustration. He had once held the 6th badge, but, due to his greed, had descended to his current position, unable to reclaim his former standing. Observing his expression, Xia Fan smiled, retrieving a Pokeball from his belt. After whispering a few words, he pressed the button to release it. Come forth, Pikachu. A flash of red light erupted, revealing a yellow electric mouse, occasionally shimmering with electricity and sporting its signature red spots on its cheeks. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. The appearance of Pikachu instantly provoked squeals of excitement from a group of onlookers, particularly girls, for wild Pikachu were seldom seen in this city, rendering them quite a rarity. Meanwhile, the young man stood stunned, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him upon seeing Pikachu, for his own Pokemon was of the water type, which was naturally at a disadvantage against an electric type like Pikachu. Helpless, he could only retrieve his Pokeball. Come forth, Totodile. With a flash of red light, the bouncy little Totodile emerged. Totodile, use water gun and then bite. The young man hastily commanded, hoping to catch Xia Fan off guard. Totodile, with a determined cry, it unleashed a stream of water from its mouth while charging toward Pikachu. However, Xia Fan was already one step ahead. Upon seeing the water gun, he knew precisely what the young man intended. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack, he commanded decisively. A bolt of electricity flickered as Pikachu effortlessly evaded the water gun and sped toward Totodile. When Pikachu was merely a meter away, Xia Fan issued another order. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, followed by Iron Tail. As the words left his lips, Pikachu surged forward, unleashing a lightning bolt as thick as a human thigh towards Totodile, simultaneously transforming its tail into steel. At such close range, Totodile had no chance to evade and could only endure the impact. A second later, a piercing scream erupted from Totodile as the electric shock took effect. 2 seconds later, the electricity dissipated and Pikachu leaped into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before bringing its iron tail crashing down onto Totodile's abdomen, sending it flying into a park pond several dozens of feet away. The spectators rushed over to assess the situation, only to find Totodile wobbling and then collapsing in the pond, rendered unable to battle. The young man reluctantly exchanged his badge with Xia Fan, returned Totodile to its Pokeball, and hurried to the Pokemon Center to restore his Pokemon's health before seeking another challenger. Chapter 9, Strategy Number 2. Having acquired Badge 18, Xia Fan, accompanied by Pikachu, transformed from you, set out to find the holder of Badge 15. 2 minutes later, he found the owner, a young woman, engaged in a challenge against a Fire-type Pokemon, the Charizard. A few minutes later, the outcome was as expected, with her Grass-type, Bayleaf, succumbing to the elemental disadvantage. After transferring the 3,000 challenge fee to her opponent, she noticed Xia Fan standing nearby, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. "Are you here to challenge me?" she inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fan nodded in affirmation. "Then let us begin." She gestured for him to take his position. "Are you not going to send your Bayleaf to the Pokemon Center for treatment first?" Xia Fan remarked, astonished, as Bayleaf appeared severely injured from the previous battle. "Who says I only have one Pokemon?" She replied with a smile, producing another Pokeball. "Come forth, Shroomish." A flash of red light revealed a Pokemon resembling a kangaroo topped with a mushroom cap. "I apologize, but I also have a Grass-type Pokemon. I intend to win back the money I lost before heading to the Pokemon Center," she declared confidently. Xia Fan shrugged. If she was so self-assured, he could only comply. "Come back, Pikachu." Reaching his opponent's side, he returned Pikachu to its Pokeball, murmuring softly before pretending to retrieve another Pokeball from his bag. "Come forth, Fire Mouse." In the next instant, a Fire Mouse, capable of emitting flames from its waist and head, appeared. Upon its arrival, Xia Fan feigned embarrassment, saying, "I'm sorry. I also have a Fire-type Pokemon." The young woman nearly choked in disbelief. It felt as if she had struck her own foot with a brick. Had she known he possessed a Fire-type Pokemon, she would have gone directly to the Pokemon Center. Perhaps he would have deemed the challenge too arduous and sought out the trainer with Badge 16 instead. But it was too late for such reflections. Determined to seize the initiative, she quickly ordered, "Shroomish, use Stun Spore." The Shroomish released a fragrant powder towards Fire Mouse. "Fire Mouse, dodge with quick attack and release Smokescreen," Xia Fan commanded. In a flash of fire, Fire Mouse vanished from its position, reappearing atop a rock and enveloping the arena in thick, black smoke. "Shroomish, use Headbutt to interrupt it." Although unsure of Xia Fan's intentions, the young woman recognized that inaction would lead to her demise. Hearing her command, Shroomish sprang forward as if propelled by a spring, launching itself at Fire Mouse with a powerful cyclone emanating from its mushroom cap. "Fire Mouse, evade with quick attack and maintain the smokescreen until the entire arena is enveloped," Xia Fan stated calmly. Fire Mouse began to dart around the battlefield while Shroomish pursued relentlessly. Approximately 6 seconds later, the entire arena was shrouded in smoke, obscuring visibility completely. Fire Mouse and Shroomish awaited their respective commands. Yet, Shroomish's trainer was left bewildered, unable to discern the situation inside the smoke, and unsure how to direct Shroomish in the ensuing battle. Only Xia Fan remained composed, instructing Fire Mouse, implement strategy number 2. Strategy number 2? The young woman furrowed her brow, filled with apprehension. Moments later, she heard the anguished cries of Shroomish amidst the smoke. Panic surged within her. Yet she was powerless to intervene, forced to wait helplessly outside. As the cries of Shroomish grew louder, She could no longer contain herself and shouted her surrender. Xia Fan then called towards the smoke, "Fire mouse, that will do." As his words echoed, the cries ceased. Moments later, the smoke cleared, revealing a scene that left the young woman in shock. Shroomish stood unharmed, bewildered and stationary, while Fire Mouse lounged on the ground, yawning. "What on earth is happening?" she exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Fan chuckled softly, not rushing to respond. After recalling Fire Mouse to its pokeball, he finally spoke. "It's simple. Those cries you heard were all made by my Fire Mouse. It possesses a remarkable talent for mimicry, capable of imitating the cries of many Pokémon. What you heard were merely its imitations." The young woman was left speechless, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. She found it somewhat difficult to accept, as if the earlier incident with the Shroomish had been inconsequential, merely a product of her own unwarranted worries. A few moments later, her frustration mounting, the girl exclaimed angrily, "Just you wait, I will definitely reclaim my honor." With that, she exchanged her number 15 card for one from Xia Fan and stormed off. The feeling of being toyed with left her feeling as if she would rather have endured a thorough beating. After all, she would eventually need to visit the Pokémon Center. Observing the girl's furious retreat, Xia Fan was perplexed. Was it not better that her Pokémon was safe and sound? Did it require a thorough thrashing to satisfy her? The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed unfathomable. Xia Fan sighed, picking up the card as he began his search for the holder of number 12. However, his previous claims had been mere fabrications. Where would a Mew find the innate talent for interspecies communication? The reality was that he had instructed Mew to utilize its transformation ability in the smoke, changing from a Fire Mouse into a Shroomish, and to emit a series of agonizing cries until the opponent's trainer could no longer bear it and conceded defeat. This was what he termed the tactic number 2, one of his devised strategies, and also Mew's favorite tactic, as it allowed for no harm to befall other Pokémon. After 10 minutes of searching, Xia Fan finally located the challenger of number 12, who had recently fallen from number 14. This particular challenger was rather astute. He would only challenge those whose Pokémon he had a type advantage over. When Xia Fan found him, he was engaged in a battle against the number 11 holder. As the holders of numbers 10 and 9 were both water-type trainers, and he, being a fire-type, dared not engage them. Thus, while the number 12 challenger continued his duel, Xia Fan was left waiting on the sidelines. After 2 minutes of anticipation, he did not encounter number 12, but rather a challenge from the holder of number 17. With the holders of numbers 14 and 16 occupied at the Pokémon Center, the challenger had no choice but to face Xia Fan. Xia Fan agreed. After all, there was money to be made from challenges. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the battle arena. The boy holding number 17 eagerly released his Pokémon. "Come forth, Croconaw." Xia Fan observed the Croconaw before glancing at the nearby arena where the battle for number 12 was still fiercely contested. Despite the type advantage, the battle showed no signs of resolution. A playful impulse surged within him. He picked up his Pokeball, murmured a few incantations, and declared, "Come forth, Fire Mouse." A red light emanated from the ball, revealing Mew in its Fire Mouse form. The boy, seeing Xia Fan as Fire Mouse emerge, shouted in excitement, "Yes." He then provocatively beckoned Xia Fan with a gesture. "Come, baby." Xia Fan, bemused by the boy's overconfidence, replied with a smirk, "Fire Mouse, use smoke screen," thus initiating tactic number 2. He intended to replicate his earlier success, relishing the thought of teasing this boy and anticipating his reaction upon discovering the truth. Mere seconds later, as the black smoke enveloped the entire arena, the boy, brimming with confidence, taunted Xia Fan, declaring that even in obscurity, his Croconaw would wreak havoc on Xia Fan's Fire Mouse due to their type advantage. Xia Fan merely smiled in silence, for in the next moment, the anguished cries of Croconaw echoed from within the smoke. Xia Fan circled around to the boy's side, savoring the look of shock and panic that washed over him. What is happening?" The boy stammered, utterly incredulous that the cries resonating from the smoke belonged to Croconaw and not Fire Mouse. Moments later, he began to frantically issue commands. "Croconaw, use water gun. Just aim in any direction and fire." Yet, the smoke remained unresponsive. All that could be heard were the increasingly desperate cries of Croconaw. Seeing it was time to speak, Xia Fan quipped, "Young lad, would you prefer to concede and transfer the funds quickly? Or shall we wait until your Pokémon can no longer utter a sound?" The boy hesitated, gritting his teeth, until the cries from within the smoke began to fade significantly, causing him to capitulate. "I concede," he declared begrudgingly, swiftly transferring 3,000 yuan to Xia Fan. After several moments, the smoke dissipated. The boy gazed at his unscathed Croconaw and Fire Mouse, his expression mirroring that of the earlier girl, utterly stupefied. What on earth is going on?" he stuttered in shock. Xia Fan retrieved Mew into its Pokeball, and reiterated his earlier explanation to the boy. The cries you heard were those of Fire Mouse. My Fire Mouse possesses a remarkable talent for mimicry, capable of imitating many Pokémon sounds. It merely lay on the ground, mimicking the cries of Croconaw, and did not attack it. Hence, when you commanded Croconaw to strike, it remained indifferent, unsure of where to aim. The boy inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his fury as he retorted, "Just you wait. I want to fall for your tricks again. After I complete a challenge, I will seek you out once more. Rest assured, my Croconaw will make your Fire Mouse scream even louder than before." Xia Fan shrugged, offering no response as he turned to depart, nonchalantly breezing past. Had he been able to challenge himself, he would have refrained from transforming Mew into Fire Mouse and instead summoned a Grass-type Pokémon to counter Croconaw. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind, "Master, shall we employ tactic number 2 for the next battle? It's quite enjoyable." Xia Fan chuckled softly, lifting the Pokeball and murmuring, "Let us continue utilizing tactic no. 2 until someone wises up." "Very well," Mew replied cheerfully. Returning to the arena for number 12, he found that the battle between the two trainers had just concluded, with the trainer of number 12 emerging victorious against the trainer of number 11. They exchanged their number cards, meaning Xia Fan's next opponent was now this newly demoted trainer. "What Pokemon do you have?" the trainer inquired, not rushing to accept the challenge, instead probing cautiously. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, grasping his Pokeball, murmured a few words, and declared, "Come forth, Magikarp." A flash of red light revealed a Magikarp adorned with a golden crown atop its head. Upon seeing the Magikarp, the trainer became visibly excited, readily accepting the challenge. He dashed to the opposite end without hesitation and released his own Pokemon. "Come forth, Ariados." A red light materialized into a crimson, venomous spider. Yet in the next instant, the trainer froze, for Magikarp had vanished, replaced by Fire Mouse standing in its stead. "Where's your Magikarp?" The trainer furrowed his brow. "Magikarp was returned. I merely stated that I possessed one. I never said I would use it." "I'm not foolish," Xia Fan teased. This boy, thinking he could outsmart him, likely would have fled to the Pokemon Center had he seen Fire Mouse from the outset, rather than hastily engaging in battle. "You," the trainer sputtered, at a loss for words, ultimately conceding as he prepared to battle Xia Fan. Chapter 10, a challenge from card number 2. This battle lasted merely 2 minutes. The trainer of Ariados, much like the previous two, panicked upon hearing the agonized cries of Ariados within the smoke, compounded by Xia Fan's psychological tactics. Ultimately, he was unnerved enough to concede and exchange his number card. As the smoke cleared, witnessing his unscathed Ariados and hearing Xia Fan's explanation, the trainer was left infuriated to the point of nausea, muttering a harsh remark before departing. "You've got some nerve, kid. Consider this a lesson learned. I hope you can continue to win through such cunning tactics in the future." He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might succumb to the urge to strangle this rascal who had swindled his number card. "Excellent. At this pace, it won't be long before I acquire the coveted number 1 card." Having obtained the number 12 card, Xia Fan felt a surge of joy as he set out to locate the trainer with the number 9 card. After approximately 5 minutes of searching, he finally found them in a secluded corner of the park. The trainer with the number 9 card was currently engaged in a battle with the trainer holding the number 7 card. Xia Fan quietly awaited his turn. However, it was not long before a male and a female approached him. "Hey, brother, how about a battle?" The boy nudged Xia Fan's shoulder. Xia Fan turned to face him, raising an eyebrow as he recognized the girl beside him. She was the trainer of the Duskull who had previously been toyed with by his Mew. "Are you here to seek revenge after your defeat?" Xia Fan teased, eyeing the girl. Fuming, the girl retorted, "Enough chatter. Are you brave enough to face my brother in a legitimate duel?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Of course, but since it's a duel, there should be some stakes, right? Will it be a cash prize or a card?" "I must say, if it's cash, I hope for a sum of 10,000. That would make the duel intriguing. If it's a card, I will only accept a challenge for cards numbered from 1 to 8. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan noticed the boy calmly producing the number 2 card. "I wonder if I qualify to challenge you," he said with a mocking tone. "The owner of the number 1 card has already entered the gym to challenge. If you can defeat me, you'll be next in line for the gym. Of course, if you lose, I won't demand any money from you. All I want is your Fire Mouse in exchange for my sister's Duskull. What do you say? Are you up for it?" Xia Fan chuckled softly. So, it wasn't revenge he sought, but rather an interest in his Fire Mouse. "I could consider it, but there needs to be a monetary wager as well. If I win, besides the number 2 card, I also want a cash prize." A mischievous plan began to brew in his mind. How dare he covet his Mew? He was determined to take full advantage of the siblings. "How much?" the boy asked, not refusing, but rather inquiring about the amount. "All of it. If I win, I want all your money, in addition to the card, Xia Fan declared. What do you say? Are you willing? After all, I am wagering my primary Pokémon against your sister's weakling. With that, Xia Fan fixed his gaze on the boy's eyes, ready to provoke him if he showed even the slightest hesitation. Fine. To Xia Fan's surprise, the boy agreed without a moment's pause, his response unwavering. This reaction caused Xia Fan to start hesitating, his gaze shifting between the boy and his sister. Perhaps he had given all his money to her, which would explain his decisive agreement. The boy noticed Xia Fan's suspicion and promptly pulled out his phone, showing him a bank balance of 148,000. Xia Fan then no longer hesitated and accepted the challenge. It would be foolish to turn down such an opportunity. Since he hadn't given all his money to his sister, it indicated that he likely possessed a Pokémon he believed to be exceedingly powerful. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious. Yet, no matter how formidable he was, could he rival Xia Fan's Mew? Unless he had a legendary Pokémon, which was improbable. If he did, he would never covet his Fire Mouse. With his own legendary system, Xia Fan regarded all other Pokémon as mere fodder. Indeed, all were but fodder. Such was the mindset of his arrogance. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan followed the siblings to a vacant battleground, where the boy summoned his Pokémon first. Come forth, Crocodile. A flash of red revealed a robust, blue-skinned crocodile with jagged red bone plates adorning its head, back, and tail. It was the final evolution of the water-type starter from Chengdu, possessing an incredibly fearsome biting force, rumored to be lethal even with a slight nip. No wonder he is so confident. Xia Fan chuckled softly as he released his Fire Mouse, transformed from Mew. Fire Mouse enveloped the battlefield in smoke screen. Xia Fan commanded. The Fire Mouse complied, exhaling a cloud of black smoke. Kid, do you think your little trick will work on me? The boy scoffed. His sister had informed him of how Xia Fan had outsmarted her, and if he fell for the same ploy, he would be a fool. Crocodile. Use Aqua Tail while moving at high speed to close in on Fire Mouse. The boy ordered. Although he felt assured he would not be deceived, he would not be foolish enough to sit idle while watching Fire Mouse shroud the field in smoke. With a roar, Crocodile obeyed, lowering its hands to the ground. Spotting the Fire Mouse amidst the smoke, its eyes sharpened, and in the next instant, it lunged forward like a fierce hunting dog, its speed astonishing. In an instant, Crocodile was upon Fire Mouse. Simultaneously, its tail swung toward Fire Mouse with the force of a raging tide. The sheer momentum suggested that if it struck, it could easily incapacitate Fire Mouse in one blow. It's over, the boy stated coldly. He noticed Xia Fan had not commanded Fire Mouse to evade and assumed he had been intimidated by Crocodile's speed, feeling confident of his victory. Very well. Then this special skill-bearing Fire Mouse will be mine. But in the next moment, the boy's cold demeanor stiffened. To his astonishment, Fire Mouse effortlessly evaded Crocodile's Aqua Tail. As agile as an eel, Fire Mouse dodged with grace. No matter how Crocodile swung its robust tail, it could not land a hit. What are you trying to do? A voice of mockery echoed by the boy's ear. He turned to see Xia Fan looking at him with derision. You didn't think I wouldn't command my Fire Mouse to evade, did you? Xia Fan chuckled softly. You should train your Pokémon to think for themselves instead of merely following your commands. Sometimes, they must learn to strategize in battle. And what are you trying to prove? The boy retorted, incensed that Xia Fan was criticizing him merely because Fire Mouse had dodged one attack. Crocodile, use Ice Fang. He commanded, pairing it with Aqua Tail for a combined assault. With a roar, Crocodile's fearsome maw began to exhale a cold mist. This skill possessed both freezing and fear-inducing effects. And if it bit the enemy, there was a chance it would leave them frozen and paralyzed with fear. Chapter 11. The Tragic Crocodile. Once the cold reached a certain intensity, Crocodile, following its master's orders, launched another offensive. The chilling fangs, complemented by the crashing tail, unleashed a destructive force even more terrifying than before. A boulder that Fire Mouse had used for cover was instantly reduced to rubble by the dual onslaught of the tail and fangs. Unfortunately, despite Crocodile's intimidating destructive power, it failed to harm Fire Mouse in the slightest. Fire Mouse was simply too adept at dodging, slipping past Crocodile's attacks with inexplicable agility. Its flexibility resembled that of a cat more than a mouse. Eventually, Crocodile grew enraged. Due to its species' tendency to become easily provoked, it accidentally bit its own tail while attempting to attack Fire Mouse, sending it into a frenzy. No longer obeying its master's commands, it stood upright, unleashing Water Gun at Fire Mouse repeatedly, ignoring the boy's orders. At this moment, the smoke from Fire Mouse finally enveloped the entire battleground. No one can truly discern what is about to unfold within the veil of smoke. Whether the Water Gun of the powerful alligator can indeed strike the Fire Mouse remains an enigma. Fire Mouse, Tactic Number 3, commanded Xia Fan, issuing an order to the elusive dream that had transformed into the Fire Mouse amidst the mist. Tactic Number 3. Huh. Do you think a mere name change will deceive us once more? Dream on, scoffed the girl observing from the sidelines upon hearing Xia Fan's command. Xia Fan merely shrugged. You say what you will. Before long, anguished cries of the alligator reverberated from within the smoke. The girl, unconvinced, approached her brother. Don't panic. It's undoubtedly that fellow fire mouse, merely feigning distress by mimicking the alligator's cries to coerce us into surrendering. Of course, I recognize that. It's not as if only my alligator cannot see its opponent. The fire mouse is equally blind in this haze. The boy maintained his composure, exuding confidence. After all, this is my alligator we're discussing. How could it possibly be overwhelmed by a mere fire mouse? Furthermore, it is currently in a state of fury, with aggression and destructive power surpassing its usual might. Thus it is inconceivable that it would emit such cries of despair. Such confidence? Xia Fan interjected, approaching. Do you not find the cries within the smoke eerily reminiscent of your alligator? The boy smirked, casting a derisive glance at Xia Fan. What? Do you wish to trick me into conceding? That is utterly impossible. I have unwavering faith in my alligator's prowess. As soon as he spoke, an explosion erupted from the smoke, accompanied by the alligator's wretched cries. Performing, are we? Not bad, lad. Your fire mouse certainly possesses talent in theatrics. Utilizing a skill, and then continuing the charade. The girl nodded in agreement. Brother, your reasoning is sound. It is undoubtedly still that fire mouse performing. Observing the duo's unfaltering confidence, Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, opting against further attempts to persuade them to concede. He yearned to clarify that tactic number 3 was distinct from tactic number 2. This was no mere ruse, but a genuine confrontation. Within the smoke, Dream would metamorphose into formidable Pokémon that countered the alligator, unleashing a barrage of potent attacks. Tell me, in such circumstances, could the alligator refrain from expressing its anguish? Moments later, the sky darkened ominously, followed by a bolt of lightning striking down, aimed squarely at the obscured area enveloped in black smoke. This was the ultimate skill thunder, exclusive to electric-type Pokémon. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck, and the alligator's shrieks grew more harrowing. Oh no, Xia Fan gasped. Surely Dream hadn't become so engrossed in the battle that it forgot his instructions. Such a skill was clearly beyond the capabilities of a fire mouse. How could it so brazenly employ it? If anything, it should have utilized a move like Volt Tackle, which would not be discernible from outside the smoke. Xia Fan turned to the siblings, contemplating what to say to placate them. Sister, that was a skill only electric-type Pokémon can wield, wasn't it? As the lightning struck, the boy began to sense something amiss. Can a fire-type Pokémon truly utilize thunder? I suppose so. The girl hesitated, also beginning to sense the unease. She turned to Xia Fan, who wore a mischievous grin as he observed them. Do not be deceived, brother, that was certainly not thunder. It must have been an illusion created by that fire mouse, conjuring a false thunderclap, the girl insisted. The boy frowned, but illusion is a psychic-type skill. Can a fire mouse even learn that? Regardless, it's undoubtedly that fire mouse employing some method we are unaware of to play act. Just look at its expression. It clearly anticipates us conceding. The more it behaves like this, the more we must remain composed. The girl turned her brother's head to face the spectacle. As expected, he saw Xia Fan's cheeky expression, leading him to agree with his sister's reasoning. They could not fall for Xia Fan's trickery. After a few more seconds, numerous fragments of stone began to coalesce towards the smoke, forming a massive boulder towering 2 meters high. As it fell, the ground trembled violently, followed by the alligator's anguished wail. That must be the rock-type move Rock Slide. The boy mused, his confidence beginning to falter. Brother, don't panic. It's still an act, the girl reassured him. He turned once more to Xia Fan. It's not too late to concede. Otherwise, not only will you lose your money and digital badge, but your alligator's affinity towards you will also plummet, Xia Fan teased. Upon hearing this, the siblings aligned their thoughts, reminding themselves not to be fooled. Xia Fan sighed, offering a moment of silence for the alligator within the smoke. Brother, I've done my utmost to save you, but if your master refuses to heed my warnings, I cannot be blamed. 10 seconds later, a cacophony erupted from the smoke, accompanied by violent explosions. The noise persisted for 3 seconds, with the alligator's cries lasting only 2. Sensing something was amiss, Xia Fan quickly interjected, Fire Mouse. That's enough. As the noise subsided, silence enveloped the smoke. At this moment, the girl burst into laughter, pulling her brother to join her in mocking Xia Fan. Ha. Can't continue the act, can you? However, the boy remained silent, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at the smoke. Xia Fan furrowed his brow. Why did this girl still entertain such notions? Surely she wasn't deluded. After all, the devastating move Destruction Ray had been unleashed. and she still believed it to be a performance? Half a minute later, the inky smoke began to dissipate, revealing the alligator, gravely injured and lying on the ground. Its condition grotesque and pitiful. Yet it had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Rather, it lay there, casting a mournful gaze towards its master, as if imploring, "Why do you not save me?" Even Xia Fan felt a pang of sympathy at the sight. Chapter 12. The Traces of the Water Lord. As for the fire mouse, it stood unscathed beside the alligator. "Thank you for your efforts, fire mouse." Xia Fan retrieved the Pokemon into its Pokeball and turned to face the siblings. At this moment, the two were in a state of shock at the alligator's deplorable condition. How could this be? Wasn't he at all just an act? The girl's face paled as she muttered to herself. The boy sat on the ground, speechless, his color drained as he was consumed by guilt, haunted by the alligator's sorrowful gaze. "This cannot be my fault. I warned you. You refused to concede." Xia Fan approached, exchanging his digital badge with the boy's. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket to transfer funds. The boy did not resist, remaining transfixed on the wretched alligator not far away. After completing the transfer and returning his phone, Xia Fan noticed the boy still exhibited no reaction. Unable to help himself, he nudged him, offering a reminder. "What are you waiting for? If you don't want it to truly perish, hurry and take it to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Out of kindness. I've left you 10,000. No need for excessive gratitude." With that, Xia Fan promptly turned and departed, fearing the siblings would question him about how the fire mouse had executed Thunder, Rock Slide, and Destruction Ray. Once he was a distance away, Xia Fan pulled out the Pokeball and murmured, "Little dream, what on earth happened? You've left this alligator in such a dire state. It's truly heartbreaking. And how did you even use Thunder? What if someone figures it out? Luckily, your master is clever enough to have misled those two." In his mind, Dream's voice immediately echoed, "I'm sorry, master. It was because this alligator was too resilient. I transformed into many Pokemon, and it kept getting back up after each attack. In the end, I had no choice but to resort to Thunder, Rock Slide, and Destruction Ray." Such tenacity, indeed. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words, turning to see that the young man had already stowed away the powerful Croconaw and was racing towards the Pokemon Center with her sister. Dreaming of the potential within that Croconaw, he felt it possessed the tenacity befitting a demigod. Such indomitable will was indeed impressive, yet he lamented the inadequacy of its trainer. He could only hope that this remarkable Croconaw would not be squandered. "Xiao Huan, after such a lengthy battle, you must be tired. Shall we grab something to eat? You decide where and what we have." With his thoughts no longer lingering on the Croconaw, Xia Fan smiled and surveyed his surroundings before releasing Mew. A flash of red light heralded the appearance of the adorable Mew, who danced around Xia Fan before settling beside him. "Master, let's have beef noodles and beef pancakes again. I still crave them," Mew exclaimed eagerly. All right. But do make yourself invisible quickly. It would be troublesome if someone recognized you." Xia Fan affectionately patted Mew's tiny head. In the blink of an eye, the charming Mew vanished from his sight, though he soon felt an unexpected weight on his shoulder. "Let us go?" Mew's voice urged in Xia Fan's mind. An hour later, sated and refreshed, Xia Fan and Mew exited the restaurant. Just 10 minutes prior, the number plate displaying 2 in Xia Fan's hand began to blink. According to the blonde youth at the gym entrance, he and Mew needed to reach the gym within 30 minutes. Although 10 minutes had already elapsed, the remaining 20 would suffice for them to arrive. 18 minutes later, Xia Fan reached the gym. Along the way, he had instructed Mew to transform into Pikachu and perch on his shoulder. This gym specialized in flying-type Pokemon, which happened to be weak against electric types. Tactics like the number 2 strategy, which relied on cunning, were best left unutilized against a gym leader of such caliber. More crucially, revealing Mew's identity would be perilous. It was akin to the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Until one had truly become formidable, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Upon arriving at the gym's entrance, Xia Fan presented his numbered plate to the blonde youth. The youth looked surprised, recalling that this boy should have possessed the 21 plate. However, he refrained from questioning further, knowing that Xia Fan's acquisition of the 2 plate indicated he had triumphed over the challengers in the park. "Go on in. The gym leader awaits you inside," the blonde youth instructed, allowing Xia Fan entry. Inside, the battleground resembled a plaza where a young man with striking blue hair awaited Xia Fan. He stood on the elevated platform, looking somewhat fatigued after a relentless series of trainer challenges. As Xia Fan ascended the platform, the young man wasted no time on pleasantries and promptly released his Pokemon, a Pidgeotto. "I'm ASU. Let the challenge begin," he declared succinctly. "Go." Xia Fan gestured for Mew, now in Pikachu form, to leap into the fray. "Pika!" Mew somersaulted from Xia Fan's shoulder, landing in the arena, its cheeks crackling with electricity. Pidgeotto, create a gust. ASU commanded first. Pidge. Pidgeotto flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a fierce tornado directed at Mew. Pikachu digged to evade. Xia Fan instructed. Pika. Mew, transformed into Pikachu, summoned a surge of electricity and swiftly burrowed into the ground. The tornado swept past, leaving the concealed Pikachu unscathed. The young man observed, a flicker of surprise punctuating his weariness. It was rare for a Pikachu to master dig. Pidgeotto, descend and use wing attack when it reveals itself. ASU issued his second command. The Pidgeotto complied, flying low and circling the entrance of Pikachu's burrow, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At that instant, Xia Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Pikachu, discharge, he ordered. In the blink of an eye, Mew erupted from the burrow, its chubby cheeks glowing brilliantly as it unleashed a dazzling electric attack. It was a veritable spectacle of electricity, engulfing the low-flying Pidgeotto entirely. 2 seconds later, the Pidgeotto, vulnerable to electric-type moves, plummeted to the ground, residual currents crackling along its wings. Yet, it still struggled to regain flight, determined to rise against Pikachu. That's enough, Pidgeotto. ASU decisively recalled his Pokémon into its Pokeball. As the gym leader, he recognized that his Pidgeotto had no chance of victory and that continuing would only lead to further humiliation. You've won. The flying badge is yours, ASU said, retrieving a box from his pocket and beckoning Xia Fan to come forward. Is that it? Xia Fan queried, surprised, as he had expected the gym leader to deploy at least 2 Pokémon. He had only fought one thus far. With lingering confusion, Xia Fan approached ASU. Where are your other Pokémon? He inquired. ASU produced 5 Pokeballs from his waist and tossed them. Come forth, everyone. 5 beams of red light materialized, revealing a Butterfree, a Pidgeot, a Fearow, a Pidgey, and the previously defeated Pidgeotto. As the first gym in the Chengdu region, you only need to defeat my Pidgeotto and Pidgey to earn my badge. The Butterfree, Fearow, and Pidgeot are not intended for your challenge, ASU explained. Your Pikachu is impressive. Its ability to utilize both Thunderbolt and Dig demonstrates sufficient strength to defeat my Pidgeotto and Pidgey, making further battles unnecessary, he concluded. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow at this revelation and reached for the badge. Just then, the blonde youth stationed at the gym entrance rushed over to ASU. Gym leader. A manifestation of one of the legendary beasts, Suicune, has appeared on Route 32, engaging in battle with a trainer. Should we go take a look? Suicune, are you certain? ASU's expression shifted from fatigue to exhilaration in an instant. He turned to Xia Fan, ready to apologize and inform him of his urgent business, but was interrupted. Before he could utter a word, Xia Fan, cradling Pikachu, dashed past him and burst through the gym doors, as if he had just won a grand prize. Chapter 13, The Pursuit of Suicune. Brother, which way to Route 32? That way. Got it. Thanks, brother. On the bustling streets of Jiqiang City, a youth sprinted towards a direction indicated by a passerby, muttering to himself, Suicune, hold on tight. Don't let them capture you. In the dense forest along Route 32, a slender, blue Pokémon adorned with white diamond-shaped spots and a large, hexagonal sky-blue crown on its forehead found itself cornered by several Pokémon beneath a tree. Suicune, surrender and follow us. It is the wisest choice. A young man on the back of a Charizard extended his hand toward the trapped Suicune. Follow us, and we shall guide you to the pinnacle of this world. Your companions, Raikou and Inti, shall soon join us under our banner. You need not fear solitude. Beside a Blastoise, a young woman also extended her hand. Opposite them stood 3 Pokémon that had evolved to their final forms, Venusaur, Nidoking, and Gyarados, each accompanied by a trainer. Beneath the ancient tree, Suicune coldly regarded them, and suddenly, a white mist enveloped the ground. You wish to escape using that trick? Do you truly believe we would allow you to flee again? Charizard, fan away this wretched mist with your wings. The young man atop Charizard sneered. Since you are unwilling to submit, we shall forcefully capture you after rendering you incapable of battle. Brothers, attack. As he spoke, Charizard flapped its wings, dispersing the mist surrounding Suicune, and the others commanded their Pokémon to assault Suicune. First, Nidoking and Gyarados executed a combined skill, Body Slam, to ambush Suicune. Then, Venusaur and Blastoise utilized Vine Whip and Bubble, encircling Suicune with their attacks. Suicune observed them with indifference, its expression devoid of panic. With a swift movement, it retracted its head and unleashed an extremely frigid beam of light, targeting each of the 4 Pokémon in succession. In an instant, they were frozen, with Charizard narrowly evading the attack while airborne. Seizing the moment while the 4 Pokémon were immobilized, Suicune leaped towards the distant tree, a gust of northern wind sweeping past. rendering its form breathtakingly elegant. Yet, such beauty often incites a desire for destruction. Suddenly, a jet of flames shot towards the airborne Suicune. Struck by the attack, Suicune plummeted heavily to the ground. At that moment, the previously frozen Pokémon broke free from their icy confinement, glaring furiously at Suicune. Meanwhile, not far from their battlefield, a young boy arrived. Observing the battered Suicune, he rushed forward, intent on throwing a Pokeball. However, just as he was about to enter the fray, he was repelled by a water gun from a Kingdra. Step back. This Suicune belongs to our blue and white society. If you dare to approach, do not force us to act harshly, cried a white-haired youth at Xia Fan and the other Pokemon trainers who had arrived. Outside the battlefield, dozens of individuals like the white-haired youth stood guard, preventing anyone with intentions similar to Xia Fan's from advancing. Regaining his senses from the water gun's impact, Xia Fan furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings before retreating to an unnoticed grove. A moment later, he emerged from behind the trees, transformed into a young man. Drawing a Pokeball from his waist, he murmured softly before calling out, "Come forth, Salamence." A flash of red light revealed a quadrupedal, dragon-like Pokemon. Xia Fan leapt onto its back, urging it to charge into the fray. "Kid, you seek death." The guards outside, realizing Xia Fan's intentions, immediately shouted and commanded their Pokemon to attack Salamence. "Destructive Beam," Xia Fan declared coldly. Salamence retracted its head, gathering a powerful energy in its mouth. After evading several blows with its wings, a black beam, accompanied by a deafening roar, erupted from Salamence's mouth, sweeping across the ground and knocking down a majority of the opponents. Xia Fan rode the momentum, charging into the battlefield. Inside, the situation had shifted. Suicune, once seemingly at a disadvantage, appeared enraged after being struck by the flames. With a single move, it unleashed an absolute zero attack, bringing Charizard to the brink of defeat and instilling fear in the remaining four. They hesitated to advance. Witnessing this spectacle, Xia Fan's heart soared. As long as Suicune remained uncaptured, it was an excellent opportunity for him. He leapt off Salamence, ready to throw a Pokeball. The startled trainers below quickly commanded their Pokemon to intervene. Though they knew that throwing a Pokeball in such a manner was reckless, they feared the possibility of an unexpected stroke of luck leading to a capture, which would infuriate them. Just then, a loud noise erupted as Xia Fan, having anticipated the ensuing onslaught, had already commanded the transformed Salamence to unleash its destructive beam. A black beam surged towards the four trainers' Pokemon, forcing them into a defensive stance. Suspended in midair, Xia Fan hurled the Pokeball towards Suicune. Unfortunately, just as he was about to release it, Suicune let out a piercing roar that was excruciatingly painful. Xia Fan's body stiffened midair, causing his throw to veer off course. Master Mew, witnessing Xia Fan's impending fall, quickly ceased the destructive beam and caught him just before he hit the ground. A second later, Xia Fan regained his composure, glancing down only to find that Suicune had vanished. He scanned the area and discovered Suicune had already sprinted over 100 meters to the north, moving with remarkable speed. In that instant, he disregarded the presence of witnesses to his transformation, commanding Mew to obstruct those pursuing them before leaping once more onto Mew's back. Transforming into a Dragonite midair, he flapped his wings, racing after Suicune. Below, the five trainers and others hastening towards them stood in bewilderment. A large question mark loomed over their heads. What on earth are we seeing? Is that guy human or a Pokemon? How did he transform from a human into a Pokemon? Some quick-witted individuals immediately released their flying-type Pokemon to pursue Xia Fan and Suicune. Mew swiftly retaliated with an attack. But offense was simple while defense was complex. No matter how many attacks were launched, it was still just one Pokemon, not a swarm. Countless individuals arrived with the intention of capturing Suicune. As they realized they needed to pursue Xia Fan and Suicune, Mew could block many. Yet a few would undoubtedly slip through the cracks, riding their Pokemon in hot pursuit. Within mere seconds, some breached Mew's defenses, racing towards Xia Fan and Suicune. Chapter 14. Capture or be captured. Oh whoa, brother, don't run. Let us have a chat. In the dense forest, transformed into a Dragonite, Xia Fan howled, attempting to communicate with Suicune. The creature was far too swift. He needed to lure it down before executing a surprise maneuver. Soon, he received a telepathic response from Suicune. Are you human or Pokemon? Why do I sense the essence of that human from you? Overjoyed at Suicune's willingness to engage, Xia Fan quickly employed the same tactics he had used on Mew to persuade Suicune. Oh, I am human, but not an ordinary one. I am endowed with divine powers and possess the ability to transform into any Pokemon in the world. My duty is to protect you. As long as you stay with me, Your strength will grow infinitely. To prove his words, Xia Fan transformed into Suicune mid-air, gracefully descending to the ground, running in pursuit of Suicune. Thus, two Suicunes raced together through the forest, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. However, just as Xia Fan believed Suicune would trust him, a formidable torrent of water surged towards him from the front, targeting the relentless pursuer behind. Startled, Xia Fan leapt towards the higher branches of a tree, narrowly evading the powerful blast. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, he would have been struck and forcibly stripped of his transformation. In the fleeting moment after his narrow escape, the voice of the Water Lord echoed in his mind once more. Despicable human, do you truly believe I would fall for your deceitful words? Although I remain unaware of how you acquired the power to transform, you shall never make me your subordinate. Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback, interpreting the Water Lord's words as an indication that he was being mistaken for an ally of the previous adversaries. Realizing this, he understood that further discourse would be futile. He could only resort to combat to slow the rapidly moving Water Lord before casting his Pokeball. With that resolve, Xia Fan swiftly retracted his head and unleashed a chilling beam of icy energy towards the front. Instantly, everything touched by the freezing ray was encased in ice. Alas, this did not ensnare the Water Lord, who was known for its swift evasion. Gradually, Xia Fan began to realize that despite his transformation into the Water Lord's likeness, his speed still lagged behind that of his quarry. If this continued, he would inevitably be left behind. Before long, Xia Fan transformed from the elegant Water Lord into the utterly adorable Mew. From the array of skills available to Mew, he promptly employed teleportation. In an instant, he vanished from midair, only to reappear several dozen meters away. After executing a series of 8 consecutive teleportations, Xia Fan finally found himself directly above the Water Lord. With both hands, he concentrated and formed a blue aura sphere, which he hurled towards the sprinting Water Lord without a moment's hesitation. The Water Lord, sensing the disturbance from above, looked up and initially froze in surprise upon seeing Mew, its pupils constricting. Then, upon noticing the oncoming aura sphere, panic surged within, for this attack was unavoidable, forcing it to halt and brace for impact. Consequently, the Water Lord came to a halt, tilting its head back as a translucent half-spherical shield materialized. The aura sphere collided with the shield, its energy neutralized entirely. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Xia Fan's spirits soared. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. The Water Lord had paused to defend against the aura sphere. In a heartbeat, just as Xia Fan resolved to release his Pokeball, a searing flame struck his back unexpectedly. The sudden attack sent him crashing to the ground, nearly causing him to revert from his transformation. Go, Pokeball! In the next instant, a Pokeball was flung downwards towards him while he was still dazed. A flash of red light enveloped him, and he was captured, still in Mew's form. In midair, 5 youths rode upon their flying Pokemon, led by a silver-haired boy atop a Dragonite. He gazed eagerly at the violently shaking Pokeball below, muttering fervently, Umitba, may God bless us. May the Jade Emperor bless us. We must succeed. I must capture Mew. So engrossed were the youths in Mew that they completely overlooked the presence of the legendary Water Lord. Their eyes remained fixated on the trembling Pokeball. 2 seconds later, a red light flared once more, and the Mew that had been captured within the Pokeball reemerged. Upon its return, Mew cast an angry glance around, realizing that the Water Lord had vanished, and it was incensed, pounding the ground with its fists. Looking up, it spotted the unfamiliar youths staring at it with greedy eyes. You bastards! Just wait until I get my hands on you. How dare you throw a Pokeball at me? Xia Fan seethed, his fury boiling over as he muttered through clenched teeth. Damn it! I was about to capture the Water Lord, and then these fools show up to ambush me. Brothers, surround Mew. We cannot let it escape. This is our biggest unexpected gain in the Chengdu region. We must not let this opportunity slip by. It is unlikely we will encounter Mew like this again, commanded the leader atop Dragonite, his excitement palpable. The other youths nodded in agreement, directing their Pokemon to encircle Xia Fan. Maintaining a cold gaze, Xia Fan prepared to conjure another aura sphere when he suddenly sensed an immense and searing presence approaching from a distance. He swiftly turned his gaze towards a towering cliff in the northwest, where a colossal Pokemon with orange fur and lion-like features emerged. In the next moment, this magnificent creature leapt from the cliff as if performing a heroic rescue, landing gracefully before Xia Fan, flames erupting beneath its feet in a display of grandeur. Leave. A deep voice resonated in the minds of all present. Entei, you insolent creature. We had just abandoned our pursuit of you, and now you dare to interfere? We will capture Mew, shouted the leader atop Dragonite. The atmosphere became tense with a chilling silence. Xia Fan observed the scene, first taking in the imposing figure of Nti, then glancing back at the greedy youths. In a flash of inspiration, Xia Fan made a decisive choice. In the next moment, he feigned weakness, collapsing dramatically onto the ground. Mewing softly as if on the brink of demise, Nti glanced back, and seeing Xia Fan's feeble state, its fierce demeanor shifted to one of concern, fury igniting within. It unleashed a torrent of flames, capable of incinerating anything in their path. The youth's expressions shifted to horror, as if haunted by a nightmare. They quickly commanded their Pokémon to retreat strategically. Yet, by the time the flames subsided and they approached once more, both Nti and Mew had vanished without a trace. Call everyone from the Blue and White Society to this area immediately. Mew is gravely injured, and if it needs to heal, Nti cannot have gone far. We must locate Mew within this time frame. The Dragonite rider bellowed in frustration, issuing orders to the others. Chapter 15. What to do when faced with social death. Senior, are you alright? In a hidden cave, Nti gently placed Xia Fan upon a stone slab, concern etched across its features as it observed Xia Fan's weakened state. I feel as though my time is short, Xia Fan replied, lying motionless on the stone, his eyelids heavy and barely able to remain open. Can you still use self-restoration? It is said you possess the ability to utilize all Pokemon skills. But I am too weak to employ any skills now. Even speaking is an arduous task. I see. Nti paced anxiously within the cave, contemplating what means might exist to aid Xia Fan. At that moment, Xia Fan spoke again. Nti, there is only one way to save me now. What is it? Please tell me, and I will do everything in my power to assist you, Nti responded, excitement coursing through it at the prospect of a remedy. However, unbeknownst to Nti, Xia Fan was inwardly elated at its eagerness, realizing how easily it could be deceived. If we find Ho-Oh and it intervenes, I will surely be healed. Ho-Oh? Nti faltered, its previous excitement replaced by hesitation. Seeing its expression, Xia Fan furrowed his brow and propped himself up, questioning, what is the matter? Are you not Waterlord and Thunder King? The emissaries placed in this world to observe humanity on its behalf. Summoning it should be an effortless task for you. Upon uttering these words, Xia Fan sensed an unsettling shift and swiftly returned to his pose upon the boulder, feigning a state of impending demise. Fortunately, the troubled Emperor Yin did not turn to regard him. Otherwise, suspicion would have surely arisen. No, dear Dream Elder. It is not that I do not wish to contact the Phoenix King, but though we three are its emissaries, we cannot directly reach out to it. We can only behold it when it awakens from its slumber to survey the world and calls upon us. The Emperor Yin kept his gaze lowered, unable to confront Xia Fan. After all, he had just assured another that he would fulfill any request made, only to be immediately faced with the stark contradiction of his own words. Hearing the Emperor's lament, Xia Fan could not help but press his lips together in a resigned sigh. His feigned state of near death was, in part, an attempt to persuade the Emperor to summon the Phoenix King, so he might seize the opportunity to capture it. If successful, he would not only have subdued the Emperor Yin and the Phoenix King, but also claim Waterlord and Thunder King as his subordinates. However, as Xia Fan prepared to once again implore the Emperor to summon Waterlord and Thunder King, he found himself momentarily stifled, for the Emperor had vanished from the cave. Curse it! Could it have sensed something and fled? Xia Fan seethed, feeling a surge of frustration. Should the Emperor truly have departed, he would undoubtedly chastise himself for his folly. He had attempted to coax another into summoning the Phoenix King rather than directly tossing a Pokeball to capture it first. Although this might lead to disobedience post-capture, it was still preferable to walking away empty-handed. Yet, his vexation was short-lived, for Xia Fan soon sensed the Emperor's presence once more. Before long, the Emperor re-entered the cave, leading a procession of various Pokemon, including Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Vileplume, Snorlax, Ursaring, and others. However, the most significant among them were two large milk tank that followed closely behind. Upon laying eyes on the two milk tank, Xia Fan's heart sank with an ominous foreboding. He watched as the Emperor guided the two milk tank to the boulder where he lay. Elder, their milk possesses healing properties. Do try it, and see if it might benefit you. Xia Fan's expression froze, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, particularly as the two milk tank flanked him, mooing in unison, causing his anxiety to mount. How could a mere human lie prostrate before two Pokemon and partake of their milk? No need, Elder. I suddenly feel much better. It seems I'll be able to regenerate shortly. Xia Fan exclaimed in a panic, hastily rising to demonstrate his improved condition. However, a pair of hooves moved far quicker than he. With a sudden clap, the left milk tank scooped him into its embrace, denying him any chance to refuse, and proceeded to pour its milk into his mouth. Xia Fan's eyes widened in shock as he began to wail helplessly. The Emperor witnessing this spectacle, nodded with satisfaction. Then, noticing Xia Fan gesturing frantically, the emperor assumed it was an invitation to join in. Elder, you need not drink alone. The more you consume, the faster you shall recover. If you find it insufficient, I can procure more. The emperor spoke with a tone of understanding and goodwill. Xia Fan shook his head vehemently, desperately wishing to convey that he was fine, urging the milk tank to depart. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He longed to shed his guise and reveal his humanity to the emperor. Yet he feared that such a revelation would instill a profound sense of betrayal in the steadfast emperor, leading to enmity. Even if he managed to capture it with a pokeball, it would likely refuse to heed his commands. Thankfully, Dream was not present, otherwise his once illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xia Fan sighed inwardly. This was his sole consolation. If Dream were to witness his current predicament, he would prefer death to the sheer embarrassment of his social demise. However, perhaps it was true that thoughts at night lead to dreams by day. Or perhaps he had set his hopes too high. More likely, an inexplicable force was at work. Within seconds of Xia Fan's troubling thoughts arising, a salamence burst into the cave, its demeanor frantic. Master, I followed your aura and finally found you. The voice trailed off abruptly as the salamence's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Dream, reclining atop a milk tank. The astonishment was palpable. Meanwhile, Dream, caught in the act, felt an overwhelming rush of heat, a surge of shame and embarrassment flooding over it, leaving it mortified and speechless. The moment was steeped in silence. Chapter 16, The Emperor's Dilemma. Is your master here? The silence was first broken by the Emperor Yin, who regarded the salamence with puzzled curiosity. The other Pokémon followed suit, their expressions equally bewildered. Dream opened its mouth, intending to identify Xia Fan as its master, but in a flash, Xia Fan appeared before it, wrapping his arms around its neck in exuberance. Meow, master, I missed you so much, he exclaimed, affectionately nuzzling against the still-formed salamence. This sudden display left Dream utterly flustered, gazing down in disbelief at Xia Fan. How could its master address it as master, especially while adopting its form? The Emperor Yin and the surrounding Pokémon were equally perplexed, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. How could a being purported to embody all Pokémon genes, and regarded by many scholars as the progenitor of Pokémon, refer to a mere salamence as its master? Surely, something was amiss in this world, or perhaps they had misheard. Then, sensing something amiss, the Emperor inquired, Elder, has your condition improved? Meow, indeed. I feel splendid. The milk tank's milk is remarkably effective. I already feel much better, Xia Fan hastily affirmed, simultaneously communicating telepathically with Dream, urging it to remain calm and follow his lead. The Emperor nodded approvingly toward the milk tank before asking, Elder, why did you refer to it as master? And why did it claim to be searching for its master here? Meow, because my master is human. As for why it said there was its master here, it must have been overly excited and misspoke, Xia Fan replied nonchalantly, mentally signaling Dream to revert to its true form to corroborate his claims. In a flash of light, Dream complied, transforming from salamence back into its human guise. Human. The Emperor and the surrounding Pokémon instantly became wary, baring their teeth. Meow, you need not be alarmed. My master is kind and would never harm you. In fact, it will protect you, Xia Fan reassured them. Yet, the Emperor's brow furrowed deeper, looking with increasing disdain at the Dream now resembling Xia Fan. It harbored a deep-seated aversion to humans, especially following its recent encounters with their capture attempts. Hypocritical human. While I know not how you have beguiled the Elder, I advise you to release it. Otherwise, I shall not spare you, the Emperor warned, its countenance darkening as flames began to flicker from its mouth, threatening to unleash a fiery wrath. However, just 2 seconds later, several long-tailed Jigglypuff rushed into the cave, their excited cries directed at the Emperor. Ah, Lord Nti, humans have arrived, accompanied by a multitude of formidable Pokémon, scouring the forest. I overheard them discussing their intentions to capture the esteemed Mew. The words of the long-tail monster darkened Nti's expression further, prompting him to cast another glance toward Mew. These humans seek the venerable Mew, and you lack the ability to protect it. If you truly care for our predecessor, I implore you to release it immediately. Allow me to safeguard it, Nti declared. With that, he led a group of Pokémon out of the cave, leaving behind the 2 large milk tanks. However, as he passed Mew, he added, Mew is still injured and requires rest here. I shall fend off those humans, and we can discuss matters upon our return. But should you attempt to flee with our predecessor, I vow to exhaust every ounce of my strength to find you and make you pay for your actions. Having spoken, Nti departed with his Pokémon. Meanwhile, Mew's face flushed with indignation as it glared at Xia Fan, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was utterly vexing to bear the disdain of others while its master basked in their adoration. What was more infuriating was that while Mew fought fiercely for its master, the master remained hidden here, indulging in milk. Stay calm, stay calm. Once they are far enough away, we will switch back, Xia Fan comforted through telepathy, observing Mew's distress. Moments later, he watched as NTI and his entourage disappeared into the distance. He then exhaled a cloud of white mist, enveloping both himself and Mew. 2 seconds later, the white fog in the cave gradually dissipated. Xia Fan reverted to his original form, and Mew finally returned to its true appearance. I want milk too, Mew exclaimed as soon as it transformed back. Xia Fan, taken aback, realized that Mew's earlier distress stemmed not from its desire to protect, but rather from witnessing him enjoy milk while it could not. Go ahead, Xia Fan sighed. Mew eagerly dashed toward the 2 large milk tanks to drink its fill. Watching Mew devour the milk, Xia Fan shook his head in resignation, savoring the lingering taste of the milk in his mouth. Surprisingly delicious, he mused. You stay here while I seek out NTI. Mew nodded in agreement. The milk tanks made no attempt to prevent Xia Fan from leaving, as NTI had simply instructed them to safeguard Mew, indifferent to the humans. Xia Fan exited the cave and transformed into a Pidgey, utilizing the sensing abilities of a legendary Pokémon to navigate toward NEI's location. A few minutes later, he arrived at a river approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the cave. NEI was engaged in a fierce battle there, leading a large group of Pokémon against nearly 100 trainers. As he observed, Xia Fan detected a significant disparity in strength. NEI was remarkably powerful, exuding an aura of valor, but ultimately, it stood alone. The other Pokémon accompanying it struggled against the trainer's commands, with some even sustaining injuries and being captured in Pokeballs. This meant that while NTI fought valiantly, its allies dwindled, while the opposing side only grew stronger. NTI, you now face 2 choices. Either submit to me and surrender Mew to our blue-white society, or await the moment when we incapacitate your companions and forcefully capture Mew. A boy atop a Dragonite declared coldly from midair. Dream on. NTI roared, unleashing a stomp attack on an approaching Onix, followed by a torrent of divine fire toward the Dragonite rider. However, the boy had anticipated this, instructing Dragonite to evade. The powerful divine fire met only empty air. The Pokémon surrounding NTI continued their relentless assault. Truly, NTI was the embodiment of a rugged warrior among the 3 legendary beasts. Perched on a tree, Xia Fan, still in Pidgey form, felt a wave of admiration for NTI, who persevered despite the overwhelming odds to protect Mew. For a Pokémon like NEI, mere coercion through a Pokeball would yield no genuine loyalty. Without sincere submission and recognition, it would likely refuse to cooperate in battle and might even turn against its captor. It is time for me to intervene, Xia Fan resolved. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped him as he transformed back into Mew, rushing toward the battlefield. Simultaneously, he conjured a wave of aura energy and hurled it at a Tyranitar preparing to unleash a hyper beam on NEI. An explosion echoed as the aura energy disrupted Tyranitar's attack, drawing the attention of many nearby. Upon witnessing Mew's appearance, the crowd erupted in frenzied excitement, shouting, Mew has appeared. Let us capture it this time. In a swift response, a barrage of ranged attacks was unleashed towards Xia Fan. Fortunately, he evaded them with a quick teleportation, tauntingly beckoning the attackers with a gesture before sprinting in the opposite direction of the cave. Brothers, pursue. Do not concern yourselves with NTI. Capturing Mew is our top priority, the Dragonite boy commanded. Hearing this, those with flying-type Pokémon promptly released them, while others deployed their swift ground Pokémon. A throng of trainers frantically chased after Xia Fan, but NTI was the fastest among them. Within 5 seconds, it had reached directly beneath Xia Fan. Predecessor, what are you doing here? I instructed you to rest in the cave. NTI communicated through telepathy, its voice laced with urgency. Xia Fan, donning an air of superiority, glanced down and replied coolly. I am not your predecessor. I am its master. Mew remains in the cave. Do not follow me. I will lead these humans away. If I do not return, I trust you to protect Mew. With that, Xia Fan teleported once more, darting off in another direction. NTI stood frozen, staring at the spot where Xia Fan had vanished, its perception of him shifting dramatically. Moments later, NTI was roused from its reverie by the shouts of the humans pursuing Mew. Mew is fleeing that way. Quick, brothers, pursue. As NEI listened, a myriad of grim possibilities flooded its mind regarding Xia Fan's fate if captured: execution for vengeance, dismemberment for experimentation, or torture to alleviate the frustration of failing to capture Mew. The second scenario loomed as the most likely and the most horrific. Soon, another thought emerged within NTI. It must rescue Xia Fan. Yet, this idea was swiftly quelled by the realization that it lacked the confidence to save him from the humans without risking the safety of the true Mew. Thus, NTI found itself in a profound dilemma. Chapter 17, the game begins. 5 minutes later, NTI made a decision. I am sorry, with a heavy heart. It whispered these words to itself before turning back toward the cave where Mew awaited. Meanwhile, far above, Xia Fan soared through the sky, glancing back at the relentless pursuers. A smirk crept onto his lips. Capture me? You think too highly of yourselves. After a while, Xia Fan could not help but murmur to himself, surely. The Emperor of Flames must be feeling a profound sense of guilt towards me by now, even though this approach is somewhat despicable. Indeed, his previous words to the Emperor were deliberately crafted. The aim was to cultivate an image of self-sacrifice for the sake of protecting Dream, a persona that would resonate deeply with the Emperor. He believed that a Pokémon like the Emperor, with its robust and stalwart nature, would surely elevate his standing in its eyes after hearing such declarations, perhaps even allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Phoenix King. More critically, a Pokémon of the Emperor's caliber would undoubtedly engage in an internal struggle over the dilemma of whether to save him or not. Should it choose to rescue him, it would lead to complications afterward, as he intended to find a way to drive it away, explaining that such actions would jeopardize not only himself but also Dream, rendering all his efforts futile. Conversely, if it opted not to save him, that would yield the most favorable outcome, as he was convinced the Emperor would harbor a lingering sense of guilt towards him. This guilt of inaction would torment a Pokémon like the Emperor, which had a penchant for protecting the weak. Thus, once it bore this guilt, upon Xia Fan's return, even if he resorted to forcibly capturing it with a Pokeball, the Emperor's resistance would be significantly diminished, leading to a gradual acceptance of his words. In his moment of self-reflection regarding the deviousness of his actions, Xia Fan was suddenly jolted by a surge of searing heat approaching him. He quickly regained his composure and looked ahead, his pupils constricting in alarm. For unbeknownst to him, a Charizard and a desert dragonfly had appeared before him, both unleashing torrents of flames directed at him. The two streams of fire were merely half a meter away. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, employing an instant teleportation to evade, moving 10 meters to the left and continuing his flight. Simultaneously, he conjured a wave missile with both hands and hurled it toward the positions of the Charizard and the desert dragonfly. After 10 minutes of escape, he encountered 10 additional Pokémon ahead, 5 from the northwest and 5 from the northeast, seemingly intent on sandwiching him between them. Dream, relinquish your resistance. You have nowhere left to flee. Behind him, the Dragonite boy stood with arms akimbo, laughing hysterically, convinced that he was on the verge of becoming Dream's master. Xia Fan glanced back, muttering a curse under his breath before diving downward, spotting an entrance to a mountain range just below. The Dragonite boy, noticing the sudden halt of his laughter, hastily commanded his group to split up. One faction would pursue him, while the other would navigate through the mountains to find an exit and block Dream's escape. It's rather bright here. Are Pokémon using flash? As he plunged into the cavern, Xia Fan was initially surprised by the brightness, having expected utter darkness. However, this fleeting thought was soon overshadowed by his pressing need to elude his pursuers. Shortly thereafter, upon drifting to a pool within the cave, he devised a plan. He surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was present before swiftly transforming into a middle-aged man resembling an adventurer. He then took his stand, waiting patiently. Within mere seconds, footsteps echoed in his ears. Xia Fan began to shout, "Is anyone there? Please, come quickly. Trainers with water-type Pokémon, hurry over." In less than 3 seconds, a throng of individuals surged toward him, led by none other than the Dragonite boy. "Uncle, have you seen Dream? Where is it? Tell me," the boy implored urgently. "How do you know I've seen Dream?" Xia Fan feigned surprise. "No time for nonsense. Just tell me where Dream is." The Dragonite boy yanked Xia Fan's collar fiercely. It dove into the pool. "I was just calling for trainers with water-type Pokémon to come and capture it," Xia Fan replied nervously. Upon hearing this, the Dragonite boy shoved Xia Fan aside and produced a Pokeball, pressing the button. A flash of red light revealed a Golduck. "Golduck, Dream is in this pool. Pursue it, and do not let it escape," the Dragonite boy commanded, glancing back at his companions, who quickly unleashed their own water-type Pokémon. 2 seconds later, led by the Golduck, a swarm of water types plunged into the depths of the pool. After they dove in, Xia Fan sidled up to the Dragonite boy and asked, "Hey, handsome, if you managed to catch Dream, could I please take a photo with it as a keepsake?" The Dragonite boy shot him a disdainful glance, scoffing, You think you're worthy of a photo with Dream? Scram, get out of my sight. This place isn't meant for someone like you." "How can you say that?" Xia Fan exclaimed in frustration, ready to argue with the Dragonite boy. However, the next moment, He sensed the cold gazes of the boy's companions fixed upon him, as if any further words would result in an onslaught. With a sigh, Xia Fan retreated to a corner, choosing silence. Yet, after only a few seconds, the Dragonite boy pointed at him and ordered his comrades, "You lot, throw him out." A minute later, regardless of Xia Fan's pleas to stay, he was ultimately ejected from the cave. "Get lost. If you dare come back, I'll break your legs." The youth who had thrown him out jeered. Xia Fan, resigned, could only display an expression of frustration as he left reluctantly. However, as he distanced himself from the cave, his look of vexation gradually morphed into one of amusement. A kilometer away, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Those fools. It turns out they are quite easy to deceive. Chapter 18. Capturing the Emperor of Flames. In a cave within the dense forest south of Jekka City, the Emperor of Flames lay at the entrance, glumly observing Dream, who was still blissfully sipping on milk. After a few seconds, the Emperor suddenly rose, gazing intently at Dream, as if wishing to converse. Yet, in the next moment, it sighed deeply, closing its mouth before it could utter a word. Resuming its despondent posture, it lay at the cave's mouth, resembling a faithful watchdog. Since returning here, it had been contemplating whether to inform Dream of its master's solitary efforts to divert the malevolent Pokémon trainers away for its protection. However, revealing this to Dream might prompt it to venture out in search of its master, risking capture by those wicked trainers. Conversely, if it chose to remain silent, Dream would eventually sense something amiss. Although it had told Dream its first lie upon returning, that its master had gone to fetch food and instructed Dream to wait here, this lie felt flimsy at best. Fortunately, Dream had not questioned it. Yet, the Emperor was acutely aware that a lie is still a lie, and the day of revelation was inevitable. What would it do when Dream awaited its master in vain? In that moment, the weight of dual guilt, one from lying and the other from inaction, pressed heavily upon the Emperor, leaving it in profound discomfort. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things to you. You are not like those others. You are a good master." Deserving of Dream, the Emperor murmured to itself, recalling the words it had spoken to the man upon his entrance to the cave, filled with self-recrimination. "If in the next life we are fated to meet again, or if you can somehow return alive, I shall grant you the opportunity to conquer my heart." Yet, the Flame Emperor understood that such a notion was but a distant dream. After all, a human capable of transforming into a Pokémon would undoubtedly be regarded as an anomaly, subjected to relentless scrutiny. Upon its return, it had inquired of the illustrious Mew, seeking to understand how its master had acquired the ability to metamorphose into a Pokémon. Mew explained that it was a divine power, a closely guarded secret of its master, one that must remain concealed from other humans. Otherwise, it would surely result in capture and unspeakable torment. Mew further imparted that its master bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding those legendary Pokémon, like itself, from human oppression and preventing them from falling into the clutches of malevolent trainers who sought to exploit their powers for nefarious purposes. "No, I must rescue him. Even at the cost of my own existence, I shall go forth to save him." After a moment of grappling with the overwhelming guilt and remorse that besieged its heart, the Flame Emperor resolved to embark on a quest to save Xia Fan. "You shall remain here. Should I fail to return, heed Mew's guidance henceforth. I trust it shall protect you." The Flame Emperor summoned the Pokémon under its protection within the forest, including Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and others, all evolved to their ultimate forms. It spoke to them solemnly, imparting what they must do in its absence. The expressions of these Pokémon reflected profound sorrow, for the Flame Emperor had been like a guardian elder, selflessly shielding them from the interference of human trainers since their arrival in this sanctuary. "There is no need for such sadness. I merely speak as a precaution. I shall return. Trust in me." The Flame Emperor reassured them, and subsequently called upon agile Pokémon like Farfetch'd and Pidgey to undertake scouting duties. They were to swiftly return and relay any news of approaching trainers, allowing Nidoking and Nidoqueen to escort Mew to a new hiding place. Moments later, as the Flame Emperor finalized its preparations to depart, a figure emerged from the forest. It was Xia Fan, leisurely strolling, a piece of beef patty in hand. The Flame Emperor was momentarily taken aback, doubting its own eyes. After a few blinks to confirm the vision before it, it leaped 20 meters to stand before Xia Fan. "You have returned alive?" the Flame Emperor exclaimed, excitement rendering its speech somewhat incoherent. Xia Fan furrowed his brow, finding the remark unsettling. "If I hadn't returned alive, would I be here in spirit?" The Flame Emperor shook its head vigorously. No. I meant to ask how you managed to elude them, and you bear no injuries." Xia Fan smiled nonchalantly. Eluding them was a simple task. Yet, as he noticed the gleam of surprise in the Flame Emperor's eyes, his bravado faltered, and he feigned a wounded demeanor. "Cough. Cough. Eluding them was hardly a challenge, he said weakly, attempting to sound impressive. Upon hearing this, the Flame Emperor's expression shifted from joy to concern. It was evident that Xia Fan had endured considerable hardships to escape his pursuers. Climb onto my back. I shall take you inside. The Flame Emperor gestured for Xia Fan to mount. Is that permissible? Xia Fan hesitated. The Flame Emperor nodded affirmatively. Of course. It is entirely acceptable. I sense you are a commendable trainer. My earlier words were presumptuous. Ultimately, Xia Fan acquiesced and mounted, eliciting awe from the surrounding Pokémon. For this was the first time they had witnessed the Flame Emperor offer such a privilege to a human. Moments later, the Flame Emperor brought Xia Fan into its cave, which left Xia Fan exhilarated. Riding on the back of the Flame Emperor and basking in the reverence of the Pokémon was an exhilarating experience. Master, you have finally returned. Mew exclaimed, leaping onto Xia Fan with a delightful aroma of cream. Where's the food? It asked, noting that he only carried the morning's beef patty. Food? Xia Fan queried, glancing at the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor, through a private telepathic link only audible to Xia Fan, explained the situation. After listening, Xia Fan laughed with Mew, promising to procure delicious food once they reached human territories. He then leaned closer to Mew and whispered, requesting it to relay everything he had just learned from the Flame Emperor. Mew dutifully conveyed the Flame Emperor's revelations about its divine powers and responsibilities as a protector of legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan felt compelled to commend Mew in front of the Flame Emperor, recognizing it as a good companion. The praise he had instilled in Mew had evidently borne fruit, and the impact of Mew's words far surpassed his own. Suppressing his excitement, Xia Fan prepared to confront the Flame Emperor, intending to make it his Pokémon. However, before he could speak, the Flame Emperor presented a large milk tank before him. You appear to be injured. Drink some of this milk. It possesses healing properties. Xia Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. While he could tolerate the earlier image of Mew drinking, the thought of himself in such a position was quite uncomfortable. Cough, cough. I'm perfectly well. There's no need for that, he stammered, attempting to mask his awkwardness. You are coughing. Clearly, you are not well. Drink. There is no need for embarrassment. I assure you, I shall not divulge this to anyone, the Flame Emperor insisted, playfully nudging Xia Fan into the embrace of the milk tank. A few minutes later, Xia Fan, still savoring the taste of milk, expressed his intentions to the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing him, the Flame Emperor did not decline. Very well. But you must defeat me first. Xia Fan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for a battle. I can capture you without one. With that, he produced an empty Pokeball and tossed it toward the Flame Emperor. A flash of red light enveloped the Pokemon, and the ball began to shake vigorously. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes, 4 shakes, 5 shakes. With the 5th shake, the ball emitted a triumphant sound. The Flame Emperor had been successfully captured. Chapter 19, Divine Powers. Ding. Successfully captured the Pokemon Flame Emperor. Please select one skill from the available options. At the moment the Pokeball ceased its tremors, a long-dormant system notification resonated within Xia Fan's mind, and a system panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Fire-type legendary Pokemon, Flame Emperor. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, causes opponents to feel tense, with a 10 chance of skill failure. Held item, Expert Belt, increases the power of the first move used in battle by 50. Skills include Sacred Fire, attacks the opponent with mysterious flames that may inflict a burn status. Flame Burst, a furious attack that unleashes fiery wrath upon an opponent. The potency of this move varies with the user's condition. The better the state, the greater the power. Psychic Power, emitting an invisible mystical force to strike at foes. It may instill fear in them at times. Meditation, focusing the mind to enhance one's special attack and special defense. Sleep, falling into a deep slumber when gravely injured. Upon awakening, no matter the extent of the previous wounds, one can heal completely. The skills of the Fire Emperor are numerous. Although not as extensive as those of the mythical Mew, they are nonetheless quite dazzling. Yet, Xia Fan did not hesitate. Having already contemplated which skills to select from the Fire Emperor, I choose the Psychic Power of the Fire Emperor, Xia Fan resolved internally. Indeed, among the Fire Emperor's skills, he did not opt for any of its formidable Fire-type moves, instead favoring the psychic abilities. Even the move known as Flame Burst, reputed to be the most potent among Fire-type special attacks, was dismissed. In his perspective, these Fire-type skills were utterly useless, and employing them would only lead to self-inflicted torment. This is because such skills are utilized in his human form. For instance, to use a Fire-type move, he would have to expel flames from his mouth. Akin to a Pokemon, it seemed utterly foolish, as it would merely expose him as an anomaly, inviting the populace to capture him. If he were ever compelled to use such a skill, why not simply employ Mew's transformation ability to become the Fire Emperor and utilize the skills then, which would be both convenient and effortless. In contrast, the selection of the psychic skill, psychic power, was entirely different, as its attacks are unseen. If he were to strike at others, no one would ever deduce that it originated from him. Thus, in his human form, a discreet mental attack was the most advantageous option. The moment he chose psychic power, Xia Fan's mind underwent a profound transformation. He felt as if a mere glance at another could severely impair their brain. Surveying his surroundings, Xia Fan contemplated selecting a nearby Pokémon as his test subject. However, after a moment's thought, he abandoned this idea, recognizing that all the Pokémon were under the Fire Emperor's protection. To use them as experimental subjects would only sow discord with the Fire Emperor. Picking up a Pokeball from the ground, Xia Fan released the Fire Emperor from within. "Why does your Pokeball render me unable to resist?" The Fire Emperor inquired immediately upon emergence. It had previously encountered individuals who would throw Pokeballs upon meeting, yet never had it experienced being rendered utterly unable to resist, forcibly drawn inside. No matter how vigorously it struggled within, the Pokeball remained impervious. "Because this is one of my divine powers," Xia Fan replied with a smile. "As long as it is my Pokeball. Legendary Pokémon like you and me will be unable to resist being drawn within." Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor's expression faltered, and a hint of fear flickered in its gaze directed at Xia Fan. If what he claimed was true, then upon their first encounter, he could capture it without further ado, negating the need for such trivial discourse. "You need not fear so. This divine power is bestowed upon me by the heavens to better unite us," Xia Fan reassured, gently patting the Fire Emperor's head. "In addition to this divine power, I possess another that will greatly benefit you. As long as you become my partner, your strength will continue to grow indefinitely over time." "What do you mean?" the Fire Emperor queried, somewhat perplexed. "It means that in the days to come, even if you do nothing, you will still grow stronger, perhaps even surpassing your predecessor, Ho-Oh." "Is that true?" the Fire Emperor gasped, its previously composed demeanor now shaken by Xia Fan's words. "Indeed, you may ask little Mew." Xia Fan gestured casually towards Mew, who was busy indulging in milk. "Since being with me, aside from eating, drinking, and occasionally battling to earn some money for meals, it has hardly engaged in any training. Ask it if it feels its power has increased faster than ever." As Xia Fan finished speaking, Mew, upon hearing this, immediately objected, liberating itself from the milk jug's embrace and floating to Xia Fan's side. "Master, how could you say that? While my strength has indeed increased significantly, it is also due to my own diligent training." Mew pouted, adopting a stance that seemed to demand an apology. "I apologize. Our little Mew has indeed put in great effort to grow stronger, waking up at 6 every morning to begin strength training for 3 hours, followed by additional sessions every hour thereafter," Xia Fan swiftly acknowledged. Mew's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as it returned to its milk. "Master, you exaggerate. I am not that remarkable." Xia Fan shrugged, then turned to the Fire Emperor, leaning closer to whisper, "You should discern the truth amidst our conversation." The Fire Emperor offered no reply, instead turning to exit the cave, deep in thought as it regarded the Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Moments later, it communicated telepathically to Xia Fan. "If we become your Pokémon, will we also gain strength?" Chapter 20, Little Snorlax. 2 hours later, as dusk approached, the forest echoed with the cries of Pidgeot. Seconds later, Pidgeot landed, and a young boy, laden with a bulging backpack, leaped down from its back. "Call them over," Xia Fan instructed as he disembarked, simultaneously opening his backpack to reveal it brimming with nearly 200 Pokeballs. 2 hours prior, the Fire Emperor had expressed concern that, should Xia Fan depart, the Pokemon here might be disturbed, thus requesting him to capture them all. This would not only prevent others from capturing them, but also allow them to benefit from Xia Fan's divine power and continuously grow stronger. Xia Fan did not refuse. Although capturing them would not yield any skills, he consented. After all, to act saintly before the Fire Emperor, one must indeed undertake actions befitting such a status. Fortunately, these were merely Pokemon under the Fire Emperor's care, and some evolved to their final forms. Otherwise, he would have to expend all his resources on Pokeballs and still fear he would not capture them all. "Everyone, gather around and line up. Once I capture you in a Pokeball, I will release you again, so do not fret about losing your freedom." The Fire Emperor conveyed telepathically to the approaching Pokemon in the forest. "Bibi, Abra, Nido, Snorlax, Farfetch'd." In no time, the forest resonated with the calls of numerous Pokemon, which lined up orderly as instructed by the Fire Emperor. "Nidoking, Nidoqueen, take these snacks to your children, Xia Fan said as he captured the first 2 Pokémon. After capturing them, he retrieved 2 bags of Pokémon treats from Pidgeot's back and handed them over. Nido. The Nidoking and Nidoqueen accepted the snacks, affectionately nudging Xia Fan's face with their heads as a gesture of closeness. Xia Fan smiled, patting their heads. No need for such gestures. While I cannot take you away from here, from now on, I am your nominal master, and providing you with food is only fitting. Nido. Before departing, the Nidoking and Nidoqueen happily licked Xia Fan's face once more. Xia Fan chuckled, saying nothing further, and called out to the third in line, "Little Snorlax, come over." Snorlax. In no time, the adorably rotund Snorlax did not resist as Xia Fan captured it in a Pokeball. However, upon releasing it, as he prepared to fetch a bag of treats from Pidgeot's back, Snorlax's expression shifted instantaneously upon seeing the snacks, and with a sudden leap, it hopped onto Pidgeot's back. Snorlax. The petite Snorlax unexpectedly seized a large bag of snacks and fled, munching away as it ran. Its demeanor suggested an insatiable desire to claim the entire bounty for itself. This bewildered Xia Fan, who couldn't help but wonder. Is it not afraid of being captured and thrashed by the myriad Pokémon witnessing this brazen act? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt the palpable wrath of the Pokémon collective. The once orderly line of Pokémon descended into chaos, all roaring and pursuing the little Snorlax, as if intent on beating it to a pulp. Fortunately, Inti intervened with a commanding roar, instantly silencing the agitated crowd. With a leap spanning several meters, Inti positioned itself before the Snorlax. After a few stern calls, the Snorlax, with a pitiful expression, returned with its snacks, placing them by Xia Fan's feet. "This child simply cannot resist food. Please do not hold it against him," Inti explained, concerned Xia Fan might scold the Snorlax. Xia Fan glanced at the half-empty snack bag, shrugged, and indicated it was of little consequence. After all, the snacks were not his. He was well aware of Snorlax's reputation as a glutton, being the only Pokémon often humorously dubbed as one who consumes everything in sight, yet accomplishes naught. In its world, there existed only food and slumber. All else was of no concern. Even in the face of impending doom, it could carry on with its meals and dreams, utterly unperturbed. However, Xia Fan pondered whether this locale was indeed home to the Snorlax, as he had only spotted this solitary creature. He voiced his curiosity, and Inti responded. This child was abandoned due to its enormous appetite. Its previous owner could not sustain it. I encountered it in the forest, and seeing its helplessness, I took it under my wing. Xia Fan understood immediately. A Snorlax, being such a voracious eater, was simply too expensive for an average person to care for. Moreover, once it evolved into a Snorlax, the situation would become even more dire, with a daily consumption of 800 kilograms. Who could afford to keep such a creature? Certainly not him. Minutes later, the incident concluded without further ado, and Xia Fan resumed capturing Pokémon with his Pokeballs. However, each Pokémon he captured had to roar angrily at the Snorlax seated at his feet before departing. Thus, Xia Fan's endeavors continued into the night, capturing nearly 200 Pokémon, leaving him with only 5 Pokeballs. The snacks were entirely depleted, as the distribution had concluded midway through the capturing process due to the Snorlax's presence. Having become the master of these Pokémon, Xia Fan stood atop a Fiero, surveying the vast expanse, suddenly feeling akin to the king of the forest. After all, the dominant beings of this realm were predominantly his Pokémon, which implied that this forest in many ways belonged to him. Filled with a profound sense of pride, Xia Fan entered a cave, cradling Mew in one arm while resting his head upon Inti's side, drifting into slumber. The night passed in this manner. The following morning, Xia Fan prepared to depart with Inti and Mew for new adventures. However, just as he was about to leave, the Snorlax approached, clinging tenaciously to his leg and incessantly calling out, clearly indicating a desire to accompany him. Xia Fan's expression shifted dramatically at the realization. The Snorlax's daily food intake could rival that of both him and Mew combined for half a month, if not more. As a struggling individual reliant on bounty battles to earn a living, he could scarcely afford such a companion. Yet Inti interjected, "Master, perhaps you should consider bringing it along. This child, driven by its insatiable appetite, has no friends in this forest. If we leave, it may be ostracized and could potentially starve. Surely, you would not wish to witness such a fate." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xia Fan's forehead. He longed to express his financial constraints. At that moment, Mew interjected, "Of course, Master has plenty of funds and is quite generous. When we dined at human restaurants, he allowed me to indulge in whatever I desired. Thus, if the Snorlax wishes to join us, it is welcome to do so." Upon hearing this, Xia Fan's expression froze, as his escape route had been utterly blocked. The Snorlax tilted its head, gazing up at him with a beaming expression. Xia Fan looked down at the adorably clumsy Snorlax clinging to his leg, though his heart ached. He forced a smile and, with a slightly trembling voice, said, "Welcome, Snorlax, to our journey." With a jubilant cry, the Snorlax leapt from Xia Fan's leg to his back, showering him with affectionate kisses. NTI, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction, proud of its master for sharing the same compassion for vulnerable Pokémon. Chapter 21. The fated task. By the way, NTI, do you have a way to contact Suicune and Reiku? Unfortunately not. We seldom cross paths. Our previous meetings were arranged at the bell tower or summoned by the Elder Ho-Oh. However, ever since that encounter with the group intent on capturing us, we have not reconvened. In the southern woods of Jugan City, a young boy and a Pikachu were riding atop a lion-like Pokémon with orange fur, traversing the forest at great speed. To alleviate the tedium of their journey, the boy struck up a conversation with the magnificent creature. Are those who sought to capture you the ones calling themselves the Blue-White Society? Indeed, they are. Just yesterday, they attempted to capture Elder Mew. They laid an ambush near the bell tower to seize me, Suicune, and Reiku. When we gathered, they suddenly overwhelmed us, commanding their Pokémon to attack. If we hadn't fought valiantly and managed to break free, we would have been captured. I see, Xia Fan replied, nodding as he noted the anger in NTI's voice. Just then, the sound of a helicopter reached their ears. Xia Fan looked up to see a helicopter flying in from the northwest. What business could a helicopter have in the forest? He wondered, but he brushed off the thought, as it was not his concern, allowing NTI to continue their journey to their destination, Pinetown. Moments later, Xia Fan realized that the helicopter's trajectory seemed to align with theirs. Are they also headed to Pinetown? He speculated. However, a few minutes later, the helicopter suddenly descended before them. Xia Fan instructed NTI to halt and took out his phone to check the map, discovering they had arrived at a location called Connection Cave. They merely needed to traverse this cave and travel a short distance further to reach Pinetown. Yet, this place seemed oddly familiar. As he scanned the surroundings, Xia Fan suddenly recalled that this Connection Cave was where he had previously tricked members of the Blue-White Society. In order to verify, Xia Fan transformed into a Pidgey and soared into the sky. From his aerial vantage point, he gazed down at the ground and ultimately confirmed that the mountain range was indeed the location where he had deceived those individuals the day prior. The sole distinction from yesterday was that a multitude of people had gathered at the entrance of the cave, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. It was evident that Dream had mobilized substantial forces. Upon returning to the back of the Flame Emperor, Xia Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle and promptly relayed the information regarding the Blue-White Society members ahead to the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, since they are blocking the entrance, let us bypass the mountain through its exterior. We shall allow these individuals to engage in their futile endeavors without interference, Xia Fan remarked with a smile. However, no sooner had he spoken than the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the Flame Emperor's suppressed rage. A divine mission is now bestowed upon the host. Please lead the Flame Emperor to defeat all members of the Blue-White Society present here. Completion of the mission will yield a reward of 1 million, as well as an increase in intimacy with the Flame Emperor by 20. Current intimacy is 30. Upon reaching 100, the Flame Emperor will be willing to make any sacrifice for you, including laying down his life. This mission may be accepted or declined. Countdown, 1 minute. Should the host remain silent, it will be deemed a surrender. Of course, I shall accept the challenge. 1 million is a fortune, and it would be foolish for a pauper like me to decline. Xia Fan quickly affirmed in his heart. Host has accepted the challenge. The trial commences now. Time limit, 72 hours. Current challenge progress, 0325. That's quite a number. Xia Fan furrowed his brow, while the prospect of making money was certainly appealing. Dealing with these 325 individuals would require careful planning. With this thought, he glanced down at the Flame Emperor, who, as the system had indicated, wore an expression tinged with anger. Nevertheless, he chose to heed the order and prepared to traverse the mountain exterior. Xia Fan patted the Flame Emperor's back and said, "Flame Emperor, let us halt our advance. I suddenly feel that if we do not teach these fellows a lesson, my resentment from being pursued yesterday, as well as your own from their ambush, will remain unresolved." The Flame Emperor paused, turning to Xia Fan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Master, do we truly need to proceed this way? There are a great many of them." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, "They may be numerous, but are we not formidable as well?" The Flame Emperor and Dream exchanged puzzled glances. 1 human and 3 Pokémon, one of whom might even be a current liability, Was that truly a formidable force? Xia Fan chuckled, Flame Emperor. If you return to the forest and bring forth those powerful allies, like Nidoking Queen, Pidgeot, and Ursaring, our numbers will indeed swell. The Flame Emperor's eyes lit up with realization. Bringing Nidoking and the others would indeed bolster their ranks. Xia Fan leapt down from the Flame Emperor's back, but not before imparting a word of caution. However, when you bring them back, remember to keep it discreet. We don't want to stir up a commotion that alerts these people. Understood, Master, the Flame Emperor replied, spinning around and vanishing from Xia Fan's sight in less than 3 seconds. Xia Fan then stealthily approached the cave's entrance alongside Dream. Outside the cave, a throng of Blue-White Society members clad in blue and white uniforms filled the area. The helicopter from earlier stood at their center, with many individuals unloading boxes from it. Upon closer inspection, Xia Fan noticed some writing on the boxes. This is unclear, he muttered. Dream, let us transform into Pidgey and glide a bit closer to gather intel. After squinting for a moment, Xia Fan decided to transform with Dream into Pidgey to investigate further. Before long, the two Pidgeys perched upon the helicopter's wing. Xia Fan lowered his gaze and finally discerned the writing on the boxes. Pokémon detector? He silently repeated the words, pondering whether it was intended to track Dream. With this thought, he glanced at Dream, who was scanning the surroundings. Little Dream, it would be wise for you to return to the thicket and hide. This device, judging by its name, is not of a benevolent nature. After a brief moment, Dream was ushered back to conceal herself beneath the foliage, while Xia Fan remained to scout the area. A minute later, a familiar figure emerged from the cave, a silver-haired youth, clad in the same blue and white uniform. He approached a makeshift podium and took a microphone from an associate, immediately addressing the crowd. I am Long Xiao, the chief officer of the Blue-White Society who summoned everyone here from various parts of Chengdu yesterday. You may refer to me as Team Leader Long Xiao for this operation. You should all be aware of our purpose here, which is none other than to capture Dream. Long Xiao's voice was fervent, particularly when he uttered Dream's name. Yesterday, while pursuing the Flame Emperor and Suicune, we unexpectedly encountered it battling against Suicune. Although we are uncertain of the circumstances, we seized a fleeting opportunity to throw a pokeball at it. Unfortunately, as expected, Dream is Dream, and our first attempt to capture it was thwarted. Later, when we sought to capture it again, we encountered the Flame Emperor, who protected Dream and facilitated its escape from our encirclement. Xia Fan stifled a yawn, covering his mouth with a wing as he observed the youth, who had seized the microphone to boast about the challenges of capturing Dream. He couldn't help but shake his head. Where did he learn such poor manners? Instead of addressing the matter at hand, he indulges in self-aggrandizement. Truly foolish. Chapter 22, Pokémon Detector. Long Xiao rambled for a full 20 minutes before finally addressing the objective of their gathering, pointing towards the cave. Everyone, Dream is currently hiding in that pond. However, due to its ability to become invisible and transform, we have yet to capture it. Thankfully, we have summoned you all to assist us. To facilitate your search for Dream, we have procured dozens of boxes of Pokémon detectors from the Society. The function of this device is... Before he could finish, someone in the crowd interrupted him. Team Leader Long Xiao, may I confirm, since you are aware that Dream possesses the ability to become invisible and transform, is it possible that it has already escaped before our arrival? Long Xiao waved dismissively, firmly denying, that is impossible. Dream has not escaped. Even if it is not in that pond, it is still within the mountain range. After it entered this mountain, I instructed my team to block all possible exits with Pokémon. If Dream were to exit in its invisible state, our Pokémon would surely sense it. Another voice chimed in, but what if Dream found a small exit that we missed? At this, many in the crowd nodded in agreement. Considering the logic of the statement, is Dream truly so easy to capture? Yet, at that moment, Long Xiao leapt off the platform, charging towards the speaker. He delivered a resounding slap that sent the individual sprawling to the ground, followed by a brutal beating while hurling insults. You damned harbinger of misfortune. You damned harbinger of misfortune. After a solid minute of thrashing, Long Xiao finally released the individual, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, and returned to the podium, microphone in hand. Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares utter the words of misfortune in my presence regarding Dream's escape shall meet the same fate. Upon concluding his words, he inhaled deeply, regaining the fervor of his earlier passion to capture the elusive Mew. He instructed the crew below to bring forth a box that had been unloaded from the helicopter. As the box was opened, Long Xiao retrieved a cube, approximately the size of a fist. This device, known as the Pokémon Detector, was a machine that had been integrated into the game during its beta testing by Divine Technology. Our president had invested a considerable sum to be among the fortunate players to possess this device, which is capable of detecting whether legendary Pokémon exist within a radius of 200 meters. The president had previously utilized this apparatus to locate the time-traveling mythical Pokémon, Celebi. However, at that time, Divine Technology had issued a directive forbidding beta testers from capturing any legendary Pokémon aside from the common ones, with the threat of disqualification should they fail to comply. Consequently, the president's efforts came to naught. Now, as the game had diverged from the confines of the real world, we were no longer bound by the original stipulations set forth by Divine Technology. Thus, the president had leveraged his assets within the Pokémon universe to develop a weakened version of the Pokémon detector. Its efficacy was to detect legendary Pokémon within a 100-meter radius. Shortly, you shall employ this device to ascertain whether Mew is among us. However, there is an important detail regarding its usage that you must heed. As he spoke, Long Xiao pressed a button situated atop the cube. A small projection emerged, revealing a white Pokémon, resembling a horse, akin to a Qilin or a centaur. This mechanism requires the initial selection of the legendary Pokémon to be detected. If such a Pokémon's presence is within a 100-meter radius, the projection will flicker. In this instance, the detector initially sought the traces of Arceus, the Pokémon known as the original one. However, we certainly lacked any evidence of its presence, hence the projection would remain still. Therefore, we must switch the projection to that of Mew, as we are aware of its traces in this vicinity. Long Xiao promptly demonstrated how to switch the projection. A mere swipe of the hand sufficed to toggle between images, halting once Mew's projection was selected. Within 2 seconds, Long Xiao had successfully transitioned to Mew's projection, which began to flicker. "Do you see?" he exclaimed. "It is that simple. The moment the projection starts to flicker, it signifies that Mew is within the area." Before he could finish, Long Xiao, clutching the cube, suddenly froze. His gaze transfixed on the projection, he trembled with excitement, inhaling and exhaling rapidly. Without delay, he leapt from the stage and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to the individual who had previously doubted Mew's presence. After a full half-minute of punishment, Long Xiao returned to the stage, arms outstretched, addressing the crowd. "Now, do you believe me when I say Mew is indeed here?" The audience glanced at the battered individual, then raised their arms in spirited unison, shouting, "We believe." "Excellent. Before we commence our operation, allow me to share the rewards bestowed upon us by the president for this endeavor." Long Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Upon successfully capturing Mew, each of you will receive a reward of 20,000. Furthermore, those who discover traces of Mew will receive 100,000. For those who successfully capture it, the reward is set at 1 million. The president has already transferred the funds to my phone, and once the capture concludes, I shall distribute the rewards to each of you, without fail. So, I pose this question to you, my comrades. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing of the monetary rewards, the members below were instantly invigorated. "Fantastic. Now, proceed to collect the Pokémon detectors." With a sweeping gesture, Long Xiao issued his commands, his excitement palpable as he dashed into the cave, the shimmering detector in hand. Meanwhile, on the helicopter's wing, Xia Fan observed the scene unfold, his mind racing with thoughts. 325 individuals, each receiving 20,000. That totals 650,000. Moreover, with the trace discoverers earning 100,000 each, the numbers are staggering. Even if I assume a budget of 500,000 for the capture, that amounts to a total of 800,000 at the very least. How is the president of the Blue-White Society so affluent? The prospect of these riches stirred something within Xia Fan. 800,000, if he could reclaim that amount. With that thought, Xia Fan flapped his wings and soared back into the woods. Chapter 23, An Unruly Encounter with Butterfree. "Little Mew, I have an intriguing task for you." Back in the woods, Xia Fan transformed into his original form, gesturing towards the mountains where he believed Mew to be hiding. "Those fellows think you are concealed within the mountains, tirelessly wielding the Pokémon detector in search of you. Therefore, you will enter an invisible state and flit about outside the mountains, akin to a playful dog, maintaining their fervor for capturing you until I, your master, lead the great NEI to ensnare them all. Should you tire along the way, returning for a brief respite is entirely acceptable." "Understood." Mew entered its invisible state and swiftly made its way towards the cliffs within the mountains. Before long, the sounds of excitement erupted from within the cave, with multiple voices exclaiming they had detected Mew. A band of simpletons. An hour later, while waiting beneath the thicket for NTI and stifling yawns, Xia Fan finally sensed NTI's approach through his divine beast intuition. He promptly rose and made his way towards the sensed direction. A mere dozen seconds later, He encountered Nei 200 meters from the Mountain S connection. Following Xia Fan's instructions, Nei had brought along an array of formidable Pokémon: Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Venusaur, Parasect, Onix, Ariados, Maril, Sizer, and others. The moment they spotted Xia Fan, they rushed forward in eagerness to be near him. Xia Fan affectionately patted their heads, preparing to issue battle commands when Entei interjected. Master, in addition to these, there are also the Beedrill clan, the Pidgeot clan, the Gyarados clan, the Onix clan, the Shroomish clan, and Butterfree. Before Entei could finish, Xia Fan hastily interrupted. Wait, why have entire clans come as well? He had only requested Entei to bring a selection of the strongest, not summon every clan from the forest. Was this a brawl? Or were they attempting to migrate and seize territory? Master, it was not my intention to summon them. They came of their own accord. Many clans felt remorse for not participating in yesterday's battle and, upon learning of your desire to lead a lesson against those adversaries, voluntarily joined. I could not dissuade them, as they insisted that being your Pokémon necessitated sharing in your burdens, Entei explained. Xia Fan pursed his lips, a wry smile forming as he accepted the situation. Given their earnest regard for him as their master, he could not refuse their goodwill. Very well, Entei. Lead me to see them. I shall devise a battle plan. Minutes later, Entei guided Xia Fan to a secluded riverbank devoid of human presence, where the Beedrill clan, the Pidgeot clan, the Gyarados clan, and other Pokémon known for their social nature awaited. The moment they beheld Xia Fan, they erupted in exuberant cries. Had Xia Fan not intervened in time, the commotion might have alerted those within the connecting cave. All right, I understand you are thrilled to see me, and I am equally delighted to have chosen you to assist me. Once they settled down, Xia Fan smiled warmly. Meanwhile, outside the connecting cave, no one had yet realized they were on the brink of facing the most unjust and constricted battle in history. A member of the Blue-White Society, a Kuan, yawned while perched on a rock. He nudged his companion, Su Yang, who was seated beside him. Old Su, did you just hear something? Are you referring to the cries of Pokémon? As his companion Su Yang idly toyed with the Pokémon detector in his hand, he remarked, the sounds emanating from the forest are rather unusual. Let us not forget, we currently inhabit the realm of Pokémon. Instead of fretting over this, it would be wiser to hope that those beings do not capture Mew. If a capture must occur, it would be preferable for it to happen when we switch shifts and enter, for 1,000,000 is at stake. As fellow beta testers, despite our prolonged engagement, I have yet to amass such a fortune. Indeed, you speak the truth. However, Akun's gaze towards Su Yang was laced with a tinge of disdain. To consider 1,000,000 upon capturing Mew? Truly a timid soul, devoid of ambition. If he were to seize Mew, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to defect from the Blue-White Society before relinquishing the Pokeball, retreating with Mew in tow. He envisioned growing stronger, conquering the Chengdu region first, followed by Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar, and ultimately the entire world. Along the way, he would capture the legendary Pokémon from each region, establishing himself as the sovereign of this realm, compelling all to bow before his might. With these thoughts in mind, Akun lifted his gaze towards the towering cliffs that connected the mountains, silently wishing that Mew would remain elusive until his arrival. Yet, as he squinted against the glaring light, a fleeting glimpse of a pink-furred Pokémon flickered in his vision. It curled its body, covering its mouth as if stifling a laugh. Mew? Akun was taken aback, blinking rapidly to ascertain whether he was merely hallucinating. But in the blink of an eye, the Pokémon that had just danced across his vision vanished once more. A mirage? Akun furrowed his brow, sighing in disappointment. It seemed he had truly become infatuated with the notion of capturing Mew. A minute later, Su Yang abruptly slapped his thigh. Akun, look over there. Akun turned to see a swarm of Pokémon soaring through the northwestern sky, a dense mass that instilled a profound sense of dread at first glance. He quickly retrieved his phone, activating the camera mode and zooming in. It then became evident that the approaching horde comprised a multitude of Butterfree, their expressions seemingly tinged with anger. Yet, Akun was uncertain if he had misinterpreted their expressions. He raised his communicator to consult Longxiao, inquiring whether they should take cover, as a flock of Butterfree was heading their way, seeking guidance on whether the outer sentinels ought to retreat to avoid unforeseen calamity. After a brief pause, Longxiao's furious roar erupted from the communicator, chastising them for their cowardice. A mere flock of Butterfree passing by signifies migration. There is nothing to fear. Our priority is to guard the exits diligently. Should Mew escape due to your incompetence, I shall see to it that you face dire consequences. Reluctantly, Akun and the other Blue-White Society members stationed outside could do naught but remain in place. Moments later, Hundreds of butterfrees swept low overhead like a locust swarm, showering them with a cascade of shimmering pollen. They gradually realized that the situation was more dire than they had anticipated. Yet, it was already too late. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over them, rendering them powerless against the encroaching sleep, including their Pokémon left outside. Chapter 24. Indeed, I am one who bullies the weak. Disregarding the ethics of combat. As all the Blue-White Society members tasked with external defense succumbed to slumber, Xia Fan emerged from the woods, accompanied by Nei and Nidoking, ready to issue commands. You four, Teddiursa, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Jengar, take your respective groups along with 10 Venusaur and drag these unconscious individuals into the woods. If anyone awakens prematurely, let Venusaur use sleep powder on them. In any case, until I arrive, they must remain subdued. Should anyone's Pokémon escape, you shall collectively ensure they do not flee. Nidoking, Teddiursa, Jengar. The Pokémon responded, promptly following Xia Fan's orders, each doing their part to transport the incapacitated individuals into the forest. Excellent. Observing their cooperation, Xia Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as he continued directing them. The remaining Venusaur, along with Ariados, Scyther, and Ambipom, you shall guard this area at the entrance. Should anyone emerge, use sleep powder and string shot to incapacitate them, ensuring they cannot escape. Ambipom and Scyther, you shall safely escort them to Nidoking's group while maintaining security here. The Venusaur, Ariados, Scyther, and Ambipom let out a unified cry, promptly setting to work as instructed. Pidgeot and Beedrill, you will escort all Blue-White Society members blocking the exits to Teddiursa's group. They too must have succumbed to the Butterfree sleep powder. Once you have delivered them all, join the Butterfree in guarding that area. Any who dare to emerge shall be met with sleep powder. Pidgeot and Beedrill immediately responded, flapping their wings and taking flight. After arranging the primary members, Xia Fan turned his attention to the remaining groups behind him. Thoughtfully crossing his arms and resting his chin in contemplation, he began to strategize, breaking them into smaller groups to assist the three aforementioned Pokémon. Once they were all organized, Xia Fan called Mew back, inquiring if it wished to rest, as there was no harm in allowing the individuals in the cave to continue their antics momentarily. To his surprise, Mew expressed a desire to keep playing, delighting in teasing the members of the Blue-White Society trapped within the cave. It sensed their frustration of being unable to locate it despite their best efforts. Exchanging a glance with Entei, Xia Fan shrugged resignedly and walked towards Teddiursa and the others. Are they still asleep? Upon entering the thicket, Xia Fan casually asked Teddiursa and the others. They shook their heads in unison. Very well, since they remain unconscious. Let us awaken them. Xia Fan affectionately patted their heads, then selected 3 individuals from the unconscious group, Marilioli, and directed them to awaken these 3 with water gun. I wish to engage them in a bounty battle. Marilioli stepped forward, preparing to unleash a water gun when, in that instant, a flash of red light emanated from Xia Fan's waist, and Snorlax emerged. Snorlax. The small Snorlax halted Marilioli, then bounded towards the 3 individuals, swiftly rummaging through their belongings and extracting some food before delivering a sharp slap to each of their faces, rousing them from their stupor. It then returned to Xia Fan, clutching the food and chirping, indicating that it would handle such matters in the future. Xia Fan remained silent, his lips twitching slightly. Meanwhile, Entei and the other Pokémon sighed, seemingly embarrassed to be associated with their master. As the trio awakened by Snorlax blinked their eyes open, still dazed, they glanced around, only to be met with the fierce, intimidating stares of Teddiursa, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and a host of other Pokémon. They screamed in terror, gasping for breath, as if their souls had nearly left their bodies. Until they realized that a human was standing among the elves, they pointed at him, swallowing hard in fear, their voices trembling as they spoke. Who are you? What do you want? I must tell you, we are members of the Blue and White Society. Observing the anxious trio, Xia Fan crouched down, wearing a beaming smile. It matters not who I am, nor does it matter that you belong to the Blue and White Society. What truly counts is that I am here to challenge you to a bounty battle. A bounty battle? The 3 were taken aback. Indeed. But here is the deal. If I win, you shall hand over all your money. If I lose, you may leave unscathed. The trio exchanged glances, and finally, the young man in the center mustered his courage to ask, how will we fight? You can't expect us 3 to take on the entire arena. That would be impossible. And is that Entei yours? If it joins the fight, we would stand no chance. That would be unfair. Of course not, since it is a bounty battle. How could I be so shameless as to employ numbers against you? However, if you wish to take advantage of your numbers against my sole Pokémon, I have no objections. Are you serious? The three exclaimed in excitement. Absolutely, but you will be battling it. Xia Fan crossed his arms and gestured behind him, where Inti stepped forward. The trio gasped. What the hell? Battling one of the legendary beasts like Inti is no different from facing that monstrous circle bear. The outcome is bound to be disastrous. They inwardly cursed the audacity of the individual before them, who clearly took pleasure in oppressing the weak and disregarding the principles of fair play, forcing them into a challenge they were certain to lose. Yet, the very next moment, the man declared, "Indeed, I revel in taking advantage of the weak, ignoring the ethics of combat, and coercing you into an unwinnable challenge." The trio was startled, their fears heightened by how Xia Fan seemed to read their thoughts. Will you fight or not? If you refuse, I will truly compel you to battle. They watched as Xia Fan summoned a small Snorlax. Snorlax. Give each of them a slap until they agree to face me. Snorlax. The small creature, still chewing on a piece of candy, charged at the three. With a series of resounding slaps, it swiftly left their faces swollen, prompting them to kneel and cry, "We'll fight." Xia Fan, grinning, helped them to their feet. There you go. Why hesitate? The sooner you agree, the sooner you can part with your money and avoid suffering. The trio looked at Xia Fan, immediately equating him to a devil. He was indeed worse than their own blue and white society members. Chapter 25. The Noble Virtues of a Trainer with a Legendary Pokémon. What should we do? That is Inti, the legendary Pokémon, one of the three sacred beasts. We are bound to lose. Surrounded by a few tyrannical flowers and circle bears, the trio followed Xia Fan and Inti, whispering amongst themselves, with one boy sweating profusely, his expression grim. According to Xia Fan, their battleground would not be in the forest, allowing them to discuss strategies during their journey. Do not be so fearful. Who says we are guaranteed to lose? As the saying goes, three cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. If we can deploy Pokemon of water, ground, and rock types against Inti and coordinate properly, we might stand a chance. Just like in the anime, where wisdom commands a Pikachu to battle a legendary Pokemon. The young man believed they could not afford to remain pessimistic. He had always held the belief of never giving up. Exactly. What if Zhuge Liang possessed us? The boy and another girl began to feel encouraged, their mindsets shifting towards a more positive outlook. Pleased to see this. The young man nodded and began to lay out tactical arrangements. My Pokemon is Blastoise. Water is strong against fire, dealing double damage. I will have Blastoise act as a shield, charging to the front. Kongjian, you have a rock-type Geodude, right? Send it out. Rock is strong against fire, also dealing double damage. Now we have two cobblers gathered. We just need one more. Xiaoling, I remember your Pokemon is. He suddenly choked on his words, staring in horror at her, because he had just remembered that all of her Pokemon were grass types. If Inti unleashed a fire-type move upon them, she would be instantly defeated. Hence, it meant they were truly at a 3-1 disadvantage, or effectively 2-1, leaving one cobbler short. Damn, how can we fight now? After struggling to encourage them not to be pessimistic, the young man found himself succumbing to despair. At that moment, Xia Fan, who had been leading the way, stopped and turned to the trio, saying, "Let this be the battlefield. You have whispered to one another long enough. You may now release your Pokemon." To prevent Inti's flames from igniting the forest and disrupting the ecosystem, Xia Fan designated the battleground beside a clear river. Before their arrival, some Scyther had even cleared a few giant trees to expand the area. Thus, Inti could unleash its full power without concern for the surrounding environment. The trio exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and finally released their Pokemon, a Blastoise, a Geodude, and a Vileplume, the final evolution of Oddish. Although their morale was somewhat shaken, the more strategic young man began issuing commands. Xiaoling, keep your Vileplume hidden behind Blastoise and Geodude, waiting for the right moment to strike. Otherwise, Inti will eliminate you first. Okay, I understand, Xiaoling replied. The young man nodded and began discussing strategies with his other companion, Kongjian, but was abruptly interrupted by an impatient Xia Fan. Enough with the chit-chat. I am not only battling you three in this bounty fight, so I don't have time to waste. If you delay further, I will unleash Inti without mercy. Helpless, the young man could only hastily command Blastoise to initiate the attack. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump on Inti. Blastoise, the creature lowered its body slightly, and in the next moment, the two powerful cannons on its back unleashed a torrent of water strong enough to pierce through thick iron plates, aimed directly at Inti, who stood atop a boulder. Geodude, Rock Slide, Vileplume, use Poison Powder. Simultaneously, the young man's partners quickly followed suit with their commands. When facing a formidable foe, striking first is always a sound strategy. Thus, under their orders, Blastoise's hydro pump surged forth alongside Geodude's rocks and the poisonous powder emitted by Vileplume. In contrast, Xia Fan casually began to munch on some seeds, unperturbed by the oncoming assault, as he did not issue any commands to NEI. Prior to the battle, he had already discussed with NEI that it would handle the fight independently. After all, as a legendary Pokémon with extensive combat experience accumulated over the years, did it truly require human direction to battle? That would be absurd. If it needed guidance to win, NEI would have been captured long ago. However, since NEI took it upon itself to handle the fight, what role was left for Xia Fan? Yes, merely to serve as a mascot. This is the noble virtue that a Pokémon trainer should embody upon acquiring a legendary Pokémon that knows how to fight. Do not issue reckless commands without reason. Do you truly believe that you possess a greater understanding of combat than those ancient divine beasts? Is that not the small Snorlax? Xia Fan lowered his head, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the small Snorlax at his feet, which had accumulated a considerable stash of snacks. With a slight bend of his body, taking advantage of the moment when the small Snorlax was still munching on its treats while admiring the scene of the Fire Emperor effortlessly neutralizing the attacks of 3 Pokémon with a single burst of flame. He executed a swift maneuver, deftly snatching 5 bags of chips that he had not tasted since arriving here. With a crisp crunch, the flavor of the chips was utterly delightful. Just then, a sudden exclamation arose from across the battlefield. My gloom! Xia Fan immediately focused his attention. To his astonishment, the previously toxic gloom lay incapacitated on the ground, its body still smoldering with remnants of fire. Meanwhile, Blastoise and Trevenant remained on the field, albeit in a dire state, suffering from burns. It turned out that the moment the Fire Emperor extinguished the attacks of the 3 foes with its fiery breath, it leapt into the air, unleashing a sacred flame infused with mysterious power, which swept across the 3 Pokémon, inflicting severe injuries. Thus, the gloom was rendered unable to continue fighting. The power was utterly terrifying. Observing this scene, Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction while munching on his chips. Indeed, he was a genius trainer, allowing the Fire Emperor to fight independently, eliminating an opponent in less than 3 seconds. Snorlax! Snorlax! The small Snorlax, now exhilarated, bounced up and down, cheering on the Fire Emperor while continuing to enjoy its snacks. However, just as it finished its current morsel and was about to retrieve more, it suddenly realized, are my snacks missing? The small Snorlax turned its head, only to discover 5 bags of chips in Xia Fan's embrace. It glanced back at the solitary bag remaining in its own pile. The next moment, without a second thought, the small Snorlax gathered up all its remaining snacks and made a hasty retreat from Xia Fan. It sought refuge behind a large, concealed tree, where it carefully set down its bounty. Quietly, it picked up the last bag of chips, savoring the spectacle of the Fire Emperor's battle while indulging in its treats. Chapter 26. I must admit defeat. The small Snorlax, witnessing the prowess of the Fire Emperor, seemed to awaken a desire for combat within itself. After finishing an entire bag of chips, Xia Fan began to feel a bit weary and couldn't resist the urge to trade the 4 remaining bags from the small Snorlax for something new. He turned his head. Where did it go? He exclaimed in disbelief, recalling that it had been right there moments ago. Scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted the small Snorlax behind a tree, looking utterly content as it munched on snacks while watching the Fire Emperor fight. What does this little creature mean? Is it afraid I might snatch its treats? Am I that kind of person? No, I am a lover of sharing. In the next moment, Xia Fan stealthily approached the small Snorlax from behind, a smile adorning his face. Snorlax, if you don't mind, would you like to join me in enjoying some delicacies while we admire the scenery? Choked up, the small Snorlax turned its stiff neck, staring blankly at Xia Fan. In the next instant, it abruptly seized all of its snacks, attempting to swallow them whole with astonishing speed. As long as its mouth was wide open, the master could not share in the enjoyment of the delicacies and the splendid view. However, with a swift slap, Xia Fan knocked away all the snacks. Then, with a beaming smile, he gently patted the small Snorlax's head, saying, Pokémon should not consume food in such a manner. It may upset your stomach. The proper way to eat is to savor it slowly, taking turns to enjoy a bite each, thus promoting digestion. Therefore, sharing 1 bite each equates to half for each of us, and I shall assist you in this distribution. 10 seconds later, Xia Fan departed with half of the snacks, leaving the small Snorlax gazing on with tears in its eyes. Returning to the battle scene, the Fire Emperor, having eliminated Gloom and heavily wounded Blastoise and Trevenant with its divine flame, prepared to land gracefully. As it descended, it executed a powerful stomp upon Trevenant's head. This move, aptly named, was a ground-type attack, possessing extraordinary double power against the rock-type Trevenant. With a single strike, even though Trevenant, a Pokemon with a body nearly as strong as rock, attempted to block with its hands, it was still overwhelmed, its limbs shattered as it collapsed, rendered incapable of fighting. This meant that in less than 6 seconds since the battle commenced, the Fire Emperor had directly eliminated 2 foes, leaving only Blastoise remaining. Blastoise was now filled with trepidation, turning its fearful gaze toward its trainer. "Master, save me. I do not wish to become a braised turtle." Meanwhile, the young trainer, faced with this outcome, was engulfed in despair. Indeed, those with the protagonist's aura, such as Xia, were beyond comparison. With a single divine flame, 1 Pokemon was downed, 2 heavily injured, followed by a powerful stomp, resulting in yet another opponent falling, all within less than 6 seconds. How could one possibly compete against such overwhelming might? Blastoise's strongest move was merely Hydro Pump, which had been effortlessly halted by the Fire Emperor's seemingly trivial flamethrower. How could one possibly continue? It was akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. 1 strike, and it shattered, an insurmountable challenge when the disparity in power was so vast. After deep contemplation, as the Fire Emperor prepared to unleash its divine flame for a third and final attack, the young trainer shouted decisively, "Spare us, we concede." Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor retracted the holy fire it was about to release. The trembling Blastoise sighed in relief. "My master still loves me." However, in the next moment, the young trainer's companions, a boy and a girl, vehemently protested, shouting, "Don't stop, Fire Emperor. We will never surrender. We fight to the bitter end." The Fire Emperor paused mid-turn, bewildered. "What do you mean? Are you not satisfied with the thrashing you've already received?" Meanwhile, Blastoise, having just relaxed, tensed its shell once more. Suddenly alarmed. "What do my master's companions mean? Can't they see I'm outmatched? Do they want me to perish here?" At that moment, the boy and girl furiously grabbed the young trainer by the throat, exclaiming, "You coward! You insisted we fight, preaching optimism and the possibility of Xi's spirit possessing us. Yet now you wish to concede, while our gloom and Trevenant lie in such dire states? No way. I tell you, Zhongtong, your Blastoise must die at the hands of the Fire Emperor today." With furious expressions, the boy and girl alternately slapped the young trainer, determined to force him to make Blastoise continue fighting. "We are not concerned about the few, but the inequity. Our Pokemon are in this miserable condition, yet you wish to retain your Blastoise's fighting capacity? Even if it doesn't perish, it must at least be gravely wounded, for it shall not remain battle-ready." Observing the adversaries in disarray and glancing at the trembling Blastoise, the Fire Emperor found itself uncertain whether to continue the battle. Thus, it turned back to seek Xia Fan's input on the matter. At that moment, Xia Fan was returning, satisfied with his snacks, only to witness the opposing team embroiled in chaos. Initially taken aback, he then dashed over, excitement coursing through him as he clutched his bounty of snacks. With a single leap, he landed upon the nearest boulder, closest to the trio, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts while exclaiming the secrets of combat. "Do you 3 know how to fight? Are you familiar with the 4 essential elements of a brawl? 1. Grab the head. 2. Attack the groin. 3. Poke the eyes. 4. Kick the jewels." Such timeless wisdom, and yet not a single one of you has employed it. Truly, you are quite the ineffectual lot. The youths exchanged bewildered glances at Xia Fan, before extending their hands toward the young man's head and groin with malicious intent. Indeed, it was imperative to grasp the head vigorously. Men dread nothing more than a balding pate. Yes, the attack on the groin must be executed with force, instilling a crisis of confidence. At that moment, the young man, having suffered grievous blows to both his scalp and groin from Xia Fan's mischievous tactics, glared at him and let out a howl of exasperation. "I concede." Chapter 27. The Unwritten Rules of Combat. Xia Fan was taken aback. In an instant, he leaped down from the rock to rescue the young man from the clutches of the 2 youths. "If you intend to concede, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were all merely bickering due to mutual disdain." The young man shot a glare at Xia Fan. "You must be joking. The price of vegetables is skyrocketing. I've shouted my surrender several times, and you didn't hear me?" The young man was on the verge of tears. Xia Fan consoled him, "Do not weep. My friend, real men do not shed tears lightly. Consider this. When I transfer the full amount later, I shall set aside 100 for you." 100? Upon hearing this, the young man clutched his swollen face, and the tears he had been suppressing burst forth uncontrollably. He glared at Xia Fan in indignation. 100? That wouldn't even buy a single pokeball. How dare you even utter such a sum? 100 is quite generous, especially when you look at them. Soon, they won't have even that. Xia Fan continued to placate him. "One must learn to compare oneself to others. Once you do, you might feel better. The young man wiped away his tears with a cynical smile, feeling as though his dignity had been utterly trampled. Without further ado, he pulled out his phone and tossed it to Xia Fan. Not a penny left behind. If you're going to transfer, take it all. The password is 26. A man must have ambition. I refuse to accept your paltry 100, for I have hands and feet. I can earn my keep. Xia Fan accepted the phone with a sigh. Youth is indeed youth. 100 is still a sum of money. How could one be so dismissive? Yet, in the next moment, Xia Fan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing a balance of 65,000. Wealthy indeed. This immediately shattered his previous record for a single bounty. In the world of Pokémon, Divine Technology had established mobile payments for players to adapt seamlessly to this realm, allowing Xia Fan to ascertain the young man's assets with a mere glance at his phone. After transferring the entire 65,000, Xia Fan turned his gaze to the other two youths, eager to discover if they too were small-time tycoons. Faced with Xia Fan's expectant gaze, the youths gritted their teeth and produced their phones, transferring their entire assets to him, 70,000 from one and 56,000 from the other. Once the transactions concluded, the two turned to leave, abandoning the young man. Yet, merely 2 meters away, they were halted by a gigantic scyther. The young woman whirled around in anger. What do you mean? The battle is over. The money has been transferred. Why won't you let us go? Xia Fan remained silent. As a butterfree suddenly landed on his shoulder, flapping its wings and releasing a cloud of shimmering powder towards the youths. In an instant, they began to feel drowsy and collapsed to the ground. The young man, who had just recalled his Blastoise, panicked at the sight. What more do you want? We've already given you the money. Before he could finish, he inhaled the glowing dust and, like his companions, succumbed to unconsciousness. Xia Fan smirked. Let you go? To warn others? With that, he commanded the scyther to gather the 3 of them for supervision. Then, with hands behind his back, he hummed a little tune as he led his NEI back into the woods, ready to seek more challengers for bounty battles. 2 hours later, Xia Fan had encountered 42 challengers. He had defeated all the members of the Blue-White Society stationed at the perimeter, earning a total of 210,000 in bounties, with each challenger contributing an average of 50,000. Notably, most chose not to engage in battle with NEI. Upon witnessing the fierce presence of NTI and the surrounding scyther, they surrendered without hesitation, swiftly handing over their money. This was the reason he could challenge 42 individuals in just 2 hours. Master, should we charge in with the scyther? Or wait for the Blue-White Society members to emerge one by one, like hunters waiting for prey? After dispatching the perimeter members, NTI accompanied Xia Fan to the entrance of the cave. During the 2 hours, 13 individuals had emerged from the cave, but as soon as they did, they were incapacitated by the paralysis powder from Vileplume and delivered to Xia Fan for battle with NEI. Thus, NTI found merit in this ambush strategy. However, Xia Fan waved his hand with a smile. There's no need to enter or to wait for them to come out one by one. Since we've already employed unscrupulous methods to deal with the outer members of the Blue-White Society, we shall continue unabated. With that, Xia Fan turned to the scythers. Scythers, summon the leaders of the Butterfree, Vileplume, Parasect, Shroomish, and Pidgeot. 5 minutes later, the leaders of the Butterfree, Vileplume, Parasect, Shroomish, and Pidgeot stood before Xia Fan. After affectionately patting them, he said, I have a task for you. You will instruct your respective groups to use sleep powder or paralysis powder at every entrance of this mountain range. The Butterfree nodded in agreement. Xia Fan then turned to Pidgeot. Pidgeot, have your group disperse at each entrance. When the Butterfree and Vileplume deploy their powders, your group shall create gusts of wind to accelerate the dispersal of these powders throughout the cave. Pidgeot squawked in understanding. 10 minutes later, as NTI unleashed a plume of fire towards the sky as a signal, the entrances of the mountain range became engulfed in a shower of sleep powder and paralysis powder. Shortly thereafter, members of the Blue-White Society within the caves sensed something amiss. They yelled and scrambled towards the exits, but only those nearest to the entrance managed to escape, only to be captured immediately. During this time, Xia Fan did not merely wait at the entrance for the others to emerge. He had several scythers strip the clothing off the members of the Blue-White Society and directed all the Ariados to craft these garments into full-body cloaks. Once the Butterfree ceased their dispersal of powders, he donned sunglasses and a full-body cloak, riding on NEI's back, flanked by a dozen scythers and Mothim, all similarly cloaked. As they awaited outside the cave, after 20 minutes of silence from within, he led the well-concealed NTI and scythers inside. Chapter 28, Riding the Dragon. Upon entry, the path was remarkably clear. Every few meters, Xia Fan encountered an individual collapsed on the ground, limbs twitching slightly. He also observed various Pokémon lying unconscious alongside their trainers, ensnared in slumber or paralysis. Mantis, shortly, gather your kin and drag these individuals and their Pokémon out of the cave. Should anyone awaken or manage to move during the process, do not hesitate to deliver a gentle punch downward. Thereafter, regardless of gender, they shall comply and allow you to escort them out. One young man, collapsed and nearly unconscious, his body paralyzed to the point of immobility, upon hearing Xia Fan's words. Widened his eyes in shock, his fading consciousness instantly revitalized, and his legs instinctively drew inward. Soon after, as a scyther approached, brandishing its two sharp, white scythes, he conveyed his terror through his gaze, signaling his absolute compliance to remain still. The scyther, however, unable to decipher the meaning behind the youth's shifting eyes, simply revealed its translucent white scythes and struck the ground with the back of one, before proceeding to drag the young man away. Tears streamed down his face. Though he felt no pain from his paralysis, a foreboding sense of doom enveloped him. He feared he would never recover, and that his manhood would no longer favor him. He wept, yearning for death. Accompanied by the Fire Emperor, Xia Fan arrived before the pool of water where he had deceived the members of the Blue and White Society the previous day. The area was devoid of numerous Blue and White Society members, aside from a couple lying unconscious on the ground. Only a Sun EV and a Moon EV lay in a state of stupor. Xia Fan stepped over them and ventured deeper into the cave. As he delved further, the number of individuals either collapsed or paralyzed, or both, increased, lying motionless on the ground. However, each conscious individual, upon witnessing the Fire Emperor, felt a jolt of terror surge through them. They had not anticipated the Fire Emperor's presence here. The realization that someone was audacious enough to snatch away their target in the Chengdu region intensified their alarm. Who are you? How dare you employ such despicable tactics to ambush the Blue and White Society? A young man with yellow hair, trembling in his paralyzed state, pointed a shaky finger at Xia Fan. Xia Fan, taken aback, regarded him with a curious gaze, assessing him from head to toe. Remarkably, someone can still speak? He mused. Recognizing that the paralysis was not profound, there was a risk of disruption when they emerged. In the next moment, Xia Fan called out, "Scyther, there's someone here who can still move. Come over and give him a punch." A scyther leapt swiftly from the cave's cliffside to the yellow-haired youth, following Xia Fan's command and delivering a punch downward. In no time, a piercing scream echoed throughout the cave. The surrounding Blue and White Society members, paralyzed, broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard as their limbs trembled. Some, paralyzed by fear, lost control of their bladders. They realized that should such a blow befall them, regardless of their recovery, they would be haunted by psychological scars for life. In that moment, the remaining Blue and White Society members regarded Xia Fan with eyes filled with dread, akin to gazing upon a demon. Internally, they repeatedly reminded themselves that they were now mute, utterly mute. Observing the sweat-drenched faces of the Blue and White Society members, Xia Fan remarked with disdain, "Scyther, later check the depth of their paralysis. Those who are not deeply affected should receive a punch as well." Upon uttering these words, several individuals, trembling, reached for a handful of powder, unsure whether it was paralysis powder or hypnosis powder, or perhaps a mixture of both, and ingested it. Whether it was their manhood that had diminished or the realization that they were now immobile, they opted for the latter. With this brief interlude concluded, Xia Fan continued deeper into the cave atop the Fire Emperor. After approximately 20 minutes, upon passing through an opening in the cave, they arrived at a more expansive cavern. Within, a river flowed alongside numerous massive boulders. From this point onward, the paralysis and hypnosis powders on the ground, as well as the dust in the air, began to thin. "Be cautious, Fire Emperor. There are certainly those lurking in the shadows." Xia Fan gently patted the Fire Emperor's neck as a reminder. The Fire Emperor nodded, slowing its pace while remaining vigilant for any Pokémon that might leap forth from behind the boulders. "Help us." Suddenly, a voice echoed in their minds through telepathy. "Jump over there." Upon hearing this, Xia Fan decisively directed the Fire Emperor towards the tallest boulder in the center of the river. The Fire Emperor leaped. In midair, Xia Fan scanned his surroundings and spotted a flash of yellow electricity darting from behind a boulder about 30 meters to the left. "Land there," Xia Fan instructed. The Fire Emperor adjusted its trajectory and, as its limbs touched the ground, soared again towards the indicated boulder, conjuring a fierce and searing vortex in midair. Boom. The boulder exploded at the moment the Fire Emperor landed, revealing several Dratini, who were incapacitated on the ground by 2 Electabuzz and 2 Magnemite using their electric attacks. Upon seeing the Fire Emperor and Xia Fan, they looked at them with pleading eyes for rescue. "Dragonite, use Hyper Beam." A sudden voice shouted from the right. Xia Fan and the Fire Emperor turned to see, from behind another boulder not far away, a Dragonite, under the command of Long Xiao. Gathering a pitch-black energy sphere aimed directly at them, there was no time left to evade. Xia Fan urgently commanded, "Sacred Fire." The Fire Emperor turned, unleashing a powerful flame imbued with mysterious energy from its mouth. In the next moment, as the two immense forces collided within the cave, a powerful shockwave erupted. The force was so great that the river surged backward. Apart from the indomitable stance of the Fire Emperor, everyone, including the Pokémon, was sent flying several meters back. Had Xia Fan not clung tightly to the Fire Emperor, he too would have been propelled away. Chapter 29. When deception fails, resort to combat. After several seconds, the shockwave and the billowing white mist gradually dissipated. The vision of everyone began to restore to its previous clarity. Observing the figure, tightly wrapped and seated atop the Fire Emperor, Long Xiao appeared alarmed. "Who are you?" He distinctly remembered the Fire Emperor being unclaimed yesterday. Yet the circumstances just witnessed indicated that this individual had evidently captured it. More critically, given this person's attire, it was apparent that the sudden influx of paralysis and hypnosis powders in the cave was somehow linked to him. Had it not been for the report of a Dragonite swarm discovered deeper within the cave, which had drawn him away, he too might have succumbed to unconsciousness. "You are unworthy to know my name. Merely recognize that I hail from the Pantheon," Xia Fan replied nonchalantly, resuming his art of deception. The Pantheon? Long Xiao was puzzled. In the formidable organization established by internal testers, he had only heard of the Mutuo team from the Kanto region, the Legendary Beast group from the Hoenn region, and the Capture God Hall from the Sinnoh region. As for the Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar regions, due to the multitude of internal tester organizations, he was not well versed. Glancing around, Long Xiao silently sought confirmation from the Blue and White Society members trailing behind him, but they shook their heads, conveying their ignorance as well. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Xia Fan continued his ruse. "It is not surprising that you are unaware. After all, our Pantheon has lain dormant for tens of thousands of years, only recently emerging. Before long, you shall witness the power that comes from the Pantheon." Long Xiao's lips twitched, his previously perplexed gaze swiftly transforming into one of fury. Was this individual attempting to mock him as a fool? Dormant for millennia? Why not claim to have been dormant since the dawn of creation? Enough with the nonsensical banter. If you wish to conceal your true identity, you need only say so. Suppressing his ire, Long Xiao declared, "My friend, I shall refrain from inquiring further into your identity. However, I must inform you that in the Chengdu region, our Blue-White Society reigns supreme. Should you choose to depart now, I can overlook this encounter entirely. Otherwise, the repercussions from the Blue-White Society will be beyond your capacity to endure." Xia Fan was taken aback. "Are you threatening me?" he thought to himself. Had this individual not comprehended his own predicament? Did he not see who was seated beneath him? The Flame Emperor, one of the three sacred beasts, no less. Did he truly believe that his paltry companions could prevail? Or was he unaware that all those outside had already succumbed to sleep powder and paralysis powder? Yet Long Xiao insisted, "I speak only the truth. At this moment, I lack the strength to confront you, but should you persist in opposing the Blue-White Society, I can assure you, the retaliation you will face is something you cannot withstand." "Huh." Xia Fan let out a soft laugh, his expression suddenly turning icy. "Flame Emperor, attack. Strike with all your might." With that, Xia Fan leapt from the back of the Flame Emperor, granting it the opportunity to unleash its true power. What a joke. I can transform and possess a system. Should I fear you? If I were to cower now, it would be better for me to end my own life in a river. In response to Xia Fan's command, the Flame Emperor sprang into action the moment Xia Fan descended from its back, its entire being engulfed in flames. The intensity of the fire elevated the temperature within the cave dramatically. Like a monarch of flames, the Flame Emperor surveyed its surroundings with a regal gaze. Its resplendent orange for shimmering brilliantly. All the Pokémon within the cavern cast wary glances, immediately feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that prevented them from harboring any hostility towards the Flame Emperor. In the face of their trepidation, the Flame Emperor let out a mighty roar, then surged forward, akin to a king of flames, charging at the Dragonite. Long Xiao was horrified. "Dragonite, use agility to evade." Dragonite flapped its wings, attempting to retreat in accordance with its master's command, but the pressure emanating from the Flame Emperor slowed its movements. Just as it was about to execute agility, the Flame Emperor's assault arrived first. A powerful blast of flames, coupled with a fiery tackle, sent Dragonite hurtling backward for dozens of yards, crashing through boulders before plunging into the lake, scorched and battered. "Dragonite, Long Xiao screamed in despair. Dragonite was his strongest Pokémon, possessing semi-divine potential. If it were to perish here, he could not fathom returning to the Blue-White Society and retaining his position of authority. Well done, Flame Emperor. In stark contrast, Xia Fan was filled with elation. Nothing delighted him more than witnessing the agony of an arrogant individual being utterly vanquished. The Flame Emperor let out a howl in response to its master's praise, then turned its gaze towards the two Electrode and two Magnemite. Feeling the Flame Emperor's gaze upon them, the Electrode and Magnemite recoiled in fear, unable to suppress their instinct to retreat. The ancestral pressure radiating from the Flame Emperor was overwhelmingly discomforting. Meanwhile, Xia Fan approached Long Xiao, his tone flat as he uttered a single phrase, "Are you still pretending?" Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glazed as he turned to Xia Fan. Yet the next moment, his dazed expression twisted into a snarl, as he unexpectedly produced a dagger from nowhere and lunged at Xia Fan with a ruthless shout, "If you die, the Flame Emperor can still be captured by our Blue-White Society." However, just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Xia Fan's body, it suddenly fell from Long Xiao's grasp. Clutching his head, Long Xiao began to scream in torment. Leader Long Xiao, for other members of the Blue-White Society, witnessing Long Xiao's plight, rushed forward, only to be met with the same fate as they too clutched their heads and cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Master, are you unharmed?" The Flame Emperor's telepathic voice resonated in Xia Fan's mind. "I'm fine." Xia Fan waved his hand towards the Flame Emperor, signaling his safety, before returning his gaze to Long Xiao, his eyes suddenly cold. "Had it not been for the power I exchanged, I might have become a lifeless corpse at the hands of this wretched individual. It seems you require a thorough discussion." Xia Fan picked up the fallen dagger and approached Long Xiao. "Is it true that all members of your Blue-White Society are so ruthless?" With his powers revoked, Xia Fan sat on the ground, toying with the dagger, and calmly inquired. At that moment, Long Xiao was drenched in sweat, his face pale with terror as he gazed at the heavily cloaked figure before him. "What just happened?" he retorted. In response, Xia Fan swiftly drew the dagger across Long Xiao's thigh. Long Xiao howled in agony. Xia Fan stated, "When I pose a question, you are entitled only to answer. You have no right to retort. From this moment on, should you respond with a question, I shall draw another cut. If you fail to answer, I do not recommend that you keep your life. Do not doubt me. While I may not know the consequences of dying in this game, I am fully capable of doing so. In terms of ruthlessness, I do not believe myself to be inferior to anyone. It simply depends on whether you are worth my cruelty." Long Xiao, trembling and clutching his thigh, looked on in trepidation. "I will answer, I promise." Xia Fan struck again, and Long Xiao howled once more, his gaze shifting from fear to madness. "Damn it, I told you to ask, yet you still cut me. What is the meaning of this?" Xia Fan replied, "I only state my questions once, I never repeat myself." The first question was posed from the very beginning. Long Xiao gasped in shock, turning to seek sympathy from the Blue-White Society members behind him, hoping for some psychological solace. Instead, he found them glancing around, avoiding eye contact, as if fearing being dragged into Xia Fan's interrogation. "Should you not answer within 3 seconds, I shall deliver another cut," Xia Fan declared suddenly. Fearful, Long Xiao quickly responded, "Yes, we members of the Blue-White Society are indeed ruthless, for our president has established a rule that upon encountering a divine beast, one must spare no effort to capture it. Otherwise, upon returning and revealing that you did not try your best, you would be subjected to the society's punishment, which entails extracting one of your Pokémon and erasing it." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. "How could you endure such harshness?" "Because the benefits of being in the society are substantial." "And how substantial are they?" "As long as one participates in society missions, all expenses incurred during the process are reimbursed by the society, up to a limit of 30,000 yuan. Additionally, successful completion of missions often yields rewards in the tens of thousands, and every month, 2,000 yuan is provided for nurturing Pokémon, alongside 20 reimbursement for any items purchased at the Pokémon shop." Xia Fan pondered. "Where does your society acquire such wealth?" "I am not entirely sure, but I once overheard an elder from the society speculate that the president likely invested tens or hundreds of billions into the game during its beta testing, which explains our lavish spending." Xia Fan scoffed inwardly, the evils of capitalism. Is it truly so exaggerated? He started with 3,000, while that fellow began with tens or hundreds of billions. Thank goodness for the system. Otherwise, my envy would be hard to quell. Xia Fan inquired, "Are you aware of the reason one cannot exit the game once it is fully operational?" "I am uncertain, yet it appears that the president is aware. On the eve of the official game release, the president summoned us, the beta testers, insisting that we must all log in together. Failure to do so would result in our expulsion from the club. However, shortly after we entered, we encountered an inexplicable situation where we could not exit the game. When we inquired whether the president had any knowledge of this predicament, his response was that we would never be able to return, and beyond that, he claimed ignorance. Naturally, we found this hard to believe. Consequently, several individuals confronted the president, demanding an explanation, only to be imprisoned and stripped of all their Pokémon. With that, Long Xiao fell silent, as if he had finished recounting his tale. And then, that's it. You all simply acquiesced? Xia Fan inquired, placing a dagger upon Long Xiao's thigh. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat, on the verge of tears. After that, the matter faded into obscurity, as we all came to feel that the real world could not compare to this one, gradually accepting the harsh reality of never returning. And thus the resentment in our hearts began to dissipate. Xia Fan withdrew the dagger, allowing Long Xiao to exhale in relief. Yet, almost immediately, Xia Fan raised the dagger again, declaring, "Let us engage in a bounty battle. If you win, all my money shall belong to you. If I win, all your wealth will be mine." Long Xiao, what the actual? You expect me to battle you for a bounty when my strongest Dragonite has been tossed into the river, lost to the elements? This is nothing short of a brazen robbery under the guise of a challenge. Are you unwilling? Xia Fan brandished the dagger. Of course not. Long Xiao nodded vigorously. How could I refuse when you're wielding a knife? But alas, I have no Pokemon left to fight, and my other Pokemon are rather weak. So before Long Xiao could finish, Xia Fan interjected. So you've decided to concede to me, yes? That's perfectly acceptable, provided you hand over all your money. Long Xiao, you'll be cursed with hemorrhoids within 3 days. Did I misinterpret your expression? Xia Fan toyed with the dagger near Long Xiao's thigh, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. No, you understood correctly, Long Xiao replied, shaking his head like a bobblehead, before producing his phone and handing it to Xia Fan. You'll step in dog feces every day. I've always prided myself on being understanding, Xia Fan said with a smile, accepting the phone. Upon entering the password, he was greeted by a staggering balance of 20 million. His face lit up with delight, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum in the warmth of spring. Meanwhile, Long Xiao felt a pang of anguish deep within. He couldn't fathom what sins he had committed in his past life to deserve being robbed by such a bandit in this one. Chapter 31, 2 Actors. Come, everyone. Since our esteemed leader Long Xiao has engaged in a bounty battle, why don't you all partake in one as well? If you win, all my money will be yours. If I win, all your funds will belong to me. After transferring Long Xiao's funds to his own phone, Xia Fan turned his gaze toward the others behind him. The group fell silent, stunned that this fearsome predator had now set his sights on them. One individual hesitantly spoke. But our Pokemon have already been defeated by you. We cannot accept your bounty challenge. He gestured toward the 2 Electabuzz and 2 Magnemites, now incapacitated beneath the feet of NTI. Xia Fan glanced back, rising to approach them with the dagger in hand. Do you only possess a single Pokemon? He inquired, twirling the dagger. Suddenly, the dagger slipped from Xia Fan's grip, gliding perilously close to the thigh of the speaker. Had it advanced but a fraction further, it might have severed his manhood. The individual trembled, drenched in sweat, stuttering. I just remembered I have a Pikachu ready to battle. However, I know I cannot win. So may I concede? With that, he produced his phone as well. Of course, conceding still counts as a loss. You will still receive your due. A perceptive child who understands the art of retreat. I appreciate that. Xia Fan accepted the phone, patting the individual's shoulder in satisfaction, before turning to the others. What about you? Will you accept my bounty challenge? Yes. They nodded eagerly, retrieving their phones and presenting them to Xia Fan. We too recognize the futility of opposing your NTI and choose to concede. A minute later, each of them had transferred their entire assets to Xia Fan while retrieving their Pokemon from beneath NEI's feet. At that moment, the Dratini were liberated and expressed their gratitude toward both NEI and Xia Fan. Amidst this, Long Xiao approached, clutching his bleeding thigh. Could you ask them to help retrieve my Dragonite from the river? His only water-type Pokemon, Psyduck, was left in a cave earlier, rendering him reliant on others to rescue his Dragonite. Xia Fan remained silent, directing his gaze toward the Dratini, implying that they should decide whether to assist him. Long Xiao, with pleading eyes, looked toward the lead Dratini, which had been expressing its gratitude to Xia Fan. However, it merely huffed and turned its head away, clearly still miffed from the earlier encounter with the Electabuzz and Magnemite. Well, it seems there's nothing to be done. Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Yet, unexpectedly, Long Xiao solemnly bowed to the Dratini, apologizing, then leaped into the river, exclaiming, I am guilty, but my Dragonite is innocent. I will save it even at the cost of my life. With a splash, he plunged into the water. Moments later, he resurfaced, sputtering, "Cough, cough, I am guilty. But my Dragonite is innocent. I will save it even at the cost of my life." He plunged back under. The Dratini exchanged glances, their gentle natures stirring compassion for Long Xiao, hesitating over whether to assist him. From the shore, someone remarked, "You are quite the actor. Do you expect me to believe you would risk your life for a Dragonite? If you possessed such fortitude, how could I intimidate you into conceding a bounty challenge?" As this thought crossed Xia Fan's mind, he noticed a Dratini moved by Long Xiao's display, preparing to dive into the water to rescue the Dragonite. He quickly called out, beckoning the Dratini to his side. "If you intend to save his Dragonite, I have a suggestion. Do so discreetly, without letting him see you. Once rescued, deliver it to the other side without him noticing your assistance." The Dratini, puzzled, tilted its head in contemplation, yet refrained from questioning further, ultimately following Xia Fan's advice and stealthily submerging itself. "Master, why must it be this way?" NTI's telepathy resonated in Xia Fan's mind. Sensing the Dragonite's profound desperation moved it slightly. "Because that is merely an act," Xia Fan replied. "An act?" NTI regarded Xia Fan with curiosity, perplexed. By this time, the intense flames surrounding it had dissipated. Xia Fan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, for he could not reveal that his master was a seasoned actor, whose acquired skills enabled him to discern that Long Xiao was merely playing a part. Seeing that his master offered no further explanation, NTI remained silent. Lying down by the shore, quietly observing Long Xiao as he intermittently surfaced, proclaiming his willingness to sacrifice himself to save his Dragonite. A minute later, the Dratini successfully retrieved the Dragonite from the depths. A Dragonair was sent over from the opposite bank. Contrary to expectations, this Dragonair was not on the brink of death. Rather, it had succumbed to slumber. It demonstrated remarkable intelligence by employing its sleep-inducing skill after falling into the water, utilizing this ability to heal its injuries. Xia Fan glanced at it and couldn't help but commend the Dragonair's cleverness, a stark contrast to the abysmal acting skills of its owner. Meanwhile, Long Xiao had already shouted his slogan nearly 30 times, the river's hue tinged with the crimson of his blood. Hoarse and on the verge of losing consciousness, he cast a furious glance at the still unmoved Dragonair, his frustration reaching a boiling point. What in the world is wrong with these Dragonairs? I could truly perish here. And yet they remain utterly unresponsive. Are they not said to possess gentle and kind hearts? Such kindness that their very species is nearing extinction. And yet they behave so coldly towards me. Noticing the flicker of retreat in Long Xiao's expression, Xia Fan approached him, feigning sympathy. "What are you doing? Keep shouting." "I sensed that they were moved by your cries. It seemed like your Dragonair was about to come to your rescue." Long Xiao's spirit soared. "Really? Is that true?" Xia Fan nodded emphatically. "I even mentioned that if you could shout another 40 or 50 times, it would prove your true love for the Dragonair, compelling them to rescue you no matter what." Long Xiao, aghast, replied, 40 or 50 times. "At this rate, I might very well perish in this river." Observing Long Xiao's reluctance, Xia Fan seized the opportunity to add, "Your expression suggests some hesitation. Were you merely acting all along?" Long Xiao fell silent, at a loss for words. "So it was all an act? How surprising that you are truly this kind of person. I shall let the Dragonair leave, lest you continue to deceive its feelings." Xia Fan's indignation flared, as if he were about to report Long Xiao to the Dragonair. No, no, no. I truly would give my life for the Dragonair. Don't mention 50 times. If it means saving the Dragonair, I'd gladly shout 500. In fright, Long Xiao hastily submerged himself in the water, resuming his repetitive cries, though this time he only managed 15 shouts before cramping and plunging into the river. Chapter 32, A Calamity. Fortunately, the Dragonair arrived just in time to rescue him from the brink of death. Back on the riverbank, Long Xiao retched for 5 minutes before feeling as though he had returned to life. Seizing the moment, he trembled, pleading, "Quickly, go save my Dragonair." The Dragonair ignored him, as did Xia Fan. Only one of his subordinate members turned his head towards the sleeping Dragonair, gently whispering, "It has been saved for quite some time." This phrase resonated in Long Xiao's mind for a long while. Gradually, his eyes reddened, and a flood of caring thoughts about Xia Fan's parents and grandparents surged through his mind. Yet, he dared only to shout internally. As the situation neared its conclusion, Xia Fan prepared to bid farewell to the Dragonair clan alongside the NTI. Just as they were about to depart, NEI suddenly informed Xia Fan that the leader of the Dragonair clan wished to be captured by him, explaining that it had informed the Dragonair that becoming Xia Fan's Pokémon would allow its power to grow with time. Xia Fan, upon hearing this, did not decline. Capturing this Dragonair was akin to securing an entire clan. Although he might not encounter them again, who could say what the future held? Perhaps he could even boast about it. The thrill of boasting was distant yet exhilarating. So he grasped a Pokeball and captured the Dragonair, then released it once more. Watching as they departed, this series of actions left Long Xiao and the members of the Blue-White Society utterly bewildered. Long Xiao exclaimed, "You captured it, yet allowed it to return to its clan? What does that even mean?" Xia Fan cast a sidelong glance at him. Then, picking up a dagger, swiftly sliced it across Long Xiao's thigh. "Do you understand now?" Grasping his thigh, Long Xiao nodded repeatedly with a mournful expression, signaling that he would never again question Xia Fan. Xia Fan continued, "Since you understand, let your subordinates carry you away from here." Following this, Xia Fan mounted NEI's back, departing from the depths of the cave, while Long Xiao was supported by two subordinates trailing behind. However, as soon as they exited the cavern's depths, they inhaled a lingering cloud of paralysis and sleep powder, swaying precariously as they teetered towards the ground. Xia Fan noticed this and promptly shouted into the cave, "Scyther, there are a few individuals here who need your assistance in bringing their companions outside. Interlock." Before long, Scyther arrived, leading 4 more Scythers. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The Scyther that took charge of Long Xiao inadvertently brushed its sharp, white scythe against his wound, causing him to cry out in agony as the residual paralysis powder took effect. The Scyther paused, recalling the command Xia Fan had previously given. In such cases, those still capable of movement deserved a swift punch. The next moment, Long Xiao let out a blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down spines. The sound startled Xia Fan, who turned back to look. Upon seeing Long Xiao clutching his lower body, tears streaming down his face in a near state of despair, Xia Fan remained impassive. Although he felt sympathy, it was wiser to pretend he hadn't heard anything. "It's so stifling here. NTI, let us move quicker," Xia Fan urged, patting NEI's back. NTI, drawn by Long Xiao's shrieks, caught sight of his almost deranged expression and, despite its usual steadfast demeanor, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Then, with a slight bend of its legs, NTI surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Fan felt as though he were swept away by a gust of wind, racing out of the cave. A minute later, Long Xiao was dragged out by a Scyther, his expression one of utter desolation. Many members of the Blue-White Society, who had been restrained, called out to him, yet he remained indifferent. Only after a few members recounted his earlier plight did their expressions soften with sympathy. A few others, however, displayed an understanding look, as if to say, "I get you." Returning to Xia Fan, at this moment, a Pikachu stood atop his shoulder. "Indeed, this was a transformation from you." With all the members of the Blue-White Society connected to the cave now under control, his mission was complete. The only task remaining was Xia Fan's destiny mission. "Come, come. Each of you shall challenge my NEI to a bounty duel. Those who win will receive all my money. Those who lose will forfeit all their money to me. We shall go in order, starting with you." Xia Fan approached a man who appeared to be nearly 30 years old. Among the remaining members of the Blue-White Society who had yet to engage in a bounty duel with Xia Fan, there were over 200. After being brought out by Scyther, they were corralled by the Circle Bear, forming an orderly line, a behavior undoubtedly taught by Xia Fan. "Can I forfeit? I'll transfer the money directly to you." The man stammered in fear. Among those controlled by the Circle Bear were not only those who had yet to challenge, but also some who had already faced off. They were tied up nearby by a Ariados, with only their heads left free. Once those who had not yet challenged were brought out, they learned from the others that accepting the challenge meant battling NTI, wherein their Pokemon would receive a thorough beating before they had to hand over their money. In contrast, refusing the challenge meant enduring a beating and directly forfeiting their cash. So naturally, conceding seemed the better option. After all, money would have to be surrendered in either case. Why not make it easier? "Of course, I welcome it." Xia Fan chuckled, patting the man's shoulder, appreciating his sense of timing. In truth, the so-called fated task had already been thoroughly discerned by him. What was ostensibly a directive for the Flame Emperor to vanquish all members of the Blue and White Society was merely a mechanism for him to vent his frustrations. As long as these individuals exhibited sentiments of submission and inferiority towards the Flame Emperor, the challenge count on the fated task would automatically be marked as complete. Receiving the transfer from the man, Xia Fan approached the next member of the Blue and White Society, reiterating his previous words. An hour later, the transfers from over 200 individuals were fully completed. Only 3 among them had the audacity to accept the challenge. Upon witnessing their Pokemon being effortlessly trampled by the Flame Emperor, the remaining onlookers swiftly abandoned any lingering fantasies, with many conceding defeat before Xia Fan even uttered a word. Xia Fan found this outcome exceedingly gratifying. However, the time for parting had come, for he had extracted over 30 million from them, transforming from a pauper into a magnate in an instant. He felt that any further exploitation would be rather unethical, and he, after all, was not one to engage in such unscrupulous acts. As they were about to part ways, he asked, "Might I glimpse your true visage before departure?" Observing the Pokémon that had been controlling them dissipating one by one, the reclusive Long Xiao finally found his voice, mustering the courage to directly pose the question to Xia Fan. In response, Xia Fan produced a dagger. To his surprise, Long Xiao boldly lifted his trousers, exclaiming, "Come. I willingly offer you my leg, provided you allow me to behold the true form of your coat." Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback by this declaration, regarding Long Xiao with newfound respect. This fellow indeed possessed a smidgen of bravery in his quest for vengeance. Thus, Xia Fan removed his coat, took off his sunglasses, and revealed his genuine countenance to Long Xiao and all the members of the Blue and White Society, undeterred by their repressed expressions of resentment. A few seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly snapped his fingers. In the sky, a swarm of butterfree reappeared, dispersing a plethora of hypnotic powder. 3 seconds later, they all fell asleep once more. Xiaohuan, it is time for you to erase their memories of us. Chapter 33, The Search for Reiku. Chengdu Region. Qiansong City. This coastal city in the Chengdu region was where Xia Fan, accompanied by his little Snorlax and Mew, found himself. 2 months had elapsed since the connection to the cave, and during this time, the nearly 30 million in assets had afforded Xia Fan a luxurious lifestyle. Firstly, after conquering the bug-type gym in Happy Town, he had hired a vehicle to transport himself to the largest city in the Chengdu region, Manjin City. There, he indulged in a spree of shopping and dining, relishing every moment before easily defeating the local Pokémon gym. Subsequently, while preparing to embark on his journey to Yuanju City, he heard whispers of Reiku's sighting in Qiansong City and promptly altered his course to arrive here. However, the situation proved to be rather challenging, as there was no sign of Reiku whatsoever. On the second day in Qiansong City, Xia Fan sat on the beach, ice cream in hand, gazing out at the sea with a furrowed brow. To his left, his little Snorlax was voraciously devouring a basket of ice cream, while to his right, Mew was contentedly licking its own cone. "Flame Emperor, are you certain you don't want to come out for a bite? I've chosen a rather secluded spot, and there's no one around to witness your presence." "No, Master, I'm not particularly fond of such treats." "Very well then." Rejected by the Pokémon within the Pokeball, Xia Fan resumed pondering how to procure information on Reiku. An hour later, Kabai, little Snorlax, patting its belly, implored Xia Fan to take it for a meal. "How long has it been since you finished that ice cream, and you're already hungry?" Kabai. Little Snorlax nodded eagerly. "No worries, we can eat later. If you're truly famished, I've brought your energy cube. A single piece will stave off your hunger." Lying on the beach, feeling lethargic as if he were a corpse, Xia Fan retrieved a box from his bag and extracted an energy cube specifically designed to satisfy little Snorlax's appetite. Kabai. Little Snorlax shook its head. It preferred human food over energy cubes. "Only this, then. If you refuse to eat, you'll have to wait 3 hours. Last night, to ascertain Reiku's whereabouts, I ventured into a perilous place, a bar, and engaged in pleasantries over drinks with beautiful women until the break of dawn, and now I am utterly exhausted. Allow me to rest." Xia Fan placed the energy cube on the blanket and continued to doze off. 2 minutes later, "Master, it's so dull here. Let us find a place where we can eat while searching for news about Reiku." Feeling bored, Mew roused Xia Fan from his slumber. Xia Fan opened his eyes to see Mew. "You're right. I had the same thought in my dream just now." He promptly stood to tidy up the blanket in preparation for departure. Little Snorlax. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan drove a sports car to an upscale steakhouse. "Little Snorlax, did you finish that energy cube?" Prior to ordering, Xia Fan confirmed the matter with little Snorlax. After all, if it hadn't eaten, it could potentially devour an entire herd of cattle at the restaurant. Kabai. Little Snorlax nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent, just to be safe, let us have half of another." Xia Fan broke off a piece of the energy cube and handed it to little Snorlax. 20 minutes later, 5 waitstaff wheeled out 30 plates of steak and a cart filled with desserts, 18 of which were designated for little Snorlax. After they had laid everything on the table and departed, Xia Fan locked the door, and after Mew confirmed that there were no cameras, he released the Flame Emperor. The 3 of them, along with their Pokémon, feasted heartily. After about 20 minutes of indulgence, an idea struck Xia Fan regarding how to acquire information about Reiku. "You all continue eating. I'll step out for a moment. Little Snorlax, lock the door after I leave, understood?" Kabai. Little Snorlax nodded vigorously. Master, please return me to my ball. The Flame Emperor interjected. Xia Fan, surprised, asked, aren't you going to keep eating? I'm quite curious about your method. Very well then. Xia Fan chuckled as he took out a luxury ball to store the Flame Emperor, which he had purchased in Manjin City, along with one for Mew and Little Snorlax. Upon exiting the private room, Xia Fan approached the store manager, paid a substantial sum, and whispered a few words into his ear. The manager, thrilled upon receiving the money, nodded enthusiastically and summoned a server to take a board, scribbling a message on it. A minute later, the server hung the board in a conspicuous spot outside the restaurant. It read, "We are currently not accepting customers unless someone can provide information regarding Raikou, one of the legendary 3 beasts. The restaurant owner will treat you to a complimentary meal and reward you with 5,000 yuan." A few minutes later, all the restaurant staff emerged, each carrying a sign, and placed it in a prominent location nearby. Master, I'm not sure about this method. What if someone makes false claims and you can't verify it? Xia Fan sat beside a glass wall in the restaurant, hearing the Flame Emperor's voice echo in his mind. Then we simply pay them and treat them to a lavish meal as well. Xia Fan murmured with a smile. Holding the luxury ball, the Flame Emperor fell silent upon hearing this. Xia Fan added, "Do not worry. In due time, you will understand the true intent behind my method." Very well. The Flame Emperor's voice conveyed a sense of dissatisfaction, and thereafter, he ceased to communicate through telepathy, facing the allure of steak and money. A mere 5 minutes later, the first individual claiming to possess news about Raikou arrived at the restaurant. Chapter 34, and so it was, meow. A middle-aged man recounted that during his late-night journey home from work the previous evening, he encountered Raikou, who appeared atop his roof. Just as he was about to throw a pokeball in an attempt to capture it, Raikou swiftly turned and fled. After listening to his tale, Xia Fan inquired about the precise time of Raikou's appearance and requested a photograph. The middle-aged man provided the time, but became evasive when it came to the photograph, ultimately admitting that in his excitement, he had only thought of capturing Raikou and had missed the chance to take a picture. After finishing his story, he couldn't help but feel like slapping himself for telling such a clumsy lie. He realized he had been far from composed, and any rational person would have seen through it. Yet, the outcome was, "All right, thank you. Please take out your phone. I will transfer the money. Just tell the boss what you want to eat, and I will cover the bill." Xia Fan promptly took out his phone and transferred the funds without hesitation. The middle-aged man, initially incredulous, glanced at Xia Fan and then at the notification of 5,000 yuan arriving in his account. He stared for a full 30 seconds, suppressing his inner jubilation. After regaining his composure, he asked the server for directions to the restroom before hastily making his way inside. Once in the restroom, his face lit up with avarice. He promptly began calling his friends and relatives, exclaiming that there was a big fool here, urging them to seize the opportunity and come quickly to take advantage of him. He spent a full 20 minutes making calls before emerging from the restroom, brimming with excitement and ready to place his order with the boss. To his astonishment, he discovered that within a mere 20 minutes, the restaurant had filled with over a dozen people indulging in a feast, all seemingly like him, relying on deceiving that wealthy fool for their meals. This simply won't do, the middle-aged man thought, hastening his steps to request that the boss serve him all the finest and most expensive dishes before those others could devour everything. Just then, he caught sight of Xia Fan smiling and waving at him from the corner of his eye. Elated, he assumed Xia Fan had another opportunity for him to exploit and hurried over. However, upon approaching, Xia Fan pointed to a young boy and said, "Uncle." This young man also encountered Raikou, and the time he mentioned is remarkably close to yours, though his location is entirely different and quite far removed. It's improbable that Raikou could have traversed such distance in a short time. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened as he grasped Xia Fan's implication. He quickly interjected, "Handsome, don't listen to this little brat. What I said is entirely true." "Hold on," Xia Fan replied, calming the man's agitation with a smile. "I am a reasonable person. So why don't you both engage in a Pokemon battle? Whoever wins, I will believe." A Pokemon battle? The middle-aged man found it hard to fathom Xia Fan's approach. The idea of determining the truth based on a battle seemed rather hasty. However, with no alternative, he reluctantly followed the boy outside for the duel. Their Pokemon were a Rattata and a Butterfree. As they battled, Xia Fan watched through the glass window, and the voice of NTI resonated in his mind once more. "Master, why do you choose to handle matters in this manner? Even if one of them wins, it does not guarantee the truth. It is quite possible that both are deceiving you." To this, Xia Fan picked up the luxurious ball housing NTI and replied with a smile, "From the very beginning, I never believed either of them. How could I be deceived? They are merely pawns to draw out the individuals most likely to possess knowledge about Raikou in this city." "What do you mean?" I do not fully comprehend which individuals you refer to. You shall understand in due time, Xia Fan teased, withholding information from NTI. With a resigned sigh, NTI fell silent once more. The battle between the middle-aged man and the boy concluded swiftly, with the boy's Butterfree emerging victorious. After transferring 5,000 yuan to the boy, the middle-aged man stormed off in a fury, while the boy took on the previous joy of the middle-aged man, whipping out his phone to inform his friends of the presence of a foolish wealthy individual. After departing, the middle-aged man walked about 100 meters when he suddenly halted in a narrow alley, realizing he could not forsake such a lucrative opportunity. He resolved to exploit the information gap, broadcasting Xia Fan's expenditure on Reiku's whereabouts to the online community of Qinqing City, concealing several key details, and inviting all who were curious about the incident to seek him out. He would provide them with various fabricated accounts of the Reiku sighting, ensuring that anyone who managed to extract 5,000 yuan from Xia Fan would owe him half. One must commend the middle-aged man for his astute entrepreneurial mindset, especially considering he was an employee of Qinqing City's cybersecurity division. Consequently, shortly after he disseminated the information, he utilized his connections to propel the news to the top of Qinqing City's local headlines. In no time, the citizens of Qinqing City went into a frenzy. In their perception, if the news was a fabrication, it would not have secured the top spot in their local news. Thus, they flocked to the middle-aged man seeking more information. As word spread, and some managed to acquire funds from Xia Fan, the rumor was validated, and the moniker of a foolish wealthy individual began to permeate every corner of Qinqing City. They described Xia Fan as exceedingly affluent, yet remarkably naive, promising lavish meals and cash to those who approached him. Before long, some nefarious elements from the shadows of Qinqing City were also drawn in, lured by the prospect of a generous benefactor like Xia Fan, eager to partake in the bounty. Among them were two individuals and a Meowth who were particularly exhilarated. 3 hours into Xia Fan's charitable endeavor, a woman with flowing crimson hair, a young man with blue hair, and a Meowth that walked upright appeared outside the steakhouse. The woman with red hair exclaimed, "Kozuru, see, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Look at this long queue. It clearly indicates that the news is true." The young man named Kozuru nodded vigorously. "I never imagined there would truly be such a fool. We cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. A person like him must possess assets worth billions." The woman with red hair replied, "Rather than allowing him to benefit others, why not let him enrich Team Rocket? We must seize all his money for ourselves." Kozuru added, "Then we can revive Team Rocket and summon back Boss Giovanni." The woman with red hair concluded, "With the boss leading us, we shall vanquish the Blue and White Society and the Mutwo Squad, reclaiming our place at the pinnacle of life." And so it was, meow. Chapter 35, The Familiar Flavor Returns. 6 hours later, as dusk approached, Xia Fan's inaugural day of charity concluded with an expenditure of 150,000 yuan. "Everyone, we shall continue tomorrow, as long as you provide me with useful information about Reiku. I will treat you to a grand meal and still reward you with 5,000 yuan, Xia Fan proclaimed at the entrance of the steakhouse. Before him stood a throng of people, so densely packed that the end was obscured. Upon hearing Xia Fan's words, they erupted into a deafening cheer of approval. After all, such a gullible wealthy fool was indeed a rarity, and they were eager to respond. Even when Xia Fan dismissed them, a considerable portion remained adamant about staying in line, vying for the chance to enter the steakhouse early the next morning to deceive Xia Fan out of 5,000 yuan and enjoy a sumptuous meal. Xia Fan, however, had no intention of intervening. Greed is one of humanity's innate traits. Their willingness to endure the chilly night air for that 5,000 yuan was their own affair. As for him, he merely needed to continue playing the role of a wealthy, extravagant individual. Thus, after half an hour, Xia Fan drove back to the beach of Qinqing City. In this locale, all the shops have been commandeered, offering free food and drink to every visitor. Subsequently, a substantial sum of money was scattered across the beach, as if he were eager for all to witness his wealth, fearing that others might not rush to claim it. In essence, he flaunted every possible excess of a nouveau riche, indulging in both the ostentatious and the understated. This spectacle evoked an envious admiration in many, including two observers, Musashi and Meow. On the beach, Musashi, gnawing on a roasted chicken, cast his gaze towards the recently showered with wealth Xia Fan, who was surrounded by admirers and sycophants. He could not help but exclaim, "How fortunate are the affluent!" He turned to his companions, Kojiro and Meow, and pondered, "If our rocket team could reclaim its former glory, might we not also lead lives akin to that of this individual?" Receiving no response, Musashi glanced back to find Kojiro and Meow indulging themselves heartily, seemingly oblivious to his musings, which ignited his irritation. Could you two refrain from behaving like famished souls? Be cautious, or you'll be driven away. Kojiro, feeling aggrieved, retorted, you forbade us from taking action, so what else is there to do but eat? Besides, your manner of devouring that entire chicken is hardly dignified either. Meow echoed, indeed meow. Musashi, eyeing the chicken in his hand, cleared his throat. My intent in restraining you is merely to avoid attracting undue attention. The Blue-White Society is intent on eradicating our rocket team. If we brazenly seize someone, it would undoubtedly make headlines in Shinsong City. If they discover our presence here, it would spell trouble. Kojiro interjected, and how does that relate to our need for sustenance? A full stomach is essential for action. Furthermore, if we fail in our attempt, who knows when we might have another opportunity to feast like this? Meow chimed in agreement. Precisely, Meow. Following this, the duo exchanged a knowing high five. Musashi sighed in resignation, recognizing the truth in Kojiro's words. Their current predicament was indeed dire. The Kanto headquarters had been overrun by traitors, forming an organization known as the Chow Meng Team, while the Chengdu branch had fallen to the Blue-White Society. Both groups were now tormenting the rocket team, relentlessly pursuing any member who dared to show their face. Thus, they lived like rats in a sewer, constantly hiding, unable to wreak havoc as they once did. After tiring of scattering money, Xia Fan settled into a chair with his companions, the small Snorlax and the Pikachu-transformed Mew. He muttered, what gives? I've gone so far as to shower money, yet no bandits have come to rob me. Is my performance not ludicrous enough, not ostentatious enough, to entice them into thinking that anyone who doesn't seize my wealth is a fool? In his mind, the voice of Nti echoed. Master, is this truly a wise strategy? You've squandered so much money. What if those seeking to rob you are unaware of Reiku's whereabouts? If they are clueless, I shall challenge them with a bounty, compelling them to lead me to the underground organizations they know. One by one, I shall challenge them. I am confident that at least one will possess the knowledge I seek. Even if they do not, I shall recover the losses incurred today from them. In the end, I shall not suffer a deficit. Upon hearing Xia Fan's response, Nti fell silent once more. 10 minutes later, a bespectacled man and a young boy approached Xia Fan, claiming they had discovered Reiku's hideout in Shinsong City. They proposed that for $1 billion, they would not only guide him there, but also assist in capturing Reiku. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan, who had been fretting over whether his act was foolish enough, was elated. He promptly agreed and even transferred $1 million to them as a token of gratitude. The two, overjoyed at receiving the $1 million, eagerly urged Xia Fan to follow them. This scene left Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow astonished. They had not anticipated their target would so readily accompany strangers. An hour later, Xia Fan found himself at a small, secluded factory, marked by a sign reading red apricot lending. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fan inquired of his guides, is Reiku here? Reiku is not present, but our boss is. If you wish to capture Reiku, you can speak with him. He will assist you, the bespectacled youth replied amiably, leading Xia Fan into the factory. Once inside, the demeanor of the two guides shifted dramatically. They locked the door securely and shoved Xia Fan before a group of imposing men. The bespectacled youth, brimming with pride, addressed a burly bald man in the center. Boss, we have successfully brought you this wealthy fool. Xia Fan frowned. Wealthy fool? Is that truly what I am? The youth burst into laughter, shedding the pretense, and mocked. Did you honestly believe you could capture Reiku simply because of your wealth? If I truly held Reiku's position, would I even bother to inform you? With that, the youth and his companions erupted into raucous laughter, deriding Xia Fan and insinuating that he would never possess a legendary Pokémon. However, their mockery was abruptly silenced 3 seconds later when Xia Fan summoned an EI. Meanwhile, outside the factory, the rocket trio crept in 5 minutes after Xia Fan's entry, eavesdropping intently at the door. They soon heard a voice declare, well then, since you have failed, hand over all the money. This proclamation ignited their determination. This was their target, and they could not allow others to claim it. Without hesitation, Musashi released her Pokémon, Arbok, commanding it to use acid. This potent skill, with its corrosive properties, quickly eroded the door, eliciting a surprised murmur from within. The trio seized the moment and charged inside, striking a pose. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall benevolently enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to embody love and truth, we are the charming yet villainous rocket team. Musashi, Kojiro, we traverse the galaxy as the rocket team. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Just like that, Meow. As a Pokeball opened, a flash of red light illuminated the scene. Chapter 36, News of Reiku. This was a familiar catchphrase, a well-known flavor. The reaction of those within the room to the rocket team's astonishing entrance was varied. Xia Fan, Nti, Snorlax, Mew in Pikachu form, the group that NTI had incapacitated. Next, we observe the expressions of the Rocket Trio, having completed their catchphrase and seeing Xia Fan unharmed, standing atop two burly men. Musashi, Kojiro, Meow, as they sensed NEI's presence. Musashi, Kojiro, Meow. Kojiro cautiously leaned closer to Musashi, whispering nervously, "Is that not one of the legendary three beasts, NTI?" Musashi gulped, "It seems so. And it resembles that person's Pokémon." Meow Meow interjected softly from below. "I believe the scene before us resembles a case of black eating black, Meow." Upon hearing the phrase black eating black, Musashi and Kojiro exchanged startled glances, their anxiety escalating. If this truly were a case of black eating black, then wouldn't they be at risk of being consumed themselves? With their meager numbers, how could they possibly contend with the Flame Emperor? With this thought, the trio, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow, simultaneously took a step back in unison. As they retreated, Musashi forced a smile and said, "Handsome, we have come to rescue you. But now that we see you are unharmed, we can return with peace of mind." Kojiro added, Yes, since you're fine, we shall take our leave." Meow Meow chimed in, "Exactly so, Meow." However, just as these words left their lips, a torrent of flames erupted from the mouth of the Flame Emperor, blocking their escape route. The searing heat startled the trio, who huddled together in fear, pleading with Xia Fan for mercy. "Handsome, we speak the truth. We genuinely came to save you. Indeed, we were captivated by your overwhelming presence. When we saw you taken by nefarious individuals, our first instinct was to rescue you." "That's precisely it, Meow." Observing the trio's fearful demeanor, Xia Fan scrutinized them, recalling their earlier self-references and the amusing catchphrase they had employed. Musashi, Kojiro, Meow Meow. These names seemed reminiscent of the trio from the Pokémon anime, often jestingly referred to as the true protagonists of Team Rocket. They had pursued the elusive Pikachu for generations alongside Ash. Surely, they must possess intelligence regarding Raikou. As members of an underground organization that dominated the Kanto and Chengdu regions, they should be far more informed than the lone sharks beneath their feet. With this in mind, Xia Fan approached them with a smile. "Rest assured, I shall not impose hardships upon you. Simply provide me with information regarding Raikou, and I shall release you." "Raikou?" Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances before responding in unison. "We only know that Raikou appeared suddenly atop the Radiant Lighthouse in Qianqing City half a month ago. Beyond that, we have no knowledge." "Nothing more recent?" Xia Fan's brow furrowed, skepticism evident in his expression. As members of Team Rocket, if they had encountered Raikou, they would undoubtedly have sought to capture it. How could they only possess such outdated information? "None." Musashi and Kojiro shook their heads in unison. "Are you certain?" Xia Fan pressed, still doubtful. "If you insist on maintaining this story, I shall have to revise the terms of your release. You can either divulge Raikou's whereabouts or unleash your Pokémon to engage in a bounty battle with my Flame Emperor. Should I emerge victorious, all your funds will be mine. Should you win, you may leave." To his surprise, Musashi and Kojiro became animated at this suggestion. "Really?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their unexpected enthusiasm, as it seemed they were overly confident in their ability to defeat the Flame Emperor. Yet, in the next moment, Xia Fan realized he had misjudged the situation, for they simultaneously called out their surrender and produced their phones, revealing a balance of merely 100. They were not convinced of their prowess against the Flame Emperor. Rather, they simply recognized that even if they lost, their combined balance of 200 was not a devastating loss. Xia Fan could scarcely believe his ears. "Is this truly the extent of your funds? Are you certain you are members of Team Rocket, the notorious underground organization that dominates the Kanto and Chengdu regions? How exceedingly impoverished. That sum barely suffices to purchase a standard Pokeball." Just as Xia Fan pondered this incredulity, Musashi's phone suddenly rang, displaying the name Apollo on the screen. Musashi, upon seeing it, hastily attempted to end the call. However, Xia Fan said coldly, "Answer the call and put it on speaker." Musashi hesitated. Xia Fan continued, "If you do not comply, I shall instruct the Flame Emperor to ensure you remain here indefinitely." As the words left his lips, the Flame Emperor approached Xia Fan, opening its mouth as a wave of scorching flames flickered forth, suggesting that Musashi would face immediate consequences should he refuse to follow instructions. Terrified, Musashi complied, answering the call and activating the speakerphone. On the other end, an irate male voice boomed, "Musashi, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer?" Musashi cast a glance at Xia Fan, preparing to respond when the voice on the line interjected, "Listen. Athena and I have intercepted Reika's location from the Blue-White Society. You need to gather with Kojiro immediately. If we capture Raikou before the Blue-White Society, Team Rocket will regain the leverage to negotiate with them. I'll send the location to your phone shortly. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Musashi no opportunity to speak. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow exchanged awkward glances before turning to Xia Fan with sheepish smiles. Musashi said, "We genuinely did not know Reiku's whereabouts prior to this call. I swear." Kojiro added, "Indeed, if not for this call, we would have had no clue. May lightning strike me if I lie." Meow Meow chimed in. "We truly had no knowledge before this call, Meow." Xia Fan merely smiled, non-committal, and turned to the group of burly men who had previously attempted to rob him. "You heard the voice on the phone just now, so promptly transfer your funds to me. Do not delay my opportunity to capture Reiku, or else." Xia Fan picked up an iron rod from the ground, and, under the gazes of the onlookers, the rod inexplicably bent without external force. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 37. Perhaps you should accompany me. 1 minute later, Xia Fan led the trio from Team Rocket out of the small factory. Behind them, the group of loan sharks bid a tearful farewell. They vowed that regardless of how foolish the situation or the individuals they encountered in the future, they would never again entertain such ill-conceived notions. It was too terrifying. For the memory of Xia Fan, the formidable bandit, lingered in their minds. His methods of black eating black were far from ordinary. Not only had he beaten them soundly, but he had also coerced them into a Pokémon bounty battle, winning all the funds from their company in a single stroke, an astonishing 15 million. Just the thought of it made them wish to leap into the sea. After recalling Mew and Snorlax, as well as the Flame Emperor into their Pokeballs, Xia Fan turned to the Team Rocket trio. "Ride with me. I shall drive you there." Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow exchanged glances, recalling Xia Fan's imposing demeanor from earlier, and ultimately agreed. A few minutes later, the sports car sped down the main road. Xia Fan, glancing through the rearview mirror, periodically observed the anxious Team Rocket trio seated behind him, who remained uncharacteristically silent, seemingly intimidated by his presence. Suddenly, Xia Fan recalled the earlier conversation in which Musashi's contact named Apollo had mentioned the urgency to capture Reiku before the Blue-White Society, aiming to regain leverage against them. Breaking the oppressive silence in the car, Xia Fan spoke. "By the way, I have heard others say that Team Rocket is quite formidable, dominating the underground forces in both the Kanto and Chengdu regions. Yet, during the call, that individual named Apollo suggested that your Team Rocket is currently facing significant troubles." In the back seat, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. After a moment, Musashi finally spoke up. "Our Team Rocket encountered a betrayal 6 months ago, and now we are on the brink of annihilation." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing a pivotal revelation. "What do you mean by betrayal? Did you have an insider who caused Team Rocket's near demise? I had heard that your leader, Boss Giovanni, was quite powerful. How could an insider bring Team Rocket to such a dire state?" "They are not just any ordinary traitors," Kojiro interjected, continuing the conversation. "Over a year ago, during its expansion phase, Team Rocket recruited numerous exceptional members who brought substantial benefits and gains to the organization, greatly pleasing our leader, Giovanni. Consequently, some of the most outstanding individuals were promoted to key positions, with one even ascending to the rank of general, transforming Team Rocket's 4 generals into 5. However, this newly appointed 5th general, just 6 months ago during our camaraderie gathering, abruptly initiated a rebellion. He first imprisoned Giovanni, then proceeded to eliminate all those who remained loyal to our leader on the spot, seizing control of Team Rocket within a single night and rebranding it as Team Mutuo. Subsequently, he issued orders that members like Jesse and me, who were still on missions abroad, must either join Team Mutuo or face execution upon capture, aiming to eradicate Team Rocket entirely. Furthermore, he allied with the emerging organization from the Johto region, the Blue-White Society, assisting them in dismantling our Johto branch and stripping us veteran members of our last stronghold." James's tone was filled with fury. Xia Fan listened and nodded, pondering for a moment before adding, "So, does that mean your leader Giovanni is currently imprisoned?" James replied, "No, a month after his confinement, Giovanni managed to escape, leading Team Mutuo to issue a hefty bounty for his capture underground. However, since his escape, Giovanni has vanished without a trace. Neither they nor we scattered members can locate him." Xia Fan nodded again, his mind racing. A minute later, while driving, Xia Fan casually remarked, "Since Team Rocket has fallen into such dire straits, why haven't you 3 considered defecting as well? I believe if you chose to join the Blue-White Society or Team Mutuo, they wouldn't refuse you." Jesse let out a cold snort. "We would rather die than surrender to them. We firmly believe that Giovanni will make a triumphant return and lead us back to the pinnacle of the world." "Exactly, Giovanni will undoubtedly stage a comeback." guiding us to reclaim dominance over the underworld and ultimately control the entire Pokemon world, James affirmed. Meowth agrees, Meowth chimed in. Their unwavering confidence took Xia Fan by surprise, but upon reflection, it made sense. In the anime, these three always sought to capture even legendary Pokemon solely to present them to Giovanni, never considering using such power for personal gain. But what if Giovanni never returns? Xia Fan evilly asked. In unison, the trio declared, impossible. Giovanni will surely return. We believe he is currently gathering strength. As soon as either we or he amass enough power to challenge the Blue-White Society or Team Mutuo, he will seek us out. Their voices were resolute. Their expressions dreaming of the day Giovanni would lead them to crush their enemies. Xia Fan frowned slightly, but after a few seconds posed another question. Yet, earlier I saw that combined. You two only have $200 in your phones. Is that enough to live on? It seems you might starve before Giovanni finds you. This stark reality silenced Jesse, James, and Meowth, their confident demeanors fading as they confronted their deepest fears. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Xia Fan's lips. Perhaps you should join me, he suggested nonchalantly. Chapter 38, on unconventional tactics. Perhaps you should join me. Though uttered casually, these words sent shockwaves through the trio. They exchanged bewildered glances, hardly believing their ears. After all, this wealthy youth driving a luxury car, who had tamed Inti, one of the legendary beasts, possessed immense power. Why would he take an interest in them? They knew their own limitations. Aside from unwavering loyalty to Team Rocket, they had achieved little, never even attaining minor positions despite years of effort. After a moment of silence, Jesse evilly asked, were you joking just now? Xia Fan smiled and countered. Do you hope it was a joke or the truth? Stunned, Jesse, James, and Meowth huddled together, whispering intently. Seconds later, Jesse looked up and said, we hope it's true. Xia Fan's smile broadened, but then Jesse added, however, we choose to decline. Xia Fan's expression froze instantly. He hit the brakes and turned his stiff neck to look back. Why do you say that? Jesse explained, because we still believe Giovanni will return. We won't starve before he does. We have hands and feet to support ourselves, even if life becomes arduous. Moreover, only during such a crisis will Giovanni recognize who remains most loyal upon his return. James and Meowth nodded in agreement. Xia Fan turned back, restarting the car with a somewhat defeated expression. He couldn't comprehend how deeply Giovanni had brainwashed them to inspire such extreme loyalty. A minute later, unconvinced, Xia Fan tried again. If you join me, I can immediately give you $1 million, ensuring your financial security. Plus, I promise to lead you to the World Summit, surpassing even Giovanni's achievements. Organizations like the Blue-White Society and Team Mutuo will be beneath our feet. Through the rearview mirror, Xia Fan saw the trio's interest peak as they whispered among themselves, bringing a smirk back to his face. Indeed, money and power reign supreme. Even the most loyal can't resist their allure. Yet, after another minute, Jesse declined once more. We apologize, but we appreciate your offer. We choose Giovanni. This left Xia Fan wide-eyed, repeatedly glancing back in disbelief. This wasn't following the script. He had addressed their desires, so why the refusal? Suppressing his emotions, he calmly inquired, why? Explain your reasoning. Jesse stated, although you possess Inti, one of the legendary beasts, we believe Giovanni is more likely to achieve this goal. He once nearly controlled Mutuo. If he returns and ensures Mutuo doesn't escape this time, reaching the World Summit would be effortless. Understanding dawned on Xia Fan. They doubted his current achievements, favoring Giovanni's near success over his own potential. They preferred hardship with a leader who had come close rather than betting on an unproven contender. After a brief pause, Xia Fan proposed, since you lack confidence in my abilities, how about a wager? Let's bet on who captures Raikou first. If Team Rocket or the Blue-White Society succeeds, I'll give you $1 million. But if I capture Raikou, he paused, glancing at the trio through the mirror. Jesse intercepted, if you succeed, the three of us become your subordinates, correct? Xia Fan glanced at the hesitant expressions of the trio, and then chuckled, shaking his head. No. If I manage to capture it, you won't have to pay anything. You need not become my subordinates, nor must you give me $1 million. Just consider the wager non-existent, and you are free from any obligations. This statement left the trio momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Xia Fan's wager. If he lost, he would give them $1 million. If he won, they would disregard the wager entirely, contributing nothing. How could such an advantageous situation exist in this world? Meow, who had not previously engaged with Xia Fan, could not resist inquiring, is that really true? Meow? Of course, it is true, Xia Fan replied with a smile. Moreover, I have added a stipulation for myself. I will only act once your rocket team and the Blue-White Society have definitively established that capturing Thunder Lord is impossible. Until then, I shall remain a mere observer, quietly watching as you attempt to apprehend Thunder Lord." As he finished speaking, the trio seated in the back of the car felt their minds spiral into confusion. Was it the individual before them who was unhinged? Or was it they themselves who were losing their grip on reality? How could such a ludicrous wager fall upon three unfortunate souls devoid of any capabilities? It was as if a million was dangling precariously above their heads, merely awaiting the slightest gust to sever the branch and send it crashing down upon them. Just then, Xia Fan recalled something and added, "Oh, and one more thing. If none of us captures Thunder Lord, I will still give you 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged bewildered glances, followed by a resounding slap. Wuzhong and Miao Miao struck each other on the face to confirm whether they were dreaming. Meanwhile, within a luxurious sphere, the Flame Emperor, having listened to Xia Fan's declarations, harbored but one thought. It has begun. My master is about to concoct yet another incomprehensible stratagem that no Pokémon could decipher. Chapter 39, The Crystal Force Field Power Generation System. Half an hour later, Xia Fan finally arrived at the destination provided by Apollo of the rocket team, situated in a dense electric forest to the northwest of Qiansong City. When your fellow rocket team members inquire about my identity, just say, "I am a naive individual with ample wealth who greatly admires the rocket team." He instructed the trio before disembarking, ensuring they would not panic if questioned. Naive individual with ample wealth. The trio was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Xia Fan would have them describe him in such terms. Yet, they did not object. After stepping out of the vehicle, Wuzhong began contacting Apollo of the rocket team via her phone. 5 minutes later, a black Houndoom emerged from the thicket, approaching Wuzhong and Xiao Tulong before guiding them deeper into the forest. During the journey, the Houndoom occasionally glanced at Xia Fan, seemingly puzzled as to why Wuzhong and Xiao Tulong were accompanied by a stranger. After walking approximately 500 meters through the forest, they arrived beneath a large tree surrounded by dense undergrowth. Underneath this tree stood 3 individuals, a blue-haired young man exuding an air of refined elegance, a muscular man with short yellow hair, and a stern-looking silver-haired man. All 3 were preoccupied with organizing their belongings. Once the Houndoom had escorted the rocket team to this spot, it approached the blue-haired youth, affectionately nudging his hand. "You've worked hard, Houndoom." The blue-haired youth returned the Houndoom to its pokeball and then looked at Wuzhong and Oolong with surprise. "I expected you to take 1 or 2 hours to arrive. It's quite rare for you to be so swift." Before he could finish, the blue-haired youth noticed a stranger beside Wuzhong and Oolong who was scanning the surroundings, causing his expression to turn cold. He pulled out a stun gun and aimed it at Xia Fan. "Who is he?" The youth's voice startled the other 2, who lifted their heads to see the unfamiliar face next to Wuzhong and Xiao Tulong. They hurriedly drew their own stun guns in alarm. Xia Fan gently nudged Wuzhong's calf with his foot. Don't shoot, don't shoot. P.S. one of us." Wuzhong exclaimed hastily. "One of us?" The 3 on the opposite side exchanged puzzled glances, advancing with their guns aimed at Xia Fan. As they approached and scrutinized him, the silver-haired man voiced his confusion. "I don't recall anyone like him in our rocket team. He didn't join previously. He wishes to join us starting today," Xiao Tulong explained. As soon as Xiao Tulong finished speaking, Xia Fan immediately entered performance mode, nodding vigorously, embodying the persona of a naive individual who greatly admires strength. Yes. I am eager to join you and become a part of the rocket team." This interrupted the blue-haired youth, who was preparing to reprimand Wuzhong and Xiao Tulong. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xia Fan, sensing that this sudden newcomer seemed rather foolish. At this moment, Xiao Tulong pulled him aside and whispered, "Commander, I didn't intend to bring him along, but this guy is naive and wealthy. He could provide substantial assistance in revitalizing our rocket team." "Naive and wealthy? What do you mean?" Apollo furrowed his brow. Xiao Tulong proceeded to recount how Xia Fan had lavishly spent money at a steakhouse in pursuit of Thunder Lord, displaying news articles as evidence. He revealed how he and Wuzhong had plotted to rob this foolish individual upon witnessing his antics. However, during the attempted robbery, Xia Fan recognized them as the rocket team and fervently expressed his desire to join, even offering the information regarding Thunder Lord as a means to gain their approval. After listening, they concluded that given the current predicament of the rocket team, admitting this naive individual could prove beneficial, and thus agreed to let him join. Subsequently, when Xia Fan learned they intended to capture Thunder Lord, he insisted on tagging along, leaving them with no choice but to accommodate him and take advantage of his resources. The blue-haired youth nodded after hearing all this and fell into contemplation. As Xiao Tulong spoke, he occasionally stole glances at Xia Fan, observing him introduce himself to Busun and Ba Xiu with the enthusiasm of someone who had never experienced the world, fervently expressing his admiration for the rocket team. Initially, he thought it was an act. Surely no one could be that naive. However, upon closer observation, it appeared that Xia Fan genuinely was a bit dim-witted. Particularly when Zhao Zulong presented the news report from Qiansong City, prompting the youth to reconsider the accuracy of the description naive and wealthy. Ordinarily, a person of means with a sound mind would never engage in such foolishness. Yet, he found himself in a dilemma. The operation to seize Thunder Lord from the Blue-White Society that night was of utmost importance and could not afford any missteps. The thought of this somewhat foolish individual potentially causing complications at a critical moment, leading to mission failure, filled him with dread. Yet, dismissing him would be regrettable, after all. It was rare to encounter such an easygoing fool with ample financial resources willing to join them. After 2 minutes of intense contemplation, the blue-haired youth chose to allow Xia Fan to remain. He approached Xia Fan, expressing a warm welcome to the rocket team, and introduced himself as Apollo, one of the 4 generals of the rocket team. The muscular yellow-haired man was named Pusun, an officer of the rocket team, while the silver-haired man was Ba Xiu, also an officer of the rocket team. Having uttered these words, he subtly suggested that Xia Fan should follow them closely during their operation, strictly refraining from any movements or sounds without their directives, and to adhere to their arrangements. Xia Fan naturally acquiesced to this. After donning a garment purported to shield him from the sensory perceptions of electric-type Pokémon, he trailed behind them, delving deeper into the forest. As they progressed, Xia Fan began to exhibit the performance one might expect from an individual of considerable means yet limited wit. He engaged in a lively discussion, boasting that upon returning home that evening, he would undoubtedly procure 1 or 200 million for Team Rocket to upgrade their equipment. This delighted Apollo immensely, prompting him to enthusiastically pat Xia Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xia Fan, you are truly a gem. Rest assured, once Boss Banmu returns, I will ensure he elevates your status significantly. I shall inform him that you are the future star of Team Rocket." Xia Fan, feigning modesty, nodded repeatedly, asserting that 1 or 200 million was merely a trifling sum for him, and that he could even muster tens of billions should Team Rocket require it. This declaration sent the other 3 members, excluding Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, into a frenzy, nearly rushing back to recruit more members and restore Team Rocket's equipment to its former glory, ready to catch the Blue-White Society off guard. Seeing their fervor, Xia Fan sensed an opportune moment to extract information and inquired, "General, how much farther do we have to go?" Apollo replied, "I am uncertain, but it should not be far. From the intelligence I intercepted, Reiku is residing in this forest alongside a Piku clan. Did we not just catch a glimpse of a lightning flash from a distance? That could very well have been emitted by a Piku. Then, General, how do we intend to capture Reiku? It is one of the legendary beasts and should be quite difficult to apprehend." My initial thought was to hire 100 individuals to employ a swarm tactic to capture it, but with merely 6 of us, it seems rather daunting. Apollo, suppressing a smirk at Xia Fan's mention of a swarm tactic, replied, "Let me enlighten you. While a swarm tactic may be one approach to capturing a legendary Pokémon, its success rate is exceedingly low due to their formidable power, which allows them to easily break free from encirclement and escape. The optimal strategy is to leverage human technology. In today's world, technology reigns supreme. Whether it be Reiku, Ho-Oh, or Lugia, as long as we develop high-tech solutions capable of countering their abilities, capturing them will be a straightforward task." He then produced a diamond-shaped crystal from his backpack. This is the Crystal Force Field Generator, designed to attract electric-type Pokémon and possesses the capability to absorb and rebound electric attacks. No matter how powerful an electric-type Pokémon may be, once it approaches, it cannot leave unscathed. When we locate Reiku, we simply need to insert this into the ground, and it will be irresistibly drawn to it, ensnared within the force field until it is severely weakened and incapacitated. With this, capturing it will be a mere formality. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan furrowed his brow. Chapter 40, Reiku. Is it truly that formidable? He pondered internally, yet harbored no substantial doubts. Technology has always been humanity's greatest invention since its inception, imbued with immense potential and offensive capabilities. He felt it conceivable that, with sufficient time, humanity could even utilize it to ensnare the creator, Arceus, though he was uncertain how many years that might take. As Xia Fan continued to muse, Apollo suddenly seemed to detect something. Swiftly pushing Xia Fan down and signaling for everyone to conceal themselves within a thicket. Once nestled among the underbrush, the 6 of them, along with Meowth, gently parted the branches to observe 8 figures clad in blue and white uniforms scurrying towards the depths of the forest. Damn it, it's the Blue-White Society. Apollo muttered under his breath, incensed. He had hoped to capture Reiku before their arrival, but it now seemed they would have to ambush them during their attempt to capture it. The muscular figure, Puzon, growled, I hope Reiku thrashes them like children, asserting its dominance as one of the legendary beasts. With the Blue-White Society present, Team Rocket could not afford to reveal themselves prematurely. Thus, he fervently wished to witness Reiku delivering a sound beating to them, ensuring they would not have it easy. Despite his grievances, the 6 of them began to stealthily follow the Blue-White Society. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a river deep within the thicket. The 8 individuals suddenly gathered, engaging in hushed deliberation. After a minute of consultation, seemingly reaching a decision, one of them scanned the surroundings for any anomalies before retrieving a half-meter-long diamond-shaped object from a bag. They collectively forced it into the ground. Mere seconds later, the center of the diamond emitted a mesmerizing crimson glow. Damn it, that SR crystal force field generator. How could they possibly have it? Apollo, hidden in the thicket, instantly recognized the object as identical to the one in his backpack, capable of drawing electric-type Pokémon near and absorbing and rebounding electric attacks. A formidable device that rendered even the most powerful electric types unable to escape unscathed. The silver-haired, stoic youth, Bashu, remarked coldly, need it be stated? A traitor must have divulged the existence of this to them. Nevertheless, there was no time for concern over its origin. The pressing issue was what to do next. Apollo, this crystal force field generator poses an insurmountable challenge to our electric-type Pokémon. If Reiku emerges, it will undoubtedly fall into their grasp. In response to Bashu's words, Apollo sighed. What can we do? We can only hope Reiku does not appear, or that their intelligence is flawed and Reiku is not actually here. Otherwise, with their possession of this device, capturing Reiku would be effortless for them. I initially contemplated ambushing them while they battled Reiku to weaken each other. But it appears fate is not on our side. The heavens do not wish for us to capture Reiku. Is there any way to destroy that device? Since it so effectively counters electric-type Pokémon, if we could disable it, Reiku could confront them on equal footing. Xia Fan finally interjected. Destroy it? You jest, Puzon scoffed, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. However, halfway through, he recalled Xia Fan's potential as their future benefactor and swallowed the retort, patiently explaining. There are only 2 methods to dismantle that device. The first involves sending non-electric-type Pokémon to charge in and destroy it. But that action would undoubtedly be met with fierce resistance from the Blue-White Society. Should we fail, our exposed position would be perilous. The second method entails destroying the remote control device, but this is significantly more challenging than directly dismantling the crystal force field generator, as we have no way of knowing which of the 8 possesses the remote. Therefore, our only hope is to pray that Apollo's earlier assertion holds true and that Reiku is not here. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the forest, shaking the air and rattling the ground, rushing towards them like a tempest. Suddenly, a dark cloud manifested in the sky, swiftly approaching. Within 3 seconds, emerging from the depths of that ominous cloud was a Pokémon draped in a cloak of dark purple thunderclouds, its majestic form surveying the land like a sovereign surveying its realm. Subsequently, it descended from the clouds, dashing toward the ground with great speed. With each stride, a terrifying force akin to a thunderclap emanated from its sides, leaving onlookers in awe. 2 seconds later, this Pokémon touched down, revealing its full visage under the moonlight. Its physique resembled that of a tiger, adorned with black stripes, a creamy white underbelly, and a slender light blue tail, sharp in outline, with its tip resembling a spark. Beneath its golden fur lay robust limbs and menacing fangs, instilling an immediate sense of dread. In short, utterly terrifying. Alas, Reiku has indeed arrived. Witnessing the grandeur and near perfection of Reiku's form, Apollo felt a pang of sorrow, as if his heart were bleeding. Had their Team Rocket not declined, they would be standing opposite Reiku now. Such a formidable Pokémon ought to belong to Team Rocket. Contemplating this, Apollo couldn't help but turn his head into the bushes to wipe away his bittersweet tears. 2 seconds later, Apollo sensed something amiss. Where had Xia Fan, who had been lying beside him moments ago, disappeared to? Where was he? Chapter 41. If only there were a regret medicine. Where's Xia Fan? Apollo urgently inquired of the others. Wasn't he just here? The muscular man, Puzon, turned to look. What the hell? Where did he go? He was right here. Apollo questioned the trio, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Do you know where Xia Fan has gone? Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were still entranced by Reiku's entrance and had not yet regained their senses. Unable to contain himself, Apollo gave each of them a light smack on the back of their heads and reiterated, "Do you three know where Xia Fan is gone? He is the future treasure of our Team Rocket. We cannot afford to lose him." The trio, finally snapping back to reality, wanted to respond that he was just here. But upon noticing the empty spot where he had been, they were immediately struck dumb. What the hell? Where is he? Hadn't he just wagered that he would only act once both Team Rocket and the Blue-White Society confirmed they could not capture Riku? Surely he hadn't been so frightened by the introduction of the crystal power generation system that he chose to forfeit the wager and hide until the Blue-White Society was poised to capture Riku, only to emerge later to seize it amidst the chaos. Seeing the dazed expressions of Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, Apollo realized he had asked the wrong people and prepared to shift his body to leave the bushes in search of Xia Fan. However, at that moment, the cold and aloof silver-haired youth, Bashu, remarked, "Why are you going to find him? Someone like him, who has never faced any real adversity, is undoubtedly terrified by Riku's imposing entrance. He might have simply found a spot to relieve himself and will return shortly." Upon hearing Bashu's words, Apollo halted his movement, reflecting on what he had said and recalling Xia Fan's somewhat naive demeanor when he spoke. It seemed somewhat reasonable, so he returned to his previous position, resuming his observation of Riku and the Blue-White Society's every action. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the 8 members of the Blue-White Society above, a green caterpillar had appeared, dangling from a branch, its eyes darting among the group as if searching for something. "Where's the remote control device?" the green caterpillar pondered. However, just as its thoughts were echoing in its mind, a bolt of lightning, thicker than a fist, suddenly struck toward it. Fortunately, when the lightning was merely half a meter away, it veered sharply, targeting the ground where a red glowing diamond-shaped object lay. The diamond absorbed the lightning. Xia Fan exhaled, tension releasing from his mind. Damn, that sudden lightning strike nearly scared the life out of him. This prompted him to mutter in frustration, "If you're going to strike, Riku, at least hit them directly instead of spreading your lightning around like some show-off. I came all the way here, transformed into a green caterpillar, to help you find the remote control device." At that moment, the battle between Riku and the Blue-White Society had commenced. The members of the Blue-White Society released their Pokémon, all employing skills to provoke Riku, which incited its fury, prompting it to unleash electric attacks upon them. However, just as the electric strikes were about to connect with their Pokémon, the crystal power generation system embedded in the ground absorbed the energy. Riku paused, its keen gaze fixed upon the diamond-shaped object. It could not comprehend why this entity could siphon its electricity, and it felt an inexplicable allure that compelled it to draw closer. "Come on, strike us if you dare." The Blue-White Society members taunted Riku, performing an ostentatious dance of provocation. With Riku's previous attack having been absorbed by the crystal power generation system, their confidence surged, allowing their Pokémon to recklessly assault those electric-type Pokémon drawn in by the system. In this place, they felt like kings, while all electric-type Pokémon were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Riku's gaze turned icy as it observed the Piku, Pikachu, Mareep, and Flaffy, which it had once protected, being mercilessly tormented by the Pokémon of the Blue-White Society. Enraged, it let out a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the dark clouds above rained down 4 colossal bolts of lightning, aimed squarely at the 8 members of the Blue-White Society and their Pokémon. This was one of the powerful electric-type skills, Thunder. Once struck, they would be gravely injured, if not killed. Yet, much like its previous electric strike, just before the bolts were to make contact, the crystal power generation system suddenly emitted a radiant glow, causing the 4 massive lightning strikes to abruptly redirect toward the system, where they were instantaneously absorbed. What followed astonished Riku. After absorbing its electric attack, the system unexpectedly released the captured electricity back at it. Caught off guard, Riku was struck hard, sent flying several paces, blood trickling from its mouth. Fortunately, it was still able to continue fighting. Wasn't it infuriating? Its thunder had not struck the intended targets, but had instead rebounded back upon itself. The members of the Blue-White Society erupted in laughter at Riku's misfortune, mocking it relentlessly. Riku seethed with anger, wishing it could swallow them whole on the spot. However, it understood that unless it dealt with the object on the ground, it would never be able to inflict any harm upon these individuals. Furthermore, if it failed to destroy that thing, it would become a catastrophic nightmare for its electric-type Pokémon in the future. Riku surveyed its surroundings. Numerous electric-type Pokémon had gathered, all gazing longingly at the diamond-shaped object embedded in the ground. If not for the ongoing battle, they might have already rushed toward it. Thus, this object could not be allowed to remain. It was essential not only for itself, but also for the future of its kind. Resolutely, Reiku charged toward the crystal power generation system, determined to unleash its full electrical might upon it, hoping to obliterate the entity. Yet, as Reiku entered a 5-zhang radius of the system, at the apex of the crystal power generation system, an unexpected violet dome materialized, ensnaring it within its confines. In the very next instant, the mesmerizing crimson glow emanating from the center extinguished, giving way to a plethora of intense currents that surged into Reiku's body, irresistibly drawing him towards the crystal power generation system. Like a black hole, it began voraciously siphoning Reiku's strength. Among the 8 members of the Blue-White Society, a young man donning a hat led the group. Upon witnessing Reiku so easily fall into their trap, he erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, indeed. The remnants of Team Rocket's inventions are remarkably effective. I never imagined they would work as described in the manual, effortlessly capturing even legendary electric-type Pokémon. Just placing it on the ground is enough for it to willingly take the bait. Now, we merely await the moment when the crystal power generation system has drained Reiku of every last drop of energy, reducing it to a state of feigned death. Then, we shall effortlessly claim it as our own. With that, the young leader patted his companions on the shoulder, urging them to sit down with him, engaging in light conversation as they awaited Reiku's energy depletion. This was it. Reiku was about to become their prey. Had they known that Team Rocket would face such misfortune, they would never have developed this crystal power generation system, inadvertently facilitating the ambitions of the Blue-White Society. A short distance away, concealed within the foliage, Team Rocket members felt despondent as they observed Reiku's swift subjugation. It's time to retreat, Apollo sighed, glancing at the absence of Xia Fan. He turned to Musashi and Kojiro, instructing them, go find Xia Fan. We must not allow our fortune bringer to be lost as well. Perched on a tree, Xia Fan gazed at the effortlessly ensnared Reiku, unable to suppress a murmur. It seems I must unleash my little Mew and stealthily infiltrate to cause some havoc. Although he had wagered with Musashi and Kojiro that he would only attempt to capture Reiku once both Team Rocket and the Blue-White Society confirmed their inability to do so, he had not specified that he could not disrupt their capture attempts. Thus, the caterpillar, having fallen onto a branch, adeptly flipped over, performing a 360-degree turn in midair before wriggling its body to locate a bush where it could transform back into its true form, releasing Mew to invisibly sabotage the crystal power generation system. Yet, just as Xia Fan began to move, he overheard the group discussing the Blue-White Society leader's plans to capture Ho-Oh. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan's caterpillar form froze, silently apologizing to Reiku, urging it to endure a little longer. He then resumed his position, eavesdropping on their conversation for about half a minute. Eventually, their topic veered off course, as they fantasized about their bright future. However, Xia Fan managed to glean some crucial information. The Blue-White Society had found an individual capable of summoning Ho-Oh, yet they lacked the iridescent feather that would earn Ho-Oh's recognition. Legend had it that only those possessing this feather could challenge and capture Ho-Oh. Otherwise, even if forcibly subdued, it would not heed their commands. Currently, the iridescent feather resided with Suakun, who had appeared in Yuanju City 2 days prior. Consequently, the Blue-White Society leader intended to personally orchestrate Suakun's capture to obtain the feather. Satisfied with this newfound knowledge, Xia Fan prepared to resume his plan to rescue Reiku. However, just as he turned, the leading young man abruptly instructed a girl seated beside him to retrieve the remote control device for the crystal power generation system, urging her to accelerate the absorption of Reiku's electric power. This prompted Xia Fan to glance back, and soon, he spotted the coveted remote, a square tablet. Without hesitation, as the girl was about to press the button to enhance the absorption, Xia Fan unleashed a strand, snatching the remote control device. "Hey, that's my remote," the girl exclaimed. Hearing her cry, the others looked up, their expressions shifting rapidly within 2 seconds, from astonishment to furious roars, finally succumbing to terror. Their astonishment stemmed from the unexpected presence of a caterpillar overhead. The furious roars erupted as they witnessed the caterpillar drawing their remote control device towards itself, intent on flinging it into the dome, prompting their desperate shouts of no. Yet, their fear arrived too late. The moment the remote was cast into the dome, it was obliterated by the surging currents within. The crystal power generation system ceased operation, and Reiku landed gracefully on the ground, his gaze as fierce as a descending tiger, coldly surveying them. In their minds, a singular thought resonated: danger. Chapter 42. Reiku's fury. A gentle breeze swept across the verdant expanse, carrying a scent reminiscent of freshly turned earth to the nostrils of the Blue-White Society members. They were filled with dread, trembling in fear, longing to flee yet finding no escape, for they were encircled by the electric-type Pokémon they had previously commanded with cruelty. With the crystal power generation system now disabled, the electric-type Pokémon were finally able to confront them on equal footing, hundreds against 8, a fair match indeed. Among them stood a legendary Pokémon, Raikou, the young leader. Drenched in cold sweat, stammered, Big brother, could you possibly spare us? We could roll away and vow never to trouble you again. If we break our promise, may the heavens strike us down. What do you say? The others fervently nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing as if in a frenzy, reflecting on their recent arrogance. They could only imagine the desolation that awaited them. While uncertain if their apologies would mitigate their punishment, one thing was clear: failing to apologize would guarantee severe retribution. With that thought in mind, the 8 members of the Blue-White Society gazed up at the caterpillar perched on the branch, their expressions filled with vengeful resolve. You little pest. If we survive this, we shall hunt down every caterpillar in existence. Raikou approached the 8, utilizing telepathy to communicate with them at a deliberate pace. The members of the Blue-White Society trembled, their legs quaking with fear. The more Raikou spoke, the greater their terror grew. After 5 seconds of exchanging fearful glances, a girl timidly ventured, "What if we agree?" "Then you shall perish," Raikou retorted, his fury reaching a boiling point, unleashing a roar that echoed through the heavens. Winds howled, oceans surged, and the earth trembled. Raikou's wrath erupted in its entirety. Dark clouds swirled ominously, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the flashes of lightning weaving through the tempest. It felt as if the very city of Qiansong had plunged into an apocalyptic dread. Countless individuals gazed skyward, their hair standing on end, as Raikou, one of the 3 sacred beasts, sought to make humanity acutely aware of its fury. The fury of electric-type Pokémon. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before all witnesses. Across the electric forest, the electric-type Pokémon, having suffered under the crystal power generation system, harmonized with Raikou's cries, collectively unleashing a piercing howl that drew all their power into the air, illuminating the night sky like a web of radiant light. "I think it's best for me to keep my distance," Xia Fan, still in caterpillar form, swallowed hard at the sight. An instinct warning him that remaining here would ensure his involvement in the impending chaos. If he didn't perish, he would surely be gravely injured. Thus, disregarding the risk of being spotted, he transformed into a Pidgey, flapping his wings in a frantic bid for escape. Beneath the thicket, several dozen feet away, the members of Team Rocket stood frozen in sheer terror, their eyes wide and tongues tied as they beheld the spectacle unfolding in the sky. In their panic, they abandoned their search for Xia Fan and fled in haste, running as far as their legs could carry them. At that moment, only a handful of individuals from the Blue-White Society remained, not out of desire to stay, but from sheer incapacity to flee. Their feet had been rendered immobile, ensnared by the electromagnetic waves emitted by several Piku and Mareep, leaving them to await their grim fate. Gazing skyward, they suddenly witnessed the ominous storm clouds that had lingered for some time finally unleashing their potent wrath. A bolt of lightning, far more formidable than the previous one, descended, piercing through the electric-type Pokémon's web of electric threads. The combined might of these forces transformed the moment into one of surreal terror. In the eyes of the 8 members of the Blue-White Society, the lightning took on the fearsome visage of Raikou, baring its jagged fangs in a menacing grin. They screamed in horror, regretting their prior actions, but it was all in vain. For with that thunderbolt, they, along with their Pokémon, were reduced to mere ashes, scattering into the sky, leaving only 8 faint glimmers of starlight soaring toward a singular destination. From a distance, Xia Fan, who witnessed the entire episode from midair, couldn't help but marvel at the scene. It was his first time witnessing the aftermath of a player's demise, and he pondered whether a player's death in this Pokémon world might allow them to return to reality. However, it seemed that was not the case. As the trajectory of the starlight pointed towards the quaint town of Leaf in the Chengdu region, Xia Fan mused, could it be that they are destined to return to Leaf Town for a fresh start? If so, will it be a completely new beginning devoid of memories? Or will they retain their past experiences? After a few moments of contemplation, Xia Fan resolved to journey to Leaf Town to investigate whether, as he speculated, players reincarnated there upon their demise in the Pokémon world. But for now, his priority was to capture Raikou. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xia Fan returned to the tree where he had previously perched. Upon landing, he immediately heard Raikou's voice resonate in his mind. "Who are you?" Raikou's gaze fell upon the Pidgey. Moments before the lightning struck, it had observed Xia Fan's transformation from Caterpie to Pidgey. Faced with Raikou's inquiry, Xia Fan chose not to respond directly. Instead, he prepared to revert to his human form and summon Nei to assist with the introduction. Just as he was about to do so, Team Rocket burst forth from the nearby thicket, led by Apollo, who, panting heavily, gazed at Riku with a look of ecstatic triumph, clutching a crystal power generator in his arms. Apollo was elated, positively euphoric, for it seemed that the members of the Blue-White Society had met their downfall due to a mere cater pie, obliterated by Riku's thunder. Though it was hard to believe, to him, it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. This indicated the absence of competitors, and the legendary Pokémon, one of the 3 sacred beasts, Riku, would soon be theirs to command, a crucial asset for Team Rocket's resurgence. Thus, after witnessing the thunder's aftermath, he hastily returned, cradling the crystal power generator in his grasp. However, Riku's ire reignited as it beheld this intruder clutching the very object that haunted its nightmares. With a thunderous roar, it prepared to unleash another bolt of lightning upon Apollo. Yet, Apollo was quick. Without hesitation, he thrust the generator into the ground, and soon, the mesmerizing crimson glow re-emerged. As the thunder crashed down, only the crystal power generator bore the brunt of the strike. Chapter 43. Stop your shouting, I am here. Riku, you have witnessed the power of this device. There will be no cater pie to assist you this time. Thus, submit to Team Rocket. If you willingly allow us to capture you, I shall take this device away immediately. Apollo spread his arms wide, wearing a congenial expression. Initially, he intended to mimic the Blue-White Society's tactics, attempting to provoke Riku into a hasty charge that would lead it into the trap of the crystal power generator. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that Riku was already aware of the device's power, leaving it with only 3 choices. First, to abandon the weaker Pokémon unable to resist the generator's pull and flee. Second, to surrender gracefully. Or third, to fight to the bitter end and be forcibly captured. The first option was the only outcome that would spare Riku from capture, yet it was also one it could never accept. As the emissary of Ho-Oh, it would never abandon the weaker Pokémon to save itself. Between the second and third choices, Apollo believed that Riku, reflecting on the earlier capture attempt by the Blue-White Society, would realize that yielding was its best option. An unforeseen incident, like the one where a cater pie had inadvertently damaged the crystal power generator, was highly unlikely to repeat itself, for Apollo had secured the remote control device within his backpack and planned to keep it hidden, even in the event of a fatal confrontation. However, just as Apollo reveled in his triumph, a Pidgey suddenly charged at him. Like a specter, it approached silently, its wings aglow with radiant light. It was Steel Wing, a Steel-type move. With a swift motion, Pidgey's hardened wing cleaved through Apollo's backpack, splitting it in 2. Moments ago, brimming with confidence, Apollo felt a tremendous impact against his back, rendering him momentarily paralyzed as an ominous premonition surged within him. He twisted his rigid body and glanced back, only to behold the very scene he dreaded most. The remote control device he had placed in his pack was now fragmented, lying on the ground. Witnessing this, Apollo felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. He had never anticipated that he would mock the Blue-White Society for perishing at the hands of a mere cater pie, only to find Team Rocket facing a similar fate at the talons of a Pidgey moments later. In the end, they were all losers. Come, continue to threaten me, he thought, as the remote control device lay in ruins, the crimson glow of the crystal power generator extinguished. Riku's telepathy began to resonate within the minds of Team Rocket members. Its voice was calm, yet laced with an icy undertone. With a cadre of electric-type Pokémon, it encircled Team Rocket, seemingly intent on replicating the annihilation of the Blue-White Society, allowing Team Rocket to feel the brunt of its wrath. This sight instilled terror in Jesse, James, and Meowth, prompting them to flee. Yet, as they attempted to move, they discovered their feet had succumbed to paralysis, ensnared by the electric waves. It was over. They were truly facing their demise. The trio felt utterly despondent, regretting not having fled sooner. Memories, both good and bad, flooded their minds, intertwining into a realization that perhaps, had they chosen not to join Team Rocket, their lives could have taken a different trajectory. Suddenly, the thought of their wager with Xia Fan surfaced in their minds. Although they had no idea where he had gone, he was their only hope of salvation, as only Anti could stand against Riku. With this thought, Jesse, James, and Meowth cried out, "We've both failed our captures. Xia Fan, now is the time for you to act. Please come and save us." Their voices rang out, echoing through the electric forest. At that moment, not far from their location, a Pidgey heard their desperate call, and in a flash of white light, it transformed back into a human. At last, the moment has arrived for me to display my grandeur, or rather, to allow them to witness the majesty of our temple of the gods. Xia Fan retrieved a pokeball from his waist and summoned Nti. Shortly, I shall mount your back as we venture forth. When you emerge, Do so with a stride of undeniable authority. For we aim not only to capture Reiku, but also to subdue Team Rocket. Your commanding presence will embody the might of our temple. Xia Fan's words left NTI somewhat exasperated, as it sensed its master's priorities were misplaced. Master, do you not perceive that Reiku is the true challenge? It is currently in a state of fury, and even if you were to capture it, it would not yield to you. Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I am aware. The moment I beheld the crystal power plant, I anticipated that even if we were to seize Reiku today, it would not submit. Thus, my strategy involves forcibly capturing it with the Pokeball, allowing it time to cool its temper within, and afterward, we shall see if it comes to accept us. If not, we shall wait until we have captured Ho-Oh. At that juncture, it will have no choice but to acquiesce. NTI paused, reflecting on Xia Fan's plan, and ultimately conceded that it was indeed the only viable option. It crouched down, permitting Xia Fan to mount, and proceeded to carry him forth in a display of bravado. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Reiku and Team Rocket. The sky had begun to echo the prelude of Reiku unleashing its thunder upon the blue-white society. Dark clouds rolled ominously, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, once more evoking the apocalyptic atmosphere. However, compared to before, the electrical webs conjured by the Pokémon had diminished significantly in scale, though they remained fearsome nonetheless. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were left trembling in terror, weeping and wailing, desperately calling out for Xia Fan's assistance, proclaiming their desire to become his subordinates. Apollo, resigned to his fate, could not suppress a sardonic laugh. Have you three lost your minds? You've been shouting since earlier. Do you truly believe that Wealthy Fool could save us? That lightning bolt that struck the blue-white society might have already frightened him off or knocked him unconscious. The muscular man, Puzon, scoffed. You three are insane. How could you possibly think that naive Wealthy Fool could rescue us from Reiku? If he dares to show himself, he would merely be accompanying us to our doom. The stoic youth, Bashu, refrained from mocking them. Instead, he gazed skyward, calmly stating, embrace the inevitability of death. If there is a next life, let us hope you do not find yourselves entangled in organizations like Team Rocket again. Being an ordinary person is quite commendable. At that moment, a teasing voice emerged from the nearby woods. Cease your cries. I have arrived. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the cries of Team Rocket abruptly ceased. Apollo, Puzon, and Bashu turned their heads, only to be met with a sight that widened their eyes in disbelief. They beheld a familiar figure, riding atop a colossal Pokémon, engulfed in flames, exuding a regal aura reminiscent of a lion. The figure approached them leisurely, evoking a sense of anticipation. He is here. He rides. NTI. NTI. Apollo stammered, astonished beyond belief, struggling to comprehend how NTI could possibly be present, and even more incredulous that the foolish wealthy man could sit atop it so nonchalantly. Puzon exclaimed, how can this be possible? Bashu muttered to himself, surely, this must be a hallucination before my demise. But why would my dying vision feature him atop NEI? Yet, in the next moment, Reiku's furious roar jolted them back to reality. Reiku, enveloped in electricity, charged forth without waiting for Xia Fan's grand entrance, unleashing a thunderbolt aimed directly at Xia Fan's forehead. Surprised by the unexpected onslaught, Xia Fan exclaimed, what the hell? This is quite unsporting. If we're to engage, you ought to allow me a moment to address Team Rocket. Fortunately, NTI reacted swiftly, evading the thunderbolt with remarkable agility. Almost simultaneously, a telepathic message resonated in their minds. NTI, have you truly submitted to these despicable humans? Reiku's fury heightened at the sight of NTI, unable to fathom that its former ally had fallen to serve such individuals. You misunderstand. It is not as you think. My master is not like those who seek to manipulate our powers for their own ends. He bears the responsibility of safeguarding us. It was he who assisted you in escaping the crisis of the crystal power plant. At this juncture, NTI's defense of Xia Fan proved advantageous. Without needing to refute Reiku, NTI had already begun to argue on Xia Fan's behalf. Yet, Reiku's anger only intensified. Assist me? Am I blind? The ones aiding me were a caterpie and a Pidgey. Your master merely helped these people when they were in peril. With a roar of indignation, Reiku unleashed another bolt of lightning. A golden flash descended from the stormy clouds, piercing through the electric webs and converging upon NTI and Xia Fan. Witnessing the impending onslaught, NTI expelled a torrent of sacred flames imbued with mysterious power to counter the attack. The moment fire met lightning, an overwhelming explosion of light and energy erupted, blinding all present momentarily. The ensuing shockwave sent everyone flying several meters, crashing violently against the trees. Members of Team Rocket and numerous Pokémon fell unconscious, caught in the aftershock. NTI and Reiku, the instigators of this chaos, were also affected, blood trickling from their mouths as they exchanged glances over a fallen tree. As for Xia Fan, he emerged from the chaos with the least harm. In a moment of cunning, he transformed into a Steelix, utilizing his metallic form to absorb the impact as he crashed through several trees before anchoring himself firmly into the ground, allowing the explosive wave to pass harmlessly over him. That was close. Fortunately, my wits saved me. Otherwise, I would have been left choking on blood. Xia Fan exhaled in relief, observing the standoff between NTI and Reiku. He withdrew his metallic arm from the earth and scanned the surroundings, noting that Team Rocket lay unconscious. He then reverted to his human form and approached Reiku with an empty Pokeball in hand. However, as he stepped forward, NTI called out to him, "Master, allow me to battle it out with Reiku. I have known it for many years, and this is the first time witnessing its fury. It requires a fair fight to vent its anger, rather than being forcibly subdued and left to languish in a Pokeball. With its indomitable spirit, should you choose that route, it may very well choose to end its own existence within the ball." Xia Fan paused, contemplating NTI's words, and in the next moment, decisively returned the Pokeball to his pocket. "You fight. Call for me when you deem it appropriate for me to intervene." He stepped aside, granting NTI the freedom to engage Reiku in battle. "Thank you." NTI expressed its gratitude as Xia Fan moved away, appreciative of the trust placed in it. A smile crept onto Xia Fan's lips as he turned his back, raising a fist in encouragement. As a master, it is sometimes prudent to refrain from letting emotions dictate actions. The words of Pokemon are often the most direct reflection of the current situation. One can only dread those who, believing themselves to be masters, take the emotions and thoughts of Pokemon as mere trifles, disregarding them entirely, only to cast the blame upon the Pokemon when troubles arise. Moments later, the clash between NTI and Reiku commenced in earnest. This was a battle of fire and lightning. From the outset, both NTI and Reiku unleashed their signature moves, Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, to mark the initiation of their fierce confrontation. As the legendary beasts of the trio, their innate powers enveloped them, propelling them towards each other as they exchanged blows, the air filled with the sounds of explosions and the impact of various attacks. Fortunately, their faculties remained intact, and after a brief skirmish, they opted to distance the battlefield. The previous collision of Thunder and Sacred Fire had already inflicted severe damage upon many weaker electric-type Pokemon, and continuing the fight in this vicinity could lead to dire consequences for them, perhaps even resulting in their demise while incapacitated. Observing the plight of these Pokemon, Xia Fan felt a pang of sympathy and subsequently released Mew and Snorlax. "Snorlax, I have a task for you. Drag Team Rocket and that Meowth into that pit over there, and find something to block their ears. If anyone awakens, give them a swift slap to knock them out again. I will have Mew use Healing Bell to tend to these Pokemon. In short, they must not awaken before Mew's treatment, lest they see Mew and force me to erase their memories." Snorlax nodded, gesturing towards Team Rocket before patting its belly and extending its hands towards Xia Fan, clearly indicating that such exertion would require sustenance. With a sigh, Xia Fan retrieved an energy cube from his backpack, specially crafted for Snorlax, and handed it over. Chapter 45, Capturing Reiku. Upon receiving the energy cube, Snorlax beamed with joy and swallowed it whole, then proceeded to haul Team Rocket one by one into the small pit created by the battle between NTI and Reiku, subsequently covering their ears with dirt. Afterward, it called out to Xia Fan, indicating that it too desired more food. Reluctantly, Xia Fan tossed another treat its way. Mew unleashed Healing Bell, transforming into a wind chime, swaying gently in the air as melodious chimes resonated, emanating an invisible force that spread outward. In no time, the unconscious Pokemon began to rouse, gazing at Mew with grateful eyes. Among them, Apollo opened his eyes, though his ears were blocked by dirt. He still felt a semblance of healing. However, just as he was about to scan his surroundings in confusion, a resounding slap rendered him unconscious once more. Shortly thereafter, the brawny Muscle Man, Porson, and Meowth followed suit, also receiving a couple of slaps to knock them out. Once all the previously unconscious Pokemon had awakened, Xia Fan made his way towards the battlefield of NTI and Reiku, who were now both battered and bruised. Particularly Reiku, whose fangs were shattered, and whose abdomen and long fur reminiscent of dark purple storm clouds were stained with blood. The once mighty image of the tiger-like king had all but vanished, leaving only the dignity of being one of the legendary beasts to support its continued struggle against NTI. In contrast, NTI fared somewhat better, though also injured. It still moved gracefully across the ground. "Do you yield?" NTI roared at Reiku. "I do not." Reiku growled in response. Very well, if you do not yield. Then let us continue to fight. Inti screamed as it charged at Reiku. Soon enough, both beasts, having exhausted their energy for special moves, resorted to physical combat, biting at each other like feral dogs. With each bite, Inti would ask, "Do you yield?" To which Reiku would respond defiantly, "I do not," before continuing the brawl. Under a nearby tree, two Mews observed the spectacle. One was the Mew summoned by Xia Fan to facilitate understanding of the roars exchanged between Inti and Reiku. "This fight feels rather peculiar," Xia Fan remarked, his expression one of bemusement. Watching the clash of the legendary beasts evoked a sense of nostalgia within him, reminiscent of childhood squabbles with his older brother, who would pin him to the ground while hammering away and asking if he yielded. Xia Fan, too stubborn to relent, could only muster a defiant "I do not" until someone intervened to separate them, leading to mutual apologies before the feud could conclude. Otherwise, even when utterly spent, they would glare at each other for a week until they could once again share meals and sleep together in peace. It seemed that with the battle having escalated to this point, it was time for him to intervene as a peacemaker. Xia Fan floated towards Reiku and Inti. "Enough. Regardless of the grievances you harbor, it is time to cease this conflict. You have expressed your frustrations. However, you shall not part ways in enmity. Release each other. Your biting pains me to witness." Xia Fan addressed them in an authoritative tone. His arrival prompted both Reiku and Inti to pause. Reiku lifted its head, casting a glance. Its brow furrowed. "To Mews?" Upon hearing this, Inti swiped a paw in irritation. "Mew is not something you summon at will. Address Mew as Senior Mew." With that, a powerful slap sent both parties into a frenzy once more, biting at each other like wild beasts, leaving Xia Fan exasperated as he buried his face in his hands. Mew, use illusion to separate them. Soon, both Reiku and Inti were lifted and floated in the air by Mew's power. "I am a human, not a Pokemon. I possess a divine ability that allows me to transform into your forms. If you do not believe me, observe." Xia Fan began to demonstrate his abilities, recounting the previous encounters with the Caterpie and Pidgey. Upon hearing these explanations, Reiku fell silent, turning its head away in disregard. It struggled slightly as Xia Fan threw a pokeball, but ultimately, it was futile, and it was captured. Notification: successfully captured Pokemon Reiku. Please select one skill from the available options. Upon capturing Reiku, a system notification resonated in Xia Fan's mind, and the familiar interface appeared before him, visible only to him. Legendary Electric-type Pokemon, Reiku. Gender: none. Ability: pressure, causes opponents to become tense, with a 10 chance of skill failure. Held item: Lepa Berry, restores status in times of crisis, may induce confusion if the flavor is disliked. Available skills: Discharge, unleashes dazzling electric shocks to all Pokemon in the vicinity, with a 30 chance of causing paralysis. Protect, shields against opponents' attacks, though repeated use may lead to failure. Thunderbolt, delivers a powerful electric strike to the opponent, sometimes resulting in paralysis. Shadow Clone, creates duplicates through rapid movement to confuse the opponent, thereby increasing evasion. Thunder, strikes the opponent with a bolt of lightning, occasionally inducing paralysis. Psychic, unleashes an invisible force to attack, with a chance of instilling fear in the opponent. Though Reiku, as one of the legendary beasts, possessed fewer skills than Mew, its skill set was comparable to Inti's. "I choose Thunder as Reiku's skill," Xia Fan resolutely decided in his mind. As one of the most potent electric-type skills, it was a clear choice. Moreover, its application in his human form was particularly exhilarating. In the moment of choosing to summon Thunder, Xia Fan's skill bar expanded once more with the addition of the word Thunder following transformation and divine power. He pointed casually at a nearby grand tree. In the next instant, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, instantly splitting the tree into fragments. Ecstatic, relishing the exhilarating power, Xia Fan released Reiku, allowing Mew to heal both it and Inti. During the healing process, Xia Fan attempted to communicate with Reiku, but was met with indifference. With a resigned shrug, he waited for the treatment to conclude before instructing Mew to transform into Pikachu. With Inti and Reiku in tow, he set off back along the path. On their return, numerous diminutive electric-type Pokemon, upon sighting Reiku's return, rushed forward to frolic playfully with it. Amidst their playful antics, Reiku learned of Xia Fan's act of having Mew assist them, causing the small iceberg within its heart to begin thawing. However, as soon as Xia Fan glanced its way, Reiku swiftly reverted to its aloof demeanor. "I possess a method to empower them to protect themselves." Inti's voice suddenly resonated within Reiku's mind. It understood that, like itself, Reiku harbored a strong protective instinct for the weaker electric-type Pokemon, reminiscent of those it had witnessed perish in the bell tower long ago. Thus, having been captured by its trainer, this sentiment would surely linger in Reiku's heart, prompting NTI to resolve the matter sooner rather than later. What do you mean? Reiku gazed intently at NTI. NTI elucidated that by becoming Xia Fan's Pokemon, Reiku could experience boundless growth and power. After hearing this, Reiku's expression reflected skepticism. Have you ever seen me deceive anyone? NTI countered. Reiku scrutinized NEI from head to toe. Throughout their many years of acquaintance, it had always regarded NTI as an honest and well-meaning individual. Should it be lying, it wouldn't possess such confidence. From our battle just now, do you not perceive that my strength has surpassed yours by a considerable margin? NTI continued. I disagree. Reiku's gaze turned frosty. Had I not previously endured attacks from that wretched human, you would never have triumphed over me, and you yourself were not in a much better state. Is that truly your belief? NTI smirked. I could have evaded many of your attacks, yet I still allowed you to strike. Do you harbor no doubt? Reiku fell silent. Despite its reluctance to admit it, upon reflection, there were indeed numerous questionable aspects regarding the recent battle, as if NTI had deliberately allowed it to unleash its fury. After a silence of several seconds, Reiku resumed their mental exchange. So what do you wish me to do? Like you, allow him to capture the Pokemon here? What other option is there? Do you not perceive this as a splendid approach? It enables them to acquire the means to safeguard themselves. NTI replied. Moreover, the trainer will not take them away. He will release them immediately after capturing them. What harm is there in trying? Reiku pondered for half a minute before finally responding. You speak on my behalf. I shall not converse with him. With that, it turned its head haughtily and walked away. NTI, meanwhile, promptly communicated with Xia Fan, declaring the task accomplished. Indeed, this action by NTI was instigated by Xia Fan, who had discreetly instructed NEI to persuade Reiku as soon as he noticed Reiku's gaze lingering on the electric-type Pokemon. A few minutes later, they returned to the very spot where they had first encountered Team Rocket, still unconscious in the pit, albeit with swollen faces from the earlier altercation. You all keep an eye on them. Ensure they remain asleep until I return. I'm taking you to buy some Pokeballs, Xia Fan commanded, before departing the forest with Mew. After approximately an hour, Xia Fan returned, his backpack brimming with Pokeballs. With Reiku's cooperation, he commenced the capture of the electric-type Pokemon inhabiting the forest. This endeavor continued until the early hours of the morning, concluding around 2 o'clock. After stretching his limbs, Xia Fan finally turned his attention to Team Rocket, contemplating the possibility of enlisting their aid. Despite the organization's tarnished reputation and precarious state, he was determined to take the reins. His intention was not for mere amusement, but to enlist their assistance in traversing the world to seek out legendary Pokemon. Otherwise, the solitary quest would consume an inordinate amount of time. Chapter 46. The Glorious Deeds of Little Snorlax. A jet of water was shot forth. The members of Team Rocket began to rouse from their stupor one by one. The first to awaken was Jessie. Ah, my face. She groggily reached up to wipe the moisture from her visage, but upon contact, she was immediately met with a searing pain. So intense it felt as though it might claim her life. The pain jolted her fully awake. Which scoundrel slapped me the moment I opened my eyes? Don't let me find out who it was, or I'll surely make them pay. I swear. Recalling that she had previously regained consciousness only to be dealt a slap before she could even comprehend her surroundings, Jessie covered her painfully swollen face, muttering angrily as she surveyed the area, realizing that the others were similarly trapped in the pit. Raising her gaze, she was startled to find Reiku standing above, staring down at her, and her mind involuntarily flashed back to the power of its thunderous might. Fear not, it's already been captured by me, and like NEI, it has become my Pokemon, a familiar voice reassured her. Jessie's gaze shifted in that direction. It was a young boy, exuding a refreshing charm as he extended a hand toward her. You've captured it already, Jessie exclaimed, incredulity evident in her tone. However, in her haste, her mouth opened too wide, causing her swollen cheek to throb painfully. Xia Fan chuckled. Otherwise, how could I remain here calmly watching you awaken alongside it? Jessie's eyes still reflected a hint of tension and fear. Thus, she did not rush to climb out, but instead stood within the pit, surveying her surroundings. She spotted Xia Fan accompanied by NTI, Reiku, a Squirtle, and a little Snorlax at the edge of the pit. Behind them stood a throng of electric-type Pokemon, seemingly devoid of anger, now playing contentedly with their companions. The tension and fear in her gaze gradually dissipated. Do you believe me now? Xia Fan reached out his hand once more, and Jessie accepted it, allowing him to pull her from the pit. Do you know what happened to my face? Upon emerging from the pit, Jessie immediately pointed at her face. Now that she was no longer concerned for her safety, She was eager to uncover which wretch had dealt her such a blow. Xia Fan's gaze drifted, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse. Snorlax. Snorlax. The little Snorlax suddenly stepped forward, boldly asserting its involvement, while Xia Fan was still contemplating how to deflect the blame. It bore an expression that seemed to say, "What of it?" Seeing its bravado, Xia Fan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches to this oblivious creature. What does it mean? Did it hit me? Jessie was on the verge of tears, having deciphered the little Snorlax's tone and expression. When did it become acceptable for one of our own to act so brazenly? This is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain, Xia Fan quickly interjected. You surely recall how you fell unconscious at the beginning, right? You were overwhelmed by the aftermath of their battle. Suppressing her anger, Jessie cast a sidelong glance at Inti and Reiku. Do you know what transpired during the subsequent battle? Jessie shook her head. You see, since you were unaware of what occurred, how can you not consider that little Snorlax might have struck you in a moment of crisis? Saving you? Saved us. Jessie was taken aback. Indeed, the reality of the situation is that all electric-type Pokémon were actively seeking you, harboring an intense desire to obliterate you. As they believed you to be the root cause of the rift between Inti and Reiku, which culminated in a fierce battle. At that time, I had to accompany Inti. So I released the little Snorlax to conceal you within this pit, shielding you from the relentless pursuit of those Pokémon, and instructed it to remain utterly silent. Should any noise escape, it could well lead to your demise and that of the Snorlax. Hence, it resorted to slapping each of you back into unconsciousness just as you were on the verge of awakening. Thus, it appeared as if it were striking you, when in truth, it was endeavoring to save you. Having finished speaking, Xia Fan retrieved a bottle of water from his bag and drank it in one go. The reactions from the nearby Pokémon were varied. Snorlax, choking on snacks. Inti, I have no support but you. Squirtle shaped Mew, so Snorlax was slapping to save us. May I inquire what I was doing at that moment? Reiku, is this the man who captured me with a Pokeball? What a mouth. Musashi fell into silence. Feeling disheartened, after hearing Xia Fan's words, she found herself utterly unable to refute him. Even amidst such absurdity, she felt powerless to argue. After all, she had been knocked unconscious upon opening her eyes, rendering her at the mercy of whatever was said. Oh, do not be disheartened, Xia Fan consoled. Though your face may be swollen, surviving is a splendid outcome, is it not, Snorlax? Snorlax. The little Snorlax nodded, unexpectedly feeling quite commendable in its master's eyes for having slapped others. Covering her face, which was more swollen than a monkey's backside, Musashi was left speechless. The implication of Xia Fan's words was that not only could she not sulk, but she also had to bow her head in gratitude to that little Snorlax. At that moment, Apollo and Kojiru, two of Team Rocket's 4 generals, awakened with a 1-second interval. Ouch, my face. Both of them, like Musashi, reached for their faces, only to be met with a searing pain that brought tears to their eyes, instantly snapping them to full awareness. Scanning the surroundings, their hearts raced upon first seeing Inti and Reiku, nearly stopping in fright, but resumed their rapid beating upon spotting Xia Fan when he announced that he had captured Reiku. As they were pulled from the pit, they simultaneously inquired of Xia Fan, "Do you know which bastard struck my face?" The moment I open my eyes, I receive a slap. Damn it, I must know who it is. Before they could finish, they noticed Snorlax stepping forward, pointing at their faces, then proudly patting its chest, and finally waving its hand as if to say, "No need to thank me." The two men furrowed their brows. Kojiru, what does it mean? Is it admitting to having struck us? Apollo, why do I feel it is exceedingly proud and happy? Moreover, who is this little creature to strike me? Snorlax. The Snorlax pointed at Xia Fan, urging them to listen as their master recounted the tale of how it selflessly slapped others to save everyone during a life-or-death moment. 1 minute later, having heard Xia Fan's explanation, both men wore forlorn expressions, joining Musashi in their shared despondence. Chapter 47, Joining the Pantheon. 10 minutes later, all members of Team Rocket had awakened. Upon hearing Xia Fan's reasoning for their swollen faces, they all fell into a state of gloom. Do you remember what the 3 of you said before? Xia Fan seated himself atop Inti's back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Apollo, person, and Baho turned to gaze at Musashi and her companions, recalling the moment when the 3 of them had been paralyzed with fear before Reiku, desperately shouting for help, eager to become his subordinate. I remember, Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth nodded awkwardly. At that moment, they were so frightened that they had nearly lost control. When one's life is at stake, any words can be uttered for salvation. May I ask what we would need to do to become your subordinates? Musashi inquired, her expression somewhat tense. After all, The three of them had little to no skills within Team Rocket, frequently failing their missions. The notion of being chosen by someone so powerful, who seemingly placed some importance on them, was daunting. They couldn't help but worry that they might be asked to undertake perilous tasks. Your first duty is to do your utmost to recruit the remaining members of Team Rocket to follow me, Xia Fan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Apollo, Baho, in person, who appeared momentarily stunned. To utter such words in the presence of Team Rocket's generals and executives? Surely, this was an insult to their worth. Although they were indeed not in the best standing, the remnants of Team Rocket still held some hope in the eyes of many to reclaim their former glory. And then, Musashi glanced awkwardly at Apollo, Baho, in person. The sensation of being undermined in front of their superiors was indeed thrilling. As for what comes next, I will arrange that later. You need only inform them that the entity they will serve is known as the Pantheon. The Pantheon? Musashi's expression shifted from awkwardness to confusion. She turned to exchange glances with Kojiru and Meowth, only to find them equally perplexed. She then looked back at Apollo and the others, discovering that they too were frowning in contemplation and whispering to one another. Clearly, they were all hearing this term for the first time. Meowth finally couldn't hold back and asked, "What is the Pantheon? Is it an organization you established?" Xia Fan shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourselves with the specifics of the Pantheon. Simply know that I am a member. And within it exist many who are far more formidable than I. In the future, these powerful entities will convey their commands to you through me. More powerful than you." Musashi, shocked, turned to exchange incredulous glances with Kojiru and Meowth once more. Xia Fan's calm demeanor stirred the greatest waves of astonishment within the hearts of all present, including Apollo, a general of Team Rocket. They struggled to fathom that Xia Fan had already captured both Nei and Reiku, and that there were even more powerful beings within the Pantheon, an organization of which Team Rocket had previously been entirely unaware. If this were true, the might of the Pantheon would be beyond their wildest imaginations. Xia Fan, unfazed and composed, reiterated, "Yes, even more powerful." Hearing this affirmation, Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth couldn't suppress their astonishment. If this were the case, what kind of Pokémon did those stronger than Xia Fan possess? Surely, they too must hold legendary Pokémon. Contemplating this, the trio could hardly contain their excitement. If they joined, they would be set on a path to greatness. However, after the thrill subsided, they confronted a crucial question. No matter how impressive Xia Fan claimed to be, it was merely his word. If they approached a member of Team Rocket with such claims, they would likely be dismissed as lunatics and expelled. Kojiru scratched his head and said, I feel that if we just said this, no one would believe us." The influence of the term Pantheon in the world. He wanted to say it had little influence, but the words faded on his lips. Xia Fan, perceptive to his unspoken thoughts, shrugged and replied, "You need not worry about that. As a representative of the Pantheon, I will ensure that our name resonates throughout the Chengdu region once more." Having finished, Xia Fan added, "Bring me your phones. I will transfer 1 million to you as your operating funds. Should you perform well in future missions, I have further rewards in store." 1 million. Musashi, Kojiru, and Meowth were taken aback. "What? Have you forgotten that I mentioned 1 million the moment you chose to follow me?" Xia Fan teased. "Or do you possess such ambition that you would seek to recruit others for me without the need for money?" No, we absolutely want that." Musashi Kojiro took out his phone, urging Xia Fan to transfer money to him, her. Each would manage their share equally. In the end, Xia Fan transferred 500,000 to each, inciting jealousy in Apollo, Basiu, and Pooh Senator. After completing this, Xia Fan had a sudden thought and pointed at the still-dazed Snorlax, saying, "By the way, to prevent the three of you from embarrassing me, this fellow will temporarily be under your care as its trainers." Snorlax, who had been quietly observing Xia Fan's antics, was instantly bewildered. How did it end up being given away mid-conversation? Snorlax quickly clung to Xia Fan's leg, its expression pleading, as if to say, "You cannot abandon me." "I'm not saying I don't want you," Xia Fan sighed helplessly, pulling Snorlax aside to whisper. "I'm merely asking you to stay with them for a short while. When the time is right, I will come to retrieve you. During this period, I need you to keep an eye on them. If you detect any signs of deceit, inform me via phone. I will check in with them occasionally. Snorlax, this is a very important task. Upon your return, I shall reward you with a month of unrestrained feasting. You can eat whatever you desire." Snorlax, initially dissatisfied, Snorlax's interest piqued upon hearing about the lavish reward upon its return, and it promptly raised 2 fingers. 2 months? All right. I'll add another month for you. 3 months should suffice. Soon, the food-driven Snorlax willingly agreed to be entrusted to Musashi Kojiro. This revelation excited them even further. Following Xia Fan not only meant wealth, but also the companionship of Pokémon. This arrangement was infinitely better than their previous experiences in Team Rocket. More importantly, they had once feared that aligning with Xia Fan would lead to a lack of achievements. But after hearing the introduction to the Divine Hall, they were astounded. The legendary Pokémon NTI and Raikou were merely minor players in comparison. Observing the favorable treatment given to Musashi Kojuro, Apollo, and his companions, who had long felt overlooked by Xia Fan, could no longer contain themselves. Can we three join as well? Of course, Xia Fan replied with a shrug and a smile. Having awaited this question for quite some time, he promptly transferred 1 million to each of the three, allowing them to distribute it as they wished. But no Pokémon was granted to them. In Xia Fan's eyes, Musashi Kojuro's abilities needed strengthening, while Apollo's did not require immediate enhancement. After arranging these details, Xia Fan suddenly jested. Now that the 5 of you have become my subordinates, there must be a hierarchy within an organization. Here is the plan: Musashi Kojuro and Meowth. You 3 will remain a group. Apollo, Pooh Sun, and Basiu, once leaders of Team Rocket, you will form another group. For the next year, whichever group recruits the most members will be recognized as the highest-ranking group under me. Musashi Kojuro's eyes brightened, and he immediately glanced at Apollo and his companions, his joy swiftly transforming into vigilance. They too aspired to be leaders. Since Xia Fan had placed them on equal footing with Apollo, they could not squander this opportunity to ascend. Apollo and his companions, noticing Musashi Kojuro's gaze, exchanged cold smirks, dismissively turning their heads as if to say they did not regard them as a threat. A few minutes later, Xia Fan sat atop NEI, waving farewell to them. Apollo, I hope that next time we meet, you can address me as General. Musashi chuckled as he, Kojuro, and Meowth, along with Snorlax, departed the electric forest. Watching their retreating figures, Basiu scoffed. Look at them, so pleased with themselves. Pooh Sun echoed the sentiment with a cold laugh. They must have longed to trample us down. They'll have their day of reckoning. However, Apollo frowned. Do you truly believe the Divine Hall exists? His question deviated from Basiu and Pooh Sun's topic, momentarily perplexing them. After pondering, Basiu replied, honestly, I think Xia Fan is deceiving us. How could such a powerful organization exist without our Team Rocket having any inkling? Apollo nodded in agreement and turned to Pooh Sun. What do you think? Pooh Sun scratched his head with his robust arm, feeling awkward. His tone and demeanor seemed genuine. It doesn't feel like he's lying. If it truly exists, then perhaps we've struck luck, climbing to greater heights, maybe even more so than during our time in Team Rocket. Well, I suspect your brain might not survive to see that day, Apollo retorted without mercy. I share Basiu's perspective. Xia Fan is likely pulling our leg. I suspect he intends to use his resources to covertly rebuild Team Rocket. If Mutwo's team could betray us and rise to global prominence, then we can certainly rely on betraying him to reclaim our place on the world stage. He merely possesses 2 of the legendary beasts. The world is vast, filled with many legendary Pokémon, and we, Team Rocket, can surely capture even stronger ones, like Mutwo. Master, are you not concerned about giving them money? What if they are merely placating you for financial gain? They seem incredibly loyal to Team Rocket. It doesn't seem easy to sway them. As Xia Fan rode atop NTI, leaving the electric forest, the voice of NTI resonated in his mind. As long as they don't act foolishly, they should understand that deceiving me once for money is far different from doing so repeatedly. What do you mean? NTI turned back, looking at Xia Fan with confusion, as its master often spoke in ways it did not comprehend. It means that if they wish to continue receiving money from me, they must earnestly assist me, for on their own, they cannot contend with the blue-white society. They can only rely on my strength to combat them. As for their loyalty to Team Rocket, I cannot ascertain. What I do know is that in this world, most individuals are inclined to seek higher ground. As long as their conditions are favorable, and they are sufficiently powerful, bestowing upon them wealth, power, and a sense of honor as members of a formidable organization, they will serve me loyally. Even if some are disloyal, it matters not, as long as I remain strong. They will have no choice but to assist me. Attempting to escape my grasp is simply impossible. With that, Xia Fan closed his eyes, arms outstretched, savoring the sensation of the wind brushing against his palms. Quite nice. This wind speed allows me to feel the essence of D. 7 days later, Xia Fan drove his sports car to Road 38 on the left side of Yuanzhou City. As he approached an intersection, a massive boulder obstructed his path. Beside the boulder stood 4 individuals. Hello, we are members of the Blue-White Security Group. A Pokémon riot has occurred in Yuanzhou City, and all entrances and exits have been temporarily sealed. Please turn back. A young man in a blue and white uniform approached Xia Fan's vehicle, instructing him to leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young man and then at the three others in matching uniforms at the intersection. The Blue-White Society. Xia Fan mused, recognizing that their attire, while not identical, bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous Blue-White Society members. Their claim of being the Blue-White Security Group made it hard to believe they were unrelated. Having analyzed this, Xia Fan turned to the young man and jested. But what if I insist on entering Yuanzhou City? I have yet to witness a Pokemon riot firsthand. Upon hearing Xia Fan's words, the young man's expression turned icy. Realizing that the individual within the vehicle intended to stir trouble, he swiftly gestured towards the three thugs stationed on either side of the road. 2 seconds later, they unleashed their Pokemon, a Ninetales, a Machamp, and a Magcargo. Can we leave now? The young man inquired once more, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Should Xia Fan dare to linger, he would command his Pokemon to attack. Xia Fan chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? The young man's eyes narrowed. I am delighted that I can earn some gas money, Xia Fan replied with a teasing smirk, promptly retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and releasing its contents. In a flash of red light, NTI made a dazzling entrance. NTI, they are the naive members of the Blue and White Society. Dispose of them mercilessly. Chapter 49, No Payment, No Free Ride. A minute later, Xia Fan lounged with his legs crossed atop the hood of the sports car, NEI by his side. Before them knelt the self-proclaimed members of the Blue and White Security Group, trembling as they cowered on the ground, their Pokemon sprawled beside them, defeated. Xia Fan produced his phone and commanded, Now, transfer all your money to me. The young man who had initially obstructed Xia Fan quivered. Are you robbing us? Uffed. Without hesitation, Xia Fan delivered a swift kick. Robbing? Nonsense. I am merely collecting the reward for a challenge. He flicked his hair back. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention a little rule of mine. Anyone who battles me automatically enters a bounty challenge, wagering all their money. Since you have lost, you are obliged to transfer everything to me. The four men were taken aback. How is this any different from robbery? One middle-aged man exclaimed in agitation. Uffed. Another kick followed. Xia Fan asserted, I stated that this is a bounty challenge. Please do not conflate bounty challenges with robbery. Robbery involves taking your money without engaging in Pokemon battles, whereas a bounty challenge is a legal agreement where, after battling, the loser must surrender their funds. As I just battled you using NTI, this constitutes a legitimate bounty challenge, thus I am entitled to your money. The four men were left bewildered. Xia Fan, now irritated, demanded, stop wasting time and hand over the money. One must know and abide by the law. Failing to pay after losing a bounty challenge is akin to taking advantage without compensation. Taking advantage of battle experience is a crime, do you understand? And to do so against the legendary beasts is an even graver offense. Do you comprehend? The four faces reflected shock. This guy must have been a debt collector in his past life. A minute later, with a total of 150,000 transferred, Xia Fan hastily stowed his phone in his pocket. Now, let us proceed to the next step. Another step? The four were in a state of panic, having already been thoroughly fleeced. What kind of expressions are those? You don't think I'm going to rob you of your virtue, do you? Xia Fan frowned. What confidence do you have that I would be interested in any of you? The four men collectively sighed in relief. As long as it's not that, we're fine. Now tell me, what truly transpired in Yuanzhou City? Just as I mentioned earlier, there was a Pokemon riot incident in Yuanzhou City. The young man explained. We, the Blue and White Security Group, came here to contain the rioting Pokemon, blocking all exits. I swear on my life, I'm not lying. Swear on your life? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing skyward. Absolutely, the young man affirmed. However, as soon as he spoke, 3 bolts of lightning struck the ground directly behind him, flanking him on either side. The four men were instantly terrified, their faces paling. Moments later, as they regained their senses, the one who had boasted about being struck by lightning was now drenched in sweat, his mind buzzing as he glanced at the small craters created by the lightning strikes. The strikes had landed just a centimeter away from him. Had they been any closer, it would have been game over. His heart raced as if it might cease altogether. Xia Fan, reclining with his legs crossed, propped his chin on his hand, a playful glint in his eye. Oh dear, the lightning has already struck. Now, should I believe your words or not? The young man stammered, paralyzed with fear. He turned to look at the other 3, only to find they had already distanced themselves, as if avoiding a plague, terrified that his oath would implicate them as well. At that moment, Xia Fan slammed the car hood, his voice booming. Stop your nonsense and tell me the truth. What happened inside, and what are you planning? If you do not speak, I shall command NTI to roast you alive. Do you believe that? I'll talk. The young man's last shred of resolve crumbled under Xia Fan's roar, and in a panic, he divulged everything he knew. My name is Xia Fan, and I, along with these three, are members of the underground Blue and White Society in Chengdu. Recently, our group has been attempting to capture the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. To prevent outsiders from interfering, we orchestrated a Pokémon riot to seal off Yuanzhou City and cut off all external contact. We are merely responsible for blocking outsiders from entering. Xia Fan nodded. And then, what is the current progress of your Ho-Oh capture? I heard others say your leader has found someone capable of summoning Ho-Oh. Is that true? Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting Xia Fan to know about their leader's discovery, panic surged within him. This individual was clearly there to cause trouble. Hurry and tell me, Xia Fan commanded. Leaping from the car hood and approaching the other three, scooping up a handful of dirt to cover their ears before returning to the hood. I will ask you the same questions later. If anyone's answers differ even slightly, you will all experience any eyes flames. Do not doubt me. I can be quite ruthless. With a snap of his fingers, another bolt of lightning struck, landing just an inch in front of the young man, causing him to nearly lose his sanity. The smell of fear permeating the air. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I will not deceive you. The young man's last shred of hesitation vanished. Currently, we are only one step away from capturing Ho-Oh. We need the rainbow feather from Suicune. With this feather, our leader will gain Ho-Oh's approval after capturing it. Suicune is nearby Yuanzhou City, and our leader is personally overseeing the capture. As for the summoner of Ho-Oh, our leader has indeed found 5 dancers who possess the transparent bells needed to summon Ho-Oh. Once they reach the top of the bell tower and use the bells while performing their dance, Ho-Oh will appear. Where is Suicune located in Yuanzhou City? Xia Fan pressed. I heard it was spotted in the northwest yesterday. Chapter 50. Who is truly unfortunate? Xiaohuan, have they deleted all memories of us? 20 minutes later, Xia Fan remarked, observing the 4 unconscious individuals on the ground, with Mew perched on his shoulder. All deleted, Mew confirmed. Good, then let us set off to find Suicune. Do you wish to enter my Pokeball, or stay in the car? I'd rather stay in the car. Being in the ball would be exceedingly dull. Mew replied with a playful grin, covering its mouth. Xia Fan chuckled in agreement, recalling the Flame Emperor into its Pokeball, and then drove away with Dream. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan was the first to awaken from his stupor. What has transpired? Why am I lying on the ground? He held his somewhat dizzy head, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted 3 words on the ground. Hall of Gods. An hour later, in a secluded forest northwest of Yuanzhou City, Xia Fan and Dream traversed the thicket atop the Flame Emperor's back. Given the difficulty of navigating through the dense woods by vehicle, Xia Fan abandoned his car at a nearby intersection, releasing the Flame Emperor to scout for them. Flame Emperor, leap to the top of that tree. We shall have a clearer view from above. After searching for quite some time without success, Xia Fan spotted a towering tree estimated to be over 20 meters high and promptly issued the command. The Flame Emperor nodded and, with Xia Fan and Dream in tow, sprinted up the colossal tree, reaching the summit in mere strides. From their elevated vantage point, Xia Fan soon noticed a billowing white mist in the distance. Let us proceed in that direction, he declared without hesitation. The Flame Emperor let out a roar and, propelled by flames, soared towards the indicated area. A minute later, they arrived at the location shrouded in white mist. The scene before them was somewhat different from Xia Fan's expectations. There was no sign of a fierce battle. Concealed in the shadows, Xia Fan and the Flame Emperor observed a dozen Pokémon and several individuals clad in blue and white uniforms, fixated on a hole in the ground. Their expressions were rife with anger, as if they were cursing something. To eavesdrop more effectively, Xia Fan transformed into an inconspicuous green caterpillar and inched closer. This wretched creature. I can no longer endure it. We have pursued it relentlessly, yet I have yet to even throw a Pokeball. It truly can run. Should I ever catch it and find myself alone in a room with it, I must experience the satisfaction of breaking its leg. Otherwise, I cannot quell my fury from trailing behind it these past few days. It was not merely its speed. If only it would grant us the opportunity to battle. With a single roar, it calls all our Pokémon back into their balls. By the time we send out a new Pokémon, this water sovereign has fled, time and again. After finally bringing a Jengar today, the creature merely enveloped itself in mist and burrowed into the ground. For heaven's sake, at least grant us a chance to use the dark gaze to battle. I am truly on the verge of a breakdown. As Xia Fan drew near, he distinctly heard their curses, all directed at the elusive water sovereign. Unable to suppress his agreement, Xia Fan recalled his own encounter with the water sovereign months earlier, when he too had been driven to frustration by its elusiveness, the one creature that had rendered his tactics futile. Moreover, it refused to engage in battle, opting only to flee. Unlike the more emotionally tethered Raikou and Flame Emperor, Xia Fan remained concealed in the branches for 5 minutes, while they continued their tirade of curses. In the 6th minute, the leader's phone rang. After answering it with a sycophantic demeanor, he excitedly conveyed to the others that the operation to capture the Water Sovereign was cancelled. This revelation led everyone to believe that the higher-ups had pressured the leader into abandoning the mission. After all, how could they forfeit the chance to capture the Water Sovereign, whose rainbow feathers were crucial for ensnaring the Phoenix King? Leader Wenfeng, what did the higher-ups say on the phone? Why has the capture of the Water Sovereign been cancelled? A youthful voice piped up, unable to contain his curiosity. It was the president who called it off, replied the youth named Wenfeng, his excitement palpable. Just now, a member of the Dragon Hawk Bureau informed me that the Dream Team in the Kanto region discovered a rainbow feather from a young boy. They have seized it and are negotiating a deal with the president, who has instructed us to halt our pursuit of the Water Sovereign and focus all efforts on capturing the Phoenix King. Once we secure the Phoenix King, capturing the Water Sovereign, Flame Emperor, and Raikou will be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, jubilantly exclaiming that they would no longer be ensnared in this desolate place by the Water Sovereign's antics. Before long, they began gathering their belongings in preparation to depart. However, as one portly middle-aged man was leaving, he noticed a green caterpillar with rolling eyes perched on a nearby tree trunk. Whether due to some peculiar instinct or sheer impulse, he picked up a stone and hurled it with force. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the creature, transforming it back into its human form, which caught the stone mid-flight. With a fierce glare, it exclaimed, "What the hell? Did I provoke you while simply resting on this tree?" The sudden outburst startled everyone. As they turned to investigate, they were taken aback to find a young boy standing beside the tree. The man who had thrown the stone was equally astonished, collapsing to the ground, clutching his heart with one hand and trembling with the other. That creature was the green caterpillar on the tree. The realization sent shockwaves through the group, and their gazes shifted towards Xia Fan, now filled with suspicion, as they began to wonder if he was some unknown legendary Pokémon. In quick succession, they issued commands. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Feraligatr, Hydro Pump. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Glacian, Ice Beam. Raikou, Water Gun. Within moments, dozens of Pokémon were gathering their strongest attacks to unleash upon Xia Fan, leaving him momentarily startled. Fortunately, the Flame Emperor made a timely entrance, unleashing a torrent of flames that disrupted their attacks and stood protectively before Xia Fan. "Are you unscathed, Master?" The Flame Emperor's telepathic voice resonated in Xia Fan's mind. "I am fine. Retaliate against them with all your might," Xia Fan retorted angrily, recalling how he had merely been contemplating their conversation from his perch when that fat fool had suddenly hurled a stone at him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have very well suffered a grave injury. Reflecting on the incident filled Xia Fan with trepidation, and he promptly summoned a Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed Raikou. "Raikou, these individuals are the same ones who previously employed the Crystal Force electric system against us. You bear a grudge against them, do you not? Now is your chance. Unleash your fury," Xia Fan commanded, still feeling unsatisfied. He then glanced at the transparent figure that had recently materialized on his shoulder. "Dream, you join the fray as well. Use your true form. I want them to fully comprehend the enormity of the existence they have provoked." With a spirited cry, Dream, who had not been summoned to battle since the arrival of the Flame Emperor, emerged from its invisible state. Without further ado, it unleashed a wave of aura spheres, striking down a Feraligatr and an Electabuzz with remarkable ease. In midair, Dream bent over, covering its mouth, chuckling gleefully. Meanwhile, the opposing group, witnessing the emergence of the Flame Emperor, Raikou, and the astonishing Dream, stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this reality, or merely a dream? Chapter 51, An Unforeseen Capture. 2 minutes later, as the trio of the Flame Emperor, Raikou, and Dream wreaked havoc, the opposing Pokémon lay vanquished on the ground, alongside their respective trainers. The latter's faces were pale with fear, trembling as they grasped the reality that this was no dream, but a tangible event unfolding before them. Before them stood Dream, the Flame Emperor, and Raikou, the 3 legendary Pokémon. At that moment, Xia Fan stepped forward, dragging along the middle-aged man he had previously subdued. "Now, we can engage in a fair dialogue regarding your compensation," he stated. "Compensation?" The members of the Blue and White Society were momentarily taken aback, turning their heads to glance at the incapacitated Pokémon nearby, as well as the middle-aged man, battered and bruised, who bore the marks of Summer Fan's wrath. They had been reduced to this state, yet he still insisted on discussing compensation. "Indeed, it is the psychological compensation for my fragile soul," Summer Fan lamented with an expression of grievance. "My spirit is quite delicate, I was startled into distress by that rotund fellow, and thus, I feel compelled to seek treatment with your funds. It need not be a substantial sum. Your entire amount will suffice. The onlookers were astounded. Is this a person? Such shameless words can be uttered with such audacity. Yin Emperor and Thunder Lord exchanged glances. In the next moment, the two sacred beasts decisively shifted their steps toward the exit. Only Mew found the astonished expressions of this group amusing, floating onto Summer Fan's shoulder, clutching its heart with its left hand, feigning a pained expression while beckoning them with its right. The implication was unmistakable. My spirit has also been wounded. Hasten. Bring forth the money. 5 minutes later, under the pretext of psychological compensation, Summer Fan transferred all their funds to his mobile device. The total was not substantial, merely around 2 million. Having completed the transaction, the individuals glared at Summer Fan with clenched teeth, intent on memorizing his visage. In response, Summer Fan simply uttered, "Little Mew." Erase their memories. 20 minutes later, Mew had successfully obliterated their memories. Summer Fan then inscribed the characters for all gods on each of their faces with mud. Once finished, he clapped his hands, stored Thunder Lord in a pokeball, and then mounted Yin Emperor's back, cradling Mew as they began to traverse the forest. Simultaneously, he activated the fourth ability granted by the system, Divine Beast Perception, allowing him to sense divine beasts within a 1-mile radius. After aimlessly wandering for about an hour, Summer Fan found himself at the edge of a lake when his divine beast perception suddenly fluctuated. He turned to gaze at the lake, noticing its water was remarkably clear and transparent. Is that where it is? Summer Fan murmured to himself before leaping off Yin Emperor's back. Master, why did you come down? Shouldn't I take you over? Yin Emperor questioned, puzzled. I too sensed the presence of Suicune right in the center of this lake, he continued. Recalling his first encounter with Suicune and the earlier remarks about how difficult it was to capture, Summer Fan sighed. If I were to ride on your back, I fear it would likely flee, refusing to communicate. Just to be safe, I shall transform into a Magikarp and swim over quietly. Then throw the Pokeball once I get close. Although this tactic seemed somewhat underhanded, he believed it to be the most prudent and effective approach. Only by securing it would they be able to engage in a meaningful dialogue. And what about me and Mew? Yin Emperor inquired. You and Mew will follow me shortly. Helping to attract its attention, Summer Fan instructed before plunging into the lake, transforming into a Magikarp. He twirled his body, swimming towards the center of the lake. Guided by the sense of the divine beast, Yin Emperor and Mew exchanged glances, both Pokemon shaking their heads with a sigh. Soon after, Yin Emperor enveloped his feet in flames and followed Summer Fan towards the center of the lake. Meanwhile, a slender, blue Pokemon adorned with diamond-like spots and a headpiece resembling blue gemstones stood proudly in the lake's center. Beneath it, a peculiar force radiated outward in ripples. Suddenly, this Pokemon turned its head, sensing something. Yin Emperor? Suicune pondered, astonished to detect Yin Emperor's presence here. 3 seconds later, Yin Emperor's figure appeared, advancing toward it atop a trail of flames. What brings you here? Suicune communicated telepathically. I came to have a chat, Yin Emperor replied, his tone slightly hesitant. Chat about what? Suicune questioned, perplexed. In its understanding, Yin Emperor was not one to seek out conversation with it and Thunder Lord. Yin Emperor's expression turned awkward as he glanced at a Magikarp that had just swum near him. I wouldn't lie. Master, could you swim faster? At that moment, in the depths of the lake, a Magikarp with slightly rolled back eyes was blowing bubbles and gazing upward. Summer Fan felt as if he might choke. Just as he was swimming halfway, Yin Emperor sensed Suicune's position and had propelled himself forward, leaving Summer Fan to hastily increase his speed. Exerting all his strength to keep up, his waist felt as though it might snap. Nevertheless, he ultimately reached the location. This foolish creature. Crafting stories is not something one can conjure at will. In the lake, Summer Fan observed the embarrassed Yin Emperor, who seemed at a loss for words, and could not help but scoff. However, the fact that you managed to keep Suicune from fleeing is commendable. Summer Fan scanned his surroundings, swimming toward the lake's bottom, preparing to use the water's momentum for a spectacular leap, transforming into human form midair to surprise Suicune. Moments later, he arrived at the lake's depths. The bottom was pitch black, and Summer Fan began to wriggle his body. However, just as he was about to surge upward, his tail was met with a series of painful slaps, making a loud noise, as if he had struck something. Turning to look back, he saw nothing clearly. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the water, unleashing a powerful wave. Almost instantly, Summer Fan felt a menacing maw rushing towards him. Oh no, he thought, recalling a particularly irritable individual. Without a second thought, He unleashed a psychic attack towards the gaping mouth. In the next moment, the Pokémon let out a mournful wail, momentarily halting its advance towards Summer Fan. Seizing the opportunity, he swam desperately upward. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, and Summer Fan caught sight of the furious Pokémon pursuing him below. Indeed, it was Gyarados. At that moment, the creature glared at Summer Fan with an expression of rage. It had not rested for a long time. With Suicune's arrival, it had finally been able to enjoy the warmth of the purified water. Just as it was settling in for a comfortable nap, it had been rudely awakened by a tail slapping across its face. "How dare you disturb my peace?" it thought, preparing to intimidate the intruder into fleeing. However, as it opened its mouth, the newcomer unleashed some sort of wicked technique that sent a jolt of pain through its head. Once was a nuisance, but a second time was a direct attack, wasn't it? It seethed, "If you don't take a bite of me, you won't grasp who the real king of this lake is." Back on the lake's surface, Suicune noticed Mew lying on Yin Emperor's back and was about to inquire why Mew was there when suddenly, a bright red Magikarp with a golden crown leapt from the water. Yin Emperor, Suicune, and Mew turned to look. The Magikarp soared into the air, a flash of white light enveloping it, transforming it into human form. With a Pokeball in hand, it shouted help. Upon finishing its cry, and while Suicune was still bewildered, the Pokeball was thrown. In a flash of red light, Suicune was captured before it could even comprehend the situation. Yin Emperor. Mew. Goodness, is Master engaging in some sort of performance art? What an impressive maneuver. First, a leap like a Magikarp, bursting from the water. Then transforming back into human form to shout for help, stunning us all, and finally pulling out the Pokeball and throwing it. Truly remarkable. Yet in the next moment, as Summer Fan threw the Pokeball and began to descend toward the water's surface, he seized a handful of Yin Emperor's brown fur, shouting in a state of frantic urgency, "A Gyarados has been relentlessly pursuing me." As soon as those words left my lips, a Pokémon resembling an azure dragon burst forth from the water at the very spot where Xia Fan had just emerged. Its visage was fearsome, exuding an unmistakable aura of invincibility, as if proclaiming that no one could thwart its rampage today. However, the very next moment, as it steadied itself upon the water's surface and beheld both Entei and Mew, it spotted a human atop Nei's back, shouting. That human was precisely the one it had been chasing. In an instant, the Gyarados was rendered motionless, although it was unclear how a Magikarp could transform into a human. Faced with two formidable figures, the only sensible course of action was to flee. Without uttering another word, the Gyarados dove into the depths, pretending as if nothing had occurred, leaving everything as mundane and tranquil as before. Chapter 52, The Eloquent Debater, Xia Fan. Ding. Successfully captured the legendary Pokémon Suicune. Please select one skill from the list provided. Having successfully captured Suicune, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in Xia Fan's mind, while a system panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Water-type legendary Pokémon, Suicune. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, causes opponents to enter a state of tension, with a 10 chance of skill failure. Held item, Rainbow Wing, a feather that radiates a spectrum of colors. Only trainers who possess this item can command Ho-Oh. The skills available were as follows. Absolute Zero, delivers a lethal blow to the opponent, but if used by a Pokémon not of the ice type, the attack will be difficult to land. Shadow Clone, creates illusions through rapid movement to confuse the opponent, thereby increasing evasion. Ice Beam, fires a beam of icy energy at the opponent, occasionally freezing them. Blizzard, unleashes a fierce snowstorm upon the opponent, which may also freeze them. Hydro Pump, launches a powerful torrent of water at the opponent. Psychic, employs an invisible psychic force to attack, sometimes instilling fear in the opponent. Like Entei and Raikou, Suicune possessed numerous skills. After contemplating briefly, Xia Fan declared, "I choose Suicune's skill, Protect." The earlier encounter with Gyarados had alarmed him, prompting the need to acquire skills that could safeguard his life. Thus, he opted for Protect, a skill capable of mitigating most damage. Moments later, the skill Protect was ingrained in Xia Fan's mind. He tilted his head skyward, and, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Thunder, come forth." In an instant, a bolt of yellow lightning struck down from the azure sky, startling Entei, who was just about to leap away in evasion. Amidst the chaos, Xia Fan's voice rang out, "Fear not. Witness how I shall shield against the thunder." As those words echoed, Entei saw Xia Fan standing upon its back, one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward, as a transparent barrier materialized between his fingers. When the lightning struck the barrier, it was completely deflected. The scene could only be described by a 7-character phrase. What a magnificent display of bravado. NTI, observing this spectacle, could only muster one expression. Wow, what an impressive sight. 2 minutes later, NTI carried its audacious master to the lake's edge. As Xia Fan dismounted, he composed himself, determined to present a serious demeanor before Suokun. 10 seconds later, a flash of red light illuminated the air, and Suokun emerged from its pokeball, glaring furiously at the unscrupulous Xia Fan, who had resorted to underhanded tactics. It had barely registered the suddenness of being thrown into the ball when it found itself ensnared. To make matters worse, it was unable to break free, forced into submission. Despicable human. Suokun seethed. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "In what way am I despicable? Is it because I stealthily threw a ball at you? Is that not despicable? Is it truly despicable? How can one define despicability?" The exchange continued, each question spiraling into a tangled web of logic. As NTI and Mew listened to the repartee between Xia Fan and Suokun, they struggled to suppress their amusement. At that moment, a flash of red light shot from Xia Fan's waist, and Reiku could no longer contain itself, rushing out to join NTI and Mew in observing the unfolding drama. Among the trio of legendary beasts, Suokun represented the epitome of grace, exuding an air of tranquility and rarely succumbing to anger. However, provoked by this impudent master, it felt on the verge of madness. How could it resist witnessing such a momentous scene? "Curse you, human. Do not engage me in this verbal sparring. If you claim this is not despicable, then explain why it is not." Xia Fan replied, "I apologize, but I cannot provide an explanation. I must first ask you, what does despicable mean? Only then can I ascertain whether my actions were indeed despicable." Suokun retorted, "Using underhanded tactics to ambush another is despicable." Xia Fan's brow arched. "Then pray tell, what constitutes underhanded tactics? What are considered improper methods?" In a fit of rage, Suokun bellowed, "Enough, human. Ask me one more question, and I shall end you." "Very well. If you can simply elucidate the terms underhanded tactics and improper methods, I shall immediately determine whether I am despicable." As he spoke, Xia Fan edged closer to NEI and Reiku. Suokun inhaled deeply, reminding itself that it was the embodiment of the North Wind, one of the 3 legendary beasts revered by humanity and the closest subordinate to Ho-Oh. It must not lose its composure in the presence of this despicable human. After a minute of calming itself, Suokun reiterated, "Underhanded tactics refer to despicable methods used to ambush others. Improper methods are those that violate established norms." Having said that, Suokun recalled something and quickly added, "If you dare to ask what constitutes underhanded tactics or improper methods, I will truly unleash my wrath upon you." Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "Fear not. I fully comprehend those 2 concepts and will refrain from further inquiries. However, in my understanding, my actions were neither underhanded nor improper. Rather, they were quite clever." Suokun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Despicable human, you dare to call this clever?" With an air of calm confidence, Xia Fan responded, "Then allow me to inquire. Is it not a common occurrence for Pokemon trainers to capture Pokemon in this world?" Suokun frowned, hesitating before answering, "Yes." Xia Fan's lips curled into a smirk. "You see, you yourself have declared it to be a common practice. So does my throwing a ball at you make my actions despicable? Or do you consider yourself so exalted, transcending even Ho-Oh and these 3 before me, that capturing you is deemed heinous? A crime of the highest order?" Upon hearing this, Suokun was left bewildered. How had the conversation taken such a peculiar turn? Was it not a crime to ambush and capture it? Then, noticing the shift in NTI, Reiku, and Mew's gazes towards it after hearing Xia Fan's words, Suokun panicked. "Wait, your argument is flawed. I did not mean that. Is capturing you not a normal act?" "Why yes." Suokun clenched its teeth. "I concede that capturing me may be deemed normal behavior, but you just claimed that your method of capturing me was exceedingly clever, so explain that. If you cannot, then you are indeed despicable." With a grin, Xia Fan replied, "Regarding my cleverness, let me first pose you a question. Is it difficult for an average Pokemon trainer to capture you?" "Yes," Suokun proclaimed, pride evident in its tone. "As for evading capture, I do not boast, but no one in this world can evade trainers better than I can. Had you not ambushed me, you would never have succeeded in capturing me." Suokun's tone was filled with arrogance as it cast a disdainful glance at Xia Fan's companions, NTI, Reiku, and Mew. However, upon hearing this, Xia Fan's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with your response." This left Shui Jun momentarily stunned. He then heard Xia Fan articulate, "Now allow me to elucidate the essence of wit. Wit is characterized by its adaptability and unconventionality. It signifies the ability to devise unique solutions in challenging circumstances. Take, for example, My pursuit of you. You yourself have admitted to being exceedingly elusive. In this world, there is none more difficult to capture than you. Therefore, under such conditions, if I do not employ methods that are beyond the imagination of the average person, would I not find it exceedingly challenging to apprehend you? This and that. Shui Jun was utterly bewildered, genuinely perplexed by the unexpected turn of the conversation. If he conceded that Xia Fan was indeed clever, he would contradict himself. Yet if he denied it, he would be rebuking his earlier statement. After a few moments of grappling with this reality, the overwhelmed Shui Jun fell silent, gazing forlornly at the lake, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the three onlookers behind Xia Fan could only sum up their sentiments in 4 words. Wow, impressive. Chapter 53, Yuanzhou City. Young man, do not dwell in such melancholy. Follow me, your master, and I assure you, a life of indulgence awaits you. Indeed. Come forth and grandly introduce my capabilities and aspirations to our new comrade. Enlighten him on the benefits of aligning with me. Xia Fan approached Shui Jun, gesturing for the honest Yin Di to step forward for clarification. Yin Di advanced, and as long as he refrained from deceit, he could converse freely. A few minutes later, after listening to Yin Di's explanations, Shui Jun regarded Xia Fan with a skeptical gaze. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly slick-tongued individual possessed such prowess. At that moment, a bolt of yellow lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Under Shui Jun's watchful gaze, Xia Fan pointed a finger skyward once more, summoning a protective light shield that deflected the lightning. Do you see? Now can you believe I possess divine power? Have you encountered any human quite like me? Shui Jun fell silent once more. Observing his reaction, Xia Fan continued, I actually have a query that requires your insight. Shui Jun turned in surprise, never expecting Xia Fan to seek his explanation. I have heard others say that the Blue-White Society seeks you for the feather of the Phoenix King you possess. If that is indeed the case, why do you not avoid Yuanzhou City and the surrounding forests? After a moment of hesitation, Shui Jun replied, I remain here to rescue the 5 dancers captured by the Blue-White Society. They possess the power to summon the Phoenix King and have been under the Society's control, posing a significant danger to the Phoenix King. Xia Fan nodded, comprehending his rationale. 2 seconds later, he smiled and extended his hand. Now, may I have that feather? As Yin Di just introduced me, you should understand I am unlike those who capture you merely to exploit your powers for chaos. My intention is to liberate you from their grasp and empower you further. Shui Jun made no objections. He parted his lips, and a feather radiating iridescent light floated from his mouth into Xia Fan's palm. When the Phoenix King entrusted him with this feather, he stated that it was to be given to whomever could subdue him. Since Xia Fan had succeeded, it was only fitting that the feather be bestowed upon him. As Xia Fan accepted the feather, he gazed at the resplendent, iridescent plume, his heart swelling with exhilaration. What did this signify? It meant he could rightfully seek to subdue the Phoenix King without the apprehension of it refusing to heed his commands. Let us proceed. Henceforth, our rallying cry shall be to rescue the Phoenix King, annihilate the Blue-White Society, and showcase the might of our divine hall to the world. With a grand gesture, Xia Fan mounted Yin Di's back and led Shui Jun, Lei Gong, and Ming Huan towards Yuanzhou City. An hour later, Xia Fan arrived atop a mountain, surveying the historic city of Yuanzhou, a renowned locale in Chengdu. It has been too long, my homeland, echoed Yin Di's sigh in Xia Fan's mind. Following its gaze, Xia Fan beheld the 2 most famous towers of Yuanzhou City, the Scorch Tower and the Bell Tower. Legend has it that these towers are the awakening and resting places of 2 mythical Pokémon, Lugia and the Phoenix King, within the Chengdu region. A century ago, had it not been for the catastrophic fire at the Scorch Tower, they might still reside here. Yet, without that fire, Yin Di, Lei Gong, and Shui Jun would not have been revered as the legendary 3 sacred beasts. It is said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Rest assured, after this incident, I will ensure that you can return here in pride and dignity to visit your homeland. Xia Fan gently stroked Yin Di's brown fur, soothing its melancholic spirit. A minute later, Xia Fan recalled Yin Di, Lei Gong, Shui Jun, and Ming Huan into their Pokeballs. He then leaped from the mountaintop, transforming into a Pidgey midair as he soared into Yuanzhou City. At that moment, the streets of the city were teeming with various Pokémon wandering and battling, plunging the entire city into a state of panic and lockdown. To prevent the escalation of fear and mitigate potential harm to the human populace of Yuanzhou City, the Blue-White Security Group was dispatched, deploying all its members to capture the Pokémon. However, despite their efforts, they managed to capture a significant number on the first day, only for chaos to erupt again the following day with even greater intensity. In a corridor within Yuanzhou City, 9 trainers clad in blue and white uniforms were engaged in combat with 6 rampaging Pokémon. Among them, 2 individuals refrained from releasing their Pokémon and instead sat on nearby benches, a silver-haired youth and a hat-wearing young man. Long Xiao, I implore you to intercede with the president on my behalf, urging him not to revoke my position. The capture of Lei Gong was truly an unforeseen circumstance. Who could have anticipated that a Caterpie would thwart our efforts just as we were about to subdue him? Had it not been for that, I swear we would have succeeded. The young man in the hat beseeched the silver-haired youth, hoping for advocacy. However, the youth appeared irritable, regarding the young man with derision. Mu Tuo, do you truly expect anyone to believe your words? You dare claim that a mere Caterpie led to our failure? If it weren't for the president's recognition of your previous contributions, you would not merely be demoted from an officer to a regular member. You would have been expelled entirely. You should consider yourself fortunate to still be here. And just look at your current standing, having been struck down by Lei Gong and starting anew from Rui Town. Your only possession should now be the Cyndaquil you received from Professor Atsuki. With just this fledgling Pokémon, do you genuinely believe you have a place in the Blue-White Society? You likely cannot even contend with the wild Pokémon casually released by the organization, and you still dare to dream of remaining an officer? How utterly laughable. As Long Xiao's words fell, the battle nearby concluded, with the 6 rampaging Pokémon captured by the Blue-White Society members and confined within Pokeballs. Long Xiao patted the young man's shoulder. Rather than groveling here, you would do better to join them in battle and find a way to strengthen your Cyndaquil. Who knows? Perhaps the president will elevate you back to an officer's rank in the future. Faced with the mockery from a former friend, Mu Tuo gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly before ultimately departing. Long Xiao watched his retreating figure, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. A worthless failure from a failed mission. With that, Long Xiao prepared to rise and walk in the opposite direction of the other 8. Oh my! However, just as he stood, Long Xiao, forgetting his injuries, inadvertently tugged at a sensitive area, immediately doubling over in pain. This drew the attention of the 8, who had not ventured far, each struggling to suppress their laughter. What are you looking at? Get lost! Long Xiao shouted angrily. 8 individuals promptly covered their mouths and fled, leaving Long Xiao alone, propping himself against the armchair, awaiting the dissipation of pain while muttering irritably, "Damn it, don't let me discover who laid their hands on me back then. Otherwise, I shall surely make them pay," ensuring they become a true specter of death. Perched upon a tree above Long Xiao, a Bobo gazed down at him, wearing an enigmatic smile. Chapter 54. How much sorrow can one bear, seeking vengeance that leads to the grave? Currently, within the Blue and White Society, there exists a taboo topic regarding Long Xiao. One must never mention the incident from several months ago when they ventured into the connecting cave to capture Dream. For on that day, not only did he fail in his mission, but he also led all participating members of the Blue and White Society to deplete their wealth. More critically, on that day, his egg was also shattered. To this day, he remains oblivious to who orchestrated these events, rendering it a nightmare in his heart. Filled with fear and fury, anyone who dares to bring it up in his presence shall immediately face his wrath. After standing beside the armchair for 3 minutes, the pain in Long Xiao's lower body had subsided significantly, and he was ready to depart. Suddenly, a flash of white light from above revealed a Butterfree transforming from the Bobo, flapping its wings and showering glistening dust. The powder wafted into Long Xiao's nostrils, and soon, he felt his body growing increasingly immobile, devoid of any sensation. What is happening? Why is my body paralyzed? Long Xiao panicked, twisting his stiff neck to look up. To his astonishment, a Butterfree, seemingly appearing from nowhere, flapped its wings at him, causing him to involuntarily stutter again. Realizing something was amiss, he questioned why he had uttered again. However, before he could ponder further, the paralyzing dust took full effect, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Consequently, under Long Xiao's astonished gaze, the Butterfree transformed mid-air into a young boy who landed gracefully. Long de Teheo, long time no see, Xia Fan teased. Abba, Abba. Long Xiao opened his mouth to inquire, "Who are you?" Yet the paralysis powder's effects limited him to weak, fragmented utterances. Xia Fan, keen-eyed, chuckled, "Long de Teheo. I know you're excited to see an old friend and eager to send me money, but there's no need to rush. Let me first find you a comfortable spot, then we can reminisce." Long Xiao's eyes widened. He was asking who this person was, not contemplating sending money. Who on earth is this scoundrel, so brazenly audacious? Surveying the surroundings, Xia Fan dragged Long Xiao into a nearby grove. Moments later, a flash of white light illuminated the grove as a Fiero emerged, lifting Long Xiao away from Yuanju City and into the dense forest beyond. After setting Long Xiao down, The Fiero transformed into a bellosome, utilizing its healing melody to dispel Long Zhao's paralysis. Now, we can properly catch up, Xia Fan remarked, reverting back to his youthful form. Once freed from paralysis, Long Zhao hastily questioned, "Are you human or Pokemon? Have we met before? Why do I have no recollection? I am, of course, human. As for whether we have met, why not take a guess?" Xia Fan responded with a grin, retrieving a dagger from his pocket. Long Zhao, recognizing the dagger in Xia Fan's hand, froze in place. "Who are you? Why do you possess the dagger I lost in the connecting cave over 2 months ago? Tell me what happened back then." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the memory-erasing effects of Dream were so effective. He had expected that revealing the dagger would trigger Long Zhao's memories. However, this was advantageous. The more effective the memory erasure, the easier it would be for him to deceive him in the future. With that thought, Xia Fan brandished the dagger. Without further ado, he swiftly slashed it across Long Zhao's thigh, causing him to scream in agony. "Since you cannot recall, let me set a rule. From now on, only I shall pose questions to you. You are forbidden from asking me anything. If you dare to retort, I shall strike you again. If you do not answer, I do not recommend that I take your life, allowing you to restart like that fellow named Mu Tuo." Long Zhao, struck with fear, stared at Xia Fan in silence. Yet, his hand instinctively moved toward his waist. Upon noticing this, Xia Fan furrowed his brow but did not intervene. In the next instant, a red light flashed from Long Zhao's waist as a Dragonite emerged behind him. "Who the hell are you trying to intimidate? I dare you to impose rules on me. I will make you recount everything that transpired in the connecting cave 2 months ago, word for word, and then drag you into our blue and white society for research, to determine whether you are a Pokemon or a human." With the emergence of Dragonite, Long Zhao's confidence surged, dispelling his earlier fear, now exuding an air of invincibility. "Dragonite, use electromagnetic wave. Paralyze him, and then I'll deal with him." With a roar, Dragonite unleashed an electromagnetic wave towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan smirked, extending his left hand to conjure a barrier that blocked the wave. Simultaneously, his right hand reached for his waist, retrieving a Pokeball. In a flash of red light, Entei appeared. Entei. This sight immediately startled Long Zhao, who quickly hid behind Dragonite. In the next moment, Xia Fan threw another Pokeball. The red light revealed Raikou. Raikou. Long Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that after summoning Entei, Xia Fan would summon Raikou as well. Yet, upon witnessing Xia Fan release a third Pokeball, summoning Suicune, he was left utterly speechless, his mind racing with a singular thought: to flee. However, just as he was about to issue a command, Xia Fan launched a fourth Pokeball. As a pink, bipedal Pokemon emerged, Long Zhao was rendered completely dazed. The thought of escape shattered entirely, replaced by a new, quiet resolve. How much sorrow can one bear, wishing for vengeance that leads to the grave? Now, we can discuss who among us truly deserves to act superior. Chapter 55, When Shall Grievances Be Repaid? A minute later, Long Zhao sat slumped on the ground, beside him, Dragonite, who had attempted to flee but was thoroughly beaten. "Now, can we proceed to the segment I mentioned earlier, where I ask, and you must answer?" Xia Fan said, seated atop Entei, idly toying with the dagger. Long Zhao glanced at Dragonite beside him and despairingly nodded. What else could he do? Faced with such a lunatic, he could only acquiesce to all demands. "First question, what are you all doing here?" Long Zhao replied in a subdued tone, "To capture Ho-Oh." Xia Fan nodded. "Second question, why are there so many wild Pokemon congregating in Yuanzhu City? Are they all yours?" "Yes. They are all captured and released here by our blue and white society, to prevent the residents of Yuanzhu City from wandering about, and to provide a legitimate reason for us to seal off the city." Xia Fan nodded again. "Third question, what is the progress of your capture of Ho-Oh? And when did you begin?" "We will commence the operation to capture Ho-Oh in 3 days. As our leader requires an item that won't arrive until the day after tomorrow." "What item?" "The rainbow feather. With this item, we can ensure Ho-Oh obeys us. Currently, it is in the possession of an organization called the Mutuo Squad in the Kanto region, and they are en route to us." Xia Fan nodded, satisfied with Long Zhao's responses thus far. "Where is your leader? Also, how do you intend to capture Ho-Oh? Its strength is certainly beyond that of the Flame Emperor, Thunder Lord, and Water Sovereign. Capturing those three proved to be quite a challenge, so apprehending it should be even more arduous. Our president is currently within the bell tower, the former residence of the Phoenix King." After Dragon Hawk finished speaking, he fell silent. However, he had yet to divulge the method for capturing the Phoenix King. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Dragon Hawk was about to throw a tantrum, and prepared to stab him with a dagger. But before he could act, Dragon Hawk spoke again. "I will tell you this, but I have one condition. You must share everything that transpired over 2 months ago in the connecting cave. Otherwise, I would rather perish here than reveal our president's strategy for capturing the Phoenix King. Gritting his teeth, Dragon Hawk wore an expression of fearless determination. This obsession had consumed him for the past 2 months. Even death would not deter him from knowing the truth. Xia Fan nodded in response. Dragon Hawk's heart soared, believing Xia Fan had acquiesced. But in the next instant, without a word, Xia Fan leaped down from the Flame Emperor's back, brandishing his dagger with a fierce expression, as if to say, if you seek death, then so be it. Wait, I no longer wish for answers. I will tell you everything. Dragon Hawk's previous bravado vanished, leaving him pale and wide-eyed. After several tense seconds passed without the blade descending upon him, Dragon Hawk cautiously opened his eyes to find Xia Fan smiling. The dagger nowhere in sight. Xia Fan patted Dragon Hawk's shoulder and chuckled. Thank you, Dragon Hawk, for considering my feelings. I was actually about to share everything with you. But since you are now reluctant, I regrettably cannot convey the multitude of events that transpired, as they are far too numerous to recount in a brief moment and would require considerable effort. Bathed in a cold sweat, Dragon Hawk swallowed hard. This person must be insane. How could such a being exist in this world? Suddenly rushing at him with a knife and then claiming to want a civil discussion? Is this how a person behaves? However, if you can inform me of how your president intends to capture the Phoenix King, I shall reveal who struck your precious item. Xia Fan continued, casting his gaze downward at Dragon Hawk. Unable to resist, he clicked his tongue in intrigue. Really? Dragon Hawk's terror transformed into exhilaration. This was the information he most desperately sought, for he yearned for vengeance. But in the next moment, a thought struck him, and he scrutinized Xia Fan closely. Glancing at the surrounding Flame Emperor, Water Sovereign, Thunder Lord, and Dreamscape, he mused silently. Could it be that this person was responsible? If that were the case, avenging himself would be an insurmountable challenge. Noticing Dragon Hawk's apprehensive gaze, Xia Fan solemnly reassured him, rest assured, the culprit is certainly not me. I swear by the heavens that I did not lay a hand on it. If I did, may thunder strike me. This declaration relieved Dragon Hawk. For as long as the perpetrator was not this insufferable fool before him, his quest for revenge remained within reach. Dragon Hawk explained, to capture the Phoenix King, our president has devised 2 plans. The first involves summoning the Phoenix King and directly throwing a Master Ball at it. A Master Ball? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Blue and White Society had acquired such an item. Dragon Hawk nodded, indeed. Although the Master Ball is said to guarantee a 100% capture rate for Pokémon, we remain uncertain when dealing with divine beasts. Thus, our president's second plan involves utilizing a combat airship we have developed. This vessel possesses the technological prowess to subdue the Phoenix King, allowing us to weaken it before attempting capture. What kind of combat airship? Xia Fan inquired further. I cannot provide specifics. I only know it was designed by Team Rocket in the Chengdu region. It was only half constructed when we obliterated them, and it subsequently became ours. I have yet to see its true form, Dragon Hawk explained. Sensing Xia Fan's skepticism, he began to whimper. I genuinely don't know. This project was overseen personally by our president, and only he understands how to operate it. I merely know of its existence. Seeing his distressed demeanor, Xia Fan's suspicions waned. Very well, I have gleaned all I wish to know. Now I have but one question. Are you aware of any clothing stores in Yuanzhou City? A clothing store? Dragon Hawk was taken aback, astonished by the sudden shift in topic. Indeed, a clothing store. Answer this question, and I shall tell you who struck your precious item. Upon hearing that he was finally to learn the identity of the assailant, Dragon Hawk grew instantly animated, furrowing his brow as he pondered where he had seen a clothing store in Yuanzhou City over the past few days. After 20 seconds, he clapped his hands in realization. I remember. There's a clothing store at the fork 50 meters to the left from where you captured me, then about 100 meters south. After delivering this eagerly anticipated information, Dragon Hawk gazed at Xia Fan expectantly. Xia Fan smiled and patted Dragon Hawk on the shoulder. Actually, your precious item was not struck by a person, but by a scyther. A scyther? Dragon Hawk's eyes widened in disbelief, envisioning a scyther wielding 2 white scythes attacking his cherished possession. His expression twisted into one of rage. How ruthless! Who was the scoundrel that commanded the scyther to commit such an act? Does that scyther have an owner? Tell me who they are. I must avenge myself. Dragon Hawk seethed. Regarding the owner of the scyther, Xia Fan scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. If we delve deeply, it appears that its owner might be me. You. Dragon Hawk's eyes bulged. Did you not claim it was not you? If you did it, may you be struck down by thunder. Indeed, I did not act. It was the scyther that did. Besides, my earlier statement was, if I were to lay a hand on it, may thunder strike me. Remember those words. You. Dragon Hawk was so enraged that his fingers trembled as he pointed at Xia Fan. In the next instant, his eyes rolled back. The fool had fainted from anger. Xia Fan sighed at the sight. When will this cycle of vengeance end? It seems I must perform a benevolent act to help you forget today's tribulations. Xiaohuan. Proceed to erase his memory, allowing him to forget today's woes. Chapter 56. Designing the Battle Robe. On the bustling streets of Yuanzhou City, Dragon Hawk awoke from his slumber in a recliner. What happened? How did I end up here? He wondered, surveying his surroundings, attempting to piece together the events that had just transpired. However, the moment he tried to recall, a sudden pain shot through his head, intensifying with each thought. It was reminiscent of the agony he experienced 2 months ago when awakening outside the connecting cave. Every effort to recollect those memories resulted in excruciating headaches. Damn it! What did I just endure? Dragon Hawk fumed, suddenly pausing as he quickly reached into his pocket for his phone. He recalled how, 2 months prior, not only had he lost his egg, but also over 10 million in his phone under similar ambiguous circumstances. Please don't be lost, Dragon Hawk muttered anxiously, sweat pouring down his brow. This money had taken him 2 arduous months to earn back. Yet, 3 seconds later, as he gazed at his phone's balance, which had dwindled from 250,000 to a mere 100, his expression shifted dramatically. A ferocious, terrifying grimace overtook his face. 2 seconds later, he stood up and howled at the heavens. Oh heavens! What sin have I committed to deserve this? Why must you treat me this way? My hard-earned money has vanished once more. To that scoundrel who stole my cash, I curse you to an ill fate. Do not let me discover your identity, or I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures. As the majestic Dragon Hawk let out a long, resounding cry, several hundred meters away, a Pidgey was gliding low through the bustling streets of Yuanzhou City. Upon hearing the faint echoes of the Dragon Hawk's ire, it sighed. Ah, the impetuosity of youth. Such a trait must be tempered. Otherwise, should our paths cross again, I might be compelled to plunder you once more. Is this the place? With a glance, the Pidgey spotted a sign reading Alito's tailoring shop. After ensuring there were no Pokemon or members of the Blue and White Society in sight, it promptly descended into a concealed alley nearby. In a flash of white light, the Pidgey transformed into a young boy. He approached the tailor's door, which was firmly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Fan rapped on the door. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, growing louder as they approached the entrance. Yet, just as the footsteps reached the door, silence fell, as if the occupant had leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Xia Fan softly called out, "Hello, sir, could you open the door? I wish to commission a piece of clothing." A sigh emanated from inside, seemingly relieved that he was a human and not a Pokemon. Then, a middle-aged man's voice responded, "Sir, please go away. We are not open for business right now. If you wish to have clothing made, come back after the commotion has subsided, or seek another tailor." Xia Fan quickly replied, "Good sir, there are no rampaging Pokemon outside. Please help me craft a garment. I promise I will reward you handsomely. If you truly wish to commission clothing from me, you'll have to wait until after the upheaval," came the response from within. Xia Fan persisted, "My friend, I can offer you more money. I will add 5,000 to your fee if you take my order. Get lost. You think a mere pittance would tempt me to risk my life? Not a chance." The voice inside had grown irate. Xia Fan frowned. "What about 100,000? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a telepathic nudge from NTI. "Master, since he is unwilling to work, why not seek another tailor? There is no need to beg." Just as NTI finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man, wearing a warm smile, gestured for Xia Fan to enter. "Welcome, sir." Before long, Xia Fan found himself inside. The middle-aged man presented a tray of tea and snacks, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. "What kind of clothing would you like to create, sir?" Xia Fan took his time to respond, sipping from the teacup and contemplating for a minute before saying, "A trench coat. MD, having swindled me out of so much money, it would be a disservice not to allow me to flaunt that 100,000. What specifications do you have for the trench coat?" The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, still wearing a friendly expression. Xia Fan replied, "A trench coat emblazoned with the words 'the gods.'" "The gods?" "Indeed, the gods." Xia Fan wrote the characters on the table with his finger. The man nodded, jotting it down before asking, "Aside from the inscription, do you have any other requests?" "Other requests?" Xia Fan rose, clutching his teacup, and began to inspect the various finished garments crafted by the middle-aged man. Soon, he noticed that many of the coats featured intricate embroidery. "May I design the patterns on the coat myself?" "Of course," the man nodded in agreement. Xia Fan promptly requested several sheets of paper and colored pens. He spent 2 hours sketching 5 designs, depicting Ho-Oh, NTI, Raikou, Suicune, and Mew. In one, Ho-Oh soared through the sky, its wings radiating a spectrum of colors. NTI resided within a volcano, surrounded by searing lava. Reiku lurked among dark clouds, crackling with brilliant lightning. Suicune graced the surface of a lake, surrounded by shimmering rivers. As for Mew, its portrayal was the simplest, unlike Ho-Oh. It did not exude a luminous aura to highlight its nobility, nor did it stand in its own realm like NTI, Reiku, and Suicune. Instead, it was depicted bent over, covering its mouth, giggling innocently. In Xia Fan's eyes, this was the most endearing version of Mew, representing its purity. Sir, your artistic skills are the finest I have encountered among those who come to design clothing, the middle-aged man praised as he admired Xia Fan's drawings. Xia Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, he was a man who had once won awards for his artwork. Poor craftsmanship was simply unacceptable. Now, please incorporate these 4 Pokémon designs onto the back of the coat, Xia Fan instructed, holding up his images of Ho-Oh, NTI, Reiku, and Suicune. NTI would be positioned centrally on the back, Reiku on the left, Suicune on the right, and Ho-Oh above them, forming a triangle. As for Mew, kindly place it over the heart on the front. The middle-aged man nodded and took notes, but after recording everything, he seemed to ponder something. Sir, if we include those designs, the inscription "The Gods" may not suit the coat well. If you insist on including it, it might appear rather jarring. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, his gaze fell upon a swirling patterned mask resting on the table. Good sir, can you design masks? Let us place the gods on the mask instead. Of course, the man replied, though the price for that would be 50,000. Excellent. I agree, Xia Fan affirmed, and the man quickly resumed taking notes on his requests. Yet, Xia Fan suddenly recalled a crucial question and spoke up. By the way, how long will it take to create this? Can it be done in 2 days? 2 days is rather tight. The man scratched his head, looking quite troubled. For a design like yours, I usually need at least 4 days to complete it. 100,000, Xia Fan assured him. Rest assured, I thrive on challenges. I will finish this within 2 days without food or drink. Xia Fan observed the man, who seemed quite money-driven, and took a sip of the now-cold tea with satisfaction. From there, he would leave the design work to the tailor, who would create a visual representation of the trench coat based on Xia Fan's specifications. Once completed, he would review it before production commenced. Xia Fan began to wander around the room with his teacup. Noticing his boredom, the middle-aged man led him to another room where an elderly woman, a young girl, and a middle-aged lady were gathered. The man introduced them as his mother, daughter, and wife. At that moment, they were engrossed in watching television. Upon Xia Fan's arrival, they exchanged polite greetings before returning their attention to the screen. With no other option, Xia Fan joined them in watching the television. It was broadcasting footage of the blue and white security group capturing rampaging Pokémon in Yuanzhou City. After a while, Xia Fan discerned that this seemed to be the Blue and White Society's method of reassuring the residents of Yuanzhou City, demonstrating their efforts to protect the populace. After some time, the young girl exclaimed, pointing at the screen, "Grandma, Mom, I think I saw that Infernape on television yesterday." The grandmother and mother paused, glancing at the Infernape battling the Blue and White security group on screen, before shaking their heads with amused disbelief. "Nini, you must have mistaken it. The Infernape from yesterday was already captured by the Blue and White security group. There's no way it could be the same one. They all look alike." Seeing her grandmother and mother unconvinced, the girl grew anxious. "No, really. I just saw that Infernape had a scar on its fist. And the one from yesterday had it too, in the same spot." Mother and grandmother turned their gaze back to the television, only to find that the fiery monkey had been captured in a pokeball. With a gentle smile, grandmother remarked, "Nini, it's perfectly normal for the fiery monkey to have scars on its fists. Indeed, it must be the very same one we saw yesterday." The little girl felt a surge of urgency, her eyes brimming with tears, firmly believing that the one she had just seen was the same as yesterday's. At that moment, she noticed Xia Fan, who was expressionlessly indulging in pastries, and hurried over. "Brother, are you a Pokemon trainer? You watched yesterday's live stream too, right? That fiery monkey, doesn't it look familiar to you?" Xia Fan paused, gazing into the girl's hopeful eyes. He chewed thoughtfully on his cookie, his mind racing. In the next instant, he switched into performance mode with determination. "Indeed, I did watch. You are correct. I also noticed that this fiery monkey bears a striking resemblance to the one from yesterday. Not only does it share the same scar on its fist, but even the scars on its thigh and armpit are identical." The girl's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xia Fan's affirmation, but her expression shifted to confusion as he mentioned the identical scars on the thigh and armpit, prompting her to reflect carefully on whether yesterday's fiery monkey bore similar marks. At that moment, Xia Fan patted the girl's shoulder approvingly, saying, "Your name is Nini, right? I didn't expect you to possess such keen insight. instantly recognizing that both Pokémon are, in fact, the same. You are quite observant and have the makings of a great trainer. If you were to have your own Pokémon, I'm certain you would take excellent care of them. You must have noticed the scars on the thigh and armpit as well. Flattered by Xia Fan's praise, the girl quickly replied, yes, I saw them. You're right. Big brother. I just thought about it, and the fiery monkey from yesterday indeed had scars on its thigh and armpit too. Mother and grandmother exchanged astonished glances. If this were true, why was the Pokémon that had been captured yesterday still present in Yuanzhou City today? Xia Fan continued, however, I suspect that perhaps the blue-white security group mishandled the Pokeballs and accidentally released it. After all, capturing so many Pokémon in a single day? Such an occurrence is quite understandable. Hearing this, both mother and grandmother nodded in agreement. It made sense. Yet after a brief moment, Xia Fan suddenly feigned surprise. His expression grave as he pointed at the television. How is this possible? That Heracross, I distinctly saw it through my window with binoculars yesterday. It was captured. How can it still be appearing on the screen now? Child, are you sure you weren't mistaken? There could be more than one Heracross involved in this incident, grandmother suggested. No, that's impossible. I remember clearly that its horn was broken, Xia Fan insisted, rising to approach the television, pointing at the Heracross with a broken horn. Both grandmother and mother's expressions grew serious at Xia Fan's assertion. However, Xia Fan added, but, just like the fiery monkey, it might have been accidentally released alongside it. Grandmother and mother's expressions softened slightly once more. 5 minutes later, the live stream displayed members of the blue-white security group capturing 5 Rattata wandering about on the street. Xia Fan gasped again in astonishment. How is this possible? Mother and grandmother chorused. You didn't see them being captured yesterday, did you? Xia Fan hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly nodding. Mother's anger flared. What is going on? How could so many captured Pokémon still be in Yuanzhou City? What is the blue-white security group doing? Clearly, she had chosen to dismiss Xia Fan's previous analysis. This is unacceptable. I need to make a phone call to find out what is happening and why this is the case. Mother stood up, ready to dial, but was swiftly stopped by Xia Fan. Madam, please wait. If you just call like that, I sense it might not be wise. It could alert them. Alert them? Mother frowned in confusion. Yes, Xia Fan replied earnestly. I was just considering the possibility that they might have intentionally captured these Pokémon only to release them again. What if they are engaged in something nefarious? Purposefully keeping us from going outside? What should we do then? Mother appeared frightened. Xia Fan patted his chest confidently. Here is the plan. As a Pokémon trainer, I have a responsibility to investigate the circumstances surrounding this matter. I will look into it, and if I uncover any credible information, I will inform you. If it turns out they are up to no good, we may need to contact other residents of Yuanzhou City to confront them together. Mother and grandmother exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xia Fan inquired, do you two know where the livestream tower in Yuanzhou City is located? I believe it holds significant information, and it will be my first stop for investigation. Mother, taken aback, asked, aren't you a trainer from Yuanzhou City? Don't you know where the livestream tower is? Xia Fan was momentarily caught off guard by her alertness. Just as he was about to fabricate an excuse, grandmother interjected, you know he is a trainer. Who says young trainers must remain in one place? Is it not normal for others to travel? It's perfectly reasonable for him not to know where the livestream tower is. True, mother conceded, nodding. Xia Fan sighed with relief, realizing that his improvisational skills were still intact. He had, after all, been outside of Yuanzhou City yesterday and had seen nothing of the livestream. Chapter 58, The Waltz Towards Ruin. There it is, the livestream tower. Xia Fan thought as he stood beneath a tree in Yuanzhou City, gazing at the tower in the distance with a smile. According to grandmother's earlier description, this tower served as a media platform for sharing information between Yuanzhou City and the outside world, as well as with local residents. What he sought was precisely this platform that could facilitate communication with the outside world and the locals. He intended to leverage this tower for a grand undertaking. 1 minute later, Xia Fan arrived at the base of the tower. Just as he was about to enter, he spotted 2 individuals in blue and white uniforms stationed at the entrance. They were leisurely seated on stools, munching on snacks while engrossed in their phones. Xia Fan quickly retreated, contemplating his next move. After a moment's thought, he scanned the surroundings. With a flash of white light, he transformed into a Pokémon capable of altering its color to blend in with the environment, achieving invisibility. Xia Fan crouched low, and thanks to the remarkable camouflage abilities of his Pokémon, he successfully infiltrated the livestream tower. The tower boasted 7 floors, and on each level, Xia Fan encountered members of the Blue-White Society stationed there. He observed each room, discovering that the staff appeared to be under the control of the Blue-White Society, unable to converse and solely focused on their tasks. Layer by layer, he ascended. Finally, he reached the 5th floor, where he discovered the livestream studio. The door was ajar, allowing him to slip inside unnoticed. Within the studio, 3 men busied themselves with the livestream equipment, while behind them stood 5 members of the Blue-White Society in their uniforms. The latter occasionally reprimanded the 3 men, dictating what could and could not be broadcast, while the men could only nod submissively. After observing for 10 minutes, Xia Fan approached a nearby potted plant. With another flash of white light, he transformed into a stunky. Moments later, a fine, shimmering powder wafted from the flower atop his head, gradually enveloping the studio. In less than 30 seconds, everyone inside fell into a deep slumber. Xia Fan hopped down from the potted plant and reverted to his human form. He retrieved a pokeball, releasing Mew and NTI. He instructed NEI to drag the sleeping individuals into an adjacent room for supervision, ensuring that anyone who awoke would be subdued. Meanwhile, Mew assisted him in gathering the 3 workers who had been reprimanded by the Blue-White Society members, using its healing bell to rouse them from their slumber. "Hello there," Xia Fan greeted with a friendly smile as the 3 men regained consciousness. The 3 individuals gazed at the unfamiliar figure before them, initially startled and instinctively inclined to retreat, while simultaneously surveying their surroundings. Upon realizing they remained within the confines of the streaming studio, and that the earlier members of the Blue and White Society who had threatened them were nowhere to be seen, a flicker of relief crossed their faces. "They've been confined in the adjacent room," Xia Fan interjected at an opportune moment. This statement somewhat alleviated the trio's wariness towards him, prompting them to rise and peek into the neighboring room. Emperor Yan. Upon witnessing the unconscious figures on the ground, guarded by the Emperor Yan, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. Having grown up in Yuanzhou City, tales of the 3 holy beasts were deeply ingrained in their memories, allowing them to instantly recognize the Emperor Yan's visage. "He is now my companion and poses no threat to you, so there is no need for fear," Xia Fan reassured them once more. "Who are you? Why are you here?" inquired a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, his expression still tinged with apprehension. "I am a Pokemon trainer here to aid Yuanzhou City in liberating itself from the clutches of the Blue and White Society. You may refer to me as the Messenger of Justice," Xia Fan replied with a smile, indulging in a touch of self-flattery. "The Messenger of Justice?" The 3 exchanged perplexed glances, their brows furrowing at Xia Fan's unexpected declaration. However, one of the younger men quickly grasped Xia Fan's intent to assist them and eagerly asked, "How do you intend to help us? The Blue and White Security Group has not only taken control of our streaming tower, but has effectively seized the entire Yuanzhou City. Let us discuss this in another location," Xia Fan suggested, leading the trio back to the previous streaming studio. Once inside, he continued, "I require a streaming camera. In 3 days, I wish to conduct a live broadcast that will reach the entire Chengdu area. Following this broadcast, the Blue and White Society's grip on you will dissipate, and they will become universally condemned. Is that true?" the young man exclaimed, clearly agitated by the Blue and White Society's oppressive reign. Xia Fan nodded affirmatively. At this juncture, the middle-aged man spoke up. "You wish to broadcast to the entire Chengdu area?" "Yes." "Would a broadcast solely targeting Yuanzhou City suffice?" Xia Fan queried, his brow furrowing. "A localized broadcast would be far less impactful," he added. The middle-aged man shook his head. "It's not difficult, but it is costly." "How much?" "At least 1 million. If you want it to be seen simultaneously across various cities, it would require a minimum of 5 million. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, initially expecting a far greater sum. "Then let us proceed. I will provide 8 million, provided you can facilitate the broadcast across Chengdu. I can transfer the funds immediately." The middle-aged man stood dumbfounded, staring at the seemingly affluent youth before him. "Your agreement was remarkably swift." Xia Fan inquired, "Is there anything else you require besides the funds?" The man hesitated. "Our mobile phones were confiscated by those 3 from earlier. To contact other broadcasting stations, I need my phone." "Not a problem," Xia Fan assured him. Minutes later, he returned with the keys obtained from the earlier Blue and White Society members and retrieved their phones from a cabinet. He swiftly transferred the funds to the middle-aged man, instructing him to arrange the broadcast for 3 days hence and requesting the other 2 to prepare a camera and instruct him on its operation. Once everything was in order and they were briefed on their roles, he had Mew use hypnosis powder on them, lulling them into a deep slumber. He then relocated the Blue and White Society members back into the room. Finally, Xia Fan instructed Mew to levitate the camera and guide him to a window, from which they would take flight, preparing to orchestrate the downfall of the Blue and White Society and elevate their own reputation on the world stage. Chapter 59. Desiring wealth over life. As they departed the streaming tower, dusk was settling in. Xia Fan, Mew, and the Emperor Yin concealed themselves within a shadowy thicket. 10 meters away, 5 members of the Blue and White Society were furtively scanning their surroundings, as if plotting mischief. Mew manipulated the camera, aimed directly at them. 1 minute later, the 5 members each produced 3 or 4 Pokeballs, releasing the creatures within. Several long-nosed leaves, night owls, abra, and drowsies emerged. After exchanging a few words with their Pokemon, the Blue and White members dispersed, collecting their Pokeballs and stowing them into a backpack as they prepared to leave. That's enough, Mew. We've captured sufficient footage. I'll draw them over, and you can incapacitate them with your paralyzing powder, Xia Fan instructed. With a flash of white light, Mew transformed and floated out of the thicket. Mew. Shortly thereafter, its call caught the attention of the 5 Blue and White Society members. They turned, their expressions shifting from calm to frantic disbelief. Am I dreaming? Is that really Mew? One exclaimed incredulously. Smack. A nearby member suddenly slapped him across the face. Does that hurt? He retorted. Of course it does. Why would you slap me if it didn't? The slapped youth protested angrily. If it hurts, then we must not be dreaming, the slapper declared excitedly. Quick, everyone, let us chase after it. That truly is Mew. We cannot let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. In a frenzy, the 5 members plunged into the nearby thicket, only to be met with a chilling sight 3 seconds later. Standing within the foliage were the Emperor Yin, Reiku, and Suakun, their expressions radiating amusement as they regarded the intruders. It was as if they were silently asking, surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Just as the members contemplated fleeing. A shimmering powder descended from above, and their bodies gradually succumbed to paralysis. Are you delighted to meet me? A youthful voice echoed in their ears. Struggling against their stiffening necks, they turned to see a boy with a mocking grin. Who are you? What do you want? We are members of the Blue and White Society. You'd best let us go. The only female among them asserted defiantly. Well, aren't you quite the tough one? Xia Fan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he brandished a dagger and swiftly sliced it across the girl's thigh, pressing the bloodied blade against her throat. Still feeling defiant? The girl froze in fear. Though the paralysis dulled her sensation of pain, the overwhelming dread engulfed her heart. Moments later, a foul odor began to waft through the thicket. Ugh! Xia Fan pinched his nose in distaste and stepped away. Approaching the leftmost young man, he rifled through his pocket and retrieved his phone. I won't waste time with you any longer. Just one word, wealth or life. Choose wealth, and I'll send you to Rui Town to start anew. Life, life, life. The youth stammered in terror. Excellent. You're someone who can achieve great things, Xia Fan commended, patting the young man's shoulder. Now, tell me your payment password. The youth hesitated but eventually revealed the password, and Xia Fan transferred 85,000. Just like you, wealth or life. Choose wealth, and I'll send you to Rui Town to start anew. He then pressed the dagger against the neck of the second person. The man, utterly terrified, blurted life. My payment password is 28. Good. You're also someone who can accomplish great things, Xia Fan replied, nodding approvingly as he retrieved the second phone. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan transferred 490,000. Now that the money has been sent away, can we be released? The only middle-aged man among the 5 inquired. Of course. Xia Fan replied with a mocking expression, squatting down to observe them. However, I have never been one to harbor grudges against others. As the saying goes, if only life were as it was upon first meeting, with mutual admiration. I believe that when I encounter you all again, I shall not detest you. But, as for you, I suspect you may come to loathe me intensely. So, endure your burden and forget about me. With that, Xia Fan snapped his fingers. Xiaohuan hypnotized them and erased their memories. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan retracted the legendary Pokémon Nei, Reiku, and Suakun, departing from the thicket with Mew and a camera in hand. The 5 individuals lay asleep amidst the foliage, oblivious to what awaited them upon awakening. All Xia Fan knew was that he had suffered a loss of 8 million. A daunting task lay ahead to recover that sum from these individuals. After all, it was spent on them. The night was long. Following this night, a rumor circulated in Yuanzhou City, the demon of 1,000 cuts, who demands wealth without regard for life, stripping you of every last penny. Chapter 60, the operation commences. 3 days later. Regrettably, the opportunity to extract more money from them has passed. Atop a skyscraper, a youth gazed at the ancient tower piercing the clouds, murmuring softly. According to Long Xiao, today marks the day the Blue and White Society will attempt to capture the Phoenix King. From the moment the sun rose, he noted a gradual decrease in the numbers of both the Blue and White Society and the rebellious Pokémon within Yuanzhou City. Members of the Blue and White Society converged towards the once residential tower of the Phoenix King. Over the past few days, he had been diligently documenting evidence of the Blue and White Society's crimes while simultaneously robbing them, creating considerable turmoil for these individuals. Each time they were robbed, Mew wiped their memories clean. Thus, they remained perpetually unaware of who had attacked them, how it transpired, or what they had experienced during those moments, leading them to fearfully band together for safety. Yet, they could not suppress their insatiable greed whenever Mew appeared. Consequently, whenever he transformed into Mew to tempt them, they would eagerly rush in to present him with their money. Time and again, he had looted the members of the Blue and White Society engaged in external missions, to the point where he felt a sense of embarrassment, especially for those who were captured 3 times in a single day. Even when they were broke, they still had to endure his threats. "Master, what shall we do now? Should we deliver this camera to the broadcasting tower?" A Mew floated beside the youth, using telekinesis to levitate a camera in midair. "Yes, to the broadcasting tower. Only then can we dismantle the Blue and White Society from a position of righteousness and establish our divine hall on the stage of the Chengdu region." The youth donned a trench coat adorned with the 3 sacred beasts, the Phoenix King, and Mew, along with a mask inscribed with the characters for divine hall. He then retrieved 3 Pokeballs from his waist, releasing Nti, Raikou, and Suicune, the legendary Pokémon renowned as the 3 sacred beasts in the Chengdu region. The youth mounted Ni's back and snapped his fingers. "Let us commence the inaugural performance of our divine hall, the annihilation of the Blue and White Society." The 3 sacred beasts raised their heads and let out thunderous roars, their voices reverberating with a force that spread through heaven and earth. Shortly after, a cold northern wind swept through Yuanzhou City, its howling sound refreshing and invigorating. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered over Yuanzhou City, accompanied by deafening thunder. Furthermore, several dozen miles away, a dormant volcano erupted unexpectedly, spewing forth molten lava in a relentless torrent. Lava, biting winds, and ominous clouds. Yuanzhou City appeared to be on the brink of apocalyptic devastation. Atop the tower, a middle-aged man with a scar beneath his eye stood on the high platform, surveying the scene below, where several individuals donned in blue and white uniforms stood alongside a figure who appeared out of place, wearing a uniform embroidered with a Pokémon motif. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the Pokémon depicted was the legendary Mewtwo. In that moment, all eyes turned in shock towards the suddenly tumultuous sky and the distant volcano's eruption. Moments later, the scarred middle-aged man trembled with excitement. "Ha! It must be Nti, Raikou, and Suicune sensing our impending summoning of the Phoenix King. Indeed, our preparations were not in vain. This is the most effective method to summon the Phoenix King. Once we capture it, our Blue and White Society will naturally subjugate those 3 sacred beasts, harnessing their power to dominate the entire Chengdu region." Just then, one of the individuals in blue and white received a phone call, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly called out to the middle-aged man on the platform. "Boss, bad news. The broadcasting tower just reported that Nti, Raikou, and Suicune have suddenly appeared and are attacking our people." "The broadcasting tower? What could they possibly want there?" The middle-aged man, who had just been trembling with excitement, froze in place. "If they intended to stop us, wouldn't they be charging towards the tower?" The subordinate below awkwardly replied, "I have no idea why, but if we don't send someone to intervene, the broadcasting tower will soon fall." "Should we send someone, boss? If the citizens of Yuanzhou City discover that we've been deceiving them all this time, it could lead to chaos." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, contemplating for several seconds before waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it. No need to send anyone. If it falls, so be it. Our primary objective is to summon the Phoenix King and subjugate it. Even if the citizens of Yuanzhou City learn that we've been deceiving them, what of it? They will tremble under the might of our Blue and White Society. Besides, sending people now would only waste our resources against Nti, Raikou, and Suicune." "Understood." The subordinate quickly ended the call, confident that the members of the Blue and White Society on the other end had heard his earlier words, so no further explanation was necessary. The middle-aged man declared, "All right, summon those 5 dancers to the stage to commence their dance for summoning the Phoenix King. Let us enjoy the performance together." "Yes." The crowd of over a dozen below responded excitedly. Meanwhile, within the broadcasting tower studio, a young man, still processing the recently ended call, wore a dazed expression. He hadn't anticipated the boss would so decisively abandon them. Opposite him stood a youth clad in a mask and trench coat, accompanied by Nti, Raikou, and Suicune. "Want wealth or life? If it's wealth, I can return you to Rui Town for a fresh start. If it's your life, then obediently transfer all the funds from your phones to me." The youth entered with an audacious swagger, brandishing his phone, which displayed a payment QR code. The young man and his 2 companions exchanged glances, then looked at the 3 sacred beasts behind the youth, before reluctantly producing their phones. After collecting the funds, The youth grasped the levitating camera with one hand and snapped his fingers with the other. Behind him, Mew peeked out with a mischievous grin, locking eyes with them. 2 seconds later, all three fell into a deep slumber. Mew, the 3 staff members of the broadcasting tower, who had long been waiting, were taken aback. They deduced that the masked individual before them must be the same youth who had saved them 3 days prior. However, they were astonished to discover that in addition to NTI, he also possessed Reiku and Suikun, and even Mew was by his side. Underneath the mask, Xia Fan offered a faint smile, surrendering the camera in his grasp to them. Inside lies the evidence of the Blue and White Society's deceit over these past few days. Please, provide me with a live broadcasting camera. I intend to conduct a live stream to dismantle the Blue and White Society. The trio, roused from their stupor, hastily accepted the camera from Xia Fan and handed him a prepared broadcasting device. I entrust this to you, Xia Fan said, allowing Mew to levitate the camera before mounting the back of the Fire Emperor, ready to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He produced a Pokeball and tossed it to them. Within lies a Gyarados. Should anyone attempt to interrupt your broadcast, unleash it. With that, Xia Fan, accompanied by the Fire Emperor, Reiku, Suikun, and Mew, vanished from their sight. This Gyarados was the very one that had startled Xia Fan during the capture of Suikun, and having remembered the need for protection in the broadcasting room, he had captured it the previous day. Chapter 61, The Broadcasting Personnel, Mew. Shortly after Xia Fan seized control of the broadcasting tower from the Blue and White Society, televisions across Yuanzhou City began airing footage of Blue and White Society members subduing rampaging Pokémon, only to release them elsewhere in the city. The footage also depicted their members unlawfully raiding unattended shops, attributing the blame to the rampaging Pokémon, alongside derogatory remarks aimed at the citizens of Yuanzhou City. As this footage aired, genuine unrest erupted within Yuanzhou City. Citizens, fueled by anger, emerged from their homes to confront the Blue and White Society members still engaged in battles with the rampaging Pokémon. Meanwhile, in other cities of the Chengdu region, news of Yuanzhou City's lockdown due to the Pokémon rampage had permeated the populace. As the first to swiftly mobilize their resources, the Blue and White Security Group garnered goodwill from many in Chengdu, particularly after seeing footage on Yuanzhou City's television channels of the group subduing the rampaging Pokémon. However, not long after, the local television channels began broadcasting that all of this was a deliberate act orchestrated by the Blue and White Security Group, leaving everyone stunned. A profound sense of betrayal surged through the people of Chengdu, igniting a wave of outrage against the Blue and White Security Group online. In Chengdu's Manjin City, similar footage was being reported in a restaurant where a blue-haired young man, a woman with long red hair, and a Meowth sat with a Snorlax indulging in snacks. Oh, this is so difficult. They simply refuse to believe us. If we don't achieve something soon, I'll feel embarrassed asking Boss Ya for money to care for Snorlax. Lamented Kojiro, resting his head on the table, gazing despairingly at the ravenous Snorlax. Indeed, it is quite challenging. The Temple of the Gods is far too obscure. No one is inclined to trust us. Just moments ago, Muto-e thought I had been brainwashed by some cult and expelled me, echoed Musashi, who mirrored Kojiro's despair. Only Meowth remained silent, although it couldn't help but feel exasperated by Snorlax's insatiable appetite. Boss Ya had suggested they feed Snorlax energy cubes, but it stubbornly refused, insisting on snacks, which drained their finances daily. If not for Boss Ya's recent communication urging them to prepare for recruiting and casually mentioning bringing Snorlax along for bounty battles to earn its sustenance, they might have found themselves utterly destitute. What's happening in Yuanzhou City? A moment later, Kojiro, Musashi, and Meowth, who had been leaning on the table, suddenly heard curses directed at the Blue and White Security Group. They turned to see the television displaying footage of the group's criminal activities in Yuanzhou City. Instantly sitting upright, they knew that the Blue and White Security Group was synonymous with the Blue and White Society. Who did this? Musashi inquired, astonished, his expression betraying uncontainable excitement. I don't know, but if the Blue and White Society is facing misfortune, I can't help but feel elated, Kojiro replied, equally exhilarated. Do you think it was Boss Ya's doing? He did mention being in Yuanzhou City, Meowth mused. Just as Meowth's words faded, the footage of the Blue and White Society's crimes abruptly ended, transitioning to a live broadcast from Yuanzhou City's television station. The live feed showcased a mysterious man in a mask leading the 3 legendary beasts to an ancient tower. Upon witnessing this scene, the trio, who had been skeptical moments earlier, instantly concluded that it was indeed Xia Fan's doing. Snorlax, caught in the act of devouring a small cake in each hand, halted in surprise. The scene shifted to the bell tower. where nearly 100 members of the Blue and White Society stood pale and swallowing nervously as they gazed at the three legendary beasts opposite them. Orders had been issued from above, mandating that they must stop them at all costs, promising substantial rewards for anyone who could hold out until the Phoenix King was captured by the president. Despite the bravado in the commands, the fear within them was palpable. After all, these were the three legendary beasts. During the Blue and White Society's inaugural operation, nearly 1,000 had been mobilized to capture them, resulting in heavy casualties among their Pokémon, yet they had failed to secure any. The memory of that event remained vivid in their minds. One leader among them, witnessing the palpable fear in his subordinates, shouted, "Brothers, do not be afraid. The president assured us that even if we perish, he would send someone to retrieve us from Rui Town and grant us our due rewards." To exemplify his commitment, he was the first to release his Pokémon. 3 beams of red light flashed, revealing a Aerodactyl, a Scyther, and a Kabutops, all of which emitted fierce roars as they took to the sky, as if proclaiming, "Brothers, your ancestors have arrived. Come forth to pay homage." However, their triumphant cries were short-lived. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, striking down the Aerodactyl that had been roaring the loudest, leaving the other 2 paralyzed with terror. "Aerodactyl," the leader gasped, rushing over to administer a healing item. Moments later, Aerodactyl began to visibly recover, albeit slowly, turning its head in anger to glare at Raikou, as if to say, "How dare you ambush me when I was just making my grand entrance?" Raikou, unfazed, emitted a disdainful snort. "When did any Pokémon dare to act so brazenly before me?" It mused, "You're merely a genetic remnant extracted from ancient amber. Dare you consider yourself an ancestor? If you are an ancestor, then what status does me hold? You lot advance. Let me deal with these insignificant pests. This will also serve to test just how much stronger I have become since our last encounter." Raikou communicated telepathically with Xia Fan, as well as with the Fire Emperor and Suicune. After a moment, Raikou recalled something else and reached out to Mew, who was manipulating the camera for the live broadcast. "Please capture the footage of me teaching them a lesson. I feel as though my reputation in the Pokémon world has waned recently, and I need to rectify their perceptions." Mew nodded in acknowledgement. It would not participate in the battle today. It was the one responsible for broadcasting the live feed. Chapter 62, Raikou's Current Strength. "In that case, I leave this to you." Xia Fan acquiesced to Raikou's request and patted the back of Nei and Suicune, with a slight pressure on their hind legs, leapt several dozen meters in a single bound, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The owner of the fossil pterodactyl, witnessing the stunned expressions of others, bellowed in fury, "Release your Pokémon to intercept them." Promptly, the assembled individuals unleashed their respective Pokémon, commanding them to utilize their abilities to bring down Nei and Suicune, who were still soaring overhead. Suddenly, a flash of electricity cut through the air, just as the commands were issued, and the Pokémon were about to execute their actions. Raikou charged into the throng of people, enveloped in a powerful electric current, executing a move known as Wild Volt. In an instant, Wild Volt transformed into Thunderbolt, erupting in a blinding radiance. The potent electrical currents surged outward like a spider's web, penetrating the bodies of nearly 100 members of the Blue-White Society and their Pokémon. Before long, the afflicted creatures convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, akin to a fit of madness. Within 3 seconds, all released Pokémon lay motionless on the ground, while their trainers were left mutilated and lifeless. A multitude of faint orbs of light emerged from the corpses, soaring towards the direction of Rui Town. Meanwhile, Nei and Suicune had just alighted upon the ground, casting astonished glances back. They had not anticipated Raikou to dispatch the members of the Blue-White Society so swiftly. Feeling the gaze of Nei and Suicune upon him, Raikou awkwardly replied, "It seems my power is far greater than I had imagined. I initially thought it would take a bit of time to defeat them, but I never expected that a single Thunderbolt would suffice. I assure you, I am not boasting." Unlike a certain someone, Nei and Suicune turned their gaze towards Xia Fan. Clearing his throat, Xia Fan remarked, "Gaining strength is indeed a good thing. As for any allegations of boasting, let us not concern ourselves with that. After all, we are all adults here, and showcasing one's abilities is only fitting." With a grand gesture of his hand, he declared, "Let us proceed. The true battle has yet to commence." At the summit of the bell tower, 5 dancers were performing an ancient dance upon the elevated platform. Their movements were graceful, reminiscent of phoenixes soaring through the skies. The central dancer, adorned with a transparent bell, produced a melodious sound as she twirled, releasing a unique, intangible force that emanated outward. Below, the higher-ups of the Blue-White Society watched with a mix of admiration and excitement. A young man with a pattern of Mutwo embroidered on his back clinked his glass with that of a middle-aged man beside him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, President Blue. It seems it won't be long before Ho-Oh makes an appearance." Blue Kubai laughed heartily, draining his glass before patting the young man's shoulder. "This is all thanks to your Mutwo team for handing me that Ho-Oh feather. Otherwise, I would never have dared summon Ho-Oh so casually." The young man, bowing slightly, replied, "Not at all. As long as President Blue remembers our agreement and assists us when we capture Mutwo after successfully securing Ho-Oh, that would suffice." "Well said." Blue Kubai nodded repeatedly in agreement. Suddenly, a bespectacled youth burst through the entrance of the tower, exclaiming in distress, "President, we have a grave situation." Blue Kubai's expression darkened, his jovial demeanor replaced with urgency. "What is it? Did I not instruct you that nothing is more important than capturing Ho-Oh right now?" The bespectacled youth stuttered. "The masked mysterious person has stormed in with the 3 legendary beasts. Your 5th squad was completely obliterated by Reika's thunderbolt, and everyone has been sent back to Rui Town to start anew." "What?" Blue Kubai exclaimed in shock and in a fit of rage. He kicked the youth to the ground. "You choose now to convey such critical information, and you do so in such a stammering manner? It seems you have a death wish." He turned to the cadre present and commanded, "All of you, go down and intercept them. At the very least, hold them off until Ho-Oh appears. If you fail, await my severe punishment." The members of the Blue-White Society were momentarily stunned, but after hastily finishing their drinks, they rushed down from the tower. Blue Kubai returned to his usual demeanor, patting the young man in the Mutwo team uniform on the back. "So, let us continue to await Ho-Oh." "Of course, President Blue," the young man replied with a smile, casting a glance at the departing cadre. A faintly perceptible sinister smile gracing his lips as he reached into his pocket, activating his phone to send a precomposed message. Chapter 63, Money My Preference. Upon entering the bell tower, Xia Fan was confronted by a group of unfamiliar Blue-White Society members rushing down. He quickly shouted and leapt from Anyai's back. "Do not kill these individuals. They appear unfamiliar, indicating they are not well acquainted with the outside world. Just incapacitate their Pokémon and leave the rest to me." The unfamiliar faces meant they were untouched by his previous plundering, implying their phones still contained ample wealth. The 3 legendary beasts exchanged glances, understanding Xia Fan's avaricious nature. Upon hearing his words, they comprehended his intent and donned expressions of resignation as they charged toward the Blue-White Society members. Employing only basic moves, fire, lightning, and ice beams, they swiftly brought down the Pokémon of the members before them. Meanwhile, Reiku utilized electromagnetic wave to paralyze the humans in place. Xia Fan followed closely behind them, strolling leisurely towards a rotund man sprawled on the ground. "What do you want?" the man asked, fear etched across his face as he beheld the masked figure before him. "Money or my life?" The enigmatic figure squatted down, producing a phone from his coat with his left hand, while brandishing a dagger in his right. "Money. You can go back to Rui Town and start anew. Your life, however, comes at the cost of your phone. Transfer me the funds." The man's eyes widened in terror, suddenly recalling the recent rumors surrounding the infamous skinning demon outside the tower. Those marked by him would lose their memories, awakening with only the remnants of knife wounds on their bodies and a phone bereft of funds. "Well, do you prefer money?" Xia Fan pressed, noticing the man's hesitation. He placed the dagger against the man's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. The pain jolted the man back to reality, and he trembled, stammering, "And no, I want to live. I choose life over money." It was evident that starting anew in Rui Town with nothing or paying for his safety was a far more favorable option. Trembling, the man retrieved his phone and transferred the funds to Xia Fan, even offering, "Will you erase my memory? How can I assist?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the man's comprehension. However, time was of the essence, and he had no intention of erasing anyone's memory. He planned to obliterate the Blue-White Society today, undeterred by any potential repercussions. "What do you mean? Why would I erase your memory? I am not one of those capable of such acts." Xia Fan feigned ignorance, pocketing the phone as he moved on to the next Blue-White Society member. As he prepared to demand money or a life, the next individual, trembling with fear, immediately pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "Take my life." Having overheard the conversation between Xia Fan and the portly man, he swiftly deduced that Xia Fan was indeed the notorious skinning demon. "Excellent. I relish dealing with astute individuals like you," Xia Fan praised, patting him on the shoulder, and collected a transfer of 530,000. As he prepared to leave with a smile, his body suddenly froze. As he beheld Dream, who was astonishingly wielding a camera aimed at him, Xia Fan inquired softly, his voice akin to that of a mere mosquito, How long have you been filming? In the next instant, the telepathic response of Dream echoed in his mind. Only for 2 seconds. I find capturing the likes of Emperor Yin, Thunder Lord, and Water Monarch uninteresting. We should film more of you, the master. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan immediately exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the entirety of his robbery had not been recorded. Otherwise, how embarrassing that would have been. He straightened his posture and, with righteous fervor, addressed the camera, declaring, "The scoundrels of the Blue-White Society deserve their just deserts. To all the viewers of this live broadcast, rest assured that the Divine Hall will surely annihilate them today." With that, Xia Fan stepped to the right, exiting the camera's view, and placed his hand over the microphone of the camera. "Do not film me. Continue filming Emperor Yin and the others. They are the main force." "Very well," Dream replied, using telekinesis to maneuver the camera away. Xia Fan, clutching a dagger, resumed his heist, ascending layer by layer until he reached the 5th level, the pinnacle of the bell tower. Here, only 9 members of the Blue-White Society, 1 officer from the Mutuo squad, and 5 dancers still invoking Ho-Oh remained. In the midst of his fervent plundering, Xia Fan immediately spotted a middle-aged man encircled by the crowd. Without needing to guess, this had to be the wealthy president mentioned by Long Xiao, a man whose fortune was likely in the tens or even hundreds of billions. His eyes instantly gleamed with a peculiar light. "Money, I fancy." Chapter 64, We All Want It. "Who are you?" "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I hail from the Divine Hall." "The Divine Hall?" In a tense exchange, Blue Kubai and Xia Fan engaged in a dialogue. Xia Fan's response furrowed their brows, prompting mutual glances. "Su, have you heard of the Divine Hall? Is it an organization of beta testers from another region?" Blue Kubai queried Su Lai Feng from the Mutuo squad. Su Lai Feng shook his head. "I have not heard of it." Blue Kubai then turned his gaze back to the enigmatic figure concealed beneath a mask. Then, "As the Blue-White Society has no grievances with you, why would the Divine Hall be at odds with us?" To which the masked figure retorted, "I find you displeasing and seek to act on behalf of justice." This statement incited Blue Kubai's fury. Yet he quickly suppressed his anger upon noticing that the mysterious individual was flanked by Emperor Yin, Thunder Lord, and Water Monarch. "My friend, you were the one who robbed our members in Yuanzhou City just a few days ago. Do me a favor. If you leave now, I am willing to offer you 2 billion as a reward." Upon hearing this, Blue Kubai was met with an incredulous response from the masked figure. 2 billion. The corners of Blue Kubai's mouth curled upward, sensing he had tapped into the other's avarice. "President, since this fellow is greedy, why not utilize him to help us capture Ho-Oh? Let him take the lead, dispatch the 3 sacred beasts to battle Ho-Oh, and exhaust its strength. Wouldn't he that facilitate our capture?" A young officer beside Blue Kubai whispered. Blue Kubai paused, suddenly finding the logic compelling, and then shouted, "My friend, if you can assist us in capturing Ho-Oh, I can offer you 50 billion. 50 billion. The masked figure's tone grew even more astonished. Blue Kubai, filled with excitement, affirmed, "Indeed, if you help us capture Ho-Oh, I can give you 50 billion. If you prefer to withdraw from this matter, I can still provide you with 20 billion. Do you truly possess such wealth?" "Indeed, I can prove it right now." In an effort to substantiate his claim, Blue Kubai produced his phone, revealing a balance of 200 billion. "If you are willing to assist me, I can initiate a transfer at this moment." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the masked figure, more agitated than he, bellowed, "Are you jesting? Do you think I would bow to the likes of you for such paltry sums? Emperor Yin, Thunder Lord, Water Monarch, let us take everything." With that, the 3 sacred beasts howled in response. "You!" Blue Kubai seethed, astounded by the insatiable greed of the individual before him. Such brazen words as "we want it all" were beyond comprehension. Enraged, he quickly commanded his subordinates to release their Pokémon, a Charizard, a Metagross, and a Tyranitar. The Charizard bore a Mega Evolution Stone around its neck, and upon its emergence, Blue Kubai ordered it to Mega Evolve into Mega Charizard X. In a cold tone, Blue Kubai declared, "Do not think that just because you possess 3 sacred beasts, you are invincible. Remember, they are merely second-tier divine beasts. They have not yet reached that level. If it comes to a battle, we may not lose. Charizard, use Flare Blitz on that Emperor Yin. Metagross, unleash Hyper Beam on Water Monarch. Tyranitar, direct Hyper Beam at Thunder Lord." At the command, Mega Charizard X roared, unfurling its expansive wings as it was engulfed in an ethereal blue flame, charging fearlessly toward Emperor Yin. Meanwhile, Tyranitar and Metagross gathered yellow energy in their mouths. Blue Kubai glanced back at his subordinates, instructing, "Have your Pokémon assist my 3 Pokémon. If the enemy shows any openings, rush in immediately." "Understood." The cadre of the Blue-White Society nodded in agreement. Yet, before they could finish, the battlefield's center erupted. Mega Charizard X, cloaked in blue flames, collided with Emperor Yin just as the latter nimbly leapt into the air, evading the attack. In the following moment, Emperor Yin released a torrent of flames imbued with mysterious power, directly targeting the spine of Mega Charizard X. In an instant, the bell tower trembled as Mega Charizard X was blasted from the top to the bottom, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, reverting back to its original form and losing its combat ability. How can this be? Blue Kubai exclaimed in horror. Over 6 months ago, during an operation to capture the 3 sacred beasts at the nearby bell tower, he had deliberately pitted his X-Charizard against Emperor Yin to test its strength. Though it had ultimately lost, the contest was closely matched, with a ratio of 73 to 27. Yet now, a single blast of sacred fire had obliterated his Mega Charizard X, an unfathomable outcome. But the unimaginable did not end there. Just as Blue Kubai was reeling from the loss of his Charizard, Metagross and Tyranitar unleashed Hyper Beam, only to be repelled by the combined assaults of Water Monarch and Thunder Lord, both striking with devastating force. In stark contrast, the 3 Pokémon of Blue Kubai, the president of the Blue-White Society, crumbled under the onslaught of the 3 sacred beasts. How could this happen? Their strength has increased exponentially compared to before. Blue Kubai was consumed by panic. Chapter 65, The Arrival of Ho-Oh. Meanwhile, the heavens above finally underwent a transformation. A resounding voice pierced the clouds, reverberating throughout Yuanzhou City. All gazes were drawn skyward. The overcast sky suddenly parted, revealing a radiant ray of 7 colors. Moments later, a Pokémon enveloped in this prismatic light descended upon Yuanzhou City. It flapped its wings, wielding a mysterious power that quelled the tumultuous weather caused by Emperor Yin, Thunder Lord, and Water Monarch, allowing the sun to shine upon Yuanzhou City once more. Ho-Oh, it has finally arrived. Humans, have you summoned me? Ho-Oh fluttered above the bell tower, its telepathic voice resonating in the minds of all present. Casting a glance at Emperor Yin, Thunder Lord, Water Monarch, and the invisible dream behind them, the 3 sacred beasts instinctively lowered their heads in reverence. It was I who summoned them, exclaimed Blue Kubai, his excitement palpable as he pointed at the dancers, simultaneously producing a feather that radiated a spectrum of colors. Behold my rainbow feather, Phoenix King. Engage in battle with me. Upon uttering these words, he cast a sidelong glance at Xia Fan, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Should he manage to subdue the Phoenix King, Xia Fan would undoubtedly be rendered a mere jester. Unfazed, Xia Fan's pupils constricted as he fixated on the iridescent feather in Blue Kubai's grasp. That feather appeared somewhat dimmer than the one bestowed upon him by the Water Lord. This cannot be my feather. The thought had scarcely taken root in his mind when the psychic resonance of the Phoenix King echoed in everyone's consciousness. No, this cannot be. How could that feather possibly be fake? Blue Kubai shouted, suddenly recalling that the feather had been provided by the Dream Team. He turned abruptly, intending to confront Su Lifeng about the matter. However, Su Lifeng's position had already vanished. A sudden breath was heard near his ear, and something pressed against his waist. Turning around, Blue Kubai found Su Lifeng brandishing a gun at his side, wearing a mocking expression. Fool, the genuine rainbow feather is still in my possession. Su Lifeng produced a black box, deftly opening it with his left index finger. He extracted a feather that far surpassed the brilliance of the one in Blue Kubai's hand. President Bai, this one is the authentic feather, he proclaimed, raising it for all to see. This is indeed real. The Phoenix King's psychic signal resonated in everyone's minds once more. Hearing this, Blue Kubai was instantly consumed by rage. Su Lifeng, do not forget that we are in Chengdu, the territory of my Blue and White Society. How dare you mock me? Do you wish to perish here? If you release me and hand over the true rainbow feather, I shall overlook this incident and continue our previous collaboration with your Dream Team. Around them, the members of the Blue and White Society echoed their agitation. Su Lifeng, release our president, they cried. Su Lifeng, however, wore a disdainful expression. You naive fools. At this juncture, do you truly believe we, the Dream Team, would act without ample preparation? With that, he tucked the rainbow feather into his pocket and warned Blue Kubai to remain still, lest he be harmed. He then produced an object resembling a flare. After biting through the fuse, dazzling fireworks burst into the air. Before long, resounding cries echoed from outside the Roundju city. 10 seconds later, a fiery bird flapping its wings emerged from the western horizon, a freezing bird from the south, and a lightning bird from the north. How is this possible? The legendary birds from the Kanto region are here. Blue Kubai was utterly astonished. To his further shock, more of the legendary birds began to appear behind them. All present were left speechless. At that moment, Su Lifeng's triumphant voice rang in their ears. Because they have all been captured by our dream team. Su Lifeng reached for his waist, retrieving 3 Pokeballs and tossing them into the air. A flash of red light revealed yet another trio of legendary birds. In an instant, the skies above Roundju City seemed poised for a divine showdown, causing the onlookers to gradually display expressions of terror as they fled in panic. How could the dream team possess so many legendary birds? Xia Fan gazed at the sky, his mouth agape, thoroughly stunned by the spectacle. Master, they are not the legendary birds spoken of by the world. They lack divine essence. The voice of Dream echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Divine essence? Xia Fan responded, bewildered. Yes, they are merely ordinary members of the fire, ice, and electric bird clans. Only the most powerful of their kind can truly be called legendary birds. Master, observe their flying altitude. It does not reflect the stature of the legendary birds. At this moment, the psychic signal from the Fire Emperor resonated as well. Xia Fan looked up, and following the Fire Emperor's reasoning, he suddenly realized that these birds were flying at an excessively low altitude, clearly reluctant to soar above the Phoenix King's height, even too timid to raise their heads. Reminiscent of mice in the presence of a cat, exuding a sense of subservience. The Fire Emperor continued, if they were genuine legendary birds, they would still show respect to the Phoenix King, but they would not demean themselves to this extent. Xia Fan nodded, releasing a breath of relief. With this understanding, he felt reassured. Thankfully, they were not true legendary birds, for the sheer number would have been truly terrifying. Chapter 66. Blue Cube buys desperation. Impossible. This cannot be. How could your dream team possess so many legendary birds? Blue Cube gazed up at the dozens of legendary birds overhead, his fear rendering him nearly paralyzed. Su Lifeng scoffed. Nothing is impossible. The might of our dream team is beyond your blue and white society's comprehension. You have reigned as the underground king of Chengdu for so long, yet have failed to capture a single legendary Pokémon. Ironically, those 3 legendary beasts, which are indeed your region's legendary Pokémon, have all been captured by this masked individual. He added, had it not been for our dream team discovering a rainbow feather, it is likely that the Phoenix King would have been captured by him first. A bunch of useless fools. With that, Su Lifeng discharged 2 rounds at Blue Cube's legs, then dashed out of the bell tower, landing firmly on the back of an ice bird. Stay put. Once I capture the Phoenix King, we shall discuss the matters of the Dream Team's division, he stated, as he began directing the members of the Dream Team atop the legendary birds to assist him in capturing the Phoenix King. Master, should we not intervene? The Fire Emperor's psychic voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. No need. Since these fire, ice, and electric birds lack divine essence, no matter how many there are, they would merely serve as fodder against the Phoenix King. Let us watch quietly and allow them to showcase the Phoenix King's unparalleled strength. That will be the opportune moment for us to strike. Xia Fan glanced at the camera hovering in the air, aimed at the Phoenix King, and added, unless they resort to throwing Master Balls or employing some technological means to ambush the Phoenix King, in which case, we shall not wait. Xiaohuan, keep an eye on those individuals. If they attempt to throw a ball, use your psychic power to deflect their Pokeballs. Understood, Master. Receiving Dream's response, Xia Fan turned his attention back to the agonized Blue Cube, who was clutching his legs and howling in pain. The urge to rob him surged once more. 200 billion. This was the moment to rise as a wealthy individual. At that moment, Blue Cube was writhing in agony, a happy tending to his wounds. Soon, his pain subsided. He looked up at Su Lifeng, who was commanding the legendary birds in battle, his fists clenched tightly, fury evident in his gaze. Brother, shall we make a deal? Came a teasing voice beside him. Blue Cube turned to see the enigmatic figure in the mask. What do you want? He replied warily, signaling his subordinates to protect him. The members of the Blue and White Society formed a human wall to shield Xia Fan. What are you afraid of? Xia Fan taunted from behind the wall. I told you, I'm here to make a deal, not to eat anyone. What deal? Blue Cube inquired from behind the barricade. Give me all your money, and in return, I shall help you reclaim your dignity by teaching those Dream Team members a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan sensed the fury radiating from the individuals before him. Among them, Blue Cube scoffed, are you joking with me? Handing over all my wealth to you bears no distinction from compelling me to disband the Blue and White Society. It is said that a person's pride is worth fighting for, just as a Buddha cherishes a single incense stick. Consider, if you will, the audacity of that individual above you, who first bestowed upon you a counterfeit rainbow feather, and then, moments ago, held you hostage, firing 2 shots into your leg. The sight alone brings pain to my heart. What is even more despicable is his final proclamation. declaring that he intends for your blue and white society to become a mere branch of his dream team. Such an act is akin to trampling your dignity into the ground. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly confront him with fervor. What is a mere sum of money in comparison? Xia Fan covered the lower part of his mask, his tone laced with sympathy. Listening to this, Blue Kubai was indeed incensed, his clenched teeth producing a distinctly crisp sound. Seizing the moment, Xia Fan pressed on. Do you truly possess the capability to contend with the dream team, armed with so many legendary birds? I think not. Therefore, engaging in this transaction with me would be splendid, sacrificing a bit of money in exchange for your own dignity and vindication. Upon uttering these words, Xia Fan heard the sound of Blue Kubai's fist striking the ground. Just as he thought Blue Kubai was about to acquiesce, Blue Kubai suddenly regained his composure and mocked him. Your paltry sum equates to 200 billion. You are quite the schemer, my friend. Furthermore, who says the blue and white society lacks the power to resist? Let me assure you, the outcome is far from decided. Beneath the human wall, Blue Kubai glanced at his phone, which displayed messages from several blue and white society officials inquiring if he wished to proceed with Plan B. The betrayal by Su Lifeng nearly made him forget his contingency plan, but thankfully, he had now regained his awareness. Rejecting Xia Fan, Blue Kubai instructed the officials to execute his orders. 5 seconds later, a peculiar sound echoed from deep within the mountains outside Yuanzhou City. Almost immediately, a battleship resembling a flying saucer raced toward Yuanzhou City. Chapter 67. The Power of the Phoenix King. Do you see? I have not yet been defeated. Even without the rainbow feather, the blue and white society shall forcefully subdue the Phoenix King today. Blue Kubai exclaimed, pointing at the approaching dot in the distant sky, his laughter resonating. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he stepped back, redirecting his gaze skyward. At that moment, the sky over Yuanzhou City was a battlefield of divine birds. Dozens of firebirds, icebirds, and thunderbirds besieged the Phoenix King. Flames, ice shards, and bolts of lightning surged forth in an unending barrage against the Phoenix King. Unfazed by these relentless assaults, the Phoenix King stood composed, employing a singular skill to conjure a protective barrier around itself, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. Although this skill can be prone to errors with excessive use, when wielded by the Phoenix King, it became an unyielding fortress. Not a single legendary bird could breach its defenses. Humans, you lack the strength to challenge me. Surrender. The Phoenix King's telepathy echoed in the minds of all present. In this brief skirmish, it had already rendered the Dream Team's abilities as inconsequential. Its gaze shifted toward Xia Fan, who was spectating from the pinnacle of the bell tower. The Phoenix King sensed the rainbow feather it had once entrusted to Suijun within Xia Fan. It also noted that the powers of Nti, Reiku, and Suijun had significantly evolved since their last encounter, particularly Nti, whose strength now surpassed that of Reiku and Suijun. Not to mention, behind them stood a Mu, a being of equal stature. Such an entity was the true adversary the Phoenix King had come to confront today. Phoenix King, do not overestimate yourself. It is merely a defensive skill. Today, the Dream Team shall claim you. Su Lifeng declared angrily, insisting that with so many legendary birds at his disposal, they could not be thwarted by a mere barrier. He turned to his subordinates mounted on other legendary birds, commanding, unleash their ultimate abilities. If you cannot even breach a single barrier, you shall all take your own lives before the boss. Before long, dozens of ice birds unleashed absolute zero. Thunderbirds fired electromagnetic cannons, and firebirds unleashed solar beams. The three formidable attacks converged on the Phoenix King's barrier. Instantly, the sky erupted with thunderous roars. A mushroom cloud began to envelop the horizon, with fierce winds compelling everyone to take cover, tightly closing their eyes. Yet, in the fleeting moment before closing his eyes, Su Lifeng's pupils reflected the sight of the Phoenix King's barrier finally shattering under the combined onslaught. Su Lifeng let out an ecstatic roar, his left hand firmly gripping the back of an ice bird while his right hand retrieved a pokeball, purple on top and white below. With him inscribed on the purple side, a master ball. Below, Xia Fan, perched on Nti's back to shield against the gale, noticed the master ball in Su Lifeng's hand and quickly turned back. Xiao Huan, get ready to deflect that ball back. Understood, master. In midair, the diligent cameraman promptly complied, enveloping himself and the camera in a protective barrier as he charged into the heart of the explosion against the wind. Meanwhile, the gale began to subside gradually, and Su Lifeng instructed the ice bird beneath him to carry him toward the center of the explosion. This was a golden opportunity. Throwing the master ball while the Phoenix King was injured was the most opportune moment. However, just as Su Lifeng and the Icebird surged into the explosion's epicenter. A pair of dazzling eyes suddenly opened within the smoke. Before Su Lifeng could throw the Pokeball, the silhouette within the smoke unfurled its massive wings like a great rock, unleashing a force greater than the previous explosion, sending Su Lifeng and the Pokeball flying into oblivion. "Captain!" the members of the Dream Team exclaimed in alarm. As the smoke was dispersed by the powerful gust generated by the Phoenix King, its majestic form re-emerged, head held high, its body cloaked in a thin red membrane. Its golden and crimson feathers shimmered, betraying no sign of having been at the explosion's epicenter. Having sent Su Lifeng tumbling, the Phoenix King cast a glance toward the immobile camera hovering in the air. "Are you here to ambush me as well?" The Phoenix King's telepathy resonated in Mu's mind. "No, I am merely a cameraman," Mu exclaimed, bolting away while using telekinesis to whisk the camera back to the tower's peak. The Phoenix King had already fulfilled its master's request. There was no need to remain and risk becoming collateral damage. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed the Phoenix King's visage before it swiftly redirected its gaze to Su Lifeng, who had been rescued by his subordinates. "Retreat. Do you now comprehend the chasm that separates us?" Su Lifeng clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. His mind flooded with memories of the first encounter with the Dream Team, where their Pokémon were rendered helpless with a mere gesture from the dream. Such power was unattainable by current human means. They could only rely on those formidable Pokémon. Thus, the Phoenix King's strength was a crucial element in the Dream Team's quest to capture the dream. Only by possessing a being of its caliber could they hope to challenge the dream. Otherwise, the path to subjugation would be long and arduous. At that moment, a beam of laser light suddenly caught Su Lifeng's eye. The beam surged forth from behind the Phoenix King, striking it before anyone had a chance to react, leaving even the Phoenix King itself taken aback. As the beam hit the Phoenix King, a piercing shriek erupted from its mouth. "Ha ha ha, Su Lifeng. What is ultimately not yours shall remain out of your grasp. The Phoenix King's power is rightfully ours, belonging solely to the Blue and White Society." Blue Kubai's triumphant laughter echoed in the ears of all present. Chapter 68. What belongs to the enemy is ours. Before long, everyone beheld a battleship resembling a flying saucer hovering above the bell tower, the sound of Blue Kubai's laughter still reverberating. It was as if they were mocking Su Lifeng, who led the legendary 3 divine birds in an assault against the Phoenix King. Yet they were utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. Su Lifeng observed this with a cold gaze. He had already witnessed the Phoenix King's formidable power, and thus, he held little faith in the abilities of Lan Kuhite to contend with it. Su Lifeng declared, "President Lan, do not rejoice too soon. Your fleeting success in inflicting a minor wound upon the Phoenix King is merely a result of your ambush. Soon, you shall learn the consequences of such treachery." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone beheld the Phoenix King recovering from the previous crimson beam. It exhibited unparalleled wrath towards the surprise attack from the combat vessel. With a piercing cry, it unleashed a fiery breath imbued with mysterious power. The intensity of the flames surpassed even that of the Flame Emperor. However, the combat vessel above suddenly manifested a white protective barrier, akin to a defensive skill. The divine flames of the Phoenix King were immediately absorbed upon contact with the barrier. "How is this possible?" Su Lifeng exclaimed in shock, incredulous that the Phoenix King's divine flames could be thwarted. To Su Lifeng's astonishment, Lan Kuhite found his reaction to be music to his ears, hastily instructing his subordinates to support him as he approached the edge of the tower to shout at Su Lifeng. "Su Lifeng, let me enlighten you. In this world, as long as one possesses wealth, nothing is impossible. This combat vessel cost me over 8 billion to develop. It is indestructible and capable of withstanding any Pokemon's assault. Therefore, the Phoenix King shall belong to my Blue-White Society, even without the rainbow feather. You, the Mutuo team, should brace yourselves for my retribution afterward." With that, Lan Kuhite bellowed towards the skybound combat vessel. "Attack!" Upon receiving the command, 2 crimson beams erupted from the vessel's upper and lower ends. A protective barrier enveloped the Phoenix King, once again utilizing the defensive skill. The 2 red beams were blocked. However, unlike the coordinated assault commanded by Su Lifeng, the combat vessel's beam attack was relentless. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the Phoenix King and the combat vessel. If the Phoenix King's defensive skill could not be sustained, the red beams would inevitably strike true. "Despicable humans, have the courage to fight me fairly," thundered the Thunder Emperor in fury. "Master, shall we intervene to thwart them? Let us obliterate that combat vessel," the Flame Emperor added, expressing disdain for Lan Kuhite's reliance on technology in battle. Meanwhile, Xia Fan was still mulling over Lan Qiuhai's claim of having invested 8 billion in the creation of the combat vessel, his mouth watering uncontrollably, oblivious to the words of the Thunder Emperor and Flame Emperor. It wasn't until the Water Lord exhaled a chilling breeze that he snapped back to reality, hastily wiping away the drool. The Flame Emperor sighed and reiterated his earlier statement. Xia Fan, astonished, retorted, "Why destroy it? That contraption cost 8 billion. Not just 8, but 8 billion. Do you understand the gravity of that sum?" The Water Lord replied with irritation, "What does the cost matter? If we don't destroy it, shall we allow it to harm the Phoenix King?" Xia Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation, having followed me for some time. "Have you not gleaned even a smidgen of life's profound truths?" The Thunder Emperor furrowed his brow and asked, "What truths? Robbery? Extorting money? Deceit? If you can derive wisdom from these, I shall be in awe." Xia Fan sighed helplessly, turning to the Flame Emperor. "Is this how you perceive me?" The Flame Emperor hesitated before slowly nodding in agreement. Xia Fan's lips twitched. Then he addressed the hovering camera, Xiaohuan. "Do you view me in the same light as the Thunder Emperor just described?" However, Dream did not respond, stirring a wave of emotion within Xia Fan. Truly, Dream understood him, recognizing that his actions were often driven by necessity. Yet, 2 seconds later, Dream finally communicated telepathically, and often, after committing misdeeds. "You have me erase their memories. To be honest, I find such behavior rather nefarious." Xia Fan lamented, "Ah, my dear comrades. It seems I must articulate the profound truths of life for you to comprehend them." The Thunder Emperor urged, "Speak quickly, if you have something to say." Xia Fan cast a sidelong glance at him and proclaimed, "The lesson of life is that the possessions of our enemies become ours." The 3 divine beasts furrowed their brows in unison, asking, "What do you mean?" "The wealth of our foes is our wealth. Their reliable information is our reliable information. Their combat vessel is our combat vessel. To seize and utilize everything belonging to our enemies. That is the greatest lesson you should learn from me." The 3 divine beasts exchanged glances, pondering the audacity of such a philosophy. The Flame Emperor sighed. "So, what do you propose to do, Master?" Xia Fan surveyed the surroundings and then whispered, "I will infiltrate and wreak havoc, finding a way to commandeer that combat vessel. Meanwhile, you 3 must keep an eye outside with Xiaohuan, ensuring no one has the chance to throw pokeballs. If anyone dares to throw, use your psychic powers to prevent them." The 3 divine beasts exchanged glances once more before nodding in agreement. Chapter 69, The Nightmare of the Dragon Hawk returns. Moments later, a flash of white light emanated from the Flame Emperor's back. A dream appeared, flying invisibly towards the combat vessel, excitement coursing through it. 8 billion treasures, here I come." Shortly thereafter, Xia Fan floated to the center of the combat vessel's glass window. Through the glass, he observed the members of the Blue-White Society within. In an instant, the space trembled slightly, and Xia Fan vanished from the air, reappearing inside the combat vessel. Within, the members of the Blue-White Society were diligently performing their respective tasks, and Xia Fan began to drift among them, keenly observing. If he intended to claim this warship as his own, he first needed to ascertain how to commandeer it. After a minute, he spotted a familiar figure, Long Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Fan positioned himself beside him, knowing that this unfortunate lad was prone to careless talk. After observing for a while, Xia Fan discerned that this individual seemed to hold considerable authority aboard the vessel. While others were working diligently, he leisurely sipped coffee, merely watching. After some time, Xia Fan's ears, enhanced by Dream's powers, picked up a hushed conversation just a few meters away. "What is this fool doing?" Had it not been for his sister's influence, he would have been ousted from his high-ranking position following the failed capture mission months ago. It's infuriating. Today, the one who should be in his place is Wang Tian, a dedicated individual who truly worked hard for this combat vessel. Yet, this guy merely benefited from his sister's casual suggestion, and now he basks in the glory of capturing the Phoenix King. Enough, let us not speak of it. It would be troublesome if Long Xiao overheard. 2 men conversed softly nearby. Xia Fan nodded in understanding, redirecting his gaze back to Long Xiao. This unfortunate lad was truly something else. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan swiftly returned to Long Xiao's side, and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp kick to his lower body. The impact caused Long Xiao's face to contort in agony, coffee spilling from his mouth. He then gazed down in shock and paleness, momentarily sensing a trickle of blood. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from his lips, shrill enough to send shivers down the spines of those atop the bell tower, causing involuntary goosebumps. Everyone within the combat vessel was startled by the commotion. As I looked back, witnessing Long Xiao collapsed on the ground, clutching his lower body and howling in agony, I couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of my mouth. A desire to laugh stirred within me, yet I refrained from expressing it. Finally, a young man stepped forward from his position, suppressing his amusement and inquiring, "Leader Long, are you all right?" Long Xiao, gasping for breath and with a crimson face that suggested he was on the brink of losing consciousness, replied, "I have no idea what happened." It felt as if someone delivered a kick to my lower regions out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, the youth, observing Long Xiao's torment, couldn't help but gasp in shock, instinctively tightening his legs. "Shall I assist you to your room for a moment of respite?" Long Xiao's voice was barely audible, akin to that of a mosquito, as he nodded slowly yes. However, as soon as the young man helped him up, Long Xiao immediately began to wail anew. Be gentle, you're pulling at it." A minute later, Long Xiao was carried into the empty lounge of the combat ship by 5 individuals. Once he was laid upon the bed, he instructed them to leave, assuring them he would ring for assistance if needed. The 5 nodded and promptly exited. Once the door closed, Long Xiao, with a furtive expression, slowly reached for his trousers, eager to inspect the situation within. At that moment, a dream Pokémon materialized out of thin air, startling Long Xiao. Wait. Before he could utter the entire word dream, the Pokémon approached and locked eyes with him, causing Long Xiao to faint instantly. In a flash of white light, the dream Pokémon transformed into his likeness. "Old friend, I hope this is our last encounter." Xia Fan retrieved Long Xiao's mobile phone from his clothing. After inputting the payment password he had obtained previously, he discovered a sum of 30,000 had been added. Raising an eyebrow, he retained 100 and then exited the room. Upon entering the control room of the combat ship, Xia Fan was met with raucous laughter, all mocking Long Xiao's recent misfortune and harshly criticizing him for his self-inflicted plight. Xia Fan stepped inside and cleared his throat softly. Initially, most of the people did not register his presence, continuing in their laughter. However, after a moment, someone sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned around, only to be met with a shocking sight, gasping as if they had seen a ghost, clutching their heart. They began to frantically chastise their still laughing companions. Gradually, the laughter subsided, and everyone resumed their work with a feigned seriousness. "Leader Long, you weren't just." The young man who had assisted Long Xiao earlier approached, eyeing Xia Fan's lower body with suspicion. However, he was immediately pushed aside by Xia Fan. "Humph. If I hadn't acted in such a manner, how could I reveal your true natures?" A cold snort from him caused beads of sweat to appear on everyone's foreheads. "Wang Feng, you were laughing quite heartily just now." Xia Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixated on the youth, who had been mentioned by Long Xiao during his moment of distress. "And no, that's not the case, Leader Long. You must have seen it wrong." Wang Feng stammered, shaking his head in fear. Xia Fan coldly retorted, "I hope that's indeed the case." With that, he made his way to the central control position of the ship. Peering out the window, outside, Lon Qhite sat atop a Fiero, hurling a pokeball at the Phoenix King. Yet, inexplicably, every time the ball neared the Phoenix King, it was immediately deflected as if a gust of ill wind had swept through. After several failed attempts, frustration mounted within him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Xia Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he diverted his gaze and tapped the shoulder of the man controlling the ship. "Explain to me how to operate this combat vessel." "Leader Long, why are you learning this?" Wang Feng interjected, astonished. Xia Fan shot him a cold glance. "What business is it of yours? Idleness breeds idleness. Would you care to recount your earlier insults directed at me?" Wang Feng promptly sealed his lips, retreating to his position in silence. Xia Fan refocused, requesting the pilot to instruct him on the basic controls. The pilot, faced with Xia Fan's unwavering gaze, had no choice but to comply respectfully and elucidate the fundamentals of operation. A few minutes later, after grasping some basic maneuvers, Xia Fan glanced outside once more. At that moment, Lon Qhite was beside himself with rage. After a series of failed attempts to capture the Phoenix King, he enlisted the aid of the other club officers to help throw pokeballs, disregarding whether they possessed master balls. He was determined to secure at least one capture of the Phoenix King for his peace of mind. However, contrary to his expectations, 9 individuals continuously threw their balls, only to be thwarted by an invisible force time and again. Even when Lon Qhite resorted to an audacious plan, allowing Fiero to carry him close to the Phoenix King without throwing a ball, intending to activate the capture button directly. A powerful unseen force expelled both him and his Fiero far away. Xia Fan turned away, unable to suppress a smirk before retreating. As he approached a secluded corner of the control room, a flash of white light transformed him into a victory bell. Gradually, a shimmering powder began to fill the control room, causing all blue and white society members who inhaled it to fall into a deep slumber. 1 minute later, everyone in the control room was unconscious. Victorybell peered outside, confirming that all had collapsed before reverting to his original youthful form in another flash of light. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xia Fan approached the pilot's seat. After dragging the pilot from his position, he pressed the cancel attack option on the control interface. Outside the combat ship, 2 red beams aimed at the Phoenix King dissipated instantaneously. The Phoenix King, which had been struggling to withstand the onslaught, was momentarily taken aback. It sensed its impending collapse. Wondering why the attack had suddenly ceased, Lon Q-Height, still in a frenzy, was equally bewildered. What the hell? We were on the verge of success, and now it's been called off? Suddenly, a chill ran down Lon Q-Height's spine as he recalled that he was now only a mere yard away from the Phoenix King. Without the ship's restraint, if the Phoenix King turned to unleash a sacred fire upon him, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Fearful for his life, he hastily commanded Fiero to flee. Once they had distanced themselves, Lon Q-Height pulled out his phone to contact Long Xiao aboard the combat ship, demanding to know why the attack had been aborted. However, to his astonishment, the ship had begun to depart. Indeed, without any prior notice, it was abruptly leaving. Lon Q-Height was left in utter shock. What the hell? I was waiting for you to help me capture the Phoenix King. How could you just leave? Who issued this order? Do you want me to perish at the hands of the Phoenix King? Filled with a multitude of questions, Lon Q-Height desperately dialed Long Xiao's number. But it remained unanswered. What should we do? Our combat ship is taking off, a young officer exclaimed, pointing towards the departing vessel in panic. What do you mean? What should we do? We chase it down. I spent 800 billion on that ship. If it's gone, you'll pay for it. Lon Q-Height roared, his frustration palpable as he raised his phone to throw it at the young man. However, recalling the device contained 200 billion, he instead removed his shoe and hurled it angrily. Afterward, Lon Q-Height commanded everyone to pursue the ship. The combat ship's speed was notably slower than before, allowing the Blue and White Society members to catch up quickly. Peering through the glass, they immediately spotted Xia Fan inside the vessel, his eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly, Lon Q-Height's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How can this scoundrel be piloting the combat ship I spent 800 billion on? Yet, Xia Fan, having noticed them, initially felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. However, upon reflection, he thought, no, I've already embarked on this course. Why should I fear him? The Blue and White Society is destined for ruin today. With a decisive clap, the scene unfolded. Xia Fan slapped himself sharply, commanding the battleship to lock onto its target before decisively pressing the capture button. In the next instant, a colossal electric net shot forth. As the net descended, the members of the Blue and White Society were instantly incapacitated and ensnared. The battleship, costing an astounding 800 billion, was indeed a source of exhilarating power. Xia Fan marveled at its might and promptly navigated the vessel back. With the Blue and White Society and the Chao Meng team having failed to capture the Phoenix King, it was now his turn to take center stage. Chapter 71, The Sacred Fire of the Phoenix King. The battleship returned to the top of the bell tower, and amidst its perplexity, the Phoenix King suddenly charged forward, flapping its wings to block the ship's path. Simultaneously, it began to conjure flames in its mouth but hesitated to unleash them, as if contemplating whether the battleship was friend or foe and whether to attack. 2 seconds later, the battleship projected an image, a view from within the vessel. In the midst of a slumbering crowd, Xia Fan made a dazzling entrance, holding a radiant rainbow feather. Phoenix King, grant me 2 minutes. After that, we shall engage in an honorable battle. The Phoenix King was taken aback, swiftly glancing back at the bell tower's peak, only to discover that Xia Fan had vanished. With a spark of realization, it understood what had transpired. The flames in its mouth dissipated, allowing a passage for the battleship. Thank you, Xia Fan said with a smile, maneuvering the ship towards the Chao Meng team, who had been watching the spectacle. What are you up to, kid? Su Lifeng, seated atop the frozen bird, was startled as the battleship approached them. What do you think I'm about to do? Xia Fan replied, grinning as he pressed the capture button once more. In the next moment, 3 enormous nets were launched in succession, a fire net, an electric net, and an ice net. Run! Scatter quickly! Su Lifeng shouted, recalling the image of Lan Ku by being ensnared by the electric net moments earlier. The sight of a battleship built for 800 billion sent shivers down his spine. Dozens of the 3 sacred birds fled in a panic. But under the weight of the 3 colossal nets, the majority were captured. Only a few of Su Lifeng's subordinates and a handful of sacred birds managed to narrowly escape. They glared at their captured companions, grinding their teeth in frustration. Let us go. We need to get away from here. We can no longer capture the Phoenix King. Su Lifeng declared angrily, decisively abandoning those who had been ensnared. Shortly thereafter, he led the remaining subordinates in their flight. However, Xia Fan chose not to pursue Su Lifeng, instead activating the autopilot mode. With a flash of white light, he transformed into Mutuo, teleporting above the ship, and then, in another flash, reverted to human form. Xia Fan clapped his hands and shouted, "Phoenix King, our battle may commence." Nti, Reiku, Suakun, you three, attacked together. The three sacred beasts responded with a roar. They then communicated telepathically with the Phoenix King. "My Lord Phoenix King, please forgive our forthcoming actions." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix King flapped its wings. "Come forth. Let me witness how much stronger you have become since our last encounter." It had always welcomed challengers bearing the rainbow feather. The three sacred beasts nodded, and the battle commenced. Xia Fan began issuing orders. Reiku, summon the storm. Nei, unleash your flames. Suakun, freeze with your icy beam. Thunder roared as Reiku first called down a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Immediately after, Nti bellowed and expelled flames even more searing than the sacred fire. Suakun leapt into the air, closing in on the Phoenix King, retracting its head before shooting forth an extremely cold beam. Observing this, the Phoenix King drew its wings inward, conjuring a protective barrier. As the combined attack struck the barrier, it revealed cracks like shattered glass. "Very well," the Phoenix King praised, astonished that their current assault could so swiftly show signs of breaking through its defenses. With a tilt of its head, it then spread its wings wide, shattering the barrier with a force akin to a great eagle's flight, unleashing a flame imbued with mysterious power. The relentless assault from Nti and Suakun was directly countered by the Phoenix King's sacred fire, which began to push back against them. However, the strength you three possess pales in comparison to mine. The Phoenix King extended its neck, its body igniting in flames, and the power of its sacred fire surged dramatically. The flames and icy beams were swiftly overwhelmed by its might. In a flash, Nti, Suakun, and Reiku were swept aside, plummeting from the sky to the ground. Let that Mutuo join the fray. After all, their abilities are ultimately derived from me, though I do not comprehend why their strength has increased so significantly. Battling against me with just the three of you is still woefully inadequate. The Phoenix King's telepathic voice resonated in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, his thoughts swirling. They aren't merely putting on a show, are they? As this crossed his mind, he glanced down at Nti, Reiku, and Suakun, who had just been felled by a single blow from the Phoenix King. At that moment, the three were struggling to rise from the ground. Their eyes filled with defiance as they gazed at the Phoenix King, clearly unwilling to accept their defeat. Observing their expressions, Xia Fan licked his lips. It was no act. The disparity in strength was indeed vast. The Phoenix King truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful legendary Pokémon in the Chengdu region. Xia Fan turned his gaze to the floating camera above. "Little Mew, join the battle. Show the Phoenix King your current strength." Chapter 72, Phoenix King vs. Mutuo, Part 1. "Do I not need the camera anymore?" Mutuo's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. A camera flew towards him, and upon its arrival, Xia Fan took hold of it and switched off the microphone function. "Let me broadcast your valiant battle to the audience." "Really?" Mutuo emerged from its invisible state. "Of course. I will ensure your heroic fighting is shared with the viewers in Chengdu, but you must take this battle against the Phoenix King seriously. Do not underestimate it. A defeat would be quite the embarrassment. Rest assured, Master, I will surely triumph over it," Mutuo declared, floating in front of the camera, calling out with a playful face. Having borne the camera for so long, it had yet to make a true appearance. "Excellent. That's the spirit. Once you defeat the Phoenix King, we shall indulge in a grand feast," Xia Fan said, patting Mutuo's head before calling down to Nti, Reiku, and Suakun. "Can you three continue battling?" "Absolutely," they replied in unison. "Wonderful. From this moment on, I shall direct your actions." Before Xia Fan could finish, Mutuo interrupted. "Master, allow me to face the Phoenix King alone. I believe I am more than a match for it." "Are you sure?" Xia Fan asked, surprised by Mutuo's assertion. Mutuo nodded confidently. Xia Fan scrutinized Mutuo, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile and agreeing. "Very well, I will guide you in your battle against the Phoenix King. I believe you can defeat it." He then called down to Nei and the others. "You three, come up here." 3 seconds later, Nti, Reiku, and Suakun leapt from the giant tree below, ascending to the battleship. In a flash of white light, Xia Fan transformed into Mutuo again and teleported onto the ship, opening the hatch. He communicated telepathically to Nti and Suakun, instructing them to enter through the hatch, safeguard the battleship, and keep a watchful eye on every unconscious member of the Blue and White Society. Should anyone awaken, they were to swiftly render them unconscious once more. After all, this battleship, costing 800 billion, required the vigilance of 2 sacred beasts for peace of mind. With everything arranged, Xia Fan teleported outside, reverting to human form. Holding the camera high as he sat atop NEI's back and shouted, "Ho-Oh, I apologize for the prolonged wait. Might we relocate our battleground? Below us lies a critique city. And as legendary Pokémon, both you and Mew possess powers that could easily devastate this place in a fierce clash." Very well. Ho-Oh, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Instead, it cast a glance of approval at Xia Fan. He had not anticipated that the master of NTI and the others would also be a person of such broad-mindedness, which explained why they, along with Mew, willingly obeyed him. With a mighty flap of its wings, Ho-Oh began to distance itself from a critique city. Xia Fan patted NEI's back, urging it to keep pace at great speed. 10 minutes later, they traversed the dense forest to the north of a critique city and arrived at a vast ocean. Here, free from any Pokémon interference, Ho-Oh and Mew could unleash their powers without restraint. Come now, Mew, let me witness your strength. Soaring high above, Ho-Oh spread its wings and let out a triumphant cry to the sky. Under the blazing sun, its golden-red feathers radiated an air of majesty. Xia Fan gazed skyward, a slight smile gracing his lips. Little Mew, it seems you have been underestimated. If that is the case, let us showcase the prowess of one hailed as the ancestor of Pokémon. Little Mew, initiate with a wave bomb. Mew. In a dazzling display, Mew executed a 360-degree spin, conjuring a purplish-black energy sphere. With a gentle push, it unleashed a tremendous wave of energy that surged towards Ho-Oh, who awaited in the sky. In the face of this wave bomb, Ho-Oh folded its wings, summoning a white barrier in an instant. It sought to ascertain whether its opponent possessed the capability to contend with its might, much like it had done against the Blue-White Society's Mutwo team and NEI. Half a second later, the wave bomb collided with the white barrier. While the barrier successfully absorbed the impact, it shattered immediately thereafter. Impressive. The power of this wave bomb is commendable, Ho-Oh praised. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my sacred fire. With a tilt of its head, Ho-Oh unleashed a torrent of flames imbued with mysterious energy. Little Mew, teleport to evade its sacred fire and move closer. Xia Fan commanded decisively. In comparison to Ho-Oh's massive form, the petite Mew adeptly dodged the attack. Mew. In an instant, Mew vanished from midair, evading the scorching sacred fire as Xia Fan had anticipated. When it reappeared, Mew was now 100 meters above, adhering to Xia Fan's directive as it closed the gap towards Ho-Oh. Though I am uncertain of your intentions in approaching me, I shall not allow you to succeed, Ho-Oh declared, gazing downwards as it ceased its sacred fire and began to flap its broad wings rapidly. A ferocious gale surged towards Mew. However, against the backdrop of teleportation, even the fiercest storm could not deter Mew. Futile. With teleportation, this is merely a means to draw closer to my adversary. On the coastline, NTI raced across the waves, engulfed in flames, pursuing Mew while Xia Fan observed Ho-Oh conjuring winds overhead, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. As Mew gradually closed the distance, when it was merely a short stride away from Ho-Oh, Xia Fan urgently instructed, Little Mew, teleport above it and unleash your origin power. Swiftly, Mew materialized above Ho-Oh, simultaneously conjuring a towering grayish-white energy sphere from its chest. With a firm stomp, the energy sphere struck Ho-Oh's back at such proximity. A cry of pain erupted from Ho-Oh. However, that was not the end. Propelled by the origin power, Ho-Oh was sent plummeting into the ocean. Excellent, Xia Fan exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. As a legendary fire and flying-type Pokémon, Ho-Oh's greatest vulnerability lay in rock-type moves, which inflicted quadruple damage. Being a Pokémon capable of utilizing all types of moves, Mew could effortlessly wield rock-type techniques. Chapter 73, Ho-Oh vs. Mew, Part 2. Master, how did I perform? Mew joyfully sought praise from Xia Fan. Remarkably well. Your earlier display was magnificent. I have captured it on camera, Xia Fan replied, lifting his camera with a smile. Upon receiving the compliment, Mew joyfully descended. Yet, just as Mew was about to act, a surge of searing flames accompanied by scalding steam erupted from beneath the sea, hurtling towards Mew. Quickly, employ your barrier, Xia Fan urged with urgency. Caught off guard, Mew hastily activated the psychic-type barrier. A yellow circular shield enveloped Mew, swiftly enhancing its defensive capabilities. As the flames surged towards Mew, the barrier offered some protection. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force sent both Mew and the sphere hurtling into the sky. Fortunately, Mew emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, a cry from Ho-Oh echoed from the depths of the ocean. Instantly, the waves began to rise of their own accord. prompting Xia Fan to instruct Nei to flee swiftly. 3 seconds later, Ho-Oh, previously submerged by Mew's origin power, burst forth from the ocean. Enveloped in a dazzling array of colors, a radiant rainbow materialized across the sky. Ho-Oh cried out, its wings wide open, under the sunlight. Its battered form and injuries healed at an astonishing pace, returning to its former glory in less than 3 seconds. Its golden red feathers gleamed as if newly polished, tempting Xia Fan to pluck one for sale. Impressive. You are the first Pokemon to have ever forced me into the sea. Ho-Oh gazed intently at Mew, its telepathic communication conveying what seemed like praise, yet it held a serious undertone. Mew, observing Ho-Oh's unscathed state, replied with a hint of resignation. You are the second opponent I find somewhat troublesome. The second? Ho-Oh's expression betrayed dissatisfaction. It was incredulous that it was not the first. Who, then, was the first? A synthetic Pokemon created from my genes, Mewtwo. Mewtwo? Ho-Oh was taken aback, staring at Mew for a long while before finally declaring, from this day forth, I shall be the most formidable opponent in your recollection. With that, a radiant light emanated from Ho-Oh's eyes, and it ceased flapping its wings, suspending its form in midair. After a 2-second pause, Ho-Oh spread its wings wide, unleashing a thunderous cry that reverberated through the air. At an unimaginable speed, it surged towards Mew, its golden red wings transforming into searing, steamy torrents. Brave Bird, one of the most powerful moves in the flying type. In an instant, Ho-Oh appeared to dominate the sky and sea. Xia Fan's heart sank. If this attack landed, Mew would surely suffer grave harm. He hastily commanded Mew to evade. However, Ho-Oh's speed far surpassed Xia Fan's ability to relay orders. In the blink of an eye, Ho-Oh, with its wings fully extended, closed the distance to Mew. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, the gap dwindled rapidly. Mew, equally astonished, had not anticipated Ho-Oh's velocity to be so formidable. Whoosh! Mew vanished. In the final moment, as a legendary Pokemon, Mew instinctively reacted to the imminent threat by teleporting just in time. Reappearing 10 meters away, Mew watched Ho-Oh's strike miss, covering its mouth. It instinctively chuckled in relief at its cleverness. Yet, the sound was grating to Ho-Oh's ears, inciting its ire. Let us see whether your teleportation or my Brave Bird is quicker. Ho-Oh flapped its wings, executing a 180-degree turn in midair, once again charging towards Mew with blinding speed. Whoosh! As Ho-Oh closed the distance to merely half a meter, Mew vanished once more, reappearing 5 meters behind Ho-Oh. Let us see how many more times you can use that teleportation. Ho-Oh exclaimed in frustration, turning once again to pursue Mew. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. 5 times. By the 8th attempt, the ethereal teleportation began to exhibit slight hesitations and sluggishness, beads of cold sweat forming on the face. It was evident that overexertion had led to a depletion of stamina and energy. Splendid. The Phoenix King was overjoyed, pivoting to charge once more. However, just as it was about to collide, the elusive Mew appeared in a state of panic, frantically waving its hands while illuminating a camera. Wait, I am not Mew. I am its master. With a whoosh, the Phoenix King soared overhead. Mew exhaled in relief. I am Xia Fan, its master. Where's Mew? Xia Fan's telepathy resonated within the Phoenix King's mind, guiding it toward the right direction. Earlier, having been unable to discern the battle between Mew and the Phoenix King while hovering over the ocean, Xia Fan transformed into Mew's likeness, using telekinesis to elevate the camera alongside itself into the air. Following Xia Fan's gesture, the Phoenix King indeed spotted another Mew hovering above it, displaying a visage of bewilderment, devoid of any signs of fatigue or perspiration. The Phoenix King thought to itself, what a waste of my joy. Chapter 74, Phoenix King vs. Mew, Part 2. Are you truly human or a Pokemon? The Phoenix King's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. It had long wished to inquire since witnessing Xia Fan transform from human to Pokemon multiple times. Xia Fan replied, I am human. As for the reasons, it is a lengthy tale. Therefore, once this battle concludes, I shall allow Nei to explain everything, for it is fully aware. With Nei, the successful brainwasher, such tedious explanations need not be delivered by him personally henceforth. The primary objective now was to subdue the Phoenix King and subsequently capture it. Just moments ago, an idea struck Xia Fan, a skill that could only be deemed divine when wielded by Mew. The battle raged on. Xia Fan, equipped with the camera, executed a swift teleportation to a safe distance. However, just as he vanished, his telepathy resonated in Mew's consciousness. Little Mew, quickly, use the skill to seal. Mew hesitated for a moment, and taking advantage of the Phoenix King's momentary distraction, it obediently spread its hands. In the next heartbeat, an invisible net, interwoven with translucent runes, sprang forth from its palms. Mew gently pushed forward, and the intangible net instantaneously penetrated the Phoenix King's body. At that moment, the Phoenix King was preparing to unleash a sacred fire, already in the process of gathering energy. When the invisible net invaded its form, it initially froze in surprise, then panicked, fearing it had fallen victim to a formidable attack. However, it soon realized that it felt neither injured nor affected, prompting a surge of anger, convinced that Mew had merely toyed with it by casting a trivial skill to frighten it. Yet, in the very next instant, the Phoenix King's demeanor shifted to one of unease, as it was on the verge of completing its energy accumulation to launch a counteroffensive against Mew. The energy within it inexplicably dissipated. "What is happening?" the Phoenix King exclaimed in shock. Without energy, it could not execute its sacred fire. It was akin to a fighter jet unable to take off without fuel. Just moments before, it had successfully gathered energy. How could it vanish so abruptly? Unwilling to accept defeat, the Phoenix King attempted to gather energy once more, only to find it utterly impossible. Any effort to accumulate even the slightest energy was met with immediate dispersion. "What did you do to me?" the Phoenix King glared at Mew. "I used the sealing skill on you," Xia Fan interjected from a safe distance. "This skill is unavoidable and indestructible. Whenever the opponent possesses the same skill, they cannot employ it, and your sacred fire just so happens to be one that Mew can use." Mew, pleased by its master's praise, twirled joyfully before the Phoenix King. To prove its prowess, it remained suspended in midair for 2 seconds, then unleashed a powerful sacred fire. However, due to its diminutive stature, the execution of the sacred fire appeared rather comical. Xia Fan could not help but raise his hands in exasperation. "Why must you demonstrate this? Your physique makes the comparison between your sacred fire and the Phoenix King's utterly ridiculous." Yet the Phoenix King perceived it differently. For some reason, it felt insulted by the seemingly harmless creature in the distance. With a resounding cry, the Phoenix King began to gather flames in its mouth. Yet just as it was about to release them, the flames abruptly vanished. Xia Fan remarked, "Phoenix King, were you attempting to use flamethrower?" "Apologies. But Mew can execute that as well." No sooner had he spoken than Mew showcased its own flamethrower. Frustrated, the Phoenix King began to cycle through its array of skills, determined to prove that Mew could not replicate all of them. Gust, Psychic, Sunny Day, Fire Blast, Judgment, Origin Pulse, Sacred Shield, Recover, and Oblivion Wing, all were attempted to no avail. Eventually, Xia Fan could no longer bear to watch, sensing that if he did not intervene, the Phoenix King might become utterly despondent. "Phoenix King, in truth, your signature skill, Sacred Fire, is one that Mew cannot replicate." On the brink of despair, the Phoenix King closed its eyes, mentally deliberating. In the next moment, a flame imbued with mysterious power finally erupted from its mouth. The Phoenix King, exhilarated as a child, aimed the sacred fire directly at Mew's face. However, Mew was no fool. Evading a single sacred fire was not a trivial task. With a swift teleportation, it found itself above the Phoenix King, then raised one hand skyward as a colossal origin pulse began to coalesce at an astonishing speed between its fingers. 1 yard high, 2 yards high, 3 yards high, 4 yards high, 5 yards high. Upon reaching a height of 10 yards, the entire sky was obscured by Mew's origin pulse, accomplished in merely 2 seconds. At this moment, Xia Fan instructed Mew to continually enhance his buffs, while the Phoenix King was still racking its brain to employ skills, utilizing meditation and conspiracy to amplify his special attack, all for this very moment. The Phoenix King, still reveling in its earlier triumph, suddenly felt the sunlight being eclipsed and looked up. In the next heartbeat, gazing upon the sky-darkening origin pulse, the Phoenix King was astounded. It even swallowed its sacred fire in shock. Was this some sort of jest? How could such a vast origin pulse exist? It itself barely measured more than a yard, while this origin pulse towered as high as 10 of its kind. If it were to be struck by such a force, the Phoenix King's expression grew increasingly distressed. With the inability to utilize its self-recovery or protective skills, it feared it would emerge not unscathed, but rather severely injured. "I concede." Chapter 75, Captured. The Phoenix King admitted defeat. Without hesitation, Xia Fan commanded Mew to dissipate the origin pulse, and then used telekinesis to catch himself and the camera. With a flash of white light, Xia Fan transformed back into human form and hurled a pokeball toward the Phoenix King. A crimson glow enveloped it, and the Phoenix King was drawn inside. 3 seconds later, a long-awaited system notification resonated in Xia Fan's mind, accompanied by the appearance of a system panel before him. Ding! Successfully captured the Pokémon Phoenix King. Please select one skill from its repertoire as your own. Fire and Flying type Legendary Pokémon, Phoenix King. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, causes opponents to feel tense, with a 10 chance of skill failure. Hidden ability, regenerator, recovers health gradually after being injured. Held item, none. The skills available are as follows. Sacred Fire, attacks the opponent with unimaginable speed and destructive power upon completion of energy gathering. Fire Blast, incinerates the opponent with a large flame, occasionally inflicting a burn status. Holy Fire, attacking foes with this mysterious flame may occasionally inflict a burn status upon them. Sunny Day, upon invoking this move, the weather transforms into a blazing sunny day, enhancing the power of Fire-type moves by 50 while diminishing the potency of Water-type moves by 50. During this sunny weather, moves like Solar Beam and Solar Blade can be executed without charge time. Photosynthesis, meditation, by calming the mind and focusing, one can elevate their special attack and special defense. Self-restoration, allows cells to regenerate, restoring half of one's maximum health. The powerful moves of Ho-Oh are numerous, and after contemplating for a while, Xia Fan realized that having only one defensive skill would not suffice for his survival. He feared that an unexpected ambush could prove fatal. Ho-Oh, embodying the Phoenix, possesses an extraordinary vitality characterized by rebirth through flames. Choosing its self-restoration would undoubtedly bolster his prowess. However, in the next moment, Xia Fan caught sight of Ho-Oh and Nei's unique skill, Holy Fire, and felt a pang of reluctance. Having overlooked Nei's move earlier, he understood that if he didn't seize this opportunity, it might never present itself again. After much deliberation, Xia Fan reached a conclusion. I choose Ho-Oh as Holy Fire, he declared inwardly. In an instant, Xia Fan sensed a transformation within his body, as if a roaring flame had ignited within him. This fire lay dormant inside, causing no discomfort, but rather enveloping him in warmth. Xia Fan turned to Dream Eater and asked him to turn off the camera. The live broadcast had reached this point, and everything that needed to be shown had already been revealed. He believed the name Temple of the Gods was now etched in the minds of every viewer, and he need not mention it further, lest he diminish its significance. Removing his mask and taking a deep breath, Xia Fan prepared to test the Holy Fire. Just as he was about to proceed, a memory flashed through his mind, an image from his childhood of a young boy conjuring flames by the lakeside. Mimicking the boy's gestures, Xia Fan clumsily attempted the same, shouting, "Fire release, great fireball technique." With a whoosh, he expelled a torrent of searing flame imbued with mysterious energy, radiating an air of adolescent bravado. Dream Eater remarked, "That was an odd display." Nti sighed, "Why does this master always engage in such incomprehensible antics?" Ho-Oh pondered, "Is this fellow truly the one who has captured both Dream Eater and me?" Satisfied with his invocation of the Holy Fire, Xia Fan patted his chest contentedly. After Dream Eater led him back to the ground to meet Nti, he retrieved a Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed Ho-Oh, who appeared perplexed. Before it could utilize telepathy, Xia Fan pointed towards Nti and said, "Ho-Oh, I understand you have countless questions right now. Speak with Nti, as your former subordinate. He will relay the truth to you. I trust you know he speaks only the truth." Nti stepped forward confidently. "Master, if nothing else, Pokemon have a knack for honesty." Ho-Oh gazed at Nti for a few seconds before slowly nodding in agreement. Among the three legendary beasts, Nti was indeed the most trustworthy in Ho-Oh's recollection. Before long, Ho-Oh and Nti were engaged in a telepathic conversation, with Ho-Oh occasionally casting surprised glances at Xia Fan. Once Nti had finished explaining to Ho-Oh, Xia Fan felt an urgent need to return to Yuanzhou City. There were 80 billion battleships and 20 billion wealthy patrons awaiting his arrival. 10 minutes later, they arrived back in Yuanzhou City, where the battleships hovered in the air. With a flash of white light, Xia Fan transformed into Dream Eater and instantaneously teleported aboard. 200 billion, here I come. Chapter 76. Just playing around. A splash of cold water jolted Lank by awake. Groggy, his eyes first landed on a smiling boy. To the boy's left stood Suicune, and to his right, Reiku, with Dream Eater floating above them. "It's you," Lank by exclaimed, instantly recognizing the boy as the masked figure who had stolen his battleship. Looking around, he noticed many members of his blue-white society unconscious nearby, with only a few of the Mutuo team remaining. "What about Ho-Oh?" "Oh, I have captured it," the boy replied with a grin and a shrug. "You." Lankby felt a sharp pang of anguish. All his meticulously crafted plans had become the boy's trophy. "Never mind that. Do you remember what I said?" "What was it?" "I want it all." Lankby watched as the boy produced a familiar smartphone. Hastily, he searched his own clothes. "That phone is yours. Now, you have two options. First, engage in a bounty battle with me, wagering all our money. Second, I can end your life right now, stripping you of everything and forcing you to start anew in Luya Town. The boy smirked, hands spread wide. If you choose the first option, I can lower the difficulty. You may select any one of my Pokemon to face off against. My Pokemon include Dream Eater, Ho-Oh, and Ti, Raikou, and Suicune. Choose one. If you can defeat it, I will surrender all my assets to you and return the battleship to its rightful owner. Link by thought. Is this brat serious? Challenging a legendary Pokemon without any technological aid is impossible. He might as well just say he wants to rob me of my remaining 200 billion. I choose the second option, Lank by declared defiantly. In victory or defeat, I refuse to let you take my 200 billion. Are you sure? If you choose the first option, even if you lose, your Pokemon will remain under your control. Lank Bai's resolve surprised Xia Fan, who hadn't anticipated such steadfastness. I am certain, Lank Bai retorted fiercely. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. If I flinch, then I am a dog. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, licked his lips, and cracked his neck before clapping his hands and expressionlessly stating, Little dream. Since this fellow is so intent on death, let us oblige him. Transform into Jengar and cast Hypnosis first, followed by Nightmare. Design the Nightmare to take place at sunset, where he is suspended from a post, enduring endless torment. Let it repeat 10,000 times. Following that, create a warm life for him, allowing him to be reborn as a healthy infant and grow up to have a blissful marriage with children. However, on their first birthday, they will be confronted by a gang of ruthless bandits, forcing him to witness the humiliation and death of his loved ones. This too shall repeat 10,000 times, erasing his memories each time. After this idyllic life, we shall present him with another. Silence. Lank Bai could no longer contain himself, his face pale as he interrupted Xia Fan. You said you would kill me. Why must you torment me like this? Indeed, I shall kill you. But is it not reasonable to let you experience a nightmare first? The boy shrugged impassively. To me, even if you endure a nightmare for 1,000 years, it will only be a moment. Lank Bai gazed at the boy before him, who resembled a demon, and trembled with terror. You, what of me? I merely wish to postpone your demise, allowing you to experience a nightmare. Ah, just playing around. Blue Kubai's fingers trembled as he pointed at the suddenly arrogant Xia Fan, exclaiming, You. His chest heaved with agitation, feeling as if he might be driven to the brink of fury. You've won. I'm terrified. I choose the first option. My payment password is 68. 10 seconds later, Blue Kubai relented, his hair visibly turning gray. It was evident he had just endured an intense psychological struggle. Surrendering outright? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the challenge. Blue Kubai merely sneered. They were all akin to black turtles in the murky waters. Everyone understood the black hearts involved. Regardless of whether he could win, he doubted Xia Fan would allow him to leave unscathed. He was certain there would be pressure for a rematch. Disagreement? Refusing would surely lead to hypnosis and nightmarish repercussions. After successfully transferring 200 billion, Xia Fan beamed as he returned the phone to Blue Kubai. I've left you with 10,000. Consider it a reward for my next question. Tell me why one cannot exit the game? What exactly happened? Do not feign ignorance. I know you possess the knowledge, or else I might unleash a nightmare warning. Chapter 77. Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies? It's because the game has a bug that traps players inside, allowing entry but barring exit. Blue Kubai did not evade the truth, but confessed openly. Xia Fan nodded slightly. Did you know of this bug beforehand? I heard from your subordinate that you insisted they all log in on the game's launch day. Subordinate? Who told you? Blue Kubai's tone harbored hints of irritation, as if he could not bear the thought of betrayal. Xia Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need to inquire who said it. You lack the means for retaliation now. Besides, in my presence, do you think anyone dares to lie? Blue Kubai paused, and the fury on his face dissipated as realization dawned. Indeed, in the presence of this rascal, no one would dare to conceal the truth. It was an insider at Tianxin Technology who informed me, just a day before launch, about an irreparable bug in the game. If one wished to continue playing, they had to log in on the global launch day, or they would never gain access again. Then why did you still enter? Xia Fan scrutinized Blue Kubai. Also, since Tianxin Technology was aware of the bug, why didn't they delay the launch? Because I sold the company and invested all my money into it. If there's a bug, why not withdraw? Why should I retreat? What is so appealing about the real world? Isn't it far better to indulge in a world filled with Pokemon? Xia Fan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend his companion's logic. With 1,000 billion in the real world, wouldn't you also have the freedom to indulge? He imagined that if he possessed such wealth, he would be laughing in his sleep. Blue Kubai continued. Moreover, what distinguishes this world from reality? What can be enjoyed there can also be enjoyed here. And what cannot be savored there can be relished here. provided one has the funds. All right, I shan't delve further into your affluent indulgences. Xia Fan waved his hand. Now, answer my second question. Since Tianxin Technology is aware of the bug, why did they not postpone the launch? Do they not fear being held accountable by the world the following day? I don't know. Blue Kubai shook his head. As he noticed Xia Fan's expression shift to one of incredulity, he hastily added, I truly don't know. I asked that insider, and his response was to disregard it. Play if you wish, or leave if you don't. Upon hearing that, I was incensed. For no one had ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Therefore, I covertly reported it to the authorities. And then, Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Blue Kubai sighed. The authorities ignored me, but I suspect they were aware. Later, I had someone post about it, only for it to be deleted immediately. It was the same across all platforms. Ultimately, that insider warned me that if I caused any more trouble, my account would be cancelled and my funds forfeited. So I had no choice but to drop the matter. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan's brows knitted into a frown, his gaze scrutinizing Blue Kubai. Blue Kubai raised his hands. I swear to the heavens, if I'm lying, may I be struck down. Xia Fan remained silent, lost in contemplation. If this individual spoke the truth, then the situation became increasingly alarming. If their government was aware, surely others around the globe were too. Yet Tianxin Technology still announced the launch, suggesting either complicity or that this action was sanctioned by higher authorities. But why would they do such a thing? Wouldn't he trapping all players within the game incite global turmoil? Xia Fan rubbed his temples, struggling to fathom the machinations of the governments and Tianxin Technology. Such behavior defied all reason. Could it be an attempt at population control? In the next moment, Xia Fan dismissed that notion. Population elimination wouldn't occur in such a manner. Those who could afford the game were hardly from the lowest echelons. If that were the case, either his mind had gone awry, or the entire world had succumbed to madness. Could it be that extraterrestrials had taken control of global leaders, aiming to ensnare humanity within the game and seize our planet? At that moment, a girl's voice interrupted Xia Fan's thoughts. He looked up to see a girl clad in a blue and white uniform, evidently having awakened from unconsciousness, and overheard the conversation between him and Blue Kubai. Impossible. Blue Kubai swiftly refuted the girl. Your line of thinking is utterly unfounded and lacks any semblance of logic. It's more plausible to speak of population control. Xia Fan nodded in agreement with Blue Kubai. Extraterrestrials? Spare me the nonsense. But then, Xia Fan's pupils constricted sharply, a terrifying idea surfacing in his mind. If he had a system, then why could extraterrestrials not exist? After all, it was all rather absurd. Yet what if the absurd became reality? What if this world was not merely a game, but something genuine? Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Which world is the true reality? Or are both worlds real? Damn, could it be any more absurd? Chapter 78, Recruitment. Xia Fan's head throbbed painfully, an amalgamation of chaotic thoughts swirling within. He felt that if he continued to spiral into such wild musings, he might very well fracture mentally. Shaking his head, he resolved to abandon these thoughts, casting them aside. The boat would surely navigate the bridge when it arrived. He would undoubtedly uncover the truth in due time. What he ought to do now was to seize what needed seizing and recruit what needed recruiting. Thus, Xia Fan turned to the girl who had awakened. Miss, you currently face two paths. The first, engage in a bounty battle with me, wagering all our wealth. The second, endure a nightmarish cycle of reincarnation before I eliminate you, stripping you of everything and forcing you to start anew in Rui Town. The girl exclaimed. Are you serious? Weren't we discussing the impossibility of exiting the game? How did the topic shift to robbing ourselves? President. The girl anxiously glanced at Blue Kubai. Why are you looking at him? He has already transferred over 200 billion to me. Can he protect you? Xia Fan shot a glance at Blue Kubai. President, please reveal your phone balance to this young lady. Blue Kubai, with a face of resignation, displayed his phone, revealing a mere 10,000 balance. Now do you understand what choice to make? Xia Fan said with a smile. If you choose the first option and then surrender and transfer, I might consider giving you a discount due to your beauty. What discount? I'll leave you with 100. The girl, disheartened, transferred 25,000 to Xia Fan with a forlorn expression. Upon receiving the transfer, Xia Fan cast a glance at the ground. Shui Jun, a single blast from the water gun will awaken them all. It's too much trouble to question each one individually. A minute later, the members of the Blue-White Society and the Dream Team were all roused from their slumber. Xia Fan reiterated his earlier proposition, inviting them to engage in a thrilling bounty battle. Initially, some contemplated resistance. Yet upon witnessing that Blue Kubai's mobile balance had plummeted from 2 billion to a mere 10,000, They obediently proceeded to transfer their funds. One by one, they formed a queue to transfer money to Xia Fan. When one member of the Dream Team approached Xia Fan, he was halted. By the way, why does your Dream Team possess so many legendary birds? The man looked at Xia Fan in trepidation. Because we discovered the flock of legendary birds and captured them all. And those we brought this time are devoid of divine attributes. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Have you managed to capture any with divine attributes? Only molters, the man replied. Shaking his head, the others, Articuno and Zapdos, are still in planning stages. Xia Fan nodded. By the way, since you call yourselves the Dream Team, have you located the position of Mutuo? This query caused the man to hesitate, glancing back at his companions, but Xia Fan's voice rang in his ears. If you dare look back even once, I'll have Mew send you into a nightmare to experience what it means to desire death, but be unable to escape. The man broke into a cold sweat, stammering. I heard it's been found, but I don't know the specifics. All I know is that everything we are doing now is to prepare for capturing Mutuo. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan glanced at the other members of the Dream Team, noting their uncomfortable expressions, and understood the man was likely telling the truth. An hour later, all transfers were completed. Xia Fan clapped his hands. All right. Since you've all transferred your funds to me, I can now offer you two choices. The first, join my pantheon and serve me henceforth. The second, pack your bags and live as ordinary Pokemon trainers in this world. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. If you choose the latter, I will not obstruct your path. The members of the Dream Team and the Blue-White Society exchanged glances. Xia Fan continued. Those opting for the first choice, stand to the left. Those choosing the second, stand to the right. You have 2 minutes to decide. After 2 minutes, only 7 or 8 chose the first option, while the rest opted for the second. Xia Fan licked his lips. The treatment in my pantheon is akin to that of the Blue-White Society. As soon as he spoke, the number of those choosing the first option surged, leaving only 15 on the second path, 10 of whom were still from the Dream Team. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Now that we've chosen the second option, can we leave? Blue Kubai inquired. Having lost 2 billion in funds and an 8 billion value combat ship, he adamantly refused to join the Pantheon. Of course, Xia Fan agreed, but then called out to the members of the Dream Team behind Blue Kubai. However, you all need to wait a moment. Are you having second thoughts? The Dream Team members questioned anxiously. Second thoughts? Xia Fan chuckled. I merely want you to convey a message to your leader. In a few days, I will be heading to your Kanto region, so he should expedite the capture of Mutuo, lest when I arrive, you find yourselves utterly powerless to resist. The Dream Team members exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they departed. Xia Fan watched their retreating figures and then whispered to Shui Jun, follow them discreetly. Once I have everything arranged, I will head to the Kanto region to meet you. Shui Jun departed the battleship. Meanwhile, Xia Fan began assigning tasks to the Blue-White Society members who chose to join the Pantheon, instructing them to seek out more members to join, while selecting a leader among them and allocating 10 million for operational funds. Once these trivial matters were settled, Xia Fan piloted the battleship away. 2 hours later, he arrived at the forest south of Kikyo City, the very place where he had first encountered NEI. Xia Fan parked the battleship within the forest, commanding the Pokemon there to keep watch. Should any outsiders approach, they were to be swiftly repelled. After making these arrangements, Xia Fan departed with Mew and Ho-Oh. Initially, he had intended to travel to the Kanto region in the battleship to make a grand entrance. But upon learning from a Blue-White Society member that it would cost 1 billion to operate for a day, he promptly decided to leave it there for future use. Chapter 79, News Buzz. Ho-Oh, do you know where Lugia is? On the way to the Kanto region, Xia Fan, seated upon Ho-Oh's back, suddenly inquired. Indeed, Ho-Oh's telepathic voice resonated in Xia Fan's mind. It had learned everything from NDI. Where is it? Let us seek it out and recruit it, Xia Fan exclaimed with delight, not expecting Ho-Oh to possess such knowledge. However, in the next moment, Ho-Oh cautioned, I advise against going there now. Why not? Because, Master, the only way to capture it is to obtain the silver feather and then seek it out. That is its feather. Only a person who possesses the silver feather can battle and capture it, thus commanding its obedience. So it's akin to your rainbow feather? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Do you know where the silver feather is? I do not. Xia Fan sighed, his head aching. It seemed he needed to collect yet another item to capture it. However, I know who might possess it. And who might that be? The legendary birds. Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos? Yes, Ho-Oh elegantly nodded. But I refer specifically to the 3 legendary birds with divine attributes. Their standing is equivalent to that of Inti, Reiku, and Shui Jun beneath me. If Lugia values them, it is likely to grant one of them a silver feather. Xia Fan pondered, lightly biting his lip in thought. He recalled that the Dream Team member had mentioned capturing a divine Moltres, while Articuno and Zapdos were still in the planning phase. He hoped it wasn't on Moltres. If it were, he would have to offer his apologies to the Dream Team in advance. Xia Fan murmured, then patted Ho-Oh's wing, urging it to speed up. 2 hours later, Xia Fan arrived at the city of Ayanami in the Kanto region. To avoid drawing attention with Ho-Oh's arrival, he stored it in a Pokeball and transformed into a Pidgeot, flying into the foliage of the city below before reverting to his human form. Ho-Oh, how much longer until Shuei Jun arrives in the Kanto region? Upon landing, Xia Fan murmured softly while holding the Pokeball. It may take another 4 to 5 hours. Ho-Oh's telepathic voice responded. Such a long wait. Xia Fan scratched his head. The reason for landing in Ayanami City was that he had previously inquired whether Ho-Oh sensed Shuei Jun's whereabouts in the Kanto region, only to receive the response that they were still en route and had yet to arrive. Reluctantly, hearing this, Xia Fan chose to wait in Ayanami City. In that case, let us find a place to have a hearty meal. Stepping out from the thicket, Xia Fan took out another Pokeball and murmured, Xiaohuan, what would you like to eat? I promised you a good meal before, and now I shall fulfill that promise. With a flash of red light, a Pikachu appeared on Xia Fan's shoulder, and simultaneously, he heard a telepathic message in his mind. Let us take a look first. Pikachu gulped, standing on Xia Fan's shoulder and directing him where to go. Xia Fan smiled, not refusing, and began wandering the streets of Ayanami City, following Mew's guidance. With an abundance of delectable offerings in the Kanto region, Mew was dazzled by choice, resulting in an entire hour spent before finally selecting a time-honored restaurant with a 10-meter-long queue. Weavee arrived at last. Xia Fan clutched his abdomen, feeling a sense of helplessness within. There was no choice. His beloved Pokemon must be pampered. During the wait, which was the most tedious part, Xia Fan could only take out his phone and scroll through the news to pass the time. Before long, he stumbled upon articles about himself. The headlines read, Mythical Beast Man emerges in Chengdu, the largest underground organization in Chengdu, the Blue-White Society, thwarted by the Mythical Beast Man's intervention. The legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh captured by the Mythical Beast Man, and a review of the most difficult mythical Pokemon to control. Surprisingly, Ho-Oh is not the strongest. There were numerous such headlines. As long as they were related to him, they all trended, with discussions pouring in from every corner. Initially, Xia Fan thought the discussions were limited to Chengdu, but while queuing, he suddenly overheard a few young people ahead fervently discussing him. Their words were laced with admiration, and Xia Fan felt an urge to step forward and say, Brothers, I am your idol. Would you allow me to cut in line? I could offer you an autograph. However, as he took a step, he realized how undignified that would sound, so he obediently continued to wait in line. After all, once one gains fame, a touch of the idol's aura should be maintained. Thus, he found pleasure in silently soaking up their flattery. After an hour of waiting, Xia Fan finally entered the restaurant. The television inside was broadcasting a fierce battle between Mew and Ho-Oh, while other diners animatedly discussed the mythical beast man guided by the waiter. Xia Fan entered a private room. After a lavish spread of dishes was served, he released Inti and Reiku, allowing them to dine alongside Mew. While he stepped out of the room with a bowl of rice, cheerfully listening to the patron's admiration for him. Whenever someone praised him just right, he would enthusiastically shout for more dishes, declaring that he was treating them. This left the diners bemused. After spending 3 hours in the restaurant, Suicune finally arrived. Reluctantly, Xia Fan left this bustling haven of conversation behind, following Ho-Oh's guidance to meet Suicune. On the way to their rendezvous, Xia Fan switched his phone's region setting to Kanto, scrolling through the heated discussions about himself in that area. He chuckled as he browsed through the trending topics until he reached the very end of the list, where his smile faltered. The Pokemon Trainer competition will be held in Ecrutique City on July 9th. The ultimate winner will receive the legendary Silver Feather. July 9th? That was just the day after tomorrow. Xia Fan's expression was one of disbelief. When had his luck turned so fortuitous? He was just contemplating searching for the Silver Feather, and now it was being handed to him on a silver platter. Was he truly the chosen one in this world, where every thought manifested into reality? Mewtwo Mew, come forth for a battle, he suddenly called out. Yet, he was met with a chorus of bewildered stares. A passing player couldn't help but comment, Dude, how many dishes have you had to drink this much? Maintaining a calm facade, Xia Fan quickly walked away. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan and Suicune met in a thicket on the western side of Ecrutique City. Upon seeing Xia Fan, Suicune's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Master, how did you end up here? Xia Fan hesitated before explaining. Well, I didn't expect Ho-Oh to fly that much faster than you all. Suicune's astonished expression immediately shifted to one of exasperation. So, All that effort in chasing those guys to Kanto was for what? Don't be like that. It wasn't a complete waste, Xia Fan replied apologetically, gently patting Suicune. I just received news that there will be a trainer competition in a Critique City the day after tomorrow, with the ultimate prize being the silver feather necessary for capturing Ligia. I need to get there, so I'll need your assistance in closely tracking those individuals. But rest assured, I will definitely treat you to a grand meal the next time we meet. Sorry, unlike Mew, I don't enjoy human food, Suicune huffed, turning away with an air of pride as it resumed its pursuit. Suicune was upset. Mew's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. He sighed. I didn't expect Ho-Oh to be so much faster. So it's my fault then, master? Ho-Oh's voice resonated in Xia Fan's mind, carrying a tone of a confident older sister, causing Xia Fan's face to stiffen momentarily. A single thought raced through his mind. Danger. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly wore a heartbroken expression. No, it's all my fault. If I had known you better, this wouldn't have happened. As he finished speaking, NTI and Reiku inside their Pokeballs were rendered speechless. Here we go again, they sighed. As for Ho-Oh, it was taken aback, not expecting Xia Fan to so candidly admit his faults, making it feel somewhat embarrassed. Don't say that, it's not your fault. After all, I've just joined your team. I believe that as we spend more time together, you won't feel this way. Ho-Oh's voice took on the tone of an understanding older sister. Upon hearing this, NTI and Reiku exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. As expected, Lady Ho-Oh has fallen for it. Having accompanied Xia Fan for this long, they had come to a conclusion. It was better to believe in ghosts than to trust Xia's words. He could turn the dead into the living with his tongue. An hour later, Xia Fan arrived in a Critique City via Ho-Oh. Unlike Chengdu's coastal city of Shallow Blue, a Critique City was an international port city by the sea, where cruise ships could travel worldwide, and many vessels from various regions frequently docked here. As a result, it was common to see Pokémon from other areas. Upon arriving in a Critique City, Xia Fan's first action was to buy a large bag of ice cream. When he had reached Shallow Blue, he had done the same, leading his little Snorlax and Mew while enjoying ice cream and searching for Reiku's whereabouts. Now, he was accompanied only by Mew, indulging in ice cream while seeking out the competition registration address noted on his phone. NTI and Reiku watched with a hint of envy. Transforming was indeed a wonderful ability. By the way, Ho-Oh, what do you usually eat? I'll find a way to get it for you. Halfway through licking his ice cream, Xia Fan suddenly remembered a crucial question. Due to size constraints, he had yet to offer Ho-Oh anything to eat. Not even a sip of water. Though it was a powerful legendary Pokémon, it still needed sustenance to absorb energy, unlike NEI and Reiku, who could be released in a spacious room to feast. The food I eat, master, you cannot procure. Ho-Oh's delicate voice echoed. Those items only grow in specific locations. If possible, you could find a secluded spot during the night and release me. I can forage for food myself and likely return by dawn. Hearing this, Xia Fan handed the ice cream bag to Mew for safekeeping and dashed to a corner. In a flash of white light, he transformed into a Pidgeot and soared away. 2 minutes later, he returned. Xia Fan picked up the bag and continued searching for the registration address. After meandering for another half hour, they finally located the competition registration site. However, upon seeing the long queue stretching several meters, Xia Fan couldn't help but frown. Why were there so many people lining up to register at this hour? Was it truly necessary? His displeasure caught the attention of a middle-aged man wearing a hat, who approached him. Excuse me, young man, are you looking to register for the Pokemon Trainer competition opening the day after tomorrow? Xia Fan nodded in response. Are you pressed for time and reluctant to wait in line? Xia Fan nodded slightly. The man immediately revealed a crooked smile. I have a way to assist you. What method is that? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Follow me, the man said, pulling Xia Fan to the third position in line. This spot can be sold to you for 20,000. Xia Fan's expression transformed at this revelation. Who on earth brought the scalpers here? Truly impressive. He decisively handed over the money and took the coveted third position. For him, anything that could be resolved with money was hardly a concern. After all, with over 20 billion at his disposal, he was undoubtedly the most dapper gentleman in this world. However, a minute later, when it was time for Xia Fan to register, he paused at the 5,000 registration fee, lost in thought. It wasn't that he found it exorbitant, but rather he suspected that this competition might simply be a ruse by Silver Feather to swindle money. 5,000 just to register? What kind of unscrupulous organizers are these? After much contemplation, Xia Fan ultimately decided to pay the fee. Yet, if he were to win and not receive anything from Silver Feather, he would storm over to the organizer's headquarters and demand a thorough bounty battle. Chapter 81. The Four Kings of Kanto, Kona. 2 days later, in the contestant waiting area of the Kurai City Pokemon Trainer Tournament, Xia Fan reclined on a lounge chair, taking a brief respite. Surrounding him, numerous trainers were engaged in pre-competition training for their Pokémon. Before long, a commotion erupted in the waiting area, jolting Xia Fan from his slumber. Beyond, propping himself up in his chair, casting an impatient glance towards the source of the noise. However, the crowd was too dense for him to see anything, and he could only glean fragments of critical information from the den. One of the Elite Four of the Kanto region, the Ice-type Master Kona, had arrived with her disciple for the competition. Upon hearing this news, Xia Fan couldn't help but be intrigued and wished to push through the crowd for a closer look. In his recollection, Kona was not only immensely powerful in the Pokemon realm, but also a strikingly mature beauty. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and Xia Fan was no exception. It was not against the law to admire a woman blessed with both strength and beauty. Unfortunately, the throngs of infatuated onlookers made it difficult for him to get closer. Licking his lips, Xia Fan pondered for a moment. 2 seconds later, he snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning descended from the clear blue sky. As the waiting area was outdoors, the lightning struck a large tree within the vicinity. The sound of thunder was deafening, nearly scaring the souls out of everyone present. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Fan pushed his way to the front of the crowd and caught sight of a woman with vibrant red hair, clad in a form-fitting professional outfit. She was currently gazing in astonishment at the tree struck by lightning. Teacher, a thunderstorm on a clear day is an ominous sign, indicating that there are surely ill-fated individuals among this crowd. It would be wise for us to avoid contact with them, said a striking young man standing behind Kona, dressed in a suit and surveying the surrounding trainers with a disdainful gaze, as if guarding his prized possession. Jiaren, you understand this? Kona inquired, glancing at the young man. He withdrew his scornful gaze and replied amicably, I learned this from my grandfather, teacher. I can sense the aura of filth emanating from these individuals. The recent lightning was aimed at dispelling this negative energy. So you must keep your distance to avoid being struck. Aura of filth? Is there such a concept? Kona responded, visibly surprised. Can I learn this skill from you? Jiaren shook his head. I'm afraid not, teacher. This skill is unique to our family. Only those of our bloodline can perceive it. Very well then, Kona said, somewhat disappointed, as she prepared to leave with the young man. Meanwhile, Xia Fan, having overheard their conversation, couldn't help but smirk. This Jiaren was also a player, wasn't he? His absurd ability was on par with Xia Fan's own. The lightning skill he casually wielded was now being described as a means to dispel negative energy by this charlatan. The trainers around them, having regained their composure from the thunder, began to cast unfriendly glances. How ridiculous! One exclaimed, you are the one cloaked in filth. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly unleashed another bolt of lightning, startling everyone once more. The most terrified among them was Jiaren, as the lightning struck precisely 1 meter behind him, right where he had been standing moments before. Jiaren, his face ashen, turned to Kona and said, Teacher, we must leave quickly. The negative energy surrounding these individuals has become potent enough to invite the wrath of lightning. Thankfully, I had a premonition, otherwise I would have already met my demise. Kona swallowed hard, glancing at the charred ground behind them, feeling a sense of unease. I'll heed your advice. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, impressed by Jiaren's far-fetched claims. Was he really able to pull that off? As a professional debunker, Xia Fan was determined to expose this fraud today. Snap! A crisp snap echoed through the air. In the next moment, under the gaze of the crowd, a third bolt of lightning struck down, landing just a meter in front of Jiaren. This time, it sent him sprawling to the ground, his complexion pale as a sheet. Xia Fan stroked his chin and exclaimed in feigned astonishment. Ah, 2 out of 3 bolts seem to be aimed at Mr. Jiaren. Surely, the true source of negative energy doesn't reside within him, does it? That makes sense. The other trainers, who shared a disdain for Jiaren, quickly chimed in, asserting that the genuine aura of filth originated from him. Jiaren, flustered, retorted, You're speaking nonsense. How could I attract lightning after being with my teacher for so long? Clearly, it is your presence that provoked it, otherwise. Why would lightning strike as soon as we arrived? The trainers were momentarily taken aback, finding it difficult to counter his argument. Xia Fan, stroking his chin once more, added, It must be that the aura of filth you carried was not dense enough previously, but has now intensified. Otherwise, how could the lightning choose to strike you and not us? Yes, precisely. The trainers exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as they agreed. You're talking nonsense. 2 out of 3 bolts striking down does not mean they were specifically aimed at me. It is obvious that your negative energy is so overwhelming that the lightning did not know whom to strike and accidentally hit me instead. I was merely collateral damage. Jiaren glared at Xia Fan in anger, And you, stop sowing discord. Just as his words fell, a fourth bolt of lightning struck, narrowly missing Xia Ren's ear, leaving him with a ringing in his ears. Xia Fan remarked, being struck 3 times does seem to suggest a high likelihood of collateral damage. The surrounding trainers erupted into laughter, mocking Xia Ren for his stubbornness, declaring that the aura of filth indeed emanated from him, and that he was the true omen. Xia Ren, unwilling to back down, snapped back once he regained his senses from the ringing in his ears. You absurd fools. The lightning hasn't struck me directly. So how can you attribute the aura of filth to me? At this point, Kona, frustrated by the commotion, released her Pokémon, Mismagius. Miraculously, a 5th bolt of lightning struck down. This time, it aimed directly at Xia Ren's head. Fortunately, Kona quickly commanded Mismagius to shield him with her psychic powers. Xia Fan quipped, "So, Mr. Xia Ren, do you have anything else to add?" Xia Ren, his face pale, gazed upwards, still refusing to concede. Before he could finish his sentence, Kona decisively ordered Mismagius to seal his mouth with her psychic abilities and led him away. Chapter 82, 1 against 3. Kona departed, taking Xia Ren with her. As Xia Fan watched their retreating figures, a thought crossed his mind. It seemed that the allure of Silver Feather was truly extraordinary. As one of the 4 most formidable trainers in the Kanto region, Kona held immense influence there. Even she has brought someone to participate, which indicates that this grand competition is undoubtedly teeming with formidable contenders, making victory exceedingly challenging, except for him, of course. Half an hour later, the large screen and the broadcast in the waiting area simultaneously activated, signifying the imminent commencement of the competition and outlining its format. A total of 128 competitors were selected, paired off randomly by a computer, and the event would span 5 days, with the progression structured as 128 to 64, 64 to 32, 32 to 16, and finally, 16 to 8, where the top 8 would vie for the ultimate victor on the final day. Once the competition format was introduced, the large screen in the waiting area began to randomly select contestants for the first round. Given that there were 4 battle arenas, it wasn't long before the avatars of 8 contestants appeared on the screen, each accompanied by their contestant number. Group A, contestant number 99, Xia Fan, faces off against contestant number 26, Wang Ling. Group B, contestant number 44, Maria, battles contestant number 102, Sholila. Group C, contestant number 8, Emogon. Group D, contestant number 32. Observing Group A on the large screen, Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to find himself drawn into the very first confrontation of the competition. In light of this, he was determined to deliver an impressive debut. He strode towards the entrance of Group A's arena. Moments later, he arrived at the battleground, which was a rocky terrain conducive to the strengths of Rock-type and Ground-type Pokémon. Both contestants may now release their first Pokémon. The host's voice echoed through the speakers. The outcome of the match would hinge on 3 Pokémon for each side. Come forth, Venusaur. Opposing Xia Fan was a strikingly beautiful young woman who unleashed her strongest Pokémon right from the start. In response, Xia Fan smirked and tossed out his own Pokeball. Arise, Alakazam. In a flash of red light, Alakazam made a dazzling entrance. This had been his premeditated strategy, since he aimed for a swift and decisive victory. He would simply allow Mew to transform into the Psychic-type Alakazam. In doing so, Mew's formidable psychic abilities could be showcased without reservation. The broadcaster's voice resonated once more. Excellent. Both contestants have released their most powerful Pokémon as soon as they entered the arena. Now, let the system's roulette determine who will strike first. In official competitions, the order of attack is dictated by the tournament's system roulette, with the direction it lands on determining which side will initiate the assault. The roulette spun and ultimately halted on the female contestant's side. Clenching her fists in excitement, she shouted, "Venusaur, Leaf Blade." With that command, dozens of sharp leaves shot forth from Venusaur's back, hurtling towards Alakazam. Xia Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence as he calmly replied, "Alakazam, use Teleport and follow up with Psycho Cut." In an instant, Alakazam vanished from sight. The girl and Venusaur anxiously scanned the area for Alakazam. However, as she turned her head, she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a massive heart-shaped blade hovering in midair. This blade seemed to be drawn by an invisible bow, and before she could issue a command to evade, it shot forth, striking Venusaur and pinning it against the wall, rendering it unable to continue the fight. The girl was immediately bewildered. Within mere seconds of the match commencing, her strongest Pokémon had been eliminated. She had initially intended to showcase a remarkable 1-against-3 performance. Yet the situation now suggested that she herself was on the verge of being outmatched. Return, Venusaur. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to regroup. There were no invincible Pokémon, only the most skilled trainers. As long as she commanded effectively, victory was still within reach. Come forth, Pikachu. However, just 3 seconds later, the broadcaster's excited voice rang out. Incredible! Alakazam has incapacitated the newly released Pikachu with a single psychic attack. Now, our contestant Wang Ling has only one Pokémon remaining. Let us hope she does not become the first contestant in history to be eliminated in under 10 seconds with a clean sweep against her. I can remind everyone that we just checked the timing backstage. Venusaur took only 3.98 seconds from entry to defeat, while Pikachu lasted a mere 2.65 seconds. If Alakazam can eliminate its opponent again with a time under 3.37 seconds, it will achieve a feat never before accomplished in this competition. As the announcer concluded, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. It must be said that the broadcaster was adept at stirring excitement. The audience had not fully grasped the implications until he pointed it out, instantly igniting their enthusiasm for the prospect of a 10-second 3-for-1 victory. An extraordinary miracle. Xia Fan too was momentarily taken aback, had the host not mentioned it. He might not have realized that if he commanded Mew to achieve a 3-for-1 in 10 seconds, he would be portraying quite the spectacle in this inaugural battle. On the opposite side, the girl turned a deep shade of purple upon hearing the broadcast. If that truly happened, the boy before her would have accomplished a miraculous feat, while she would become the greatest laughingstock in history. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly raised her hand and declared, "I forfeit." With that, she covered her face and dashed away. Whether or not a miracle would transpire, she simply wished to avoid being the one to enable it. Chapter 83, The Elite Four. As the girl forfeited, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. What a pity, a potential miracle had just slipped away like that. Since our contestant number 26, Wang Ling, has chosen to forfeit, let us congratulate our contestant number 99, Xia Fan, on advancing to the next round. The male announcer sighed, expressing his regret at not witnessing the miracle. If there was anyone left without any significant disappointment, it was Xia Fan. If this match did not pan out, there would always be the next. With Mew transforming into Alakazam, he had faith that no one could withstand such overwhelming psychic prowess, excluding Dark-type Pokémon, of course. After the first battle concluded, Xia Fan returned to the waiting area, instantly catching the attention of other trainers. They had all witnessed the previous battle through the large screen and were astounded by Alakazam's strength, while other groups had yet to conclude a single contest. This individual had already finished his match, truly formidable. However, not everyone was in agreement. For instance, Humph, only capable of bullying those of lesser strength. If you encounter someone stronger, you're doomed. Jiaran scoffed as he passed by Xia Fan. He was the next contestant to enter Group A. As Xia Fan exited, it would soon be his turn to compete. Oh, I hope this little brat, steeped in filth, can surpass me. A 10-second 3-for-1 would be splendid. Just don't get struck by lightning along the way and create another miracle on the battlefield. Xia Fan was not one to shy away from a verbal skirmish. He immediately retorted. When it came to banter and bluffing, he wasn't one to back down. You. Jiaran halted, his temper flaring at the mention of the lightning. He turned to argue with Xia Fan, but just as he opened his mouth, a roll of thunder erupted from the sky. Startled, he swallowed his words, leaving only a warning. Don't let me encounter you in the competition, or I will certainly show you what a true disparity in strength looks like, before he dashed into the entrance of Group A's arena. Xia Fan let out a scoff and turned away. The day's competitions were over. It was time to treat Mew to some delicious food. Miss Gulijia, may I have a look at the registered identity information of that individual? In a VIP room within the waiting area, Kuna gazed through the glass window at the receding figure of Xia Fan. She had witnessed the commotion between Jiaran and Xia Fan. But what puzzled her was the recent thunderclap. Her instincts told her that the boy not far away might be connected to the sudden lightning, as if the bolts were responding to his very intent. In the midst of a spirited exchange with Jiaran, one could not help but wonder why the matter had to be addressed at such a moment. What troubles you, Sister Kina? Do you wish to teach him a lesson on behalf of your disciple? A strikingly beautiful maiden with azure tresses stepped forward. She was the organizer of this grand competition. Do you truly perceive me as such? Kina retorted, rolling her eyes. Her only intent was to comprehend the remarkable prowess of the individual before her. Indeed, quite so. Gu Lijia playfully replied, turning swiftly to retrieve a notebook from the table. Within the confines of this chamber, aside from Gu Lijia and Kina, sat 3 others, a young man with crimson hair, a burly man with an exposed torso, and an elderly woman clad in witch-like attire, wielding a cane. They comprised the remaining 3 kings, excluding Kina. As Gu Lijia delved into Xia Fan's background, the red-haired youth approached Kina and inquired, "What? Do you suspect that lad is affiliated with the Dream Team?" "I do. I merely seek to gain insight," Kina sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Furthermore, while the Dream Team has been somewhat ostentatious of late, it would be rather foolish of them to display their strength in such a conspicuous manner at a competition. It would surely draw attention. "That holds true," Adu mused, eventually nodding. "However, that boy's Alakazam is truly formidable. I have never witnessed an Alakazam capable of defeating a Venusaur with just a single Psychic Blade. If all goes as anticipated, he should secure a place in the top 4, or even the finals." At this juncture, Adu turned his gaze towards the sullen, silent elder, Senior Kikuko. "You ought to keep an eye on this individual, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation." The elderly woman turned her head, snorting derisively. "Are you belittling me, Adu? He is but a mere child. My Jengar will demonstrate to him the true disparity in strength. I have procured his registration details, yet." Just then, Gu Lijia interjected, interrupting the ongoing discourse. Adu and Kina turned to face her, their expressions gradually shifting to incredulity. For upon examining Xia Fan's registration, they found that, aside from his name, the form was filled with nothing but the words, honor, guess, address, guess, age, guess, height, guess, family members, guess, medals earned, guess. Oh, and the only differing entries were in the gender and remarks sections. Gu Lijia continued. "Gender. If you're not blind, you'll ascertain my gender when the time comes. Remarks for the competition. Is this an inquiry for a household registration or a sign-up? It's acceptable to have numerous questions for registration. But with a hefty fee of 50,000, why the excess? The questioner ought to consult a physician about their mental faculties." After perusing the details, Adu and Kina simultaneously cast their gazes towards the elderly woman seated aside, for it was she who had proposed this peculiar method of registration. Hoping to unearth the Dream Team member, convinced that such an extensive questionnaire would necessitate considerable effort to fabricate, otherwise, the truth would be easily uncovered. Noticing the focus of Adu and Kina, the elderly woman furrowed her brow and approached the computer. Before long, her expression darkened. "That scoundrel, just you wait," she muttered, striking the ground with her cane. Chapter 84, The Eye of Miracle. The following day, in the arena where 64 would be narrowed down to 32, the system once again selected Xia Fan. This time, the venue was a thicket well suited for grass and bug types. His opponent was a young man named Xia. Number 50. "May both competitors release their first Pokémon," announced the host over the loudspeaker. Xia Fan was the first to summon his creature. With a flash of red light, it was none other than Alakazam. Upon its entrance, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, chanting 10 seconds for a sweep, 10 seconds for a sweep, clearly recalling its impressive performance from the previous day. However, the cheers were abruptly halted and replaced with gasps of dismay, for Xia had unleashed his Pokémon, an Absol, known as the Disaster Pokémon. As a dark type, Absol was immune to psychic-type moves, presenting a distinct advantage against Alakazam. Even the host backstage lamented the unfortunate turn of events, having hoped to rally the crowd's enthusiasm through this match, now realizing it would be futile. The system's roulette spun and ultimately landed on Xia Fan's icon, granting him the first move. "Absol, remain stationary and allow it to strike," Xia commanded confidently, crossing his arms, evidently eager to showcase his dominance over Xia Fan. "Absol." The creature flicked its head, its handsome visage inciting a wave of admiration from the crowd. It seemed Xia Fan had been underestimated. With a slight smile, Xia Fan observed the confidence radiating from his opponent's face and calmly instructed, "Alakazam, since this fellow wishes to stand there and take our hits, let us oblige him. Unleash Miracle Eye," followed by Psychic. Alakazam's eyes glimmered momentarily, revealing 2 translucent runic discs. Through these discs, it swiftly analyzed the psychic waveforms that would not be neutralized by the dark type. Following Xia Fan's command, Alakazam waved its hands, unleashing a powerful and intangible force through the spoon it held. Feeling the surge of psychic energy, Absol stood resolutely, chest puffed and abdomen taut, as if to convey, "I know your psychic prowess is impressive, yet I shall not evade. What can you possibly do to me?" However, the following moment saw the formidable psychic force penetrate its fur and skin, delivering a crushing blow. Before it could fathom how this could occur, the overwhelming psychic energy reverberated within its body, propelling it violently against the arena wall, creating a massive crater. "Absol down. This is impossible. My Absol is a dark type. How could it be harmed by a psychic attack?" Xia's eyes widened in shock. At that instant, the host's excited voice rang out over the loudspeaker. "It's Miracle Eye. This Alakazam has managed to utilize Miracle Eye to bypass the dark type's natural defenses against psychic attacks. Look at the big screen." The audience erupted in astonished murmurs, quickly standing to chant once more. 10 seconds for a sweep. 10 seconds for a sweep. The host's fervor reignited. He continued. Ladies and gentlemen, our backstage team has calculated the time. Alakazam took 435 seconds to eliminate Absol, leaving 565 seconds for a potential 10-second sweep. Competitor number 50, Yashan, please send forth your second Pokemon. As these words faded, Yashan felt the weight of every gaze upon him. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow as he released his second Pokemon, a Monferno. Yet, no sooner had it emerged than a powerful psychic force surged towards it. Monferno. Down. Witnessing this, Yashan erupted in indignation, shouting at Xia Fan, do you possess no sense of sportsmanship? It hasn't he even had a moment to breathe. Xia Fan sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. Sensing the audience's fervor, I felt compelled to fulfill their wishes and swiftly conclude the challenge. How dare you? Yashan gasped. Regaining his composure after a moment and turning to the referee, is this permissible? The referee, equally perplexed, scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Having never encountered such a scenario before. Just then, the broadcast resumed. In the midst of the competition, Yashan, though his tactics may appear somewhat unprincipled, did not contravene any regulations. Once the battle commenced, the assault could be unleashed at any moment. As he spoke, the audience erupted with scornful jeers, chastising Yashan for his excessive verbosity. They urged him to cease prolonging the inevitable and to release his third Pokemon, asserting that if he were truly formidable, he wouldn't have been eliminated. Listening to their derision, Yashan seethed with indignation. After a moment's deliberation, he spat on the ground and bellowed, Bah! Do you think you can ride on my reputation to achieve a miraculous 3 in 10 seconds? Dream on. I refuse to acquiesce. Referee, I concede. Chapter 85, Strategy Fuels Growth. Yet cannot achieve the impossible with that. Yashan exited the stage, his acknowledgement of defeat thwarting Xia Fan's challenge of defeating 3 opponents in 10 seconds. This left the majority of the spectators with a sense of regret. Upon returning to the waiting area, Yashan sought out several fellow trainers, both male and female, who seemed to share a long-standing camaraderie. You witnessed the match, did you not? That fellow named Xia Fan will undoubtedly be a formidable rival in our quest for the Silver Feather. His Alakazam is truly terrifying. Leading them into a corner, Yashan expressed his dissatisfaction. A bronze-skinned youth concurred, you are absolutely right. The most crucial point is that throughout the 2 battles, he has only deployed his Alakazam. We remain unaware of his other 2 Pokemon. Should we encounter him in the subsequent rounds, it could spell trouble for us. A girl clad in a lace skirt chimed in. Do you think he might be a pawn of the Elite Four, ensuring the Silver Feather reaches their hands? Her words plunged the surrounding trainers into contemplation. A young man in a white t-shirt frowned. If that is the case, we are in a predicament. His other 2 Pokemon must also be exceptionally powerful. Should we devise a strategy to investigate his true capabilities? Are you all overreacting? Is it really necessary to fret so? Remarked a quiet young man, engrossed in his phone. He lifted his gaze. It's merely the second day of the competition. You're acting like cowards just because you encountered a strong opponent. Why not wait another day? Perhaps Xia Fan will be eliminated in the next round. And let us not forget, Kina's disciple, Jia Run, is also competing. If anyone is to be considered a pawn of the Elite Four, it should be him. Should another formidable opponent emerge, will you then suspect him as well? The young man's words silenced the others. After a moment of reflection, the bronze-skinned youth suggested, let us wait a day and observe Xia Fan's performance tomorrow before deciding whether to probe his strength. On the 3rd day, in the arena for the 32-16 elimination round, Xia Fan re-entered the competition space. Before the announcer could utter a word, the audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, chanting 10 seconds to defeat 3. 10 seconds to defeat 3. Among them were many who had witnessed Xia Fan's prowess on television over the past 2 days, eager to witness the potential miracle of his 3 in 10 seconds achievement. Let both competitors release their first Pokemon. Xia Fan once again summoned his Alakazam, while his opponent, a middle-aged man, smirked as he unleashed his own Pokemon, a Metagross. A formidable steel and psychic type. Upon its appearance, the announcer sighed with regret, stating, it's Metagross. Contestant 63, Kuzu, has unleashed a Pokemon that is quadruple resistant to psychic-type attacks. It seems Xia Fan's challenge will remain unfulfilled. As his words concluded, the system's roulette began to spin, landing once more on Xia Fan's avatar. Securing the initiative, Xia Fan called out to Kuzu, hey, since you're so confident, are you brave enough to stand still and let me strike you with one move? Are you trying to provoke me? Kuzu, an experienced trainer, quickly recognized Xia Fan's tactic. Xia Fan smiled innocently. That's not incorrect. After all, your Pokemon is Metagross, and its steel body can mitigate psychic damage. To accomplish my challenge, I must take this chance. If I fail, I'll concede and swap in my next Pokemon, saving everyone's time. Kuzu was tempted. Allowing one hit would eliminate Xia Fan's Alakazam, a risk-free exchange. His Metagross could easily absorb the psychic attack, so moments later, he commanded, Metagross, do nothing but stand still and take the hit from Alakazam. Metagross, levitating in response to its trainer's command, descended. Xia Fan's lips curled into a smirk. He relished this false sense of security. Alakazam, teleport above Metagross. With a swift motion, Alakazam teleported above Metagross. Kuzu laughed. You don't think standing above Metagross will amplify your psychic attack damage, do you? How foolish. But his laughter was short-lived as the second command rang out, Shadow Ball. Instantly, a massive, dark energy sphere coalesced before Alakazam. Kuzu froze, realization dawning upon him. Before he could redirect his Metagross for defense, Alakazam descended with the Shadow Ball, enveloping Metagross entirely. 3 seconds later, the energy dissipated, leaving Metagross incapacitated. The announcer's voice resonated with excitement. Shadow Ball, a ghost-type move that deals double damage to Metagross. Unbelievable. This Alakazam has learned Shadow Ball. Has it overcome all its weaknesses? However, it was unfortunate that the time taken for this maneuver was 6:45 seconds, leaving only 3:55 seconds for the remaining challenges. If the next encounters weren't instantaneous victories, failure was imminent. In stark contrast to the announcer and audience's exhilaration, Kuzu's expression was one of fury. He finally understood why Xia Fan had urged him to refrain from defensive maneuvers. The nerve of this young man, employing such underhanded tactics for a mere 10 seconds to defeat 3. Taking a deep breath to quell his rage, Kuzu released his second Pokemon, a Nidoking, vulnerable to psychic moves. As expected, Xia Fan directed Alakazam to unleash a psychic attack, resulting in an instantaneous defeat. The announcer excitedly declared, this time, Alakazam took only 1 second. With 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, the prospect of achieving 3 in 10 seconds is still alive. Upon hearing this, much like Yashan the previous day, Kuzu raised his hand and declared, Referee, I concede. Chapter 86. Continuous Deceptions in the Waiting Area. All the trainers who had witnessed Xia Fan's match could not help but gasp, silently praying not to face him in the next round. It is not the concern of whether one can win upon encountering an opponent, but rather the apprehension of facing the possibility of being defeated in mere seconds. Regardless, the shame of loss remains the same. We have already reached the top 16. The likelihood of facing this individual in the next round is exceedingly high. It is imperative that we ascertain the true extent of his abilities. Should we fail to secure the silver feather due to him, explaining this to our leader, who has graciously lent us formidable Pokemon, would be quite challenging. In a corner of the waiting area, after the match concluded, Yashan and his companions quickly reconvened. The bronze-skinned youth proclaimed, Xiaozhu, you are quite beautiful. Once he exits the arena, you must approach him and extract information by any means necessary. At the very least, we must discern which Pokemon he intends to use in this tournament, as well as any hidden cards he possesses, including that Alakazam. Understood, I will approach him shortly, replied the girl referred to as Xiaozhu with a nod. The bronze-skinned youth continued, moreover, there is one crucial point to investigate. See if you can glean whether he is a fighter summoned by the Elite Four. He is coming out now, Xiaozhu, hurry. Yashan suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to see a young man emerging from the A-group tunnel. The girl tidied her appearance, took a deep breath, and walked towards him. However, just as she took her first step, a captivating woman with crimson hair appeared beside the young man before her, engaging in a conversation with him. The young man followed her away. Witnessing this scene, Yashan slammed his hand down in frustration. It's settled. That kid is undoubtedly affiliated with the Elite Four. He has gone off with that vixen from Kinna. If anyone suggests he is not a fighter for the Elite Four, I simply will not believe it. The bronze-skinned youth nodded gravely. In that case, we must further devise a strategy to uncover that fellow's true strength and identify how to counter him. Esteemed Elite Four members, I speak truly. If I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down, declared Xia Fan. His cheeks flushed as he addressed the 4 members of the Elite Four in the opulent waiting room. Holding a glass in his left hand and pointing skyward with his right, he exuded an air of utmost sincerity. As his statement concluded, he staggered and collapsed onto the floor, snoring audibly. After he fell, the 4 elite members exchanged amused glances, clinked their glasses together, and downed their drinks in one go before beginning to depart. Returning to an hour earlier, Xia Fan had just exited the A-group arena when he was approached by Kinna, the Ice-type elite, who expressed a desire to converse and forge a friendship. He did not decline and followed Kina into a private room, only to be surprised to find the other 3 elite members present as well. Upon seeing him, their enthusiasm was palpable, showering him with compliments and lavish hospitality, leaving him bewildered as to whether they were the esteemed elite or he was. Even if he were exceptional, it was hard to believe they would lavish such attention on him. Once the flattery subsided, Xia Fan finally grasped their intentions. Their subsequent inquiries were laced with questions about other Pokémon he might possess aside from Alakazam, his overall strength, whether he could contend with Alakazam, and if he would be interested in a thrilling battle with the Elite Four. Upon hearing these questions, Xia Fan quickly understood that they were probing for information. His mind raced to a conclusion. The Elite Four did not wish for him to progress to the end and claim the Silver Feather. With this realization, Xia Fan promptly entered performance mode, pretending to be inebriated and divulging all the information they sought. He declared that aside from Alakazam, his other Pokémon for competition were Eevee and Butterfree, firmly believing that his Alakazam was unrivaled and could carry him to victory. The Elite Four expressed skepticism, leading to the earlier scene where he boldly proclaimed, "If I deceive you, may the heavens strike me down," before collapsing and falling into a deep slumber. After lying on the ground for 5 minutes, with not a sound in the room, Xia Fan gradually opened his eyes, a mischievous glint in them as he turned towards the door. "Ah, you think you can extract information from me? If I don't outwit you all, I am not Xia Fan." Exhibiting his acting prowess, Xia Fan lay on the floor for another hour before finally rising, feigning the appearance of someone just awakening from a drunken stupor. He held his head and opened the door, departing the waiting room under the gaze of numerous competitors. However, as soon as he stepped outside, a pure and charming girl suddenly blocked his path, her face alight with admiration as she requested his autograph and a photo. Xia Fan did not refuse. Yet, during the signing and photo session, the girl began to subtly probe for information, asking what other Pokémon he might rely on if Alakazam were to falter. "What is this? Are you all intent on probing indefinitely?" Upon hearing these questions, Xia Fan's mind clicked, and he glanced back at the waiting room before covering his head and studying the girl for a moment. Finally, he activated his performance mode once more and relayed the same information he had shared with the Elite Four. What he did not notice was that as he interacted with the girl, the Ghost-type Elite, Juku, and the Dragon-type Elite, Edu, were approaching from a distance. Upon spotting Xia Fan, they swiftly concealed themselves behind a tree to observe. Before long, their expressions shifted uneasily as they recognized the girl. Juku spoke darkly. "That girl seems to be one of the members of Team Mutwo we suspected." Edu furrowed his brow. "If that is the case, and Xia Fan is so close with her, could he also be a member of Team Mutwo?" With that, Edu and Juku exchanged glances, their faces now reflecting anger at having been deceived. Chapter 87, 10 Seconds to Defeat 3, completed. On the 4th day, the round of 16 to 8 commenced. The system's random selection paired Xia Fan against his opponent, Juron, the 3rd-ranked trainer. Indeed, it was the very Juron beset by the aura of filth. Before the match commenced, the host began to stir excitement around the 2 contenders. One was a formidable trainer who had compelled his opponents to surrender within 10 seconds for 3 consecutive days, while the other was Kina's disciple. One sought to achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents in succession, while the other aimed to uphold the dignity of the elite's disciple. As the host's words reverberated, Xia Fan and Juron entered the arena, greeted by a cacophony of cheers. Supporters of Xia Fan chanted 10 seconds to defeat 3, while those backing Juron cheered him on, albeit with considerably less fervor. This was largely due to Xia Fan's Alakazam, whose recent performances had been nothing short of extraordinary. With the host prompting both trainers to release their Pokémon, the battle began. Xia Fan summoned Alakazam once more, while Juron excitedly dispatched his Lickilicky, which Kina had lent him to challenge Alakazam's psychic abilities. Having witnessed the Lickiliky's prowess from his mentor, Juron was confident it could prevail in a battle of psychic skills. "Come on, let me shatter their illusions about you," Juron thought to himself, eyeing Xia Fan with a self-assured demeanor, not forgetting the moment a few days prior when Xia Fan had confronted him. The system's will spun, landing on Juron's avatar, granting him the initiative to attack first. Without hesitation, Juron commanded, "Lickilicky, use Psychic." With a momentary pause, Lickiliky's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, emanating a crimson wave of psychic energy that enveloped the arena. Xia Fan, unfazed, wore a smirk and calmly countered, "Alakazam, use Psychic." Alakazam, too, extended its hands, its eyes illuminated by the same ethereal glow. A surge of yellow psychic energy radiated from its body, expanding outward in all directions. The two waves of psychic force converged in midair, and the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. Such a confrontation of superpowers was indeed a rare spectacle. However, just as they expected a stalemate upon contact, the yellow wave of energy swiftly overwhelmed the red wave with an undeniable force. How could this be possible? Xia Ren was taken aback. After all, this was his teacher Konoha's extraordinary Pokémon, not some mediocre creature like Miss Magius. How could it be so utterly overpowered by Alakazam in a psychic duel? Xia Ren shouted, "Miss Magius, use all your strength." At that moment, Miss Magius, already exerting herself to the utmost, was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to comprehend how she could be crushed by the opposing Alakazam in this psychic clash. With a resonant hum, the yellow psychic wave enveloped all the red energy and ensnared Miss Magius. Under the tremendous pressure of this psychic force, her body twisted irregularly like clay before being forcefully slammed against the arena wall, creating a significant dent. Nevertheless, as a psychic-type Pokémon, Miss Magius possessed inherent resistance to psychic abilities, ensuring that she did not lose her fighting spirit. However, Xia Fan had no intention of granting her a moment's respite. The instant the psychic force dissipated, he decisively commanded, "Teleport." Follow it up with Shadow Ball. In an instant, Alakazam vanished from its original position and reappeared before the still-stuck Miss Magius, a pitch-black energy sphere coalescing in front of its chest. Xia Ren gasped in horror, "Miss Magius, defend yourself." But for the Miss Magius, who had only just regained her senses, it was far too late. The energy sphere enveloped her, and in the next moment, Miss Magius was rendered unconscious. The announcer's excited voice cut through the air again. "Let us congratulate contestant Xia Fan from Group 99 for securing the first victory." What an exhilarating match. Who could have anticipated that Alakazam would display such overwhelming prowess against Miss Magius in a psychic showdown? Is there no Pokémon capable of standing on equal footing, or even defeating it? Oh, and a quick note from the backstage announcement. The time calculation indicated that Miss Magius took 765 seconds from her attack until defeat. This means that if Alakazam wishes to achieve a 10-second knockout of 3 opponents, only 235 seconds remain, implying that he must eliminate the next 2 Pokémon within a second each. Do you think that is feasible? Hold on, announcer, your statement has issues. Just as the announcer's words fell, Xia Fan abruptly raised his hand, directing his voice towards the broadcast. "What issues?" The announcer responded, puzzled. Xia Fan, spreading his arms with an air of bravado yet a hint of resignation, replied, "I believe I can accomplish it. But I fear that the next Pokémon from my opponent will concede, just like those in my previous matches, due to their dread of my overwhelming strength." After speaking, Xia Fan muttered to himself, "What can I do? I am simply too powerful, and they are too weak. They do not wish to be the stepping stones to my 10-second knockout and suffer embarrassment, hence they concede. Sigh, I understand. But is it truly acceptable to surrender so cowardly? Is Konoha, the Ice-type master, and his disciple also someone who fears the strong and bullies the weak?" His murmurs, though soft, were amplified by the microphone he held, making them clear to all. Upon hearing his audacious remarks, the crowd was instantly captivated by Xia Fan's brazen demeanor. This was tantamount to pushing Xia Ren into the flames. If he conceded, he would face immense shame and be labeled as spineless. Not to mention that his teacher would also be seen as someone who fears the strong. Conversely, if he chose not to concede, he risked becoming the first trainer in history to be knocked out in 10 seconds. Xia Ren, upon hearing Xia Fan's taunts, trembled with rage, smoke seemingly billowing from his head as he clenched his jaw. Just moments ago, he had briefly entertained the thought of conceding after Miss Magius's defeat. But now Xia Fan had effectively shut him down. Xia Ren began surveying his surroundings, and soon he spotted his teacher Konoha rushing toward the front row of the audience, signaling him with gestures. The meaning was unmistakable: do not concede. Clearly, Konoha did not wish to bear the stigma of being associated with someone who fears the strong. Thus, Xia Ren had no choice but to endure. After a few seconds, gritting his teeth, Xia Ren forced a smile and said to Xia Fan, "Rest assured, I would never concede. Besides, how can you be so certain that you can eliminate my next 2 Pokémon within the remaining seconds?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and promptly replied, "Alakazam, begin charging for a destruction beam. As soon as his next Pokémon is released, and hasn't he even touched the ground, obliterate it." As Xia Fan's words fell, the smile on Xia Ren's face faltered, leaving him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the audience fell silent, taken aback by the audacity of his strategy. Xia Ren took a deep breath, murmuring an apology to the Pokeball in his hand before throwing it. A flash of red light revealed an Ice EV charging forth. However, the next moment was filled with calamity, before the ice EV could even land. It was instantly annihilated by a destruction beam. Xia Ren's heart sank, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, my beloved ice EV, forgive me. Taking another deep breath, Xia Ren produced another Pokeball. A flash of red light revealed an ice Glalie, but before it could even utter a sound, it too was obliterated by the destruction beam. With the loss of ice Glalie, the announcer's voice boomed through the broadcast, declaring that Alakazam had completed the 10-second knockout challenge. The arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers, a tumultuous wave of excitement akin to witnessing a miracle. Only Xia Ren remained, cradling his ice Glalie and ice EV, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Forgive me, my children." Chapter 88. Oh no, we've been discovered. This is bad. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, completely disoriented. Within the waiting room, members of the Mutuo team watched the large screen where Xia Fan had just eliminated Xia Ren in a breathtaking display, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Wasn't Xia Ren a disciple of Kona among the Elite Four? And wasn't Xia Fan a hired hand of the Elite Four? How could the hired hand inadvertently eliminate one of their own? While this outcome was a result of a random draw by the system, the method of a 10-second knockout should not have been applied to Xia Ren. It should have been reserved for their Mutuo team. The members shook their heads in confusion. Moments later, Yashan suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by an epiphany, "Everyone, I think I've come up with a possible explanation. What if the Elite Four deliberately allowed Xia Fan to do this as a feigned strategy, using a form of subterfuge? Think about it. All four of the Elite Four are present at this tournament, which implies they must have some designs on the silver feather. However, due to the potential loss of face, they cannot directly participate in the matches. So they let Xia Ren register, but we can all see that his strength is not on par with the rest of us. Therefore, they must have made two preparations, one being Xia Ren as the visible player, and the other being the hired hand Xia Fan, who acts as the hidden player, allowing him to flaunt his might in the tournament and showcase his strength to everyone, even at the cost of their own face. Thus, when Xia Fan ultimately acquires the silver feather, no one would suspect that it had actually fallen into their hands. Upon hearing Yashan's theory, the other's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, the Elite Four are incredibly cunning. Their scheming runs deep. One exclaimed. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Ashen crossed his arms with a sense of triumph. Let me tell you, the more powerful a person is, the deeper their schemes run. They relish in these deceptive tricks to confound others, particularly those four formidable figures known as the Four Kings of the Kanto region, whose methods are undeniably insidious. The others nodded in agreement. So, what shall we do next? Liang Kong inquired the sole female among them, directing her question towards the bronze-skinned youth, who was the leader of their venture. Liang Kong pursed his lips thoughtfully for a moment before responding with a cold glint in his eyes. Now that we have confirmed this individual is a lackey of the Four Kings, and with the decisive contest for the ultimate victor taking place tomorrow, we must ensure that we secure the silver feather. Therefore, we shall take action tonight to prevent him from participating in the competition tomorrow. The group exchanged glances, a subtle smile creeping onto their faces. The scene shifted to another room in the waiting area. The Four Kings observed as Xia Ren was effortlessly defeated by Xia Fan. Kana, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What should we do, Adu? I'm beginning to fear that if Senior Josie encounters him in tomorrow's competition, it might not end well. You all saw the overwhelming display of power between my sister and that hoodie, right? It was a complete annihilation." Adu remained silent, instead turning to the white-haired youth seated beside him. This white-haired figure was Josie, the ghost-type king, but at that moment, she was in disguise. According to their original discussions, Josie was to act as their secret weapon, disguised as a boy to seize the silver feather. However, with Xia Fan's emergence, their plan had begun to spiral out of control, and as Xia Fan's hoodie exceeded their expectations, the unpredictability of the situation escalated, severely jeopardizing their goal of obtaining the silver feather. Adu clenched his teeth, as if making a resolute decision. We must find a way to ensure he cannot compete tomorrow. To establish an ideal habitat for our Pokémon, the silver feather must remain in our possession. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. Xia Fan strolled leisurely out of the hotel, ready to indulge in a lavish meal. As an international port city, Kuyu City boasted a plethora of culinary delights. Over the past few days, Xia Fan had been circling around food venues at mealtime, seeking out the finest and most expensive dishes, reveling in the wealth he currently possessed. Unbeknownst to him, 50 meters above, several shadowy figures were watching him through binoculars. As he moved further away, their smirks grew more pronounced. "Ashen, have you confirmed the location of his room?" inquired the bronze-skinned youth. "I've confirmed it. He is staying in the presidential suite," responded a man beside him. "But you all must help me keep watch. If he returns, notify me immediately. The bronze-skinned youth gave an okay gesture. When you enter, be cautious not to disturb anything in his room, lest he become suspicious upon his return. Rest assured, Ashen nodded. Producing a pokeball, he released a Spearow, which leaped onto his shoulder. With the aid of the Spearow, he effortlessly entered a room with an open window. The room was cloaked in darkness, and Ashen illuminated it with a flashlight, first ensuring he left no footprints before proceeding with his plan. His mission for the night was to slip a heavy dose of sleeping medication into all the drinkable water in the room and install a surveillance camera. However, just outside the room where he was stationed, a shadow approached, Kana, the Ice-type king. She held a hotel key card in her hand. Meanwhile, a distance of 10 meters behind her, at the corner of the hotel corridor, Adu, Josie, and she boss stealthily kept watch. To guarantee a smooth acquisition of the silver feather tomorrow, they were prepared to enter Xia Fan's room tonight to drug him, ensuring he would be unable to participate in the grand contest. With a soft click, Kana entered the room. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key card into the slot. The lights in the room flickered on instantly, but in that moment, her heart sank, for she spotted a figure standing by the water dispenser. The silhouette was all too familiar. It was one of the members of the Dream Team whom she suspected. Simultaneously, Ashen's heart raced at the sight of the alluring woman before him. Was she not Kana, the Ice-type king who had hired Xia Fan as a henchman? Their eyes locked in mutual astonishment. 2 seconds later, a simultaneous shout echoed through the room. Not good. We've been discovered. The alarmed voice resonated loudly, quickly reaching the top floor of the hotel and reverberating throughout the corridor outside the room. The members of the Dream Team and the other 3 kings turned pale in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, they released their Pokémon and charged into the room. Now that they had been discovered, there was no choice but to confront one another in battle. Chapter 89. The contest concludes. Outside a beverage shop in Kuyu City, Xia Fan stood in line, cradling a Pikachu. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted nearby. He turned to glance, initially unconcerned. But moments later, he overheard a conversation about the 4 kings battling someone at the St. Lien Grand Hotel. Xia Fan's curiosity was piqued, although he still paid little heed to it. It wasn't until 2 seconds later, when he pondered their words more closely, that his expression shifted dramatically. Wait, isn't the St. Lien Grand Hotel the one where I'm staying? With a flash, Xia Fan recalled Pikachu into its Pokeball, murmuring a few words before releasing a Pidgeot. Half a minute later, he returned to the hotel, and the sight before him sent chills down his spine. The hotel, from top to bottom, was in ruins, with clear signs of fire, lightning strikes, and ice damage. It was evident that someone had intended to harm him. Seething with anger, Xia Fan mounted Pidgeot and surveyed the surroundings. Before long, he spotted a desolate beach a few miles away, where it appeared Pokémon were engaged in battle. Xiaohuan. To that place. On the beach, the 4 kings and the Dream Team members commanded their respective Pokémon in a chaotic clash. Although the Dream Team had 3 more members than the 4 kings, the latter's individual strength and tactical prowess gave them the upper hand, resulting in a closely matched confrontation. Moreover, under their intentional guidance, the battlefield was continuously moving away from the crowds. You lot are playing dirty, a sudden furious voice pierced through the air. The 4 kings and Dream Team members looked up to see Xia Fan standing atop Pidgeot, arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. Not good. Panic surged through the hearts of the 4 kings and Dream Team members, as they had mistakenly considered Xia Fan an ally of the opposing team. Fearing the balance of power would shift should he join the fray, they exchanged glances with their teammates, contemplating a hasty retreat. Just then, a voice boomed from above. Trying to run? If I let you escape, I'll no longer bear the surname Xia. In midair, Xia Fan tossed out 2 Pokeballs. With a flash of red light, NTI and Raikou emerged. NTI, Sacred Fire. Raikou, Thunder. NTI let out a mighty roar, unleashing flames imbued with mysterious power to block the retreat of the 4 kings, while simultaneously, a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Raikou leapt into action to obstruct the Dream Team's escape, the sheer spectacle astonished both factions, leaving them awestruck and incredulous. How was this possible? Aside from that hoodie, Xia Fan also possessed the legendary Pokémon NEI and Raikou. Xia Fan's voice rang out once more. NTI, Raikou, teach them a harsh lesson before anything else. NTI and Raikou roared in response, beginning to channel their formidable energy. The Mutuo squad and the Elite Four hurriedly commanded their Pokémon to resist. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you dare to resist? He murmured softly to his Pidgeot. In a flash of white light, before the astonished gazes of all, Pidgeot transformed into Mew. Mew. Mew raised its short arms gently. The Elite Four and the Mutuo squad, along with their Pokémon, found themselves unexpectedly floating in midair. "It's Mew," the crowd gasped, regarding Xia Fan with the same incredulity one might reserve for a ghost. They could hardly believe that aside from Inti and Reiku, he possessed the elusive Mew. If they were to confront him in the finals, victory would be utterly impossible. "Wait, Mew? I understand now. That Mew is the same as your Alakazam, right?" The quick-witted Konar among the Elite Four immediately connected the dots, recalling Alakazam's extraordinary performance in the competition. Everything made sense if one considered it as Mew's identity. "Indeed," Xia Fan shrugged, "but now that you've figured it out, what of it?" He then turned to Mew and instructed, "Mew, transport these individuals before me." Mew. The immobilized Mewtwo squad and the Elite Four were levitated in front of Xia Fan. "What do you intend to do?" Liang Kong of the Mewtwo squad looked anxiously at Xia Fan, who was suddenly cracking his knuckles. Under the dim night sky, Xia Fan revealed a cheerful smile. "What else?" "First, I shall give you all a good thrashing to vent my frustration, considering you have ruined the presidential suite I booked for 350,000. With that, he delivered a punch. 20 minutes later, the Elite Four and the Mewtwo squad sat on the ground, bruised and battered. Their Pokemon lay at their feet, barely clinging to consciousness, having been treated like targets by Inti and Reiku. Xia Fan, having learned the entire story through his fists, furrowed his brow. "I wondered why the same issue had been brought forth by two groups. So, you all mistook me for someone else. Quite clever indeed. You are now aware of the situation, and we have all apologized. Can we leave?" A young man from the Mewtwo squad lamented. "Leave?" Everyone nodded eagerly. "Of course," Xia Fan replied, much to their delight. But before they could revel in their joy, Xia Fan added, "First, transfer the psychological compensation to me. It's not much. Just the entirety of what you have in your phones. You beat us up and now demand compensation for psychological distress." Konar was taken aback, incredulous at Xia Fan's audacity. "What, unwilling?" Xia Fan leaned closer, his cold gaze sweeping across their faces. "Let me tell you something. It is quite late. And I have already instructed Mew to shroud this beach in white fog, isolating it from the outside world. So, if I were to dispose of you here and feed your remains to a Gyarados, do you think anyone would suspect it was me?" Konar immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, a sweet-looking girl from the Mewtwo squad was so frightened she burst into tears. Silently, she handed her phone to Xia Fan, revealing her payment password. 10 minutes later, everyone had transferred their funds to Xia Fan. "Now, can we leave?" Adu struggled to rise from the ground, preparing to depart. However, a snap of fingers echoed nearby, and Xia Fan commanded, "Mew, erase their memories and put them to sleep for a day and a night. Since they wished for me to miss the competition, I shall grant them that wish first." Mew. The next day, which was also the final day of the tournament, would determine the ultimate victor of the silver feather from the top 8. Xia Fan arrived early at the waiting area. Compared to the previous days, today's waiting area was strikingly desolate. Only he and a girl remained. Among the top 8, aside from them, 5 were members of the Mewtwo squad, and the other was Juku from the Elite Four. At that moment, the other 6 were still fast asleep on the beach. Meanwhile, in the audience area, seats were filled to capacity, with spectators eagerly anticipating the day's showdown, as it was indeed the finals. However, half an hour later, the audience grew disoriented as they watched Xia Fan and the girl directly advance to the finals due to the absence of the other 6. Their confusion only deepened when they witnessed Xia Fan's Alakazam effortlessly overpowering the girl's 3 Pokemon, leaving them utterly bewildered. So, what had they just witnessed? They had arrived at the grand event with high hopes, only to see the official match conclude in less than 10 seconds? Damn it, is my ticket not worth anything? And it ends like this? The entire venue erupted into chaos, with spectators clamoring for refunds. Chapter 90, The Silver Feather. Shout all you want. While I sympathize with you, I generally prefer to repay grievances in kind, Xia Fan murmured to himself, observing the uproar. At that moment, he was being led by a beautiful host towards the organizers to collect the silver feather. Minutes later, he entered a room where a girl with azure hair sat. Upon seeing him, she immediately rose with enthusiasm and shook his hand. They engaged in idle chatter on various topics, avoiding any mention of the silver feather. As they conversed, Xia Fan's brow furrowed, noticing the girl occasionally glancing at her computer as if awaiting a response. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled. "Miss Galia, are you waiting for the Elite Four?" The girl's expression froze. She offered an awkward laugh and replied, "What are you talking about? Why would I be waiting for the Elite Four?" Xia Fan took a sip of the coffee on the table. "Well, I received a piece of information from them. This tournament was organized in collaboration with you. The reason being, after acquiring the silver feather, numerous individuals began approaching you for purchases or exchanges. When you refused, You soon received threatening letters, compelling you to seek assistance from the Elite Four. At their suggestion, you organized this tournament to discreetly exchange the silver feather. Gulia's pupils constricted. How do you know all this? Of course, they told me, Xia Fan shrugged. So, let's skip the subtlety. Since I have followed the rules of your tournament to reach the end, you'd better hand over the silver feather promptly. Gulia swallowed hard. What did you do to them? Xia Fan flashed a playful grin, mimicking a choking gesture at his neck, causing Gulia's face to pale in fear. He laughed heartily. Just kidding. They're alive. They merely attempted to drug me to prevent my participation in today's match, but I caught on. So I returned the favor and ensured they couldn't compete today. They should still be sleeping on the beach. Really? Gulia whispered. If you don't hand me the silver feather now, I might just make it real. Gulia, frightened, quickly removed a key from around her neck, unlocking a drawer to retrieve an exquisite wooden box. Just as she was about to hand it to Xia Fan, she hesitated. Gulia clutched the box, summoning her courage. I can give you the silver feather, but you need to agree to one condition, which I previously discussed with the Elite Four, to let me see Lugia when you catch it. Yes, Xia Fan interjected. Gulia cast a surprised glance at him, baffled at how he had pried such information from the Elite Four, knowing everything. My greatest dream is to witness a legendary Pokémon in person, so, thus, it suffices to allow you to behold a legendary Pokémon with your own eyes, and your incessant ramblings would cease. Xia Fan interjected once more. Although his words sounded rather crude, provoking Gulia's desire to admonish him, they were not entirely unfounded. Gulia slowly nodded in agreement. Xia Fan produced a Pokeball, and with a flash of crimson light, a Pokémon resembling a lion, adorned with a coat of brown fur and standing on flames, materialized before them. This was the fabled Pokémon, the fulfillment of your dreams. Nti? Gulia was rendered speechless with astonishment, jumping to her feet, encircling Nti like an enamored fan. Her wooden box containing a silver feather slipping from her grasp without her noticing. Xia Fan retrieved the box and, upon opening it, discovered a pristine, immaculate silver feather within. Gazing at the silver plume, a smile graced Xia Fan's lips as he began to devise a plan to capture Lugia. Thousands of kilometers away in a forest, Suicune sprinted through the underbrush, its lithe form now marred with wounds. As it raced, it would occasionally glance back, as if evading some unseen pursuer. After exhausting itself over 100 miles, it spotted a concealed hollow in a tree and halted, casting another wary glance behind to ensure no Pokémon had followed. With urgency, it leapt into the hollow, lying still to suppress its presence. 2 seconds later, peering through the opening, it caught sight of a humanoid Pokémon, entirely silver with a purple tail and abdomen, soaring through the sky. Suicune exhaled in relief, grateful to have eluded that Pokémon's chase. The creature had encountered it after trailing members of Team Mutuo here. The moment those members laid eyes on it, they collapsed. And then the humanoid Pokémon conjured forth a dozen black Pokeballs, capable of ensnaring the Pokémon of the Team Mutuo members. One of those balls had flown directly towards Suicune. As the embodiment of water, Suicune would not allow itself to be captured, unleashing a frigid blast to freeze the ball. However, this action drew the attention of the humanoid Pokémon, and a battle ensued. Yet, the creature's power far surpassed Suicune's expectations, with just one exchange. It felt as though it were facing the legendary Ho-Oh, a vast chasm of strength separating them. The humanoid Pokémon sensed Suicune's prowess and extended a hand in invitation. But as the embodiment of water, Suicune was resolute in its refusal, taking flight in a desperate escape, leading to the frantic scene moments ago. After spending 10 minutes hidden in the hollow, Suicune deemed the humanoid Pokémon had ventured far enough and prepared to exit. Just as it emerged from the hollow, a telepathic message resonated in its mind. Have you rested well? It whirled around in shock. The humanoid Pokémon hovered behind it, gazing impassively, flanked by hundreds of black Pokeballs. Chapter 91. The actions of Team Mutuo Ho-Oh. Have you yet sensed Suicune's location? No. Upon obtaining the silver feather, Xia Fan departed from the City of Leaves on Ho-Oh's back. However, for reasons unknown, Ho-Oh was unable to pinpoint Suicune's position. This is quite perplexing. Very well, Ho-Oh. Let us return to the City of Leaves to capture a member of Team Mutuo who can guide us to their headquarters. Suicune should be there. After considerable contemplation, Xia Fan concluded this was their only recourse. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan found himself back on the beach of Leaves City. Team Mutuo and the Elite Four were still in deep slumber. Xia Fan's gaze swept over the scene, finally settling on Liang Kong, whom he brought onto Hoa's back. During their earlier conversation, Liang Kong had revealed he was the leader of this operation. As the leader, he undoubtedly held a significant position within Team Mutuo and would possess the most information. Xiao Huan, administer a water gun to him. With a splash, Liang Kong awoke, groggily surveying his surroundings. In the next heartbeat, he sprang upright like a coiled spring. What do you intend to do? How did I end up in the sky? What are your plans for me? Wait, is that Mew? Liang Kong trembled at the sight of Xia Fan, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Sighing, Xia Fan regretted allowing Mew to erase his memories the previous day. Xiao Huan, can the memories you deleted be restored? Indeed, master. The so-called deletion merely conceals those memories deep within his mind. They can easily be retrieved. Then let us proceed. 10 minutes later, Liang Kong opened his eyes once more. Upon realizing he was in the sky, he panicked, exclaiming, "Did you not say you would release us? Why am I here, and where are the others?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Excellent. Your words indicate your memories have indeed been restored. He regarded Liang Kong and shrugged, saying, I did release you. And I am now prepared to personally escort you back to Team Mutuo's headquarters, so tell me where it is, and I shall have Ho-Oh take us there. Ho-Oh? Liang Kong seized upon a crucial word, scrutinizing the legendary Pokémon beneath him. Its golden and crimson wings radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. By the heavens! You have actually captured Ho-Oh. Are you not elated to ride upon the back of such a legendary Pokémon? Xia Fan smiled. And you are receiving the privilege of being returned to your headquarters. The word happy remained unspoken as Liang Kong suddenly closed his mouth. Xia Fan smirked. Given your robust demeanor, do you require me to subject you to rigorous interrogation as I did yesterday? With that, Xia Fan approached Liang Kong. A minute later, Liang Kong emerged nursing a bruised face. You see, had you spoken earlier, this could have been avoided. Xia Fan sighed, directing Ho-Oh toward their destination. According to Liang Kong, Team Mutuo's headquarters lay beyond a nameless mountain to the north of Evergreen City. Half an hour later, Ho-Oh soared swiftly, arriving at the mountain Liang Kong had indicated. To prevent drawing attention, Xia Fan recalled Ho-Oh into its Pokeball while Mew transformed into a Fearow, landing them gently on the ground alongside Liang Kong. Guided by Liang Kong, they traversed the mountain, only to find it remarkably unremarkable, filled solely with trees. Xia Fan turned to Liang Kong. Are you deceiving me? With a resigned tone, Liang Kong replied, Brother, how could the headquarters be so easily discerned? Naturally, it is built underground. Ah, that seems plausible, Xia Fan remarked, retracting his fist that had been poised to strike. How do we gain entry? Proceed approximately 500 meters further, and you shall find a hidden door. Presenting our Team Mutuo pass will grant access. Liang Kong indicated a location, continuing to lead the way. Fearful of Xia Fan's unpredictable temperament, he answered every inquiry without hesitation. In his mind, he believed today would spell the end for Team Mutuo. Faced with such a formidable opponent, survival seemed a distant hope. If it were merely NTI and Reiku, he would have undoubtedly betrayed them to headquarters. But the terrifying reality was that this individual also possessed Mew and Ho-Oh, leaving him no choice but to comply, lest he seek his own demise. 10 minutes later, under Liang Kang's guidance, Xia Fan arrived at the hidden door. Liang Kong retrieved a blue magnetic card from his pocket and was about to place it against a scanning panel at the center of the door when the ground suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the earth beneath them split open. As Xia Fan turned to question Liang Kong about the disturbance, Liang Kong interjected. This is due to Team Mutuo initiating an important operation. With that, he produced his mobile phone. Xia Fan stood beside him, casting a glance and recognizing that this fellow was indeed teachable. He had already discerned that Xia Fan wished to inquire about the nature of their operation. Thus, he directly sought information from their cadre group. Half a minute later, Liang Kong exclaimed with a note of understanding and began to elucidate to Xia Fan. This mission was intended to capture the Articuno and Zapdos. Were they the divine or non-divine versions of the legendary birds? Naturally, they were the divine ones. All the non-divine variants had already been captured. No sooner had he finished speaking than enormous helicopters began to emerge from the fissured ground. Xia Fan gazed at these aircraft and softly murmured, Ho-Oh, can you sense Suikun's location now? Not yet. Xia Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before arriving at a decision. The lack of a signal indicated that Suikun was likely not in this vicinity. Hence, he would first accompany the Mutuo team to subdue the legendary birds. As the last of the helicopters ascended and the ground reformed, Xia Fan released Mew and instructed it to transform into a Fearow, allowing it to carry him and Liang Kong in pursuit of the helicopters. After approximately 20 minutes, the helicopters separated, with several heading south and others eastward. What is going on? Xia Fan queried Liang Kong. Liang Kong once again consulted his phone, scrolling through the cadre group. Shortly thereafter, he remarked, They are splitting into two teams. The ones flying south are heading to Twin Island to capture Articuno. while those flying east are en route to the unmanned power plant on Route 10 to capture Zapdos. According to reports from investigators in those areas, there have been sightings of them recently. Xia Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Master, which path shall we follow? Mew's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan bit his lip, finding the decision quite challenging. 3 seconds later, he decisively stated, to the south. Liangkong and Mew were chosen to accompany him in pursuit of Articuno. Xia Fan patted Mew's back, instructing, Mew, lower your altitude. Then, he took out 2 Pokeballs, addressing them as a concerned father would. Nti, Reiku. You are to follow those helicopters heading east. If you spot Zapdos and they initiate their capture operation, create a diversion. But remember, do not act recklessly. Rely on cunning. Much like I taught you before. Understand? Should we emulate your unorthodox methods? Reiku, known for its penchant for retorting against Xia Fan, responded telepathically. Xia Fan rolled his eyes at Reiku's Pokeball. That's one way to put it. With that, he pressed the buttons on the 2 Pokeballs. A flash of red light ensued as Nti and Reiku emerged, leaping to the treetops below in pursuit of the eastward helicopters. Mew, fly south. 3 hours later. Following the Mutwo Team's helicopters, Xia Fan arrived at Twin Island, situated along Route 20 in the Kanto region. The island was aptly named for its 2 adjacent islands that bore striking resemblance to one another. Upon arrival, the Mutwo team swiftly subdued the inhabitants of both islands. Did your group mention whether Articuno resides on the left or right island? On the ocean's surface beyond the islands. Xia Fan and Liangkong perched on the back of a Lapras, surveying their surroundings. Not on the islands, but beneath them, Liangkong replied while checking his phone. Beneath? Indeed, there exists a vast 5-layer cavern beneath Twin Island, sprawling over an area as large as the combined size of both islands. Articuno has made its home in the lowest layer. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, patted Mew's back, and signaled for it to guide them ashore. There were numerous entrances to the cavern on the island, and shortly after landing, the 2 discovered an unguarded entrance. They ventured nearly a mile inside before fully entering the cavern. The interior was illuminated by several Pokémon under the direction of the Mutwo team using their flash abilities. It was indeed vast, as Liangkong had described, seemingly endless at a glance. Numerous wild Pokémon also inhabited the cavern, and Xia Fan and Liangkong crouched behind a massive boulder, tailing a squad of Mutwo team members. These individuals commanded their Pokémon to assault the wild ones, capturing them in Pokeballs. According to Liangkang's information, these were the Mutwo team's vanguard operatives, who had begun the expulsion and capture of wild Pokémon to facilitate the main force's smooth entry and to mitigate potential interference during the capture of Articuno. Your Mutwo team behaves similarly to Team Rocket. Everywhere they go, they leave the local Pokémon in chaos. Concealed behind the boulder, Xia Fan couldn't help but critique the Mutwo team's actions. Liangkong scratched his head awkwardly, offering no defense. 5 hours later, the vanguard of the Mutwo team had successfully cleared the entrances from the 1st to the 4th layer of the cavern, capturing several powerful Pokémon while expelling the weaker ones. The 5th layer, being the dwelling of Articuno, posed no wild Pokémon that required their intervention. The vanguard set up camp on the 4th layer, with some awaiting the main force's arrival, while others ventured into the 5th layer to scout ahead. Xia Fan, accompanied by Liangkong and Mew, continued to follow. Upon reaching the 5th layer, the bone-chilling cold immediately caused Liangkong to shiver uncontrollably. In stark contrast to the 4th layer, the temperature difference was immense, and numerous icicles hung perilously from above, evoking unsettling thoughts of the potential consequences should they fall. Liangkong regarded Xia Fan with a peculiar expression. Aren't you cold? He felt as though he might freeze to death, yet Xia Fan seemed unfazed. Xia Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Not really, it feels rather refreshing. Thanks to the existence of the sacred fire ability, his body had become distinct from that of an ordinary person, rendering the sub-zero temperatures relatively inconsequential to him. But I feel like if I stay here any longer, I will surely freeze to death, Liangkong chattered. Can I join you? Rest assured, I will not leak any information. I am well aware of your strength. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Xia Fan turned to observe Liangkong, whose bronze skin was beginning to show signs of turning pale from the cold. Wait a moment, I'll fetch you a coat. Xia Fan replied calmly, then led Mew away. Approximately 5 minutes later, just as Liangkong felt he might faint from the cold, Xia Fan returned, throwing an unconscious member of the Mutwo team at his feet, clad in a thermal suit. Put this on, and you'll be fine. 1 minute later, Liangkong, now wearing the thermal suit, felt revitalized. He looked at the woman he had stripped of her clothing and asked, Are we leaving her here? What for? She is a human being, after all. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Mew, used telekinesis to move her to a secluded corner above. As he spoke, he retrieved a phone from his pocket and placed it on the man's body, covering him with Liang Kong's discarded clothing. Once Mew had relocated the person, the two ventured deeper into the 5th layer. It wasn't too long before they caught up with the Mutwo team's vanguard personnel. 20 minutes later, they reached the innermost depths, where they beheld 2 magnificent Articuno, sculpted from enormous blocks of ice, standing majestically on either side of the cavern. In the center lay a massive ice bed, presumably the resting place of Articuno. Xia Fan mused to himself. Articuno must still be outside, not having returned. Liang Kong glanced at his phone and affirmed, indeed. Xia Fan nodded, then led Liang Kong and Mew to hide behind a rock, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, some members of the Mutwo team remained stationed with Xia Fan, while others retreated. After standing guard for about an hour, Xia Fan suddenly heard the voice of the Phoenix King echoing in his mind. It conveyed that it had sensed the presence of Suicune again. Naturally, Xia Fan felt a surge of joy. Sensing Suicune's aura meant that it was safe. However, it wasn't long before Liang Kong, who had been engrossed in his phone, suddenly began to display an expression of disbelief. What's wrong? Xia Fan inquired. Liang Kong swallowed hard and replied, 10 minutes ago, Zapdos appeared at the abandoned power plant. And so? Xia Fan frowned, puzzled by Liang Kong's distress over such news. But Mutwo has also appeared. It attacked the Mutwo team over there and captured all the Pokemon of both Zapdos and the Mutwo team. To assure Xia Fan of the gravity of the situation, Liang Kong handed his phone to him. Soon, Xia Fan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The group chat among Liang Kang's colleagues was inundated with updates of photos and videos from the abandoned power plant. One video depicted Mutwo floating in midair, surrounded by countless black Pokeballs that were being hurled at the Mutwo team's Pokemon. Another clip showed a battle between the Mutwo team and Zapdos, where Zapdos was desperately using Thunderbolt to fend off the black Pokeballs, but Mutwo, growing impatient, delivered a fierce beating to Zapdos before deploying the black Pokeballs. Yet, the most shocking revelation was a video showing Mutwo releasing Pokemon from its black Pokeballs, where Xia Fan unmistakably spotted Suicune's silhouette. Damn it! I wondered why Suicune couldn't be sensed by the Phoenix King. It turns out you vile creature were behind this. Chapter 93. The Inside Man. Wait. If it can seize others' Pokemon, what about my NEI and Raikou? A foreboding feeling gripped Xia Fan. In this scenario, if NTI and Raikou were to carry out the tasks he had assigned and confront Mutwo, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Mutwo's power was far beyond what the two of them could contend with. Outside the power plant, NTI and Raikou lay concealed in the dense forest, gazing skyward at the humanoid Pokemon. Moments ago, this long-abandoned power plant had transformed into an open space with a mere wave of the humanoid Pokemon's hand, summoning countless black Pokeballs that ensnared all the Pokemon of the Mutwo team. Even Zapdos had been effortlessly subdued and captured under its might. However, what astonished them most was that the previously silent Suicune had become a mere lackey of that Pokemon. Look at its swaggering demeanor. I truly misjudged it. I never imagined it could stoop so low, Raikou remarked, seething at the sight of Suicune being commanded by Mutwo. Upon its release, Suicune had obediently followed Mutwo's every command, resembling a mere servant, infuriating Raikou. When it was by the Phoenix King's side, it never exhibited such subservience. Could it be that the black Pokeballs are controlling it? Hence Suicune's behavior? NTI speculated hesitantly. Impossible. Raikou snapped, turning in anger. Don't forget, we are the sacred beasts under the Phoenix King. Aside from the Phoenix King and that unscrupulous Xia Fan, no one can command us against our will. NTI fell silent. Raikou's words held merit. Their wills were formidable. Even if they had become Xia Fan's Pokemon, they could easily refuse to heed his commands if they wished. Yet, Suicune's current demeanor was one of complete sycophancy towards the Pokemon called Mutwo, a 3-surname family's lackey. Raikou recalled a term he had learned while hiding in a Pokeball during Xia Fan's binge-watching session at the hotel, and it fit Suicune perfectly. If Suicune were to resist Mutwo's orders, Raikou would still hold it in esteem, but its current behavior infuriated him. Do not be upset. It may have been disloyal to us long before, NTI sighed. But what should we do now? Zapdos has already been captured by that Pokemon named Mutwo, and the Mutwo team has been left utterly defenseless without a single Pokemon by their side. If we stay here any longer and that Pokemon discovers us, we could be in grave danger. As soon as NTI finished speaking, 2 black Pokeballs suddenly descended from above. Raikou reacted swiftly, unleashing a Thunderbolt, obliterating the 2 black Pokeballs into dust. Mutwo, floating in the air, furrowed its brow, turning its gaze towards the forest where NTI and Raikou were hiding. It waved its hand again, sending dozens of black Pokeballs hurtling towards Entei and Raikou. Not one to submit easily, Raikou retaliated with another Thunderbolt, reducing the black Pokeballs to mere fragments once more. This piqued Mewtwo's interest, prompting it to prepare to personally capture Raikou and Entei. However, just as it was about to move, it received a telepathic message from Suicune. Master, allow me to capture those two Pokemon. Mewtwo glanced at Suicune, who was beginning to gather an icy beam, and, acknowledging its strength, nodded. Go ahead. As the northern winds gusted, Suicune charged towards the positions of Entei and Raikou, unleashing the icy beam from its mouth. However, Entei and Raikou easily dodged it. Raikou, furious, was taken aback that Suicune had actually attacked them. Just as it was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Suicune's voice echoed in its mind. Run. As far away as you can. The expressions of Entei and Raikou shifted from anger to bewilderment. Suicune's voice resounded again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Do you want to end up like that Zapdos, captured in a Pokeball? Simultaneously, Suicune unleashed a bubble beam. Yet, when the bubble beam struck Entei and Raikou, it did not inflict much pain, merely pushing them back a few steps. Realizing the urgency, Entei and Raikou heeded Suicune's advice and fled. Suicune followed closely behind, continuously launching attacks at them, albeit with poor accuracy. As they distanced themselves further, Suicune glanced back and connected telepathically with the two ahead. All right, you can stop running now. Entei and Raikou halted in confusion. What is happening? How are you with that creature called Mewtwo? Entei had come to the realization that Suicune had not succumbed as they initially feared. It would be difficult to explain in a moment. Suicune sighed and continued. Where are Xia Fan and the Phoenix King? Aren't they with you? Entei promptly relayed the reasons for their separation from Xia Fan. Upon hearing this, Suicune became anxious and urged, you must hurry to Twin Island and inform Xia Fan to prepare for confrontation with Mewtwo. It will be heading there shortly. He must not underestimate it. What about you? Since you're not under control, wouldn't it be better to come with us? Raikou inquired. I cannot leave. Suicune shook its head. Its strength exceeds your imagination. Having spent time with it, I even fear that the Phoenix King might find himself at a disadvantage in battle. Although I am uncertain why I am not under the control of its black Pokeballs, if I were to run too far and it sensed something amiss, none of us would escape. Therefore, it is best for me to remain here as an inside man. Entei and Raikou exchanged glances. 20 minutes later, Suicune returned to Mewtwo's side, its body battered and bruised, a sight that was difficult to behold. What happened to you? Mewtwo inquired, its eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Those two Pokemon ambushed me. Waterlord expressed his indignation, stating, those two fellows are undeniably powerful. When I pursued them, they feigned weakness and surrendered to me, but as I drew near, they suddenly launched an attack, leaving me in this state before fleeing. His tone was filled with grievance, reminiscent of a child reporting to an adult after being bullied. Mewtwo furrowed his brow and inquired, do you know which direction they ran? Waterlord replied, northwest. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo gestured towards Waterlord, enveloping him in a beam of luminous energy, quickly mending his wounds at a visible pace. Subsequently, a flash of white light transformed Mewtwo's form. A red tendril, resembling a tail, extended from the back of his head. Waterlord, witnessing this, hastily attempted to call out to Mewtwo, but before he could utter a word, Mewtwo had already vanished from sight. Anxiously, he awaited his return. A minute later, Mewtwo reappeared. Did you catch them? Waterlord ventured. I did not see them. Mewtwo shook his head, and with another flash of white light, reverted to his original form. Waterlord let out a long sigh of relief. The injuries he bore were indeed inflicted by the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord. However, during their parting, Thunder Lord had taunted him, saying that if he wished to act as an informant, he should do so like one. He had learned from that rascal Xia Fan to adapt his words to the audience, whether human or ghost, willing to stab himself in the back to gain trust. Thus, the two rascals, one wielding thunder and the other divine fire, had launched their assault upon him. He had nearly met his demise. Chapter 94, Articuno. Twin Islands. After glancing at Liang Kang's phone, Xia Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly to the point of bloodshed. He wished he could slap himself. Had he foreseen the future, he would have chosen a different strategy, perhaps even encountered Mewtwo earlier and taught that rascal a lesson. How dare you capture my Pokemon? Master, should we hasten to the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord's location? The voice of the Phoenix King echoed in Xia Fan's mind, equally concerned about Waterlord's capture. Let it be for now. If we rush there, by the time we arrive, Mewtwo will surely have departed, and we would be left empty-handed. Xia Fan sighed. hoping the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord would not act impulsively and flee upon realizing the disparity in power. As for Water Lord, with another sigh from Xia Fan, the Phoenix King fell silent, acknowledging that as long as Xia Fan's Pokémon remained under his command, his will would prevail. Xia Fan and Liang Kong continued to wait for Articuno's appearance. Half an hour later, Mutuo's team arrived at the 4th level. After another half hour, nearly 100 members clad in frost-resistant suits from Mutuo's team reached the 5th level. After installing several technological devices within the cave, they, like Xia Fan and Liang Kong, sought refuge behind stones or in concealed corners. As time passed, 2 hours later, just as Xia Fan was on the verge of exasperation, an extraordinary disturbance finally echoed within the cave. First, a unique cry resonated, followed by a biting cold wind sweeping through, causing frost to form on the cave's walls. All members of Mutuo's team, clad in their frost-resistant gear, shivered involuntarily. Even Xia Fan, whose body had been fortified by divine fire, found himself stifling a sneeze, yearning for additional layers of clothing. After the cold wind subsided, a highly anticipated figure emerged from the depths of the cave, with its splendid blue wings fluttering. It gracefully approached the colossal ice bed at the cave's core. Raising its proud head, it surveyed its surroundings and, finding little change from the norm, settled down, tucking its feathers away. However, just as it lay down, a man's excited shout erupted within the cave. "Brothers, let us move." As the words fell, a violent explosion erupted above Articuno's head. The cave trembled, and Articuno looked up to see a massive round stone plummeting towards it. The sight sent a jolt of terror through Articuno, for as a creature of flight, it dreaded the peril of falling objects. It flapped its wings in a frantic attempt to evade the impending danger. Yet, before it could escape, dozens of fire and lightning birds materialized before it, gathering energy in their beaks. Although the sizes of these birds paled in comparison to Articuno, it was evident they lacked divine status. Nevertheless, the simultaneous assault from so many was beyond Articuno's capacity to withstand. "It's over," Articuno despaired. Just then, another resounding roar echoed through the cave. "Phoenix King, divine fire!" A cry of the phoenix rang out, followed by flames imbued with mysterious power surging towards the enormous stone destined for Articuno. An explosion ensued, clouds of dust billowing forth as the stone shattered mid-fall. Members of Mutuo's team turned in astonishment. In the next moment, all were left dumbfounded. The shock was palpable. Who could have anticipated that while attempting to capture Articuno, a Phoenix King would emerge from behind them? Not only were they bewildered, but Articuno too found itself in a state of confusion. What was happening today? A sudden influx of humans was one thing, but now even the Phoenix King, revered alongside Lord Lugia, had arrived. "Phoenix King, sacred bird strike." Seizing the moment while the assailants were stunned, Xia Fan's voice rang out once more. Another phoenix cry echoed as the Phoenix King folded its golden-red wings, hovering in mid-air, gathering energy. Members of Mutuo's team turned to the source of the voice, their shock intensifying as they realized that the Phoenix King was obeying a mere boy. Wait a moment. Suddenly, someone recalled the recent uproar in the Chengdu region regarding a live broadcast. The Phoenix King had been captured by a mysterious figure donning a mask. One shouted, "Quick! Command the fire and lightning birds to interrupt the Phoenix King. Don't let it unleash the sacred bird strike." The others of Mutuo's team quickly came to their senses, urging the fire and lightning birds to unleash their skills in an attempt to thwart the Phoenix King. However, just as their attacks were about to reach the Phoenix King, Mew appeared. With a swift teleportation, it positioned itself before the Phoenix King, shielding it from the incoming assault. Witnessing this, Mutuo's team found themselves at a loss for words, unable to express their current emotions. At that moment, the Phoenix King's energy accumulation concluded. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a fierce gale, charging towards the unranked fire and lightning birds. Like a moonlit slash, the entire row of fire and lightning birds fell to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Xia Fan, under Mew's telekinetic influence, was propelled onto the back of the Phoenix King. Then, under the watchful eyes of the team, he approached Articuno, retrieving a Pokeball and tossing it forth. In response, Articuno unleashed a chilling blast that froze the Pokeball. Xia Fan furrowed his brow. "You dare to resist? I am a subordinate of Lord Lugia. You cannot capture me." Articuno's voice echoed in the minds of the Phoenix King and Xia Fan. "But your Lord Lugia is coming soon." Xia Fan brandished a silver feather, then instructed Mew to use Psychic to subdue the creature, immediately tossing a second Pokeball. A flash of red light enveloped the scene as Articuno was drawn within. Ding! Successfully captured the Pokemon Articuno. Please select one skill from the available options. Once more, The long-awaited system notification reverberated in his mind. Ice and Flying type Legendary Pokémon, Articuno. Gender, none. Ability, pressure, causes opponents to feel tense. With a 10 chance of skill failure. Hidden ability, Snow Cloak. In hail weather, evasion rate increases. Held item, none. Skills are as follows. Blizzard, unleashes a fierce blizzard upon the opponent, which may occasionally leave them frozen in place. Hail, following the use of this move. The weather shifts to hail, inflicting damage on all Pokémon that are not of the ice type. Absolute Zero, delivers a potentially lethal blow to the opponent. However, if the target is not of the ice type, this attack will be exceedingly difficult to land. Agility, relaxes the body to become lighter, allowing for swift movement and significantly enhancing one's speed. Roost, descends to the ground to rest, restoring half of its maximum health, only applicable to bird Pokémon. Substitute, sacrifices a slight portion of its vitality to create a duplicate, which serves as a decoy. Xia Fan gazed at the myriad skills displayed by Articuno, lost in contemplation. As a fellow large avian Pokémon like Ho-Oh, Articuno's abilities, to be frank, appeared rather mediocre in his eyes. It lacked any uniquely powerful offensive moves and did not possess a formidable healing skill like Recover, which has no conditional restrictions. The sole recovery skill, Roost, would be unusable even if learned. After pondering for a minute, Xia Fan ultimately made a decision. I choose Articuno's skill, Substitute, he affirmed in his mind. After much deliberation, he concluded that this skill was the most practical among the options. If it could later be paired with Recover, it would be utterly remarkable. Chapter 95, Mutuo. In the next moment, as he selected the skill bar in his mind expanded to a 6th slot. His spirits lifted. He prepared to make a hand gesture and shout Substitute to test the skill. However, a fleeting glance reminded him of the Mutuo team below. To avert social embarrassment, Xia Fan cleared his throat and lowered his hand. One must maintain a certain dignity in the presence of the less refined. Xia Fan seated himself cross-legged, prompting Ho-Oh to lower its flying altitude, then addressed the members of the Mutuo team from his elevated position. Are you afraid? The members exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Xia Fan gently patted Ho-Oh's back, let out a small burst of sacred fire, but keep it mild. Ho-Oh smacked its lips. Puff. In the next instant, it expelled a small mouthful of flame infused with mysterious power. The flames struck a nearby boulder, which visibly melted at an astonishing rate, causing the temperature in the cave, which had plummeted due to Articuno, to steadily rise once more. The frost adorning the stone walls began to dissipate. Xia Fan remarked, I intend to find a fortunate soul to experience Ho-Oh's exclusive sacred fire. I wonder who shall be this lucky one. Or perhaps all of you are fortunate. A quick-thinking youth promptly knelt down. I'm scared. Xia Fan sighed. Regrettably, this one is not the lucky soul I seek. The remaining members of the Mutuo team hastily followed suit, kneeling and shouting, I'm scared too. Witnessing this scene, Xia Fan sighed heavily. Alas. It seems no one here is the fortunate one. The Mutuo team collectively exhaled in relief. Xia Fan continued, since none of you are fortunate, it implies you are merely the unfortunate ones. And in light of your misfortune, I shall pose a question befitting your plight. Do you desire riches or your lives? An hour later, Xia Fan's wallet swelled by over 80 million. The entire Mutuo team in the underground cave had been thoroughly looted by him, leaving only the group above untouched. However, just as Xia Fan prepared to ascend onto Ho-Oh's back to deliver a surprise to those above, another surprise suddenly appeared before him. A Pokémon, strikingly similar in hue to Mew but vastly different in stature, emerged at the cave's entrance. Behind it lay several members of the Mutuo team sprawled on the ground. Mew. Xia Fan's pupils dilated, astonishment evident in his expression, unable to comprehend Mew's unexpected presence. At that moment, Mew, blocking the entrance, also bore an expression of surprise, not towards Xia Fan and Ho-Oh, but rather at the Mew sitting on Xia Fan's shoulder. Without uttering a single word, Mew raised its hand and conjured a wave bomb, launching it toward Mew. Mew leaped from Xia Fan's shoulder, distancing itself before using its skill to shield itself against the incoming wave bomb. Xia Fan shouted angrily, Ho-Oh, sacred fire. Mew's action of initiating a battle without a word seemed to disregard both him and Ho-Oh. Even when confronting a foe, one ought to acknowledge their master, much less Mew. Ho-Oh complied with Xia Fan's command, unleashing sacred fire towards Mew. Mew disdainfully raised a hand, conjuring a blue energy shield that effortlessly deflected the sacred fire. Although the flames did not harm it, Mew observed the shield shattering under the intensity of the blaze, unable to suppress its intrigue toward Ho-Oh. With a flourish of its hands, hundreds of black poke balls materialized behind it. Xia Fan furrowed his brow, instantly grasping Mew's intentions. He quickly commanded Ho-Oh to incinerate the black Pokeballs. Within 2 seconds, the recently summoned black Pokeballs were reduced to ashes. Mew's expression darkened, and it sent out a telepathic call, "Come forth and battle me." With that, it floated backward, granting Ho-Oh the opportunity to fly out of the cave and face it in combat. Ho-Oh soared into the air, locking eyes with Mew. Xia Fan, perched on Ho-Oh's back, observed Mew's ostentatious demeanor, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront it with a punch. It seemed that this Pokemon had not acknowledged him even once, not even with a fleeting glance. "Little Mew, join Ho-Oh and attack," Xia Fan declared, his face flushed with indignation. A being as arrogant as Mew deserved a thorough lesson from the two of them. "Master, you are right. This fellow is indeed asking for a beating," Mew agreed. Angered by Mew's earlier dismissal, which had involved throwing a wave bomb at it upon first sight. "Mew, you have become a human's Pokemon." Mew finally took notice of Xia Fan. With a mocking expression, it retorted, "What a pitiable display of weakness." Mew instantly fired back, "Mind your own business, you mere copy." "What did you say?" Mew's fury ignited. Its body erupted in a surge of blue mystical energy, and an invisible wave of psychic force began to ripple outward. "As long as I exist in this world, you shall forever remain my copy." Mew, shedding its usual sweet demeanor, retaliated against Mew, igniting its own body in a swirl of pink mystical energy, simultaneously emanating an invisible psychic force that expanded outward. Xia Fan could not help but scrutinize Mew. To his surprise, Mew's verbal counter was equally capable of inciting fury in others. "Then I shall eliminate you. I am the true original," Mew declared, conjuring 2 wave bombs, one aimed at Mew and the other at Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh and Mew quickly dispersed, one unleashing a torrent of sacred fire while the other retaliated with a wave bomb. As the 4 forces collided, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, creating an invisible and potent shockwave that radiated outward, stirring the waters into tumultuous waves. Recognizing the importance of synergy, Xia Fan saw the mist as an opportunity and swiftly commanded, "Ho-Oh, stir the winds to disperse this mist. Little Mew, follow the gust and prepare to seal." With a resounding cry, Ho-Oh flapped its wings, conjuring a more powerful gust to dispel the mist. Mew followed closely, unleashing an invisible net woven with translucent runes from its palms. As the mist cleared, Mew's form was revealed, and the invisible net, propelled by Mew's efforts, surged rapidly toward it. Observing this somewhat unexpected, intangible net, Mewtwo emitted a disdainful snort. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped it, transforming its form. A red tentacle, resembling a tail, extended from the back of its head. At that moment, the invisible net that was about to engulf it suddenly slowed, akin to a snail's pace. Mewtwo effortlessly evaded it, turning its gaze towards Mew and Ho-Oh. In Mewtwo's eyes, their movements appeared to be slowed down by hundreds of times, reminiscent of frames in a film progressing one by one. With a swift motion, Mewtwo slashed towards Mew. Chapter 96, Mewtwo vs. Mew, Part 1. Bang! Mew was cleaved in half, soaring backwards for dozens of yards. Xia Fan was taken aback. Clearly, Mew had attacked first, yet it was Mew who was sent flying. At this moment, Mewtwo, having completed its assault on Mew, hovered in midair, allowing Xia Fan to clearly discern its form. "Why form?" Xia Fan gasped, instantly recognizing Mewtwo's current state. It was unbelievable that this Mewtwo had achieved Mega Evolution. Upon hearing Xia Fan's exclamation, Mewtwo shifted its focus to Ho-Oh. In the next instant, it vanished from Xia Fan's sight, a mere flash. Xia Fan shouted in alarm, "Ho-Oh, brace yourself." However, in comparison to Mewtwo's speed, Xia Fan's warning came too late. Even as he uttered the first syllable, Mewtwo had already closed the distance to within 10 feet of Ho-Oh, arms outstretched, preparing to unleash a psychic attack. A tremendous wave of psychic energy emanated from Mewtwo's being. "It's over." Xia Fan's heart sank. Buzz. Just as Xia Fan feared that he would witness Ho-Oh suffer a devastating psychic assault from Mewtwo, a white shield suddenly materialized around Ho-Oh. Relying on its instinctual awareness of danger, Ho-Oh had anticipated the necessary action even before Xia Fan. Xia Fan let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. The stalwart of our team knows what to do in times of crisis." Just then, a shadow ball suddenly hurtled in from a distance, bearing down on Mewtwo. Mewtwo, sharp-eyed, aborted its psychic assault, deftly sidestepping as the shadow ball grazed by mere centimeters. Bang! The shadow ball plunged into the water, causing a tremendous splash. Mew returned, having executed a swift teleportation. It glared furiously at Mewtwo, for aura spheres coalesced before its chest. "You think you can evade? Let us see you dodge this," Mew declared, ready to launch the aura spheres. Yet, in a heartbeat, Mutuo was upon it, now more powerful than ever. As long as I wish. You shall never land a hit on me, echoed Mutuo's taunt in Mew's mind. In the next moment, Mew felt a heavy kick to its back. With a whoosh, Mew was sent plummeting into the sea by Mutuo's foot. This was Mutuo's humiliation of Mew, attacking not with skills, but with sheer physical prowess. The last encounter between them remained fresh in Mutuo's memory. Mew had boasted that it would never lose to a mere clone in a physical tussle. Thus, today, Mutuo resolved to vanquish Mew with nothing but its fists and feet. Xia Fan observed Mutuo, reveling in its brutal onslaught of Mew, with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Mutuo's Y form was a terrifying embodiment of special attack and speed, far surpassing that of other Pokémon. Previously, Xia Fan had assumed that this form of Mutuo merely mimicked the speed of other Pokémon using the move agility. However, it was now evident that even its ordinary speed eclipsed the limits of other Pokémon. If that were the case, if one could not match its speed, they would never land a hit. System, display Mew's skill panel, Xia Fan murmured internally. In the next moment, a system panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Xia Fan began to scour Mew's numerous skills for those capable of countering Mutuo. Meanwhile, Mew surged forth from the water once more, unwilling to accept that its clone had surpassed it. It initiated a series of teleportation attacks against Mutuo, commanding Ho-Oh to assist. The two entities clashed from north to south across the sky. Unfortunately, teleportation could not be used indefinitely. Once Mew had exhausted the last remnants of its spatial energy, Mutuo delivered another kick, sending it back into the sea. Mutuo spread its arms, floating in midair, and declared with immense pride, "Mew, this is the chasm between us. Though I was created from your genes, I have evolved further, possessing boundless potential waiting to be unlocked, while you remain stagnant. Henceforth, I am the true original." Bang! A shadow ball burst forth from the water. Mew followed closely behind, its once adorable face now twisted with rage. Mutuo scoffed disdainfully, tilting its head as it effortlessly dodged the shadow ball. "Mew, use skill lock on it," Xia Fan commanded at last. Mew, upon hearing this, glanced back and closed its eyes, reopening them to reveal an otherworldly glow. The world through its eyes contained nothing but Mutuo. "Use Shadow Ball," Xia Fan urged again. A pitch-black energy sphere coalesced before Mew's chest. "Futile, futile. You are no longer worthy of battling me," Mutuo mocked, vanishing once more. However, this time, Mew's eyes followed Mutuo's movement and locked onto the spot above. It decisively thrust the shadow ball upwards. Bang! It struck true. Mutuo was sent hurtling through the air. Mew was momentarily stunned, then excitedly flew to Xia Fan's side, circling him affectionately while telepathically expressing its exhilaration at having landed a hit. "Don't celebrate too soon. The upcoming battle will still be a fierce struggle for you," Xia Fan cautioned, retrieving a potion from his backpack. "Your teleportation must be out of commission, right? This potion can restore your PP, allowing you to use teleportation once more." Mew consumed the potion, its spatial energy rapidly replenishing. At that moment, Mutuo returned to Mew's vicinity. Visibly disheveled, clearly having taken a significant hit from Mew's previous shadow ball, lacking any defense. Mutuo stared incredulously at Mew. "How is this possible? How could you possibly hit me?" "Mew, don't explain, just attack. Remember how it humiliated you," Xia Fan urged. Mew's eyes once again glowed with an otherworldly light as it fixed its gaze on Mutuo, coalescing another shadow ball before its chest. Mutuo's eyes narrowed. Its form vanished once more. "Mew, from now on, whenever it disappears, follow with teleportation. Don't fear exhausting your spatial energy. I have dozens of PP restoring items left." Xia Fan instructed eagerly. Mew vanished instantly. Soon, in every corner around Twin Island, the figures of Mew and Mutuo began to appear in rapid succession, chasing and countering one another. "Ho-Oh, use Future Sight on Mutuo," Xia Fan commanded as Mew and Mutuo continued their entangled skirmish. "But didn't Mew say it wanted to handle it alone?" Ho-Oh questioned, glancing back in surprise. "Ignore that. It's just its pride speaking. If we let it continue like this, who knows how long the battle will drag on," Xia Fan replied, surveying the surroundings before softly adding, "If Mutuo ends up losing, we can always say that it was Mew who fought valiantly." The Phoenix King pondered for a moment before ultimately following Xia Fan's instructions to close its eyes. Upon reopening them, a blinding white light enveloped its vision, and the realm before it began to unfold the scene of where the legendary Mutuo would manifest in a mere 5 seconds. Immediately thereafter, a surge of psychic energy emanated from its mind, stealthily positioning itself at that very location. The instant Mutuo arrived, it would reveal itself and launch an assault.